Before it could even pinpoint the direction of the sound, another shadow ball struck its body. This time, Articuno was completely enraged. It launched a move, spreading layers of fine powder snow in all directions at once. It was trying to force Haunter out with an indiscriminate attack. However, just below it, a scorching flame suddenly shot up. Articuno couldn't dodge in time and was burned over more than half of its body. Cree. After all, with the number of enemies increasing, it simply couldn't keep up. The slightest lapse in attention would result in being hit by a move coming from who knows where. And after taking successive damage, Articuno had very little stamina left. Its eyes narrowed, and it spread its wings, flying directly up to the stone dome. Is it trying to run? Haunter looked up, surprised. No. Natsui stared intently at Articuno's every move, seemingly having figured something out. He couldn't help but shout, "It looks like it's about to use another big move. Everyone, be on your guard." And looking closely at the moves wind up. The skill Articuno was about to use was definitely not the blizzard from before. Don't let it succeed. Attack quickly. The three Pokemon on the ground quickly launched their moves, but the distance was too great, and their attack range wasn't enough. And just as Haunter was about to charge towards Articuno, Articuno's move was already complete. A mist-like, azure blue cold air gathered into a ball and pressed down towards the ground. Natsui's expression changed instantly. Not good, it's sheer cold. Everyone dodged it quickly, just like the fissure he had encountered before. Sheer cold was also a one-hit knockout move. As long as the target was not an ice-type and not immune to ice-type attacks, the damage it caused was enough to make the opponent faint instantly. In a flash, the sheer cold was almost upon them. Faced with such terrifying power, Natsui's Pokemon each showed their skills. First was Haunter, whose body vanished, completely submerging into the shadows. Kirlia also used Teleport to escape to a safe location. Even Jolteon, with its super-fast speed, managed to dodge out of the attack's range. Only Charmeleon was not fast enough to dodge and was hit by sheer cold. The moment the misty cold air touched Charmeleon's body, it suddenly turned into countless huge, sharp blocks of ice, completely encasing Charmeleon. Charmeleon didn't even have time to scream before it was frostbitten by the extreme cold and lost consciousness. When the ice shattered, it fell to the ground, hard as a rock. Natsui took out a Pokeball and recalled Charmeleon from a distance, shouting at the same time, "Haunter, we can't let it use that a second time. Think of something quick." "I got it," Haunter replied and finally got serious. Its eyes began to glow, and under the influence of its power, rows of icicles in the cavern, as if grasped by an invisible hand, flew towards Articuno one after another. At the same time, the lake water outside the island began to swirl, forming waterspouts that also flew towards Articuno. Its attacks were relentless. Although the waterspouts were too slow and none of them hit, fortunately, a small number of icicles still managed to strike Articuno's body. But the effect was rather disappointing. "Hey," Natsui reminded it, "don't use ice-type attacks. They're not very effective on it." "I know," Haunter said helplessly, "but it can't be helped. There's only ice and water here. I can influence and change the world, but I can't create things that don't exist out of thin air." "Then use that move," Natsui shouted. "Use hypnosis." Haunter nodded, and then ripples of energy emitted from its body, passing through Articuno. Articuno's eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and its thoughts gradually scattered. In just a few breaths, it became dazed and actually fell headfirst from the sky. And just before Articuno hit the ground, Haunter used its final resort. "Dream Eater, activate!" Bang! The sleeping Articuno not only suffered damage from Dream Eater, but also slammed heavily onto the ground. Under the double blow, the damage had already overflowed, and it was knocked out completely. Just like Confusion, the move Hypnosis is a super useful ability. Or rather, it's this Haunter of his that's just too powerful. After confirming it was safe, Natsui carefully walked out and stood before Articuno. Its condition at the moment was quite pitiful. Its once beautiful feathers were now messy and disheveled. With no time to hesitate, Natsui took a great ball from his backpack and threw it at Articuno. A red light flashed, and Articuno was sucked into the great ball. The great ball shook gently, and then, with a soft click from a switch, it fell completely still. Seeing this, the heart that had been hanging in Natsui's throat finally settled. Excellent. The second legendary Pokemon is mine. Chapter 84. Cinnabar Island. Natsui's Pokemon slowly gathered around him, cautiously surrounding him. Picking up the Ultra Ball containing Articuno, Natsui looked again at the Ice Shrine. Because of the fierce battle just now, its beauty was gone, leaving only a scene of devastation. He said with emotion, "Although it's a pity it has become like this, perhaps after some time, other Articuno will come to live here. I believe that in a few years, it will return to its former appearance." Composing himself, now that his goal was achieved, Natsui did not linger and turned to leave. After Curlia used teleport to take him outside the lake island, Natsui did not return the way he came. Instead, after Haunter scouted out a path, he climbed up a steep rock wall for a distance, then flew for a long time. Finally, the view before him grew brighter, and he left the underground world through another narrow crevice. The refreshing sea breeze blew against his body. When the dust-covered Natsui once again saw the blue sky and the sea, he was already standing halfway up the mountain of the smaller Seafoam Island. The Seafoam Islands, although they appear to be two islands surrounded by the sea, are actually connected by a passage beneath the water surface. Just as their name implies, they are twins, difficult to tell apart. Leaving the Seafoam Islands, Natsui followed the waterway west. After a journey of several hours, he crossed the sea and arrived at Cinnabar Island. Cinnabar, a fiery, passionate, bright red color. It is located at the southernmost tip of the Kanto region and is the largest island in the southern seas. The island is covered in forests and has a huge active volcano. However, in recent years, due to tectonic activity, no one knows when this volcano might erupt. And the reason Natsui had come here was, naturally, to challenge the Cinnabar Gym and obtain the Volcano Badge. Beside a golden, fine-sanded beach, a seaside resort town also famous for its tourism, Cinnabar Town was situated. As night fell, the first thing Natsui did upon entering the town was head straight for the Pokemon Center to restore the stamina of his several injured Pokemon. In the Pokemon Center, after taking the Pokeballs and seeing the two legendary Pokemon inside, the slightly tanned Nurse Joy covered her mouth in slight surprise. But her perfect professional ethics made her stop after only a brief moment of distraction. She smiled at Natsui and turned to walk into the treatment room. Not long after, once the brief treatment was over, Natsui requested a room. He took a comfortable hot bath in the bathroom to drive out the chill from his body, and only then did he have time to deal with Zapdos and Articuno. After thinking for a moment, he first released Zapdos. A flash of blue light, and Zapdos appeared in the room. But now, because it had lost the battle, its pride was gone, and its expression was somewhat listless. Seeing this, Natsui patted its shoulder and comforted it with kind words. Actually, winning and losing are both common occurrences. In my opinion, you're still very powerful. It's just that Articuno was stronger. Don't take a temporary failure to heart. And let's think about it from another angle. It's precisely because you have such a powerful opponent that you now have a goal to strive for, forcing yourself to become stronger. When the day comes that you are strong enough, you can challenge it again, give it your all, and stomp it under your feet. After a few bowls of chicken soup for the soul, Zapdos' mood finally improved. Seeing that this one was more or less fine, Natsui recalled Zapdos and then released Articuno. When the blue, beautifully feathered Articuno appeared, it just gently stretched its feathers, and the temperature in the room dropped several degrees. This cool and refreshing feeling was just like turning on the air conditioner on a hot summer day. Articuno, welcome to the big family. My name is Natsui. Let's get along well from now on. Articuno had no complaints about Natsui catching it. Although it was a many against one fight, it had been a hearty battle. First defeating Zapdos, and then losing to a powerful Haunter, it had accepted its defeat. After introducing his other Pokemon to Articuno, Natsui changed into clean clothes, left the room, and went to the lobby. And just as he was about to go eat, a clear girl's voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Brother Natsui." He turned his head and saw that it was Misty, Ash, and Brock. It's just that the long unheard title of Brother Natsui sent his mind into a daze, reminding him of the beautiful girl from Vanderbilt Town in Kalos who always liked to stick close to him. Shaking his head, Natsui smiled. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you guys here too." "Yeah." Misty's face bloomed into a smile. "We just arrived on this island too. We were planning to get a good night's rest and then accompany Ash to challenge the Cinnabar Gym tomorrow." At this time, Ash and Brock both greeted Natsui, and even Pikachu gave a happy cry. "Then it seems our purpose is the same again." Natsui nodded at them, and then his gaze fell on a Pokemon in Misty's arms. The Pokemon was small, its lower body encased in a patterned eggshell, with only its upper, starfish-like yellow body exposed. "Huh, you got a Togepi?" That's right. Misty held Togepi up high and spun around happily. "It hatched from an egg we found when we were passing through the Grand Canyon." Seeing Misty so happy, Natsui was genuinely happy for her. "That's a very rare Pokemon too. You should raise it well." While talking, the four of them went to the restaurant and had dinner together. Amidst laughter and cheerful conversation, they recounted their travel experiences, sharing some interesting stories with Natsui. Humph. Ash opened his jacket, revealing the 6 badges inside. "Brother Natsui, we have the same number of badges now. How about it? Want to have a competition to see who gets the next badge first?" Looking at his proud expression, Natsui couldn't help but smile. What's the point of competing over that? Besides, the Cinnabar Gym leader, Blaine, is an extremely tough opponent. You shouldn't underestimate him. When it came to competition, Ash seemed to become a different person. "My Pokemon are all very strong. It doesn't matter who the opponent is." "Oh, is that so?" Misty gave him a meaningful look, then counted on her fingers, exposing his true record. "Since you're so confident, let me summarize your badges for you now. First, the Boulder Badge and the Cascade Badge. My sisters and Brock gave you those 2 out of pity, you know. Next is Sabrina's Saffron Gym. You got beaten pretty badly back then. It was thanks to the Haunter you brought from the Pokemon Tower that you managed to make her laugh. So you won without a fight and got the Marsh Badge." Ash's face stiffened, and he could only give an awkward smile. Before he could say anything, he heard Misty continue. "And as for the battle with Erica, if Team Rocket hadn't set the gym on fire and you hadn't saved her Gloom from the blaze, it's really not certain if you would have gotten the badge. So, if you count it all up, only the Vermilion Gym and the Fuchsia Gym, despite many twists and turns, were the ones you truly won with your own strength." Chapter 85. The Old Man Who Likes Riddles. Ash's confident aura instantly deflated. In fact, looking back on all his adventures, the only one who could roast him so mercilessly was Misty, the self-proclaimed #1 beauty of the universe with her somewhat bossy and willful personality. "Damn it! How dare you look down on me?" Ash, of course, was not convinced and shouted, "Fine. Then tomorrow I'll show you all how I get the Volcano Badge with my own strength." "Really?" Seeing Ash take the bait so easily, Misty chuckled. "Since you're so confident, we'll be looking forward to it." Late at night, Natsui returned to his room but couldn't fall asleep, tossing and turning. On the other 2 beds, Ash and Brock were sleeping soundly, their snores rising and falling in a deafening chorus, like a steel saw constantly cutting logs right next to Natsui's ear. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. After thinking for a while, he took out his phone, logged into his messaging app, and opened the message he had yet to read. "Ping Dream. Brother Natsui, is everything going well?" The unchanged form of address, the calm tone, although it was just a short sentence. Natsui had spent several months with her and knew her temperament well. He also knew, naturally, that she clearly hadn't let go of that matter. Looking at her profile picture, Natsui's mind could still recall the pitiful image of this seemingly strong girl crying her eyes out when he had rejected her. And every time he thought of it, it was as if a cold knife was stabbing deep into his heart. With a soft sigh, Natsui's fingers moved slightly. It's all bubbles. It's going okay, I guess. I've caught a few Pokemon, and Ralts has evolved into Curlia. Perhaps feeling his tone was too stiff, Natsui continued typing. It's all bubbles. Sorry for not contacting you for so long. Have you been well lately? After sending the message, Natsui stared at the chat window in a daze. Both of their profile pictures were actually taken from the same photo. But unlike the girls, the main subject of Natsui's profile picture was himself. In front of the camera, a slight smile played on his handsome face, and, at his side, a pair of fair arms were wrapped tightly around his own. He had thought that at this late hour, she would already be asleep and was about to turn off his phone. Who would have thought that just a few seconds later, the girl had already replied? Adjusting his lying position, Natsui opened the message. Pink Dream. Same as always. Mom still makes me practice with the Rhyhorn every day. Wailing, crying JPG, it's really tough. Although she didn't state anything clearly from between the lines, Natsui could still feel the girl's excitement. However, for a moment, he didn't know how to reply to her. He could only change the subject and tell her about some of his daily happenings. It wasn't until a dozen minutes later, when he started to feel sleepy, that he took the initiative to end the conversation. When the sun was high in the sky, Natsui and the others came out of the Pokemon Center and finally got to truly experience the bustling town famous for its hot springs. Everywhere, there were tourists from the mainland, and almost every shop on the street had people lingering and waiting in front of it. And the goods for sale were mostly related to hot springs, such as traditional yukatas, onsen eggs, and the like. Following the navigation on his phone, they passed through Cinnabar Town and arrived at the street where the gym was located at the foot of the volcano. But when they got closer, they discovered that the place where the gym was supposed to be had turned into a hot spring inn. Huh? Misty said strangely. A hot spring inn? Did the gym move? Hearing the voice, an old man wearing a red coat, a long mustache under his nose, sunglasses, and dressed like one of the Beatles, walked out of the inn and came before them. Seeing Natsui and the others, before they could speak, the old man directly asked, head is cold, body is warm. What is it? Huh? Is this a riddle? Ash was stunned at first, then played along very cooperatively. The answer must be someone sleeping with their head in the fridge and their body wrapped in an electric blanket. This strange line of thought made the old man frown, and he said with dissatisfaction, Hey, what kind of answer is that? If you don't know, don't juste guess randoli. Misty's gaze returned from behind the old man, and she said confidently, I think you're talking about an open-air hot spring. Seeing that someone had guessed the answer, the old man nodded happily. That's right. What a clever young lady. Then please listen to the next riddle. Between cake, eggs, and rice, which one does a puppy like to eat the most? Brock thought for a moment. Since it was a riddle, the answer couldn't be that simple. He asked tentatively, is it rice? Wrong. Misty shook her head. I guess it's cake. Come on, Ash said, shrugging his hands. Only you like to eat cake, Misty. Things that are too sweet make you fat easily. How could a puppy be the same as you? Ignoring Ash, who was getting pummeled, Natsui had already guessed the old man's identity. He smiled and said, I think the answer is eggs. Oh. The old man turned his gaze to him and asked with a chuckle, and why do you say that? Because people often say, to find bones in an egg. Ha ha, correct. The old man laughed heartily, looking quite pleased with himself. How about it? Aren't my riddles very interesting? Ash, Misty, and Brock all sighed helplessly. To be honest, they really didn't get the punchline. Only Natsui, who also suddenly became interested, it's rude not to return a favor. In that case, how about I tell a riddle too? Now, this is rare. The old man's eyes lit up. It's always been me testing others. Never has anyone tested me. Bring it on. Clearing his throat, Natsui asked, question, two people fall into a trap at the same time. The one who dies is called a dead person. What is the living person called? Called what? Although the old man and Misty's group all guessed many answers, In the end, they were all rejected by Natsui one by one. Finally, it was Misty who shook her head and asked curiously, "What is the answer?" Of course, he's calling for help. After saying that, Natsui began to laugh by himself. But as he laughed, he saw that the four of them all had speechless expressions, and he couldn't help but stop awkwardly. "Eh," he said in disbelief. "Don't you guys get the punchline?" Punchline? Ash, Misty, and Brock looked confused. What was the difference between this and the old man's riddles? Was it really that funny? The old man also said, "Kid, I thought my riddles were boring enough, but I didn't expect your joke to be even more boring than mine." Bull. Boring? Natsui felt like he had just taken 1,000,000 points of critical damage. Unconvinced, he said, "Fine, I'll give you another one. Listen carefully. Question: what is something that people know is fake, but they still willingly spend money to buy?" Before anyone could guess the answer, Natsui had already pointed at the old man's hair and laughed loudly. "Of course, it's a wig." "Ha ha! Misty, Ash, Brock, sigh." The old man sighed, walked closer, and patted Natsui's shoulder. "Young man, I greatly admire your deadpan humor. On the path of riddles, from now on, I am willing to consider you my greatest rival." Huh. Natsui was stunned, then slapped his hand away and shouted angrily, "To heck with your greatest rival. What did I ever say? I wanted to compete with you in deadpan humor." Chapter 86. The hot spring. And regarding Natsui's attitude, the old man didn't mind. He just stared at him and asked, "About that riddle with the wig just now, did you figure something out?" Natsui smiled. "I heard that the Cinnabar gym leader, Blaine, is a passionate, riddle-loving old man, and because he went bald in his early years, he likes to wear a wig. Also, the gym is property of the league, although it has now become a hot spring, besides the gym leader himself. I really can't think of anyone else who would have the authority to renovate it." How clever. Seeing his identity had been exposed, the old man admitted it freely. "That's right, I am Blaine, the gym leader of the Cinnabar gym." As he spoke, his tone shifted, and he said with some embarrassment, "As for the balding you mentioned, that's purely a rumor. Don't go spreading it around. It's just because the weather on Cinnabar Island is too hot, so I shave my head." Blaine's explanation sounded a bit weak and deliberate. Not just Natsui, but even Misty and Brock could tell he was trying to cover something up. Among those present, it seemed only Ash believed his words. He took a step forward and said excitedly, "So you're Blaine? Mr. Blaine, I'm Ash from Palatown, and I've come specifically to challenge you." "Ahem, I'd advise you to give up." Blaine shook his head and pointed behind him. "The gym has already become an inn. I'm no longer a gym leader. If you want to get a badge, you should go to other towns." Huh? Ash was extremely stunned. It really became an inn? How could this happen? Blaine crossed his arms and said with a helpless expression, "Blame the hot springs that were discovered a few years ago. Since then, the entire town has become a resort destination. And I got really tired of those trainers who came with a tourist mindset, who were weak but challenged me just for the sake of it. So, I simply turned the gym into an inn and refused them." Hearing the reason, Ash said loudly, "Don't lump us in with those people. We've been training and traveling with the Pokemon League as our goal. We're not some half-baked challengers." "That's right," Natsui also said. "Mr. Blaine, it's impossible to send us away with just a few words. We want rest until we get the volcano badge." Hearing their statements, Blaine seriously sized up Natsui and Ash. Although he looked surprised, it seemed he ultimately acknowledged them. "All right, if you insist, I can agree to battle you. But before that, you'll have to find the real location of the gym yourselves." "The real location of the gym?" Misty looked at the inn at the foot of the volcano, converted from the gym, and asked in surprise, "You mean the gym isn't here?" "Of course it's inside the inn," Blaine smiled. "But finding it won't be easy. You'll have to solve the corresponding mechanisms to find its exact location." With that, Blaine led Natsui and the others into the inn. As a building converted from a gym, the inn was quite large. The front part had a restaurant and guest rooms for visitors, while the back part was an open-air hot spring. Entering the lobby, Blaine turned to face them. "I offer free accommodation and food here. You can even use the hot springs in the back as you please. But for now, Please listen carefully to my clue. They all nodded in unison. Please tell us. Blaine clasped his hands behind his back and said slowly, a great flood above, a great fire below. Ash was completely confused. Huh? That's it. That's right. It's that simple, Blaine laughed. Since you've all heard it clearly, then please feel free to do as you wish. After giving his instructions, Blaine paid them no more mind and turned to leave. When he was far away, Brock turned back to the others, frowning in thought. A great flood above, a great fire below. What does that mean? Is it some kind of disaster movie? Misty glanced at Natsui. Seeing he had no intention of participating, she couldn't help but say, literally speaking, it should refer to something related to fire and water. At this point, her tone changed, and she said with great interest, but didn't Blaine just say that they offer free food and hot springs here? Why don't we go rest first? Once we've regained our energy, we can look for that mechanism. That's true. Even though he knew Misty's suggestion was purely for pleasure, Brock still agreed wholeheartedly. We've been traveling for so long, a dip in the hot springs would really relieve our fatigue. For once, everyone was in agreement. They wasted no more time and headed straight for the inn's restaurant. In a room full of traditional Japanese style, Natsui and the others knelt on tatami mats. Not long after, several middle-aged cooks brought them their lunch. Being near the sea, the dishes here were mostly sashimi, sushi, and miso soup. The variety was rich, and when the table was filled, Natsui tried each one and found that every single dish was delicious. And seeing that Natsui was an adult, one of the cooks even brought him a bottle of sake. He took a small sip, and the faint aroma of alcohol filled his mouth. At the side, compared to Natsui's relatively elegant way of eating, Ash and Brock were like a whirlwind, stuffing food into their mouths with lightning-fast speed. Even Misty, at this moment, completely disregarded her girlish image. When everyone was full, Misty patted her slightly bulging belly with a look of complete satisfaction. Compared to our usual camping, this is simply paradise. After the meal, everyone walked around the inn, looking for any suspicious places. It was only then that they discovered that, unlike the other crowded inns in Cinnabar Town, Blaine's Inn had no other guests besides them. It seemed that because he disliked ordinary tourists, he hadn't fully opened the place to the public. Only people like them, who had earned Blaine's approval, would be invited inside. Natsui smiled. It's a good thing he's a gym leader. Otherwise, with his business methods, the inn would have to close down in a few days. After digesting for a bit, they went to the bathroom, changed into yukatas, and went to the open-air hot spring behind the inn. Although it was called an open-air hot spring, it wasn't the mixed-gender bathing type. In the middle of the spring, a long fence and curtain separated the two areas. The spring water was warm and comfortable. When Natsui entered the pool, not only did most of his fatigue disappear, but also felt as if all the pores on his body had opened up in an instant. Just then, his phone, placed on the side, chimed with a message alert. Natsui picked it up and saw that it was another message from the girl. And from the words, the girl completely avoided mentioning the past, only sharing some trivial daily happenings with him. She's really going through a lot for this. His heart softened, and Natsui casually replied to the message. On the other side, Brock saw him constantly typing and kindly reminded him, "You've been on your phone a lot since last night, but staring at the screen for so long will be bad for your eyes, you know?" Chapter 87. The field above the magma. Natsui stood up and moved to the partition in the middle of the hot spring to prevent them from seeing his chat history. As he sat down with his back against the wooden barrier, he looked up at Brock and suddenly asked, after traveling for so long, "Is there any girl you like?" Of course, although Brock didn't understand why Natsui had brought up this topic, he still said matter-of-factly, whether it's Officer Jenny or Nurse Joy. "As long as they're beautiful older women, I like them all. What about you, Ash?" The iron-willed straight man, Ash quickly shook his head, "I'm going to be a Pokemon master. I don't need any girl to like." "Oh, is that so?" Misty's gloating voice came from the other side of the hot spring. "I wonder who it was that." When passing by the Pokemon Tech School and seeing a photo of that girl named Giselle, not only blushed, but also said she was cute. Ash's expression froze, and he scratched his cheek with his finger. Did I say something like that? Everyone chuckled. Natsui then asked Brock, "Then have you met any girl who likes you?" Well, Brock hesitated for a moment. "No, not really." "Why? Why do you ask?" "No reason," Natsui said, fiddling with his phone with a chuckle. "I was just asking casually." "Brock?" Although Natsui hadn't said anything explicit, his tone still made Brock feel somewhat offended. So the person he's been chatting with is a girl who likes him? Damn it. Is he being so shameless just because he has someone who likes him? This is so infuriating. Splash. At that moment, the sound of water came from behind Natsui. He saw ripples spread out beside him, and in the next second, Misty had swum to the other side of the wooden barrier, leaning back to back with him in the same spot. Only a thin curtain separated the two of them. Natsui could even feel Misty's warm body temperature through the gap. "By the way," Misty said softly, "what could Mr. Blaine's riddle be about?" A thought crossed Natsui's mind, and he had already seen through her. He smiled. "You're so smart. You must have already guessed the answer, right? A great flood above, a great fire below. I think it must be referring to this hot spring," Misty said hesitantly. "Perhaps the gym's battlefield is underneath it. But as for where the mechanism is, I'm still completely clueless." Actually, Natsui only remembered a vague outline of the Cinnabar gym. As for the specific details, he had long since forgotten them and naturally couldn't remember where the mechanism was hidden. But even so, he wasn't in a hurry at all. Instead, he was happy to take it easy and leave this matter entirely to Misty and the others. Soaking comfortably in the water, Natsui almost fell asleep. However, after a brief moment of tranquility, Misty's anxious shout suddenly came from behind him. "Togepi, come back." Natsui woke up instantly, but since he didn't know what had happened, he could only ask, "Misty, did something happen?" Misty said, "It's Togepi being naughty. It ran onto the water spout. Standing so high up, it could easily fall." On the other side of the wooden barrier, Togepi was standing on a Gyarados-shaped water spout, hopping up and down, having a great time. Misty stood up, about to go and protect Togepi. However, as it continued to jump, the water spout suddenly sank, as if it had triggered some kind of mechanism. Click! In the next second, a large rock next to the hot spring pool slowly moved, revealing a dark hole inside. But the movement of the rock happened to break the wooden barrier in the hot spring. The barrier instantly collapsed, and Natsui and Misty's eyes met, seeing each other clearly. At that moment, Misty was wrapped in a bath towel, with much of her skin exposed. The sudden change made her face flush completely red. With a small yelp of awe, she quickly squatted down and ducked into the water. Fortunately, because Natsui was standing in the middle, and Ash and Brock were distracted by the hole, they didn't notice Misty's predicament at all. By the time they heard Misty's cry and turned to look, all they saw was the top half of Misty's head above the water. "Huh? Misty, why is your face so red?" Ash asked, puzzled. "You look like a boiled shrimp. But then again, you're such a scaredy cat, aren't you? It was just the barrier falling. It scared you like that." Misty first glanced shyly at Natsui, then turned to glare at Ash and said with displeasure, "None of your business. What's it to you?" "All right, let's not talk about it anymore." Natsui quickly interrupted them. "It seems this hole must be the secret passage to the real gym. We really have Togepi to thank this time. I never thought that while we were just relaxing in the hot spring, it would accidentally find the hidden switch." The group went back to the changing rooms one after another, changed into their regular clothes, and a few minutes later, gathered again by the hot spring pool. After exchanging glances, they entered the hole. The steps under their feet led slowly downwards, seeming to extend all the way into the volcano's interior. After walking for dozens of meters, the temperature in the cave grew higher and higher. But fortunately, there were burning candles on both sides of the walls for light, so it didn't feel too dark and oppressive. Finally, they arrived in front of a closed iron door. Without much thought, Ash went directly to pull the iron doorknob, but the moment he touched it, he was burned by the scorching heat. "Wow, so hot, so hot." Natsui lifted his foot and kicked the iron door open with the sole of his shoe. But before they could see what was beyond the door, a large cloud of white steam had already drifted towards them. At the same time, a strong smell of sulfur stimulated their nostrils. When the steam met the circulating air and slowly dissipated, a battlefield suddenly appeared before their eyes. It was a simple platform suspended over magma by chains, and below the platform was scorching hot lava, bubbling and churning. Because the temperature was so high, after just standing for a while, their clothes were already soaked with sweat. Clank, 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 clank. Just then, as rows of spotlights suddenly turned on, they saw Blaine standing far on the other side of the field, watching them calmly. Well, I didn't think you'd actually find this place. It seems that today is destined to be a day for a passionate, heated battle. 2 battles. Actually, Natsui corrected. Both of us will be challenging you this time, Mr. Blaine. It doesn't matter how many, Blaine smiled. So, who will be the first to have a 3-on-3 battle with me? Looking at Natsui and seeing no objection, Ash stepped forward first, of course, ITLLB me, and as Ash spoke, Misty, behind him, reminded him. Well then, Ash, do your best. But don't forget what you said before. We're waiting for you to get the volcano badge in one go. Chapter 88. Back-to-back challenges. Ash was clearly full of confidence, and even turned to give them a thumbs up. Seeing him about to charge forward so recklessly, Natsui couldn't help but warn him. Ash, Blaine is an expert in fire-type Pokemon and has the home field advantage. Don't be careless. I know. On the other side, Blaine had already sent out his first Pokemon. It was a pale yellow, fox-shaped Pokemon Ninetales. Just as its name suggested, Ninetales' 9 swaying tails were smooth and long. Its whole body was covered in beige fur. It had a pair of bright red eyes, and its body was well-proportioned, looking very noble and elegant. Facing Ninetales, Ash sent out Squirtle. However, when the match began, to everyone's surprise, after just a few rounds of trading blows with Fire Spin and Water Gun, Squirtle's body was pierced by the Fire Spin, causing continuous burn damage. In the end, it unbelievably collapsed to the ground, losing its ability to battle. Seeing this, not only was Ash in disbelief, but even Natsui's brow was tightly furrowed. To be able to defeat Squirtle so easily despite a type disadvantage, that's truly impressive. Damn it. Although unwilling to accept it, Ash could only recall Squirtle and sent out his second Pokemon. When the Pokeball opened, what appeared before everyone was a creature flapping its wings, stretching its long neck, with a blazing flame on its tail, a Charizard. Seeing it, Natsui subconsciously raised an eyebrow. So in such a short time, Ash's Charmander has already evolved into a Charizard. That's some rapid progress. At this time, Blaine also recalled Ninetales and sent out his second Pokemon as well. Well then, my number 2 contestant is this one. Come on out. Right on. In the next second, a Pokemon with a sharp drill on its forehead, a dinosaur-like build, and its entire body protected by armor-like skin, appeared in the field. But unexpectedly, facing Blaine's Rhydon, Charizard seemed to have no fighting spirit at all. It yawned, and then leisurely flew out of the field and laid down on a giant rock. Charizard, what are you doing? Ash was shocked and quickly shouted at it. I'm begging you, please come down and battle. But no matter how much Ash yelled, Charizard remained indifferent, unable to command your own Pokemon. It seems it doesn't quite acknowledge you, Blaine said in a calm tone. But since Charizard has flown out of the field, this battle counts as your forfeiture. Huh? How could this happen? Before the match began, Ash had never imagined such a situation. Left with no choice, he could only place his final hope on Pikachu. Go, Pikachu! However, pitting the Electric-type Pikachu against the Ground Rock-type Rhydon was clearly a terrible move. Sure enough, when the battle started, although Pikachu could initially dodge Rhydon's attacks with its agile movements, its Electric-type moves had absolutely no effect on Rhydon. However, just when everyone thought defeat was inevitable, the ensuing development showed them the extraordinary nature of the amazing duo of Ash and Pikachu. Despite being at a disadvantage, with its unwavering spirit and Ash's cheers, Pikachu managed to defeat Rhydon using quick attack and agility. Remarkable. Blaine clapped his hands, recalled Rhydon, and praised, "Your Pikachu has quite a set of skills." It really opened my eyes. Finally breathing a sigh of relief, Ash's spirits were high again, and he shouted, "So, what Pokemon are you going to bring out next?" "Humph, humph," Blaine said mysteriously. "The hottest flame in the world, the magma within magma. What is it that moves within?" "Arg." Ash scratched his hair frantically and said, exasperated, "Come on, at a time like this. Just stop with the riddles." Seeing no one was playing along, Blaine sighed in disappointment and could only shout, "Come on out, Magmar!" As the magma surged, a Pokemon leaped out of the lava, steaming, and landed magnificently in the center of the field. When the two Pokemon battled, Pikachu was at a disadvantage from the very beginning. Not only was it hit by Fire Punch, but it was ultimately defeated by a Fire Blast, ending the battle. Truly, the older the wiser, the older the spicier. Although Blaine is old, his Pokemon are still not to be underestimated. Anxious to protect Pikachu, Ash jumped from the protruding stone pillar to the center of the field and silently picked up his Pokemon. At this moment, he no longer had the high fighting spirit from before. His expression was full of disappointment. Seeing him like this, Misty refrained from saying anything to provoke him and instead offered a few words of comfort. "Go back and train some more," Blaine said mercilessly regarding Charizard's performance. "Being unable to command your own Pokemon makes you an unqualified trainer, you know." After speaking, he ignored the shamefaced Ash and turned to look at Natsui. "How about it? After witnessing the strength of my Pokemon, do you still want to continue your challenge?" "Naturally," Natsui nodded and said seriously, "Since I've come here, how could I back down? But Mr. Blaine, your Pokemon has just been through a battle. For the sake of fairness, would you like to take a short break first?" "There's no need for that at all." Blaine laughed loudly. "My Pokemon are all powerhouses burning with blazing fire. They don't need you to worry about them at all." "That confident, huh?" Seeing Natsui had no intention of backing down, Blaine, on the other side, was the first to throw a Pokeball, sending out his first Pokemon. However, after the blue light faded, it was not one of the three Pokemon that had just battled, but a Rapidash with flames burning on its four hooves, head, and back. Pokédex beep. Rapidash, the Fire Horse Pokemon. A fire type, the evolved form of Ponyta. If it sees a fast-moving object, it will want to compete with it and will start to chase it at a ferocious speed. The flames on its body will burn even more intensely as its speed increases. A Rapidash, huh? After a moment of thought, Natsui sent out his Pokemon. With a powerful roar, Gyarados made its dazzling entrance. And upon hearing this roar and seeing Gyarados' terrifying eyes, Rapidash subconsciously took a few steps back. Affected by Gyarados' intimidate ability, Rapidash's courage faltered before the battle even began. It had already lost some of its momentum before they had even truly clashed. At this time, Misty quietly walked to Natsui's ear and cheered him on. "Brother Natsui, Mr. Blaine is not easy to deal with. You have to be careful." He turned back to Misty with a gentle smile and nodded lightly. "Don't worry, I will be." Returning his thoughts to the battlefield, Natsui decisively ordered an attack. "Gyarados, go. Use Aqua Tail." Chapter 89. The rampaging Gyarados faced with the intimidating Gyarados, Blaine was naturally not one to be outdone. "Rapidash. Use Stomp." Gyarados' tail was enveloped in water as it viciously whipped towards Rapidash. At the same time, Rapidash reared up, its front hooves raised high, preparing to stomp down on Gyarados. However, when the two Pokemon met, before Rapidash's hooves could even land, its body was struck by an immense force. Like a rubber ball, with a loud thud, it was brutally sent flying over 10 meters away. Water is super effective against fire. As Rapidash shook its head and struggled to its feet, Blaine shouted, "Rapidash, use Flame Charge." The flames on Rapidash's body instantly surged, and it was soon completely engulfed in fire, looking like a giant fireball. It then galloped forward, charging towards Gyarados again at an extremely high speed. Flame Charge is a contact move. Knowing that physical contact was inevitable, Natsui decided to wait for the attack and commanded. Again, Aqua Tail. The two Pokémon collided. The reaction of water and fire created a burst of hot steam, but Aqua Tail's power was ultimately stronger, injuring Rapidash and knocking it back a few steps. Blaine frowned slightly. After two attacks, his own Pokémon was the one seriously injured. He had realized how difficult Gyarados was to deal with. However, he had no real countermeasure for this. It couldn't be helped. His Rapidash's main attack methods were primarily close-range combat against a Water-type Pokémon with immense power. It could be said that it had completely met its natural enemy. Seeing Blaine's silence, Natsui, unaware of his complex feelings at the moment, saw that his attack was effective and continued to press his advantage. Gyarados, don't give a chance to breathe. Faced with the ferocious Gyarados, Blaine quickly said, Rapidash, use Flame Wheel. A dozen small fireballs appeared around Rapidash, circling it. However, just as it was about to charge at Gyarados again, it suddenly saw Gyarados gaping, bloody maw. Affected by Intimidate, Rapidash was scared. It hesitated, its body subconsciously twitching restlessly a few times. A good chance. Natsui's eyes lit up, and he immediately seized this fleeting opportunity. Gyarados, let's go on a rampage. With Natsui's command, Gyarados let out a roar to the sky, its eyes turning blood red as its reason completely faded, leaving only a savage desire to destroy everything in its sight. In the next second, its head, body, and tail all became weapons. Without any technique, relying solely on its brute force, it unleashed all its power on Rapidash and the surrounding field. Boom, 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 boom. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. Under Gyarados' continuous attacks, not only did the suspended platform shake violently, but even the iron chains holding it rattled, seeming as if they could snap at any moment. A large amount of debris and dust floated up, obscuring the situation on the field. When Gyarados finally calmed down and the dust settled, everyone saw that Rapidash was lying in a large crater, its body covered in injuries, having long since lost consciousness. All right, before Natsui could even speak, Misty, at the side, had already jumped up happily, and from the looks of it, she seemed even happier than if she had won the match herself. At the side, Brock and Ash also applauded and cheered. Return, Rapidash. Blaine shook his head lightly and recalled his Pokémon. Having won the first round, Natsui couldn't help but relax his tense nerves. It couldn't be helped. Blaine had defeated Ash so easily just now, which had indeed made him take Blaine's strength more seriously. But now, with Gyarados defeating Rapidash, the pressure on him suddenly lessened, and his mood eased a bit. Well done. Compared to that little brat, just now, you are indeed much tougher to deal with. Blaine looked at Natsui and sent out his second Pokémon. Come on out, Ninetales. The radiant Ninetales entered the field once again. Pokédex, beep. Ninetales, the fox Pokémon. A fire type, the evolved form of Vulpix. It is very intelligent, but also vindictive. According to legend, it was born from the fusion of 9 saints with divine powers. It has golden fur and 9 long tails, and can live for 1,000 years. Only 1,000 years? Compared to my Wartortle's lifespan, you've still got a long way to go. Although it had just been through a battle, Natsui did not choose to switch out his Pokémon. Gyarados, keep up the good work. Roar. As the battle began, Blaine used the same trick again, once more using the move that had defeated Squirtle. Ninetales, use Fire Spin. So it's this move again. Natsui naturally did not dare to be careless. Gyarados, use Whirlpool. Vortexes of fire and water. 2 moves of different types, but similar effects, were unleashed and collided. But this time it was water that won, not only extinguishing the flames, but also hitting Ninetales. Ninetales! Seeing the soaked Ninetales, Blaine quickly said, Use Confuse Ray. A multicolored beam of light shot from Ninetales' mouth. Gyarados dodged it quickly. Although Natsui gave the command in time, with Gyarados speed, it was still hit squarely by the Confuse Ray. When the light faded, Gyarados stood in place, already in a state of confusion. Very good, Blaine said. Ninetales. Use Quick Attack. Ninetales moved at an extremely high speed and slammed hard into Gyarados. Although it caused damage, it also simultaneously snapped Gyarados out of its confusion. Gyarados, use Aqua Tail. Seeing Gyarados curl its tail and whip it towards itself, Ninetales quickly leaped away, barely avoiding the water-wreathed tail. On the other side, seeing his attack was effective, Blaine continued with the same method. Let's do it again, Confuse Ray. Again? Natsui's brows furrowed tightly as he quickly thought of a countermeasure. And just as his gaze swept over the thick iron chains holding up the platform, his eyes suddenly lit up. Gyarados, break the chain next to you. Although Gyarados was confused, it still obediently used Aqua Tail to snap the iron chain in one go. And as the chain broke with a clang, the platform suddenly tilted at a sharp angle towards Gyarados. At the same time, Ninetales' Confuse Ray flew past, almost grazing Gyarados' hard horns. What? Blaine was shocked. But before he could react, Ninetales was already sliding down the slope towards Gyarados. Now's your chance, Natsui shouted. Bite it. Although Gyarados was also sliding backward, with its immense power, it leaped forward, opened its great mouth, and bit down hard on Ninetales' body. Its teeth sank deep into Ninetales' skin. Ninetales let out a miserable cry and struggled desperately, but it was still unable to escape Gyarados' fong-filled bloody maw. Chapter 90. Battle on the volcano now. You finally have nowhere to run. Seeing this, Natsui let out a long breath and then commanded, Gyarados, let's end this. Hydro Pump. A thick and powerful stream of water formed in Gyarados' mouth and, like a large-caliber cannonball, struck Ninetales' body. With its body caught in the bite, Ninetales had no way to dodge and could only endure the full force of this high-damage water-type attack. This time, it could no longer hold on. Following in Rapidash's footsteps, it also collapsed beneath Gyarados. However, the momentum of the Hydro Pump did not stop. After defeating Ninetales, it continued forward and, by sheer coincidence, snapped another iron chain. The already precarious platform, like an elevator that had lost its support, suddenly plummeted. Boom! With a tremendous crash, the entire platform smashed onto the magma, not only creating a monstrous wave of lava, but also breaking into several pieces. This is bad. Natsui and Blaine quickly took out their Pokeballs and recalled their respective Pokemon. At the same time, the rolling heat wave had already reached the shore. Seeing Natsui still standing in his spot, Misty, disregarding her own safety, grabbed his arm and pulled him to a safe area. Whoosh! The surging magma rained down like a firestorm, splashing across the entire underground cavern. When it finally calmed down and slowly receded, the battlefield hidden beneath the hot spring and had been completely turned into a ruin. Patting the back of Misty's hand to reassure her, Natsui turned his head to Blaine. Mr. Blaine, I'm terribly sorry. Natsui apologized sincerely. I accidentally messed up your field like this. It's all right. If the gym is destroyed, it can be rebuilt. As long as you all are not injured, that's what matters, Blaine said, unconcerned. However, it looks like the final match will have to be held in a different location. The group exited through the tunnel, returned to the inn, and, after a short rest, followed Blaine towards the volcano. Following the winding and rugged mountain path, they climbed higher and higher, eventually arriving at the crater of the Cinnabar volcano. Looking at the churning magma below his feet, Brock asked worriedly, Is it really okay to battle here? Aren't you afraid of causing an eruption? Don't be nervous, Blaine smiled. I'm not only an expert on fire-type Pokemon, but also an expert on volcanoes. Although this volcano has been a bit active recently, It won't erupt anytime soon. Hearing his assurance, Natsui walked to the edge of the crater and surveyed this replacement battlefield. Inside the circular crater stood dozens of identically shaped stone pillars. Although they looked naturally formed, whether on the internet or in the news, Natsui had never seen such a strange volcano crater. And below those stone pillars was the steaming, rolling lava. "My last Pokemon is Magmar," Blaine said, sending out his final and strongest Pokemon. At the same time, his tone shifted as he asked, "But I hope that Gyarados just now wasn't your strongest Pokemon. Otherwise, I've already figured out your patterns, and you'll have no chance of winning the next battle. You can rest assured about that," Natsui said. "This was the first time I've ever used Gyarados in a gym battle since it evolved. For it to achieve such results was also beyond my expectations." Blaine looked down at the two Pokeballs on his waist, stunned for a long moment, and muttered to himself, "I thought it was your ace, but it turns out it was just its first gym battle." Not noticing the change in his expression, Natsui smiled. "But speaking of which, this is the first time I've seen a gym leader worry that his challenger isn't strong enough." Blaine sighed, his words filled with his own life philosophy. Life is a riddle, a constant cycle of asking and answering oneself. Every time a new riddle is solved, people can grow greatly. Pokemon battles are the same. No matter how high a wall you hit, as long as you overcome it, you can become stronger. So, as long as you are alive, you must constantly come up with new riddles and constantly challenge yourself in Pokemon battles. As expected of you, Mr. Blaine. I've learned a lot. Natsui nodded. Wasting no more time, he sent out his second Pokemon. "Go, Wartortle!" As the blue light faded, Wartortle appeared on a stone pillar inside the volcano. "Wartortle! Tortle! A Wartortle?" Looking at it, Blaine frowned. "I was expecting a stronger Pokemon. I didn't think it would be just a not yet fully evolved Wartortle. I don't understand. Why did you decide to send it out? Such a rare opportunity." "Of course I wanted to get some training," Natsui said, recalling Wartortle's Pokeball, completely unconcerned. "Maybe Wartortle isn't a match for Magmar, but I still have one more chance anyway. Even if it loses, it can still be considered to have worn down Magmar's stamina." "I see." Blaine laughed loudly. "I didn't think you would be the one to truly embody my life philosophy." Once both Pokemon were ready, the two trainers gave their commands at almost the same time. "Wartortle, use Water Gun. Magmar, use Fire Punch." Wartortle shot a water gun from its mouth straight at Magmar. However, Magmar endured the damage and, with a few leaps, rushed up to Wartortle. This move had been quite effective against Pikachu just now. Clearly, Blaine wanted to replicate the same tactic to turn the tide against a type disadvantage. Unfortunately, Natsui was not Ash, and Wartortle was not Pikachu. Natsui naturally would not let him get his way. "Wartortle, withdraw." As Wartortle's body retracted into its shell, Magmar seemed at a loss for what to do and could only punch the shell repeatedly with its flaming fists. Frowning, Blaine shouted, "Magmar, throw it into the magma." Natsui was shocked. "You can do that. Even if Wartortle is a water type, if it gets thrown into magma, forget about it living to see Natsui's descendants. It would probably be instantly incinerated, burned to a crisp with not even ashes left." Seeing Magmar extend its hands, seemingly preparing to pick up Wartortle, Natsui quickly shouted, "Wartortle, rapid spin." Wartortle suddenly spun its body, faster and faster, shaking off Magmar. At the same time, the shell bounced high into the air, tracing a perfect arc as it spun towards Magmar. "Magmar, use Flamethrower." Magmar spewed a large ball of fire at Wartortle. But even so, through the burning flames, Wartortle still smashed into Magmar's face. Chapter 91. The Volcano Badge. After this blow, Magmar's already pained-looking face became even more contorted. However, although it had caused damage, Wartortle was also unfortunately burned by the flames and had no choice but to poke its head out of its shell. An opening. Blaine's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Magmar, use Fire Punch." Flaming fists rained down on Wartortle's body, and as if to avenge the slap to the face from before, Magmar's fire punches this time were especially forceful. Wartortle, bubble beam. A stream of bubbles suddenly shot out from Wartortle's mouth, constantly expanding and colliding with the fire punches. Pop, 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 pop. Both sides took varying degrees of damage. As they each retreated to another stone pillar, they were both panting, but because it was constantly suffering from the burn, Wartortle's expression became even more pained. Magmar used Fire Blast. Magmar fired a ball of flame, which in an instant grew larger and larger, finally forming a giant character for Big as it flew towards Wartortle. With no way to dodge, Natsui had no choice but to meet the fire head-on. However, since Wartortle had not yet learned any higher power water-type moves, it could only spit another water gun to clash with the Fire Blast. SSSS, water and fire mixed, and a burst of steam erupted instantly. Although it had the type advantage, the power of the water gun was not enough to extinguish the Fire Blast. Instead, it was swallowed by the flames, which continued to sweep towards Wartortle. And when the flames passed, Wartortle could no longer hold on and collapsed on the stone pillar. Seeing he had finally won a round, Blaine also let out a long sigh of relief. It seems I've turned the tables. Natsui praised. This Magmar of yours is raised quite well. My Wartortle is indeed no match for it. Although he had lost a round, Natsui was not discouraged in the slightest. After all, having taken several attacks, Magmar's stamina had been depleted by at least half. But next, which Pokemon should I send out? His gaze swept around the inside of the volcano crater. This kind of field had very little room for movement and was not suitable for conventional combat, nor was it suitable for a large Pokemon like Gyarados. After thinking for a moment, he threw the first Pokeball on his waist. It's up to you next, Kirlia. A flash of blue light, and Kirlia appeared in the field. Once both sides were ready, the battle began. But what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. The field, which should have restricted the opponent, instead put Magmar at a disadvantage against Kirlia's teleport. In the end, with the completely unpredictable movement trajectory of teleport, Kirlia blinked between the various stone pillars in the face of Magmar's fire attacks, giving Magmar no opportunities. It defeated it very simply and quickly with confusion. Amazing. Blaine helplessly recalled Magmar and walked over to Natsui, sighing, especially this last battle. I thought it would be a close, evenly matched fight, but I didn't expect my Magmar would only be able to take a passive beating. To be honest, Natsui hadn't expected a win so easily in the end either. Mr. Blaine, you can't blame me for this. My Kirlia is a psychic type, after all. On this kind of terrain, it's very difficult to land hit on it. Shaking his head, Blaine took out a flame-shaped badge from his robes and tossed it to Natsui. I'm getting old, really not as good as I used to be. Take it. This is the proof of your victory over me. As Natsui steadily caught the badge, contrary to his own joy, Ash, at the side, looked at the badge with an extremely dejected expression. His hand involuntarily gripped the Pokeball containing Charizard. If only my Charizard were this obedient. Unconsciously, the sky had already turned to dusk. At Blaine's invitation, Natsui and the others continued to stay at the inn as guests. But during dinner, Ash was gloomy and silent, leaving the room early without a word. Watching his back, Blaine asked curiously, where is he going? Don't mind him. He's probably off to do some special training again. Misty waved her hand, not surprised at all. After all, every time he loses a match, he'll be down for a while, but he'll bounce back quickly. That's right. Natsui also chimed in and kindly reminded, I bet he'll challenge you again first thing tomorrow morning, Mr. Blaine. But by then, his condition will be completely different from today's. Oh, is that so? Blaine drank a cup of sake with great interest. Then he'll be looking forward to it. After speaking, he turned to Natsui again. All right. My hot spring is very helpful for burns. I think you don't need to go to any Pokemon Center later. Just take your Wartortle directly for a soak in the hot spring. After the meal, Natsui followed the advice and took Wartortle to the hot spring pool again. But this time, he was the only one there. Brock had gone out to look for Ash, worried about him, and Misty had run off somewhere since a while ago. Such a rare opportunity. Everyone, come on out for a soak in a hot spring too. Natsui opened his Pokeballs and released all his Pokemon except for the two dumb birds. Instantly, the hot spring pool was packed to the brim. Especially after Gyarados settled into the water level rose, leaving only a small gap next to him. However, the Pokemon clearly had different attitudes towards the hot spring. Kirlia was like it was enjoying a health spa, soaking most of its body in the water, with only its head exposed. Dratini curled up in a corner of the hot spring, floating on its back like a dead fish, with its soft belly facing outwards. Ivysaur was paddling its four limbs in the water, swimming leisurely. Gyarados was completely unable to move. And Jolteon, seemingly afraid of getting its fur wet, didn't dare to enter the water at all. As for Charmeleon, who was naturally afraid of water, it hugged its tail and kept its distance from the hot spring, only daring to dip its toes cautiously into the water. It seemed that only Haunter was playfully splashing water on everyone, having the time of its life. Scooping up a full ladle of hot spring water, Natsui carefully poured it over Wartortle's back. You really worked hard in that battle, just now. At that moment, the sound of soft footsteps came from outside the hot spring pool. Natsui turned his head and saw that it was Misty, wrapped in a bath towel, slowly walking over. Because Togepi had triggered the mechanism during the day, breaking the wooden barrier in the middle of the hot spring, it had not yet been repaired, turning the separated bath into a mixed one. And with Natsui's Pokemon taking up most of the space, Misty's face turned slightly red upon seeing this, but she nonchalantly entered the water and sat down beside Natsui. But as fate would have it, as Misty sat down, Natsui's hand accidentally touched her fair thigh, delicate, soft, and smooth. This, for a moment, Natsui froze on the spot, and the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Chapter 92. The Pink Demon. Natsui quickly adjusted his sitting position. To break the awkwardness, he cleared his throat and changed the subject. What a coincidence. You came for a soak in a hot spring too? I thought you would have gone out with Brock to look for Ash. Misty swirled the water's surface and shook her head. Why look for him? Even if we don't, he'll be back on his own before long. After speaking, she turned to look at Natsui and asked, since you've already gotten the Volcano badge, will you be leaving Cinnabar Island tomorrow? After a hum of agreement, Natsui said, now that I have the 7th badge, there's no point in staying here. It's time to set off and continue my journey. Misty hesitated for a moment. Actually, perhaps seeing what she was about to say, Natsui suddenly interrupted her. Actually, sometimes I really envy you guys. Yeah, Misty said, surprised. Why do you say that? Traveling together as a group of 3, adventuring together, camping together. Just thinking about it sounds like a very happy thing. Natsui once again scooped up a ladle of hot spring water and poured it over Wartortle. Not like me, all alone. Even if I want to find someone to talk to, there's no one to chat with. At the side, Haunter rolled its eyes at Natsui. No one to talk to? Then what am I? Men. Then why don't you travel with us? Misty blurted out, then as if mustering up her courage. Or I can travel with you. 2 people would definitely be more interesting than 1. Let's not. Natsui glanced at her and politely declined. If you leave with me, what about Ash and Brock? A terrible sense of direction, lecherous, careless, sleeping in. With all those faults, without you there to mediate, would it really be okay to just let those 2 run wild? Well, out of the long-standing friendship between them, after Natsui mentioned it, Misty also became worried. If she suddenly left, those 2 guys, Ash and Brock, would probably never make it to the Indigo League conference in their entire lives. Seeing her waver, Natsui continued, if you want to travel with me, why be in such a hurry? When your journey with Ash and Brock is over, there will naturally be plenty of time. That's true. Hearing Natsui's promise, Misty seemed to have a weight lifted from her mind. All right then, let's travel together next time. Of course, no problem. As long as you're still willing to go with me then, we'll go on a spontaneous trip. The figure before him overlapped with another, and Natsui's hand subconsciously rose, wanting to touch Misty's hair. He then came to a sudden realization, although she also called him Brother Natsui, she was not the girl from Kalos. Phew, habit really is second nature. That was close. A spontaneous trip? Misty didn't seem to notice Natsui's movement and covered her mouth with a light laugh. I'm really looking forward to that day. Just then, a small, round, pink Pokemon suddenly jumped into the courtyard. Before Natsui could get a clear look at it, Misty had already shouted out loud, it's it. That Jigglypuff. That Jigglypuff. Natsui focused his eyes and saw that this pink Jigglypuff had a face as plump as a balloon, with a pair of innocent, large eyes that made it look very cute. But the most noticeable thing was the wireless microphone it held in its hand. His mind went blank for a moment, and then he realized why this Jigglypuff had made Misty's expression change so drastically. If you had to say which wild Pokemon from the first season of the anime left the deepest impression on Natsui, it would have to be this pink demon Jigglypuff. With its extraordinary sleeping ability, anyone who heard its song, whether human or Pokemon, would fall into a deep slumber without exception. But how did it appear here? Before he had time to wonder, this Jigglypuff, seeing so many Pokemon, seemed to think this was a suitable place to show off its singing voice and hold a small concert, and decisively raised its microphone. Seeing that it was about to sing, Misty's face turned pale with horror. No, don't sing. But Jigglypuff was completely unfazed by her protest. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff. When it opened its mouth and sang the first note, Natsui's eyelids uncontrollably drooped, and his thoughts seemed to dissipate completely beyond his brain's control. With sheer willpower, he managed to hold on for a few seconds. However, just as he reached his breaking point and was about to doze off, he saw his Pokemon scattered about, already sound asleep. As for Misty, she had also toppled over, lying on his chest. And because her body was relaxed, the bath towel wrapped around her body, as her arms went limp, had also quietly slipped down. Before he could reach out to catch it, Natsui completely lost consciousness. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he slowly woke up to a rustling sound. Above his head, the moon was high in the sky, illuminating the night together with a myriad of stars. Looking up, his Pokemon were still in their dreams. And beside him, Misty, with her back to him, was hastily rewrapping the bath towel around herself. Looking again for the culprit, Jigglypuff, it had long since disappeared. He tried to move, but because he had been soaking in the water for too long, his body was sore and weak, and he felt as if he had swollen up quite a bit. It was extremely uncomfortable, but it was a good thing he woke up at this time. If he had lain there any longer, he would have been truly soaked through and cooked. Beside him, hearing Natsui move, Misty turned around slowly with a blushing face. After this incident, just when Natsui thought the situation would be a bit awkward, upon seeing the doodles drawn all over each other's faces, all that was left was a knowing smile. The next morning, he waved goodbye to Ash, Blaine, and the others, repacked his bag, and headed towards the Kanto mainland. After a night of rest, Natsui and his Pokemon's fatigue were all gone. It was just that after sleeping in the hot spring, holding one position for a long time had made his back slightly sore. Leaving Cinnabar Town, he walked for another 10 or so kilometers, finally reaching the northern coast of Cinnabar Island. He summoned Gyarados and, following another waterway, left this island full of memories. Breaking through the waves, riding the wind. Natsui's original plan was to reach Pallet Town by water, and from there, head to Viridian City to challenge the Viridian Gym. However, on the way, to avoid a whirlpool, he veered off course. When he came ashore, he found that he had somehow arrived near Fuchsia City. But it didn't really matter. After all, in terms of straight-line distance, Fuchsia City wasn't very far from Viridian City. It just meant taking a bit of a detour. However, just as he walked into a forest, put down his backpack, and intended to rest for a while before continuing, a sudden sound caught his attention. Chapter 93. Far-fetched, and the thief Natsui turned his head and saw a bush suddenly rustle. A Pokemon holding a leek stalk swaggered out from inside. Its duck-like appearance and the distinctive stalk in its hand allowed Natsui to recognize it with a single glance. So it was a far-fetched. This far-fetched strutted proudly, seemingly humming an unknown tune as it casually walked right up to Natsui. Huh, it's not afraid of people? Natsui looked around but saw no sign of any other humans. Is it a wild far-fetched? Seeing that Natsui remained motionless, the far-fetched began to pace back and forth in front of him, as if trying to get his attention with this gesture. But no matter how hard it tried, it wasn't particularly appealing to Natsui. After all, just like Butterfree, Beedrill, Psyduck, and Persian, while Natsui liked them, he felt there was no real need to catch them. So, for this far-fetched, Natsui neither liked nor disliked it. He didn't feel strongly about it at all. He recalled a recent chat with Ash and the others, where they mentioned encountering a thief who used a far-fetched to commit crimes during their journey. Combined with this far-fetched's unusual behavior, its origin was now obvious. With a quick thought, Natsui decided to play along with this far-fetched and see what kind of scheme it was trying to pull. Oh, it's a far-fetched. Thinking this, he feigned surprise, pretending to be drawn in by the Pokemon, and took out a Pokeball. Are you asking me to catch you? Seeing this, the far-fetched thought Natsui had taken the bait. It cried out a few times, then suddenly sped up and fled into the nearby tall grass, disappearing behind a few large trees. Natsui pretended to be anxious and chased after it, stepping into the tall grass. However, by the time he got around the trees, the far-fetched was long gone. Sigh. Natsui let out a fake sigh and shook his head. What shame, I lost it. Just as he finished speaking, the far-fetched suddenly popped its head out in the distance. Its expression was exaggerated and theatrical, its eyebrows twitching, all but shouting the words, "I'm over here. Come and get me." Natsui scoffed and, instead of paying it any more mind, turned back the way he came. Sure enough, right where he had been standing, he saw a sharp-looking boy with a ponytail reaching for the backpack he had left there. Natsui stared at him coldly. You've been hiding for so long. You finally couldn't resist making your move? What? Seeing Natsui return, the boy was shocked. He looked at him in disbelief, his hand frozen in midair. Didn't you go after the far-fetched? Of course that was a trick. Otherwise, how would you have shown your true colors? Natsui was quite pleased with his own impromptu performance. If he were to give up on being a Pokemon trainer and go back to work in the Kalos region, he might even be able to move from behind the scenes to in front of the camera, maybe landing a minor role with a few lines. Just then, the sound of frantic footsteps came from behind Natsui. The far-fetched, seeing that things had gone wrong, had rushed back to stand in front of the boy. Natsui's gaze swept over the boy and the Pokemon. I heard from Misty that they once ran into a thief who used a far-fetched to scam and trick people. After battling you, I thought you would turn over a new leaf, but I see you are still up to your old tricks. It seems Officer Jenny made a mistake by not arresting you back then. Misty? The boy's face changed. He certainly hadn't forgotten Misty, Ash, and their friend from a few days ago, nor the bold promises he had made to change his ways after being caught. Seeing that he had been exposed, he didn't hesitate, grabbing the backpack from the ground and turning to run. But to his surprise, the backpack seemed to sprout wings and flew high out his hands. As he watched in shock, the backpack slowly floated back to Natsui and landed securely in his hands. What's going on? Natsui shot him a dismissive look. You didn't really think I'd be careless enough to leave my backpack here without any precautions, did you? As he spoke, a haunter slowly materialized, grinning at the boy with a terrifying smile. Ah, hello there, Mr. Thief. Darn it. The boy cursed under his breath. Without another moment's hesitation, he ran off into the distance. He's getting away. Haunter chuckled. I know. Natsui unhurriedly took out a Pokeball and sent out Kirlia. I'm counting on you. Stop him. Kirlia nodded gently and used Teleport. In the next instant, it appeared in front of the boy, blocking his escape route. Ah, I'm so sorry. Seeing this, the boy slowly turned around, clasped his hands together, and said sincerely, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Please let me go. If saying sorry was enough, what would we need the police for? Natsui shook his head. If it had been someone else, they would have fallen for your trick. It would be too late for tears by now. let alone apologies. I think I'd better hand you over to Officer Jenny. I had no choice. The boy continued to plead, playing the sympathy card. My far-fetched is too weak, so we have to survive this way. We really don't want to steal. Stop making excuses. Natsui saw through his lie in a second. In this day and age, as long as you're willing to work hard, you can make a living anywhere. I don't consider myself a saint, but I'll never let anyone take advantage of me. And this time, no matter what you say, you have to pay the price for your actions. Seeing that Natsui was completely unmoved, the boy finally dropped his act. Ever since he realized his Pokemon's true strength, his thefts had become bolder. You want to catch me? The boy shouted. Since you're pushing me this far, let's see if you have what it takes. You want to settle this with Pokemon? Natsui nodded. That suits me just fine. But do you want to use normal battle rules? Or my rules? Your battle rules? The boy paused. What's the difference? Natsui shrugged. It's all just fighting. Of course there's no difference. Oomph. The boy snorted with an impatient look. Stop wasting time with pointless talk. Just bring it on. And go to show you just how powerful my far-fetched really is. Chapter 94. The capture and the biker gang watching him. Natsui reached for his waist and, in the next second, threw several Pokeballs at once. After the flashes of blue light, Charmeleon, Wartortle, Jolteon, and Ivysaur appeared, joining Kirlia to completely surround the boy. Looking at Natsui's intimidating Pokemon, then down at his own far-fetched, the stunned look on the boy's face could only be described as priceless. Didn't you say we were going to battle according to the rules? I did. These are my rules, Natsui said matter-of-factly. I already told you, I'm no saint. My style isn't to stick to conventions. My way of dealing with bad guys has always been for the strong to crush the weak and the many to overwhelm the few. The boy was speechless. You're shameless. Thanks for the compliment. Natsui didn't want to waste any more time with him and waved a hand at his Pokemon. Get them. The Pokemon swarmed forward and easily defeated the far-fetched. Finally, Ivysaur used its vine whip to tie the boy's wrists, making it impossible for him to escape. Immediately after, Natsui dialed the police. At this, the boy completely panicked and begged pitifully, but seeing that Natsui was turning a deaf ear, he threw caution to the wind and started cursing loudly. Natsui, annoyed by the noise, picked up a rock, stuffed it in his mouth, and sealed it with a piece of tape. Now, the boy was truly helpless. Before long, Officer Jenny, riding a motorcycle, made a stylish stop right in front of Natsui with a screech of brakes, kicking up a cloud of exhaust. Who called the police? She asked, looking sharp and heroic. Ahem. Waving away the choking smoke, Natsui said, I did. After he explained the situation, Officer Jenny's eyes widened as she looked at the boy, furious. Keita, I can't believe you're back to your old ways. This time, it doesn't matter who pleads for you. You're coming with me to the station. MMPH. MMPH. The boy named Keita struggled desperately. But Officer Jenny didn't remove his gag. Instead, she put him in cold handcuffs and shoved him onto her bike. Watching the motorcycle drive away, Natsui felt nothing at all. To him, this was just a brief interlude in his life, a small matter he had dealt with on the side. It wasn't worth dwelling on. However, before Officer Jenny left, Natsui happened to get a useful piece of information from her. It turned out that a cross-sea bridge was under construction on the outskirts of Fuchsia City, connecting all the way to Sunny Town on the other side. Taking this route would not only save a lot of time, but Sunny Town was also very close to Celadon City and Saffron City. It was the perfect opportunity to go there first and retrieve the Sylph Scope that Sabrina had left for him, since it was on the way and he was in no hurry to challenge the Viridian Gym. Natsui decided to change his destination once again and head towards Saffron City. Passing through the bustling Fuchsia City and its towering shopping centers, Natsui finally arrived at the northern coast. Looking out over the sea, his eyes fell upon a sea-crossing bridge that stretched as far as the eye could see. This magnificent structure of steel and concrete, supported by hundreds of piers, was said to be about 20 kilometers long. If one were to walk, it would take until nightfall to reach the other side. Arriving at the bridge's entrance, he saw several barriers blocking the way. Although the bridge wasn't officially completed, it was only impassable for cars. Pedestrians could still cross freely on bicycles. As Natsui approached, a security guard poked his head out of the gatehouse. "Hey there, sir. Are you planning to cross the bridge?" When Natsui nodded, the guard smiled. "I'm afraid that won't be possible. This bridge is too long to cross on foot. If you really want to cross, you'll need a bicycle." Natsui had some memory of this rule. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, still hoping, can't you make an exception?" "I'm truly sorry," the guard said with a wry smile. "It's the rule. There's nothing I can do." Sighing, Natsui was just thinking about riding his Gyarados across the sea when he saw a group of young men and women wearing sunglasses, with dyed and permed hair, and dressed like delinquents speeding toward them on modified bicycles. As they rode, some held flags and shouted loudly, making a racket like a flock of crows passing overhead. Sigh. The security guard beside him sighed helplessly. "I can't stand it. It's that bicycle gang again. They're so loud and annoying every single day." Even though he vaguely remembered this part of the story, Natsui couldn't help but comment upon seeing them. There are bicycle gangs? That's kind of lame. What can you do?" "They're just kids," the guard said with a shrug. "They don't have the money to buy expensive motorcycles. But if they keep this up, it's only a matter of time before they become a motorcycle gang." Natsui looked closely and saw that they were indeed not very old, probably around 17 or 18. "If they're so noisy, doesn't anyone do anything about them?" "There's not much to be done," the guard shook his head. "They're rowdy, but all they do is gather and ride their bikes back and forth across the bridge. Strictly speaking, they aren't damaging it. Besides, they're all local kids. They might be afraid of the police. But if they were arrested for disturbing the peace, their parents would probably be surrounding the police station the next day." That does sound complicated. As they were talking, the group had ridden up to them. Looking at their bicycles, Natsui suddenly had an idea. He took a few steps forward, blocking their path. Seeing someone dare to block the only way onto the bridge, the group members all stopped and frowned. "Hey, who are you? Why are you blocking our way?" Natsui took out a pokeball and smiled. "I need a bicycle to get to the other side. How about it? Want to have a battle? If I win, you lend me one of your bikes." A young man with a red, explosive hairstyle that looked like fire, who seemed to be the leader, took off his sunglasses. "Huh. Someone dares to challenge us. You've got some nerve. Have you never heard of our great name?" "My apologies, I must be ill-informed. But I've never heard of you." Natsui's tone was perfectly calibrated to be infuriating. "So, are you going to battle or not?" "Of course we'll battle." The young man sized up Natsui, then jerked a thumb behind him toward a simple battlefield in the distance. "We're always the ones challenging others. No one has ever dared to challenge us. If you're really not afraid to get hurt, then follow us over there." Chapter 95. Masa and Misa on a battlefield near the coast. Natsui and the young man stood in their respective trainer boxes. Surrounding them, a dozen members of the bicycle gang, dressed in outlandish outfits, stood scattered around with mocking expressions. "Go, Masa. Show him what you're made of. Give him a good beating." Whistles, shouts, and cheers mixed together. Though there were only a dozen of them, they managed to create an incredible racket. Masa smiled confidently, took a pokeball from his pocket, and sent out his Pokemon. "Go, Golem." A Pokemon with a tortoise-like head and grayish-brown claws, its body seemingly covered in rock, appeared on the field. Pokédex, beep. Golem, the Megaton Pokemon. A rock and ground type. The final evolved form of Geodude. Its body is composed of something as hard as rock. It can withstand a dynamite blast without taking any damage, and with each shedding of its skin, its body grows larger. Natsui grabbed a Pokeball from his waist and sent out his Pokemon as well. "I want bully you by using a Pokemon with a type advantage, so I just picked one at random. Go, Kirlia." When Kirlia appeared, the sheltered bikers, who had never seen much of the outside world, stared with wide eyes at such a rare Pokemon. From within the crowd, a girl with teal hair, a bare midriff, and a leather miniskirt even let out a gasp of awe. Wow, is that a Kirlia? What a beautiful Pokemon! Staring at Natsui, Masa shouted, "Stop bluffing. Don't think you can beat me just by using a Pokemon we've never seen before." Golem, use Rollout. Golem tucked in its limbs, curling into a perfect sphere, and rolled rapidly toward Kirlia. On the other side, Natsui had barely formed a thought when Kirlia raised its hands, enveloping Golem with psychic energy and lifting it high into the air. TCH. Masa gritted his teeth. So, it's a psychic type. As Kirlia swung its arm down, Golem slammed heavily onto the ground. However, being a ground and rock-type Pokemon with a thick, rocky hide, it didn't take much damage. Seeing that he couldn't get close, Masa had to shout, "Golem, rock throw." Boulders materialized in the sky, and then whistled down toward Kirlia. However, Kirlia simply used Teleport once to completely evade the attack. Just as Golem was about to attack again, it was once more enveloped by Psychic, lifted into the air, and slammed down hard. Boom! A deep crater appeared in the ground. As Golem struggled to climb out, Kirlia had already teleported behind it. At the same time, glowing green leaves of Magical Leaf formed around Kirlia and swept toward Golem. Golem, use Hard and Quick. Amidst Massa's panicked shouts, Magical Leaf struck Golem dead on. Grass beats ground. Grass beats rock. It's super effective. Golem fainted. What? The surroundings instantly fell silent. The bikers never dreamed that this man, without saying a single word, could have his Pokemon finish the battle so easily. Masa, after a brief silence, they opened their mouths as if to console him, but they didn't know what to say. Just then, the green-haired girl who had gasped earlier stepped forward. "That was impressive," she said, looking at Natsui seriously. "But beating him is nothing to be proud of. If you want our respect, you'll have to defeat me too." Oh. A cheer erupted from the crowd. "That's our boss, Misa. So reliable. Boss Misa. You have to get revenge for Masa. Teach this guy a lesson." After Masa recalled his Golem, Misa walked closer, and he whispered a warning. "Sis, this guy is actually pretty tough. You'd better be careful." Misa. He hadn't noticed when he watched the anime, but now he realized they were brother and sister. Up close, this cool, delinquent-style girl was actually very pretty. Misa nodded and faced Natsui. "Want to raise the stakes? If I win, how about you give me that Kirlia?" "That's absolutely impossible." Natsui refused directly. "I never wager my own Pokemon." "Fine then," muttering what a shame it was. Misa didn't press the issue and sent out her Pokemon. Go Cloyster, a Pokemon with a spiked, bivalve shell protecting a round head with a wicked smile, appeared before Natsui. Pokédex, beep. Cloyster, the bivalve Pokemon. A water and ice type. The evolved form of Shelter. Its hard shell can withstand most damage. It protects itself with its shell while firing spikes to repel enemies. And once it clamps its shell shut, no amount of force can pry it open. Facing Cloyster, since he didn't have a type disadvantage, Natsui had no intention of switching his Pokemon. Go Kirlia, use Psychic. Kirlia made the first move, attacking Cloyster with Psychic. However, the moment the energy enveloped it, Cloyster clamped its shell completely shut. Unlike Golem, which balanced offense and defense, Cloyster was focused purely on defense. It would wait patiently until its opponent let their guard down, and only then would it deliver a fatal blow. Misa smiled. "Come on, let's see how you break through my defense." Kirlia swung its arms, smashing the shelled Pokemon into the ground. With a loud bang, although the noise was tremendous, Cloyster's shell remained perfectly intact. Moreover, because it was a double shell, slamming it on the ground even reduced the concussive damage inside. Natsui's brow furrowed slightly. Use Magical Leaf. Magical Leaf once again formed around Kirlia, swirling toward Cloyster. However, the attack had little effect on its hard shell. Now, as the Magical Leaf subsided, Misa's eyes lit up at the break in Kirlia's attack. She shouted, "Cloyster, use Aurora Beam." Cloyster's shell flew open, and a freezing beam of icy energy shot out toward Kirlia. But Curlia was already prepared for its attack. Seeing it, Curlia simply used teleport to dodge to another spot. With its attack having failed, Cloyster clamped shut once more. This is tough. The battle had reached a stalemate. Natsui frowned, thinking of a strategy. From his sidelines, the bikers didn't forget to jeer loudly. What's the matter? Can't do anything against Boss Misa's Cloyster, can you? Chapter 96. Gardevoir in nearly perfect defense, without a single opening. At that moment, Cloyster was like a stubborn can of meat, and without the right tool, figuring out how to open it was the biggest problem. As Natsui was thinking, he inadvertently noticed that among the bikers, one of the young men had a golden chain tied around his waist, swinging gently with his movements. Instantly, an idea flashed in Natsui's mind. Well, I'm at a dead end anyway. Might as well give this a try. Curlia lifted up with Psychic. Hearing Natsui's command, Misa scoffed. You want to try that again? Don't forget, even slamming Cloyster into the ground with Psychic won't do any damage to it. Ignoring her, Natsui saw Cloyster fly high into the air and continue to shout, "Good. Now swing it around just like that." What? As Curlia twirled its finger, Cloyster's body, under the effect of Psychic, began to spin in the air like a giant pinwheel, faster and faster. 10 spins, 20 spins, 50, 100. Only when the bikers below started to feel dizzy did it finally slam back down onto the ground. Bang! When it landed again, although its exterior looked no different than before, Misa still called out cautiously, "Cloyster, are you okay?" The next second, Cloyster's shell suddenly flew open. It looked extremely sick and nauseous and began to vomit profusely. Yellow and green liquids mixed together, spilling all over the ground. When the wind blew, the smell was atrocious. Its mind was groggy, and it felt like the world was spinning, as if everything had been turned completely upside down. I can't believe that actually opened it. Even Natsui himself was slightly surprised. Don't give it a chance to recover. Curlia, use Magical Leaf. Seeing the Magical Leaf form again, Misa yelled, "Cloyster, get back in your shell." Unfortunately, Cloyster seemed unable to hear Misa's command, or perhaps it lacked the strength to obey. Misa could only watch helplessly as her Pokémon was hit by the attack. Puff, puff, puff. The magical leaves struck it one after another. Perhaps it had been spun too many times, because even after taking damage, Cloyster didn't snap out of its daze. Just then, a second magical leaf attack arrived, striking Cloyster again. At this point, it could finally take no more and fainted completely. Natsui shrugged. Looks like I'm the one who won in the end. However, as he finished speaking, a bright white light suddenly enveloped Curlia. Is this evolution? This Pokémon, the one Natsui had been with the longest and his very first, after traveling for so long and enduring so many intense battles, had finally evolved from Ralts to Curlia, and was now, at last, evolving into Gardevoir. As the light gradually faded, in its place stood a slender, humanoid Pokémon with green skin and curly hair flowing downward, appearing as if it were wearing an elegant white evening gown. Its form seemed to have transformed from that of a beautiful young girl into a charming adult woman. The most noticeable change was that the two fin-like red horns on its head had moved to its chest and back. Pokédex, beep. Gardevoir, the Embrace Pokémon, a psychic and fairy type, the evolved form of Curlia. Compared to its pre-evolved form, Gardevoir can more clearly sense the feelings of humans and other Pokémon. Some can even briefly see the future. Their psychokinetic abilities can distort dimensions or create a small black hole, and they will even risk their own lives to protect their trainer. Wow! Watching Gardevoir, Misa's eyes seemed to sparkle from afar. It's even more beautiful than before. Gardevoir walked quietly to Natsui's side. Out of habit, Natsui reached out to pat its head, but its height had increased dramatically. From its original 80 centimeters, it had doubled in size, now reaching Natsui's shoulder. Looking at it now, having Gardevoir by his side didn't feel like having a Pokémon at all. It was more like having a well-behaved girlfriend. "Congratulations, Gardevoir," Natsui said, looking at it with a gentle smile. "You finally reached your third form. but don't get complacent because of it. The challenges we face are only just beginning. Just then, Misa and Masa walked over. Masa said with admiration, "You really are an amazing guy." "We lost this match." As Misa waved, a young biker from the distance pushed his bicycle over to them. Misa said, "As promised, we'll lend you the bicycle. But to make sure you return it safely and don't break it, we're going to have to follow you the whole way." "Of course, no problem." Recalling Gardevoir to its pokeball, Natsui got on the bicycle and rode toward the bridge entrance. A dozen meters behind him, the bikers followed suit. He greeted the security guard from before, and, under the guard's somewhat admiring gaze, Natsui finally got his wish and entered the still unfinished super bridge. What he didn't know, however, was that on the rooftop of a distant building, a man was watching him intently through a pair of binoculars. After confirming it was Natsui, the man took out a cell phone and made a call. "This is Observer. Target 7 spotted outside Fuchsia City. Currently crossing the Sea Bridge, heading for Sunnytown." From the other end of the line, a raspy voice replied, "I understand. Continue to track him. He'll relay the message to the enforcers now." On the clean, flat surface of the bridge, Natsui had been riding for over half an hour and was just approaching a rest area. The moment he thought about stopping for a break, his body was suddenly yanked up, violently pulled off the bicycle, and sent flying a dozen meters away. And just as he was clear, a powerful attack slammed into the bicycle. Boom! The violent explosion not only blew the bicycle to bits, but it also blasted a large hole in the bridge. This sudden turn of events left not only Natsui stunned, but also the bikers behind him, who were utterly horrified. They all slammed on their brakes, stopping their bikes in their tracks. What happened? Why did the bike explode? They looked at each other, none of them knowing why this had happened. Only Natsui looked up ahead, where, standing side by side on a crossbeam of a bridge pillar, were 4 figures. And these 4 people looking down on him coldly from above were none other than the 4 Team Rocket executives he had dealt with multiple times before. Chapter 97. The enforcers following Natsui's gaze, Masa and the others beside him also saw the 4 Team Rocket executives. "Who are you people?" Masa demanded loudly. "How dare you attack us, the Fuchsia Biker Gang? Are you tired of living?" Lance glanced at him disdainfully. The Fuchsia Biker Gang? What a pathetic organization. Team Rocket is conducting business here. All irrelevant personnel should leave immediately. Team Rocket? Hearing this name, Masa's bravado instantly deflated. He turned and whispered to Misa, "Hey sis, these guys say they're from Team Rocket. Does that mean they're from the same group as Big Sis Jessie of the Chains and Big Bro James of the Training Wheels?" Misa nodded. "That should be right." "Then what do we do?" Masa asked. "We hide, of course." Misa gestured toward Natsui with her eyes. "They're a terrorist organization. You know, didn't you hear they're here to cause trouble for that guy? We shouldn't get involved. Let's get out of here, quick." "But," Masa hesitated, "this is our turf, after all, and they destroyed our bicycle. We have to settle that score." "Idiot." Misa smacked Masa hard on the forehead and quickly pulled him aside. "Why are you worrying about such trivial things at a time like this? Can't you see how vicious they look? Let go now." Natsui paid no attention to the siblings' argument, instead watching the 4 executives calmly. "It's rare to see all 4 of you executives gathered here. Are you on a group tour or something? You managed to dodge that last attack. It seems you're quite lucky." The 4, led by Archer, leaped down from the high bridge beam, landing steadily on the road. "We're here today, naturally, to avenge the destruction of our base." "Revenge? Why would you come looking for me for that?" Natsui spread his hands. "You should be looking for the International Police, or maybe the Elite Four. After all, they were the ones who organized that operation. I was just a small fry in all of it." "Operation? The Elite Four? The International Police? The destruction of a base?" Hearing these incredible terms spoken so casually left Masa and the others completely shocked. They looked at each other in disbelief. This was on a completely different level from their petty biker gang squabbles. And who on earth was this man? 4 Team Rocket executives, to come seeking revenge against him? The flames of gossip burned brightly in their hearts. They decided not to leave after all, instead hiding far in the back, hoping to hear even more explosive news. Ariana crossed her arms, her tone sinister. Of course we'll go after them. In fact, we already have. You're just one of our targets. Oh, Natsui's brow furrowed. So you're saying no one can escape your grasp? It's good that you understand. Ariana laughed wildly. But you alone have interfered with our plans multiple times. It's gotten to the point where Lord Giovanni himself has given the order to crush you before you become a bigger threat. Hearing this, Natsui understood the situation completely. It seems this battle is inevitable. If he were to run, the sea was right behind him. He could summon Zapdos and escape over the water. But these guys had come prepared and would surely give chase. And since Giovanni himself had issued the order, they would never give up unless he defeated them and made them feel the pain of that defeat. I have to defeat them here. At this thought, Natsui's gaze sharpened, and he slowly reached for his waist. Oh, Archer watched him mockingly. Not planning to run? Run? Natsui shook his head. Where could I run? You just keep hounding me. Haha, so you're not a fool after all. Lambda chuckled. In that case, I can finally repay the kindness you showed me on the SS. And with that, they each sent out their Pokemon. In the next second, a Magmar, a Houndoom, an Arbok, a Murkrow, a Zubat, and a Weezing appeared, completely blocking the path forward. Just as Natsui was about to take out his Pokeballs, he seemed to remember something and glanced at Masa and the others, who were peeking at them sneakily from a distance. Whatever. At a time like this, I can't worry about that. He flung his arm, releasing his own Pokemon simultaneously. Gardevoir, Gyarados, Jolteon, Charmeleon, Wartortle, and Ivysaur appeared, facing down their enemies, ready for battle. Slowly scanning Natsui's Pokemon, Archer smiled. Not sending out that Zapdos and Haunter of yours? A powerful roar echoed as a dark shadow flashed by and landed in front of Archer. It was his Tyranitar. It was the one that had attacked Natsui just moments ago. Natsui took a mask from his backpack and put it on his face. He then reached for his 2 Ultra Balls, but only took out one. Against so many of you, how could I possibly hold back? Of course, I'm going all out and using all my trump cards. Saying this, he threw the Pokeball with all his might. As a flash of light burst forth, Zapdos soared into the sky with a beat of its wings, appearing before everyone's eyes. Seeing the Jengar mask and Zapdos, Masa and the others behind him stared with their mouths wide open. Eh, chassis. Am I seeing things? Isn't it the trainer who went viral online a while ago? I think it really is him. Misa's eyes widened as she murmured, I can't believe it. The guy we just battled is actually the masked man? With things having developed to this point, there was no need for any more pointless talk. It was unclear who made the first move, but with a series of angry roars, the Pokemon were already locked in battle. On one side, Psychic, Water Gun, Hydro Pump, Flamethrower, Razor Leaf, and Electric Shocks flew everywhere. On the other, Bite, Poison Sting, Fire Punch, Air Cutter, and Sludge Bomb were used without mercy. In an instant, figures blurred and moves flew, the scene a chaotic and brutal mess. Tyranitar tried to charge at Natsui, but was intercepted by Gyarados, which always goes for the toughest opponent. Magmar was in the middle of bullying Ivysaur, but let its guard down and was targeted by Wartortle. A Murkrow dove down to attack Gardevoir, but was caught off guard and knocked out of the sky by Jolteon's quick attack. With so many Pokemon fighting at once, trying to command them one by one was simply unrealistic. With Haunter's help, Natsui had just dodged a poison sting that came from nowhere. Before he could even steady himself, he heard a familiar voice coming from the sea below the bridge. Chapter 98. Symphony of Ice and Lightning. Natsui looked down from the bridge and saw a speedboat heading toward them at high speed. On board were none other than the 5 members of the Matori Matrix. TCH, almost all the troublesome ones have shown up. When the speedboat reached the bridge, Gozu led the way as the Matori Matrix members used grappling hooks to easily climb onto the bridge. Seeing them leap onto the deck, Archer said to Natsui, "Originally, they were just our backup, meant to intercept you if you try to run. I didn't expect you to not only stand your ground, but also dare to fight back. Now it seems we went to unnecessary trouble." As a Matori Matrix sent out their Pokemon, the situation became extremely dire for Natsui. Not only was he at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, but he also faced powerful Pokemon like Tyranitar and Agron. Moreover, to counter Natsui's Zapdos, the other 4 Matori Matrix members were using Pokemon specifically chosen for the task. They were all Flapple, which were not weak to Electric-type moves. These 30-centimeter tall Flapple looked very small, their yellow-green bodies wrapped in apple peels, as grass and Dragon-type Pokemon from the Galar region. Who knows how much effort Team Rocket had to expend to catch them? It was clear they had come fully prepared to deal with his Zapdos this time. Flapple used Dragon Breath. In the sky, the 4 Flapple swarmed Zapdos, relentlessly spitting beams of energy. Zapdos, hit by the continuous attacks, became enraged and instinctively used Thunderbolt. Unfortunately, due to the type disadvantage, the attack only inflicted minimal damage on them. Ha ha! Seeing this, Lance laughed heartily. Now your Zapdos is completely useless. On the other side, Agron's heavy body advanced on Natsui like a tank. Left with no choice, Haunter had to leave Natsui's side to engage it. "Looks like you're really confident you got me today, huh?" Natsui said. "Let me be honest with you," Lance sneered. "We've sent people to block both ends of the bridge, whether it's the police or passing trainers. No one is coming to save you. Is that so?" Hearing his words, Natsui actually calmed down again. "In that case, I can really breathe a sigh of relief." Saying this, he took the second Ultra Ball from his waist. Looking at the Ultra Ball, Archer felt a sense of unease. What Pokemon is this now? Although he didn't know what other trump cards Natsui had, he knew that no matter what Natsui was planning, he couldn't be allowed to succeed. Tyranitar, Hyper Beam. Tyranitar opened its massive jaws and fired a terrifying beam of light. But Gardevoir suddenly used Teleport from the battlefield to appear in front of Natsui, forming a barrier with Psychic to protect him. Natsui tossed the Ultra Ball into the air and shouted, "Come on out, Articuno!" As a flash of blue light faded, a bird Pokemon with beautiful plumage appeared in midair. The moment it appeared, the temperature plummeted by more than 10 degrees with it at the center. "Articuno!" Ariana shrieked in disbelief. "Impossible. How can he have an Articuno too?" The intel certainly didn't mention this. Archer narrowed his eyes. Did he just recently catch it? Natsui commanded, "Articuno, take care of those Flapple first. Use Blizzard." Articuno flapped its wings, and a frigid wind filled with snowflakes began to blow. As the wind grew stronger, a storm began to form around it. This storm rapidly expanded, and in an instant, it had completely enveloped the 4 Flapple. Dense, powerful snowflakes howled in the wind, pelting the Flapple's bodies. When the blizzard subsided, the 4 Flapple fell straight toward the bridge deck. Blizzard, an ice-type move, was 4 times super effective against the grass and dragon-type Flapple. Coupled with Blizzard's own high base power, it had knocked them out in a single hit. Freed from its entanglement, Zapdos flew alongside Articuno. With them joining the fray, the tide of the battle had completely turned. Zapdos, Articuno, show them your power. Use Blizzard. Use Thunder. The 2 legendary Pokemon flew higher. With 2 soft cries, dark clouds gathered in the sky at a visible rate. The clouds grew thicker and thicker, streaked with occasional flashes of lightning. At the same time, amid the powerful winds, crystalline snowflakes began to drift down from the clouds. The sky grew dark, like the bottom of a pot. Lambda subconsciously caught a snowflake. It was ice cold to the touch, and even gave off a slight numbing sensation. Don't let them succeed. Attack those 2 Pokemon. Under Archer's command, Team Rocket's Pokemon focused their attacks, firing off moves toward the sky. But Zapdos and Articuno were simply too high up. Every single attack dissipated in midair, failing to reach its target. Taking this opportunity, Natsui recalled all of his other Pokémon. The snow grew heavier, until a thin layer had accumulated on the bridge. When the power of the storm clouds reached its peak, a thick, dazzling bolt of lightning struck down. Then, a fierce wind carrying a massive amount of snow blasted downwards. KRAKOM! The lightning was so fast it was nearly impossible to react to. At the same time, the bolt melted the snow on the ground, instantly turning it to vapor. The power contained within the lightning spread through this vapor, instantly engulfing all of Team Rocket's Pokémon. BZZ! The entire bridge deck erupted in a violent electrical discharge. Even though Natsui was far away, he was so dazzled he could barely keep his eyes open. The light flashed for a long time. When the lightning and snow subsided and all fell quiet, none of Team Rocket's Pokémon had been spared. All of them lay defeated on the ground. Only Tyranitar, covered in scorch marks, coughed up a puff of black smoke and struggled back to its feet. How could this happen? Ariana's eyes were wide, as if she still couldn't believe what she was seeing. Damn it! Lance cursed under his breath. All of our Pokémon were wiped out. Seeing the situation, Archer gave a decisive order. This operation is a failure. Everyone, recall your Pokémon and retreat immediately. Retreat? Ariana was unwilling to accept it. We used so many Pokémon and deployed so many people, and in the end, we're just supposed to leave with our tails between our legs? We have no choice. Archer gave Natsui a deep look. The intel was severely lacking. We underestimated his strength. I never would have thought that in just a few short days, he would have gotten himself an Articuno. Chapter 99. They'll call you my boss. The Team Rocket members finally retreated. They departed in a very dignified manner, each one with a grim face, gritting their teeth. It could truly be said that they came with high hopes and left in bitter defeat. Looking at the scene, after a brief but intense battle, only the badly damaged bridge remained. Although the bridge deck was full of potholes and parts of the structure exposed steel rebar and concrete, thankfully, it hadn't broken or collapsed. However, it seemed the completion date for the bridge was destined to be postponed. Recalling all his Pokémon except for Haunter and Gardevoir, Natsui took out his phone and dialed Looker's number. When the call connected, he briefly explained the situation. They were right. This was indeed a retaliatory strike. Looker sighed on the other end of the line. Actually, it's not just you. Several of our international police facilities have been attacked, and even Lance and Agatha were assaulted yesterday. Natsui quickly asked, "What about Sabrina and Erica?" Hey. Looker grumbled in dissatisfaction. We've known each other for a while now. You call me and don't even ask how I'm doing? Huh? Saw the... Natsui said hastily. So were you attacked? Of course not. Natsui felt a lump in his throat. He rolled his eyes and said in annoyance, "Then why are you spouting nonsense? Can't you be serious at a critical time like this?" The reason the two could joke like this was, naturally, because as they interacted more, their relationship had grown from mere acquaintances to good friends. Looker laughed. Don't worry. Because the League gyms are in the cities, there are too many people and prying eyes, making assassination operations inconvenient. Plus, they're close to the police stations, so they weren't attacked by Team Rocket. Hearing this news, Natsui felt a bit relieved, though it would be best to give them a call later, just to be sure. Then Looker added, "You, my friend, are quite concerned about those two, and you've gotten to know them so well without a word. Are you harboring some improper intentions? None of your business." Natsui snorted. "Wasn't it you who dragged them into this conflict with Team Rocket in the first place? If they got hurt because of this, anyone would feel guilty, wouldn't they?" The two bantered back and forth, chatting casually about many things. Just as Natsui was about to hang up, he suddenly remembered something. "All right, this bridge was damaged a bit during the battle just now. Is it okay for me to just leave like this?" Is the damage serious?" Looker immediately became tense, his tone turning bitter. "Sai, although we're an international organization, The funding allocated to the Kanto region is really limited. Looks like we'll have to tighten our belts again. After complaining for a bit, Looker finally got back to the point and said with a hint of resignation, "You don't need to worry about it. Just leave. They'll send someone over to handle the cleanup in a bit." Hanging up the phone, Natsui heard footsteps behind him. When he turned around, he saw the biker gang members cautiously approaching. Masa rubbed his hands together, his expression both fawning and sycophantic. "You're just too amazing. You're these guys who change with the wind. We're just trying to get as far away as possible a moment ago. And now even their form of address has changed." After a thought, since they had already seen his true face, there was nothing left to hide. Taking off his mask, Natsui hesitated for a moment and said, "About my identity, Masa Nodet, you can rest assured, we will be absolutely tight-lipped about your identity. Not a single word about today's events will leak out." That's right, that's right." The other bikers behind him nodded repeatedly, thumping their chests. "Well, definitely keep your secret for you." Getting their promise was, of course, a good thing, but could these guys really be trusted? Natsui waved his hand. "Stop with the formal you. It makes me a little uncomfortable. As for the bicycle, it was destroyed by Team Rocket just now, so I don't think I can return it to you." "Boss, don't you worry about it all. A bicycle is nothing, even if it's destroyed. If you just say the word, we can give you all the rest of them. Be boss. Yeah, please let us be your followers." Masa's eyes gleamed. "To be honest with you, after watching the video of your battle with the giant tentacruel some time ago, we thought you were just the coolest. And seeing the beautiful and heroic figures of Zapdos and Articuno in today's battle has touched us even deeper. It wasn't just Masa. Even a usually cool Misa had completely lost her composure and turned into a total fangirl. Fangirls and fanboys. Masa is right." Misa nodded emphatically. "To have two such legendary Pokemon at the same time, you are without a doubt a true powerhouse. And our admiration for you, boss, is like this bridge spanning our entire lives. Right now, my mind is filled with nothing but deep reverence for you." The rest of the bikers shouted in unison, "Please take us in." "Boss, I can't take it. This is just too cringy." This attitude, so completely different from before, made Natsui suspect for a moment that they had been possessed by something. Natsui refused. "While I appreciate you lending me the bicycle, I have no intention of taking on any followers." With that, he turned to leave, but then he heard a series of thuds from behind him as they knelt down. He quickly looked back to see the bikers all kneeling behind him, hands clasped together, with pitiful looks on their faces. "Boss," sighing, Natsui said, "I'm really sorry, but I'm not running a gang. Besides, didn't you already accept Jesse and James as your big bosses?" Misa said, "When we were younger, those two were already big shots around here, always doing exaggerated and attention-grabbing things. So we just call them boss out of habit. But that's all in the past." "That's right," Masa agreed. "We're not their followers, and now that they've joined Team Rocket, we want nothing to do with them." Natsui still shook his head. "I'm just a trainer. What would I do with a bunch of followers like you? What does that matter?" Misa said quickly, "If you participate in the Pokemon League, we'll be your loyal fan club. If you fight against Team Rocket, we're willing to fight alongside you." Sigh. These guys are just too clingy, and they seem to have a relentless spirit of not giving up until they achieve their goal. But made sense. These bikers were, to put it bluntly, just a bunch of idle punks, so naturally they would idolize someone stronger than them. Seeing that Natsui was wavering slightly, Masa asked directly, "So, boss, could you please tell us your name?" Chapter 100. The EV brothers. My name is Natsui, and, just as I said, I'm a trainer. "Boss Natsui, please take us in." Annoyed by their persistence, Natsui finally gave in with a sigh of resignation. After all, in his view, it was highly unlikely he would ever return to Fuchsia City. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before these people forgot all about him. So agreeing now was merely a way to stop them from pestering him further. "I'm not going to be any kind of boss, but we can get along as friends. If you run into any trouble in the future, you can come find me. Boss Natsui is just too kind." Masa was overjoyed. "But we've decided on you as our boss today. From now on, no matter what happens, well, follow your lead." "Follow my lead?" Natsui shook his head. If you run into trouble in the future, he'll be thankful enough if you don't sell me out or hold me back. After a great deal of talking to sort these guys out, Natsui got on a new bicycle. This time, surrounded by Masa and the others, he continued towards Sunnytown. Along the way, they never stopped talking, swarming around Natsui and enthusiastically telling him many stories from their past. It was only then that Natsui learned that this so-called Fuchsia City Biker Gang was really just a loosely organized group engaged in petty mischief. Smoking, running red lights, littering, harassing others, illegal assembly, being loud and disruptive, using Pokemon for casual battles. It didn't sound like they were any kind of serious criminals, and the worst thing they had ever done was just spray painting graffiti on walls. In reality, these people were all childhood friends. The reason they formed a biker gang was simply that they had accumulated a lot of stress at school or work. So, at the call of Misa and Masa, they would ride their bikes around in their spare time to vent their stress and dissatisfaction. Understanding this, Natsui's impression of them changed considerably. No matter what they might become in the future, at least for now, they were just ordinary people trying their best to live happily. An hour later, amidst cheerful clamor, Natsui finally reached the other end of the bridge. "Boss, you have to promise not to forget us. Remember to come back and visit when you have time." "Yeah, next time for sure." After bidding farewell to the bikers who were seeing him off with tears in their eyes, Natsui entered the town's Pokemon Center to rest up before continuing towards Saffron City. And when he was alone, he called Sabrina and Erica again. It was just as Looker had said, they hadn't been attacked. But to be on the safe side, Natsui still urged them to be extra careful. In the sky, white clouds drifted by slowly, and occasionally, bird Pokemon would fly over his head. While passing through a field, Natsui witnessed a rare sight. Hundreds of toros were running toward the horizon under the setting sun, much like the animal migrations he had once seen on television. He took a few pictures on the fly and traveled for a long while until the sky grew dark and he arrived at a small place called Town. The town was located at the foot of a mountain and was originally a resource-based town that flourished due to mining. However, because evolution stones were occasionally dug up, people prefer to call it by its other name, Stone Town. The town wasn't large and had no tall buildings, mostly consisting of 2- or 3-story structures. Natsui wanted to find a place to rest, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find a Pokemon Center. Finally, after asking around, he learned that because the town's population was so small, the Pokemon League had not built any facilities there. With no other choice, Natsui had to settle for the next best thing and found the only inn in town. But when he tried to check in, he received some unexpected news. "What? It's full? I'm very sorry." The innkeeper spread his hands. "Just a moment ago, a guest checked into the last room. You were just a few minutes too late." Seeing Natsui's helpless expression, the innkeeper felt a bit bad. "Hey, guest, you're a trainer, right?" Seeing him nod, the innkeeper pointed to a manor not far away. "There's an evolution party going on in that manor up ahead. The hosts there are extremely hospitable. Not only do they provide free food, but they also often take in trainers like you. Why don't you go there and try your luck?" "All right, I guess that's my only option." Left with no choice, lest he sleep in the wild, he could only walk towards the manor. He didn't expect that just as he walked into the courtyard, he and the guard of war by his side would attract the attention of the hosts. 3 young men in tight-fitting gymnastic suits walked up to him. One of them, wearing a tank top and yellow pants with hair shaped like a lightning bolt, smiled and said, "Another trainer, I see. Are you also here seeking Pokemon evolution?" "Huh? No." Natsui stated his purpose. "If it's possible, I'd like to stay here for the night. Of course, I can pay a fee." Waving his hand, another young man with blue hair and blue pants said, "It's no problem. As long as you're a trainer, you're always welcome, no matter your purpose." Just then, Natsui noticed that at their feet, each of them was followed by an evolution of EV. Jolteon, Vaporeon, and Flareon, the 3 common forms of EV, had all appeared before him at once. Looking at them, Natsui then looked up at the 3 brothers and recalled the related plot from the anime. So this is where I've ended up. He smiled and said, "What a coincidence, I have an EV2. Oh, his words immediately piqued the curiosity of the three. You have an EV2? The young man in yellow pants asked. So which evolution path did you choose? Was it Jolteon, Flareon, or Vaporeon? Or did you keep it in its original form, like my youngest brother? However, before Natsui could answer, they began answering for him. I bet it must be Jolteon, the strongest one. Nonsense. Obviously, Flareon is the most powerful. Your Flareon can't even beat my Vaporeon. How can you call it the strongest? Although the three of them were brothers, when it came to their own Pokemon, none of them would back down. After arguing for a few moments, they all turned their gazes to Natsui. You tell us, which type of EV is the strongest? The strongest? Natsui pondered for a moment, took out a Pokeball, and released his Pokemon. Each EV has its own unique characteristics, so there's really no such thing as stronger or weaker. Besides them, there are other evolutions like Umbreon and Leafeon. But if you really want me to say, compared to yours, my Jolteon is the strongest. Huh. Chapter 101. EV Battle, you've got some nerve saying that. The young man in yellow pants was stunned for a moment, then looked at Natsui's Jolteon and said with a sense of camaraderie, So you like Jolteon too? I can't believe I finally found someone with the same taste as me. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Sparky, and I'm the owner of this manor. These two next to me are my younger brothers, Rainer and Pyro. Rainer with blue hair and blue pants, and Pyro with red hair and red pants. Both extended their hands to Natsui. A pleasure to meet you. Natsui shook hands with each of them. My name is Natsui. It's nice to meet you all. If one looked closely, it wasn't hard to notice that the three brothers not only had pants that matched the color of their EV evolutions, but even their hairstyles and hair colors were remarkably similar. It seemed their love for EV truly ran bone deep. You said your Jolteon is the strongest? Pyro's personality, compared to his two older brothers, was indeed as fiery as his name suggested. That's quite arrogant. In that case, why don't we have a little battle to see? Before Natsui could even speak, another person stepped forward. I'm the older brother, so if we're going to battle, I should go first. After speaking, Rainer turned to Natsui and said, Don't look down on my Vaporeon just because of its type disadvantage. I definitely won't admit defeat. I don't really mind either way. Natsui looked around and saw that in the spacious courtyard, many of the guest trainers had already gathered their attention here. But are we battling right now? I don't see a battlefield here. Of course not here. Sparky quickly stepped in between them. There's a composite battlefield behind the courtyard that can be used for battles. But there's no rush right now. Let's have our guests come in and rest for a bit first. That's true. It's not good hospitality to keep a guest standing at the door. Following the three brothers, Natsui entered the manor. In the splendidly decorated main hall, dozens of trainers were gathered around a long buffet table, enjoying food and chatting with each other in a harmonious and relaxed atmosphere. And by their sides, more or less all of them were accompanied by their Pokemon. Some of these Pokemon were obedient, others were mischievous, weaving through the hall and playing with each other, looking very cheerful. Arriving here, Sparky said to Natsui, We have a few things to attend to. We'll have a room arranged for you shortly. Please wait and rest for a little while. Watching them leave, Natsui ate some food casually. Just as he was about to wander around, he saw the three brothers walking around the courtyard with evolution stones in hand. Whenever they met a trainer who wanted to evolve their Pokemon, they would use a stone to help them complete the evolution. Seeing how unsparing they were, Natsui could only feel admiration in his heart. Noticing Natsui staring at them intently, a trainer beside him sighed with emotion. Sparky, Rainer, and Pyro are truly rare, good people. It's because of their selfless help that every week, many people make the long journey here to seek Pokemon evolution. Even my Poliwrath was only able to evolve because Rainer used a water stone on it. Natsui nodded and praised. That's certainly very impressive. He asked himself honestly, if it were him, he could never be as generous as they were. Before long, Sparky and his brothers returned, and this time, they were accompanied by a little boy. The boy was about 5 or 6 years old, holding an EV in his arms. His clothes were quite normal, looking completely different from the flashy style of Sparky and his brothers. Sparky introduced him. "This is my youngest brother, Tai Chi, and his EV. He heard that we were going to have a battle and insisted on coming to watch." "No, he didn't." Taika's face flushed red. "You guys are the ones who told me to come watch the battle between the EVs so I could decide which way to evolve mine." Tai Chi. That name sounds so familiar. Seeing the strange look on Natsui's face, Sparky asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing," Natsui smiled. "It's just that I once happened to know a kid named Tai Chi. Though his last name was Yagami, he also had a reliable partner by his side, and together they went through many hardships and battles." "Really?" Taika's eyes lit up with hope upon hearing this. "Then, could you introduce me to him?" "There's no chance," Natsui shook his head. "I only met him when I was a child. Since growing up, I've never seen a trace of him again." "Oh, I see." Tai Chi sighed, his disappointment evident. "That's a real shame." As they spoke, the group arrived at the backyard, and sure enough, in the middle of the garden, there was a composite battlefield. The so-called composite field was made up of a pool of water, rocks, and grass. Compared to a standard field, it had more uncertain factors and could better showcase a Pokemon's abilities. Hearing there was going to be a battle, the surrounding trainers gathered around curiously. However, because the three brothers were so popular, almost everyone was cheering for them. Sparky walked to the center of the field to act as the referee. "The rules for this battle are a bit different. Only EV evolutions can be used. Are you ready?" Natsui walked to one of the command zones. With a wave of his hand, Jolteon rushed onto the field. "Which one of you two wants to go first?" Rainer and Pyro glanced at each other. Rainer said as if it were a matter of course. "I'm the older brother, so naturally, he'll go first." Although he was reluctant, Pyro could only step aside helplessly. Vaporeon leaped onto the field, standing opposite Jolteon. Although both had evolved from EV, their appearances were completely different. Vaporeon's body was a shade of light blue. Its ears resembled fins. It had a white ruff around its neck, and its forked tail swayed back and forth, looking just like a fish's tail. Once both Pokemon were ready, with Sparky's call to begin, the battle officially started. "Vaporeon, use Water Gun." A thick stream of water shot out from Vaporeon's mouth. At the same time, Natsui also shouted a command. "Jolteon, use Thunder Shock." A brilliant spark of electricity hit the water gun. However, because the electricity wasn't a physical object, it didn't cancel out the water gun. Instead, it traveled along the stream of water, extending towards Vaporeon. The water gun and Thunder Shock hit each other almost simultaneously, but due to the tight matchup, Vaporeon naturally took more damage. "Jolteon, use Quick Attack." "Vaporeon, use Quick Attack." The same command was issued, and the two Pokemon charged at each other on all fours. But even with the same move, Jolteon was clearly faster. Just as Vaporeon had barely reached the halfway point, Jolteon had already timed its move perfectly and slammed hard into Vaporeon's body. Splash! This time, Vaporeon's body was knocked back a great distance, falling directly into the pond. But then, Chapter 102. The second battle, it looked as though Vaporeon had completely merged with the water in the pool. It was impossible to tell where it was hiding with the naked eye. Even when it moved, it didn't create any splashes or ripples. What a great species ability. "Jolteon, stay alert." Jolteon stared intently at the water's surface. This was a situation it had never faced before, and its mood grew increasingly agitated. It began to pace back and forth instinctively at the edge of the pool, and because the enemy was in the water, it didn't dare to enter rashly. "Vaporeon, use Water Pulse." At Rainer's command, a sphere of water suddenly shot out from the pool, striking Jolteon in an instant. Despite being prepared, the speed of the Water Pulse was simply too fast to dodge. Splash! Fortunately, the power of Water Pulse was manageable, and since it was water hitting electric, there was no type disadvantage. The attack didn't cause too much damage, nor did it unluckily cause any confusion. Jolteon was forced back a few steps. By the time It wanted a counterattack. The Vaporeon that had briefly appeared had once again vanished into the water. Does it plan to just keep hiding like this? Seeing this, Natsui no longer hesitated and gave a decisive order. Jolteon, target that pool. Use discharge. Electricity crackled between Jolteon's sharp fur. The next second, a powerful bolt of electricity shot into the water's surface. With a continuous sizzling sound, the water in the pond churned violently like a pan of boiling oil. Vaporeon had originally wanted to leap out of the water to dodge the attack, but even with its increased speed in the water, it was still a step too late. Using the water as a medium, the electricity instantly enveloped Vaporeon's entire body. Crackling sparks of electricity burst forth from Vaporeon, dyeing almost the entire pool a golden yellow color. Vaporeon cried out in pain. When the electric shock ended, it struggled to climb onto the bank. Looking at its condition now, it was already covered in wounds. Natsui continued, "Don't give it a chance to breathe. Finish it, Jolteon. Use Thunderfang." Jolteon opened its mouth wide, electricity sparking from the tips of its fangs. As it lunged forward, it bit down hard on Vaporeon. After taking repeated super effective damage, Vaporeon could no longer endure it and collapsed directly onto the ground. Sparky raised his right hand and announced the result of the match. Vaporeon is unable to battle. The winner is Jolteon. Outside the field, seeing that Jolteon had actually won the match, Natsui's ears were filled with the scattered applause and murmurs of the crowd. It actually beat Rainer's Vaporeon? This guy's got some skills. I know, right? But he looks like a new face. Is he from around here? Rainer picked up his unconscious Vaporeon and shook his head in dejection. Sigh, my Vaporeon lost. Compared to mine and my big brother's, your Jolteon is indeed a cut above. Hearing this, Sparky gave his younger brother a rather helpless look. You were the one who lost. Why do you have to drag me into it? But he had to admit, although they both had Jolteons based on performance, his Jolteon was indeed not on the same level as Natsui's. Natsui offered some polite words as well. Your Vaporeon is also excellent. Through this match, my Jolteon got some great training too. Speaking of which, his Pokemon had a type advantage after all, and his Jolteon was indeed much stronger than the Vaporeon. Defeating it wasn't something to be overly proud of. All right then, it's my turn next. At that moment, Pyro ran to the command zone, bumping Rainer aside with his hip, his face eager and ready for action. Unlike Rainer's Vaporeon, my Flareon doesn't have a type disadvantage against your Jolteon. And because of that, we can have an even match and see whose EV evolution is truly the strongest. With his fiery and impulsive personality, Pyro didn't even ask if Natsui was ready before sending out his Flareon. Among the 8 evolution forms of EV, Flareon's appearance is the most similar to EV itself. Its fur is mostly orange-red, and apart from a large, fluffy tail, it also has cream-colored fluff around its neck and on its forehead. Flareon. Pokédex. Beep. Flareon, the flame Pokemon. A fire type. One of EV's evolved forms, achieved by using a firestone. It transfers the air it inhales to its internal flame sac to create scorching flames of 1,700 degrees. Looking at the aggressive Flareon, Natsui lowered his head and asked softly, Jolteon, can you still continue to battle? Jolteon turned around and gave Natsui a relaxed nod. In the previous battle, although it had taken a water gun and a water pulse, it still had plenty of stamina and was fine. Very well, then I'll have to trouble you one more time. At the same time, Pyro shouted, Flareon, use Fire Spin. Flareon spewed out a large burst of fire, trying to trap Jolteon within it, but Jolteon, with its nimble footing, directly escaped the attack's range. Such agile speed, but I'd like to see just how many times you can dodge. Pyro praised, then continued to command, Flareon, keep attacking. Jolteon, quick attack. Jolteon's speed suddenly increased, once again dodging the fire spin, and then it rammed its head hard into Flareon. Flareon's body tilted backward, but it quickly stabilized itself again. Darn it! Pyro frowned. Flareon, use Fire Fang. Flareon opened its sparking mouth and bit down on Jolteon. At such a close range, Jolteon couldn't dodge in time and was caught. Jolteon twisted its body, trying to shake Flareon off, but Flareon wouldn't let go. No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't break free. Seeing Jolteon's pained expression, Natsui shouted, "Use Discharge now." A fierce bolt of electricity flashed across Jolteon's body, striking Flareon. After taking the electric shock, Flareon was forced to release its bite and move away from Jolteon. After the brief exchange, both Pokémon glared at each other, both panting slightly. However, having fought one more battle, Jolteon was in a more disadvantageous position overall. Flareon used Flamethrower. Flames formed in Flareon's mouth and were blasted out, but Jolteon once again relied on its agile speed to dodge the attack. However, although the flamethrower didn't hit Jolteon, it did hit the grass beside it. In an instant, the flames, like a spark on a prairie, set the entire grassy area ablaze. Looking now, the flames and the pond stood in the middle, splitting the battlefield in two and dividing it into two separate zones. Chapter 103. Leafstone and Everstone, seeing his room to maneuver shrink, Pyro laughed loudly. "Haha, now your speed advantage is useless, isn't it? Flareon, one more time, use Flamethrower." Flareon opened its mouth and once again unleashed a flamethrower. Faced with the raging flames, Jolteon was forced to retreat a few steps. But now, surrounded by fire from both front and back, there was truly nowhere to run. Seeing this, Natsui shouted, "Jolteon, get to the other side of the pond." Hearing Natsui's command, Jolteon leaped into the middle of the pool and then quickly paddled with its four limbs to swim to the opposite bank. Now, although it was soaked to the bone, it had finally escaped the sea of fire. It looked back at Flareon. The two battling Pokémon were now in separate areas, and because they were standing on rocks, there was no fear of the fire spreading over to them. As for Flareon, due to the distance, if it wanted to attack Jolteon again, it would also have to reach the other side. And to make matters worse, it was standing on a patch of grass. If it didn't move soon, as the fire grew, it would eventually be caught in its own flames. Pyro sighed helplessly. As a fire-type Pokémon, although Flareon wasn't afraid of water like Charmander, it still had a certain fear of it and was unwilling to enter the water easily. If it were to cross the pool, it would definitely get its fur wet. If it was then attacked by Jolteon with an electric-type move while crossing, it would undoubtedly take even more damage. Seeing the hesitation on Pyro's face, Natsui directly used a taunt. "What? Scared to come over? What's there to be scared of?" Pyro's personality, naturally, wouldn't tolerate such a taunt. And compared to sitting and waiting for defeat, he preferred to take the initiative. Pyro was about to speak, but after a quick thought, he decided to be cunning. "Flareon, just charge through the fire." Hearing such a command, Natsui was somewhat impressed by Pyro's decisiveness. Due to its typing, fire would only deal half damage to Flareon. So instead of choosing the pond, running through the flames was indeed the best choice. Flareon endured the burning flames and finally made it through the raging fire. But waiting for it was a fully prepared Jolteon. Jolteon used Discharge. A fierce bolt of electricity struck Flareon, but Jolteon's attack wasn't over. As it quickly closed in, it opened its wide mouth and, using Thunder Fang, bit down on Flareon in retaliation. Flareon grimaced in pain. It wanted to turn and bite back at Jolteon, but due to its position, it couldn't reach it. The situation now was a complete reversal of what it had been just moments ago. Pyro shouted anxiously, "Flareon, don't give up. Fight back." Stung by the pain, Flareon opened its mouth and used Fire Spin, spewing it onto the ground and trapping both itself and Jolteon inside. This mutually destructive tactic made Natsui frown slightly, knowing that this battle couldn't be dragged out any longer. The continuous flames would inflict burn damage on the Pokémon inside, so the longer it went on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Jolteon. Jolteon used Double Kick. Jolteon released its bite, then turned its body, raised its hind legs, and kicked at Flareon. Its two hind legs became a blur, striking Flareon almost simultaneously. Its left hoof had just kicked Flareon's head when its right hoof followed up, kicking it in the chest. With its weak points attacked in succession, Flareon's vision went black, and it fell straight to the ground. Seeing it motionless, Sparky shouted, "Flareon is unable to battle. The winner of this match is Jolteon." Clap, clap, clap. Enthusiastic applause sounded in his ears. Being able to defeat both Vaporeon and Flareon in succession earned Natsui more respect and recognition for his strength from the crowd. However, although the battle was over, Jolteon was also covered in wounds and looked like it was about to collapse. Natsui quickly sent out his Wartortle, having it use water gun to extinguish the flames on Jolteon's body, then took out a burn heal and sprayed it on Flareon. Nearby, other trainers also used their water-type Pokemon to put out the large fire on the field. And when everything was settled, Sparky, Rainer, and Pyro, each holding a box, walked up to Natsui. When they opened the boxes, they were filled with all sorts of evolution stones. Sparky said, "As a reward for defeating us, please pick a few stones you like and take them with you." Huh? Wasn't this just a friendly match? Natsui was stunned. There are prizes too? Of course, Rainer said nonchalantly. Anyone who beats us gets to take home our local specialty. It's been a rule here for a long time. All right then. Since the host had said so, it would seem too ungracious of Natsui to refuse again. He looked down at the stones. Firestone, Waterstone, Thunderstone, Leafstone. From the symbols and shapes on these evolution stones, it wasn't hard to distinguish their types. However, Natsui didn't really have a need for evolution stones. Although they sounded impressive, not every Pokemon needed an evolution stone to evolve. At least among Natsui's Pokemon, only Jolteon had ever used a Thunderstone. But since he had the opportunity, he might as well pick one. After all, who could say what the future holds? After thinking for a moment, he picked up a leaf stone from among them. Leaf stone? A leaf stone? Sparky raised an eyebrow. An unusual choice. But is one enough? Since you beat both Rainer and Pyro, you could take one more. Don't worry, we have plenty of these stones. To be honest, Natsui really had nothing else to choose among the evolution stones. As he was pondering, he inadvertently saw a plain, ordinary gray stone in the corner. What's this? This. Sparky glanced down. Oh, that's an Everstone. It's useless, just there to fill up space. So this is an Everstone? Everstone. Compared to the common evolution stones, this was the first time Natsui had ever seen an Everstone. This is quite rare. In that case, they'll take an Everstone as well. Sparky was puzzled. What do you want an Everstone for? If you use that stone on a Pokemon, it'll never be able to evolve. Isn't that even better? Natsui laughed. If anyone gets on my nerves in the future, it'll just throw the Everstone on their Pokemon, so it can never evolve for its entire life. The three brothers glanced at each other and then burst out laughing. Great idea. All right then. This Everstone is all yours. Chapter 104. Change after resting for a night in Stone Town and bidding farewell to the hospitable Sparky and his family, Natsui set off once again. The rest of the journey was uneventful, and he arrived smoothly in Saffron City. Inside the Saffron Gym, Natsui met Sabrina's father for the second time, the middle-aged man with a duckbill cap and a full beard who worked as the receptionist. And, compared to the last time he challenged the gym, revisiting this place, his mood had completely changed. "You're here to see Sabrina?" Learning of Natsui's intentions, Sabrina's father looked at Natsui with a gaze full of vigilance and suspicion. Before Natsui could answer, he asked again, "So, a while ago, Sabrina went to help you deal with Team Rocket?" That tone, stiff and cold, with even a hint of scrutiny. For some reason, Natsui felt a prickling on his back. Facing his gaze, he braced himself and said, "She wasn't helping me. She was helping the international police. It had nothing to do with me." Seeing that he still had a stern look on his face, Natsui continued, "Actually, I've only met Sabrina twice. We're not very close. I came this time because I had a favor to ask of her." Oh. Sabrina's father drew out the sound. It was unclear whether he believed Natsui's words, but in any case, his attitude did improve noticeably. Perhaps Natsui's not very close remark had put the man at ease. He complained, "Those people from the International Police are really too good at ordering people around, and the Pokemon League folks are the same. How could they let a girl like Sabrina do something so dangerous?" Yes, yes, you're absolutely right, sir. Although he agreed verbally, Natsui couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This overflowing fatherly love was touching, but while Sabrina was indeed a girl, she was far from being just an ordinary human. With her psychic powers, even on her own, she could toy with her opponents in the palm of her hand. Anyone who dared to underestimate her would definitely suffer a great loss. The Saffron Gym hadn't changed since Natsui's last visit, but perhaps due to the lighting, the atmosphere here no longer seemed so oppressive. Passing by the first room, he once again saw the group of people learning psychic powers. He wondered if they had made any progress after all this time. After walking for a long while, the man led Natsui to the same battlefield where he had once fought, and Sabrina was sitting on a chair, watching him calmly. "I foresaw your arrival." This was the very first thing Sabrina had said when they first met. To think that this time, she would say it again. However, even for Sabrina, after experiencing so much with Natsui, her state of mind must have changed. Now, there was a smile on her face, and her expression was far warmer than the cold indifference of before, with a few added hints of gentleness. "Sabrina, this time I came." Natsui was halfway through his sentence when he saw Sabrina gently raise her hand, interrupting him. She then turned her head to look at her father. "What's wrong?" the man asked, looking at Sabrina and raising an eyebrow. Sabrina didn't speak, and the atmosphere became heavy for a moment. But as her father, it only took him a moment of thought to understand her meaning. "You want me to leave?" The man's eyes widened as he looked at Sabrina in disbelief. He then turned to glare fiercely at Natsui. "Kid, you tell me to leave the moment you see me. Is this what you meant by and not very close to Sabrina?" Faced with this, Natsui could only let out a few helpless, dry laughs. Although he was extremely uncomfortable. Under Sabrina's increasingly profound gaze, the man didn't dare to disobey. He could only snort and reluctantly leave the battle hall. When the sound of his footsteps disappeared, Sabrina moved her fingers slightly, and the great doors closed automatically, isolating them from the outside view. The room returned to tranquility. After taking a good look at Natsui, Sabrina smiled softly and said, "It's all right now. You can continue. A daughter can't be kept at home forever, it seems." Although he felt a bit sorry for Sabrina's father, he had to admit, without him here as a third wheel, Natsui's mood did indeed relax a lot. He walked over to Sabrina's side and, while curiously looking around, said, "I came here this time specifically to see you and also to pick up that Sylph scope." "Are you really here specifically to see me?" Sabrina joked, although her face seemed as usual. What Natsui didn't see was that under her long black hair, her ears had slowly turned crimson. Hey. Natsui slapped his forehead and said helplessly, "And here I was bringing you a gift, and you doubt me like this? That's really hurtful." "A gift?" Natsui turned and took out a bracelet made of many small, round, crystal-clear red stones from his backpack. Under the light, these small stones emitted a soft glow, looking extremely beautiful. "What is this?" Natsui smiled. "This is a souvenir I bought at a high price on Cinnabar Island. It's carved from agate. They say that because it's been constantly soaked in the hot springs, it seems to have absorbed some minerals. When a woman wears it, it not only refreshes the mind, but also makes the skin better and better. No woman would be averse to becoming more beautiful, and Sabrina was no exception." She took the bracelet and examined it carefully, asking in surprise, "Why are you giving this to me out of the blue?" Natsui shrugged. "I just wanted to give it to you, so I bought it." If I had to find a reason, let's just call it a thank you. Didn't I already thank you last time? With that bottle of perfume? For something like this, how could one thank you be enough?" Natsui said. "Besides, perfume is a consumable. A bracelet like this can be worn on your wrist, and if you take good care of it, it can even be passed down for generations. Sabrina truly liked the gift. She put the bracelet on her wrist, and in an instant, the contrast between her fair skin and the rosy gems was strikingly beautiful. And since it was a gift from Natsui, although she didn't say it, she was still very happy. All right, I'll accept it then. But I still have to tell you, the Sylph Scope is not in my possession right now. Huh? Natsui was stunned and asked, last time we talked on the phone, didn't you say you keep it safe for me? How come now? Actually, installing the Sylph Scope isn't as easy as you'd think, Sabrina explained with a light smile. Not only does the installation have to be perfectly seamless, but it also has to look good, and finally, it needs to be calibrated. So Mr. Sylph said that after you arrived, you'd have to go to Sylph Company in person and have the researchers there help with the installation. I see. Natsui realized, nodding with a smile. With their help, that would indeed be for the best. Chapter 105, Equipment Upgrade, accompanied by Sabrina. Natsui arrived at Sylph Company. The streets were bustling with traffic, and the building's facade had long been repaired. If one hadn't experienced it firsthand, no one would have guessed that a fierce battle had taken place here, or that it had once been occupied by Team Rocket. After passing through security, the two were led by a male secretary to the president's office on the top floor. Visiting again, Natsui noticed that the security here had been significantly strengthened. Nearly every floor had armed security personnel patrolling with their Pokémon. It seemed that the previous incident had made Sylph Company realize that they needed their own force to protect the company. Knocking on the office door, the two once again met the president of Sylph Company in person. He had a radiant complexion and looked full of energy, showing no signs of aging. Seeing Natsui, the president was also very happy. He stood up and took 2 steps forward, smiling warmly. Mr. Natsui, Miss Sabrina, welcome. Mr. Sylph, you're looking very well. Has something good happened? Mr. Sylph shook hands with them amicably. With his rich experience, his eyes scanned over Natsui and Sabrina, and he seemed to have already noticed that the atmosphere between the two was a little different. He chuckled, your presence here, for me, isn't that a good thing in itself? Look at that. Truly befitting a company president, his mastery of the art of language is superb. Natsui turned and pointed to the 2 security guards standing outside the door, praising. To be able to assemble such a well-trained security force in such a short time is truly impressive. It is not I who is impressive, but the money in my hands. In today's world, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem at all. Mr. Sylph laughed heartily, then changed the subject. A few days ago, I saw the video of your battle with the giant Tentacruel online. To be honest, although your mask is very distinctive, I have to say, your gear is far too simple. Well, Natsui said, embarrassed. To be frank with you, sir, this can't really be considered gear. The mask was actually something I bought for 100 poke dollars after haggling in an arcade, and even the cape was just a raincoat I picked up off the ground. Oh, Mr. Sylph was taken aback. Let me see your mask. Natsui rummaged through his backpack, took out the Jengar mask, and handed it to Mr. Sylph. Mr. Sylph felt it with his hands, a look of disdain on his face. This won't do. Such poor quality material is not worthy of my Sylph Scope. Our Sylph Company has always been renowned for its high-tech products. As a friend, how can I let you continue to use such crude things? With that, he turned to the secretary and instructed, go to the equipment department right now and have them create a new mask and cloak. Oh, right, bring our latest set of outdoor products as well. The secretary acknowledged the order and turned to leave. Is this really okay? Natsui hesitated. Won't it be too much of an expense? It's no problem. Mr. Sylph waved his hand dismissively. Compared to the kindness you've shown me, these few things are utterly insignificant. The 3 chatted for a while longer, and upon learning that Natsui had not yet used the Master Ball, Mr. Sylph smiled with even more satisfaction. This Master Ball is no small matter. It certainly cannot be used lightly. Remember, you must use it at a critical moment to capture the most critical Pokémon. Don't worry, Natsui nodded. I will use it with caution. Since Mr. Sylph still had business to attend to, Natsui and Sabrina didn't want to disturb him further. They tactfully took their leave and went to a lounge on a lower floor. And here it just so happened to be the very room where he and Sabrina had hidden in the locker to evade Team Rocket. Sinking into the sofa, Natsui remarked with emotion, "The Team Rocket attack last time, it's still so vivid in my mind even now." But Sabrina, looking at that very locker, seemed to recall something and let out a soft, slightly shy. Glancing at Natsui, she asked, "After you leave here, will you go next?" "To challenge the Viridian Gym, of course." Natsui said, "I heard that after Giovanni fled, Agatha temporarily took over as the gym leader, and the type there has changed from normal to ghost. Although Agatha won't be easy to beat, it's the last badge left. I have to defeat her no matter what." Sabrina asked again, "Then after you get 8 badges, will you challenge the league?" "That's right, why?" Hearing this, Natsui looked at Sabrina with some surprise. It was the natural order of things. After finishing the gyms, one would challenge the league competition. This was all pointless conversation, having been a gym leader for so many years. It was impossible for her not to know. Sure enough, Sabrina continued, "So after the league, what are your plans?" After thinking for a moment, Natsui said, "After that, I suppose it'll be time to leave Kanto and continue my journey in other regions." "Leave Kanto?" Sabrina pondered, then nodded gently. "I see." Before Natsui could understand what she meant, the secretary arrived at the lounge carrying a case. He opened the case and took out many items from within. A windbreaker, track pants, sneakers, a belt, knee pads, wrist guards, a backpack, and so on. This set of gear practically gave Natsui a complete makeover. The secretary introduced, "These are our company's latest products. This windbreaker alone is made from a special material that is not only fireproof, waterproof, and wear-resistant, but it also can't be easily cut even with a knife." Natsui picked up the jacket. It was not only soft and comfortable, but also quite stylish. Since it had come to this, he didn't stand on ceremony. He went to the changing room on the side and put on a new outfit. It had to be said that clothes make the man. Natsui himself was quite handsome, and after the change of clothes, he looked even more athletic, exuding a youthful vitality. While it might not be enough to charm countless girls, when he appeared before Sabrina again, there was an extra hint of admiration in her gaze. Just then, a researcher walked into the room holding a brand new mask. And this new mask, although still in the shape of a Jengar, had many changes. First was the material, which had changed from the previous plastic to a thin and light alloy, gleaming with a faint luster. It looked more high-end and also more sturdy and durable. Next were its eyes. The original glass lenses had been replaced with a silph scope. While looking at ordinary things, there was still no change, but as soon as it involved mysterious things, their true forms would be revealed. Chapter 106. Challenging the Viridian Gym. Viridian, the color of eternal, everlasting green. Setting out from Saffron City, Natsui, dressed in his brand new gear, followed a deep, winding path to the city surrounded by a dense forest. Viridian City. Although the city isn't large, it's a transportation hub, an important economic center for Western Kanto, and an essential stop on the way to the Indigo Plateau to participate in the Pokemon League Conference. However, because it's so close to the Viridian Forest, bug-type Pokemon often enter the city and bother the residents. As the place where Giovanni operated for many years, Team Rocket's influence was naturally deep-rooted here. Walking through the streets, Natsui was initially a bit worried about being attacked by remaining Team Rocket members, but after seeing police officers patrolling everywhere, he finally relaxed a little. He figured Looker and the others must have understood this as well, resulting in the level of investigation here being second only to Celadon City. After crossing most of the city, he finally arrived at the Viridian Gym. Perhaps because the forest took up so much space, the size of the Viridian Gym was limited. The entire gym consisted of only a single 2-story building. But despite its smaller footprint compared to other gyms, it was still very solemn and grand. If it weren't for the familiar Pokemon League logo on top of the building, a newcomer like him might have mistaken it for a consulate. It had to be said, In terms of style, it really had the cold and stern feel of Giovanni of the Earth. In fact, before Agatha took over as the temporary gym leader, the Viridian gym was the most difficult of all the gyms to challenge. It wasn't that the strength Giovanni displayed was so incredible, but rather because the gym was closed to challengers most of the time, leaving many trainers who came here turn away at the door. Now with Agatha in charge, her outstanding strength and cunning, calculating personality had made the Viridian gym an even more insurmountable mountain for less skilled trainers. Entering the gym and explaining his purpose to the staff, Natsui was led directly to Agatha. And after he greeted Agatha, this oldest member of the Elite Four, though finding Natsui's voice somewhat familiar, did not recognize his identity at first. It wasn't until Haunter appeared that she realized the young man before her was the same masked man, codenamed Player, with whom she had once fought side by side. So it's you. Agatha's eyes widened in realization, as if it were unexpected, yet made perfect sense. I thought your real identity would be some kind of undercover agent. I never expected you to be just a league trainer challenging gyms. Natsui scratched his head. Being a trainer is my main profession. As for that last operation, it was purely the duty of a 5-star, Good Samaritan citizen helping out. An interesting young man, Agatha got straight to the point. I have some understanding of your strength, so there's no need for a 3v3 battle. Let's just settle it with one match. Natsui was stunned. You're a member of the Elite Four. After all, isn't this format a bit unfair to me? If my Pokemon loses, I won't even have a chance for a comeback. Doesn't that mean ID fail the gym challenge right away? You're right, Agatha said with a cunning smile, as if it were a matter of course. That's why you should show even more grit and skill. But don't worry, this is just an ordinary gym battle. I won't go so far as to use my ace Pokemon. Since she had put it that way, Natsui could only reluctantly agree. The two went to the battlefield and stood in their respective trainer boxes. The Viridian Gym's battlefield was set up in a hall resembling a classical Western style. Murals, relief sculptures, pillars, and painted ceilings were visible everywhere. Under the dim lighting, the entire hall felt mysterious and somewhat terrifying. And because it was formerly a ground-type gym, Agatha had no intention of changing the facilities. The ground beneath Natsui's feet was still a simple field made of packed, level earth. Agatha was the first to send out her Pokemon. Come out, Miss Drevis. As the Pokeball opened, a Pokemon with a deep, dark color, its eyes glowing with a malevolent red light. A string of pearls around its neck, and hair that swayed like ghostly fire, appeared in midair. Pokédex, beep. Miss Drevis, the Screech Pokemon. A ghost type. These pranksters often emit cries like a wailing human at night to frighten people. They use the red jewels to absorb their target's fear, which they use as nourishment. Facing a pure ghost-type Pokemon, besides his Gardevoir, Natsui's other Pokemon wouldn't be at a major disadvantage. After a moment's thought, Natsui's finger slid across a Pokeball, having already selected its opponent. I'm counting on you for this battle. Go! Ivysaur. As a blue light flashed, Ivysaur also appeared on the field. The two Pokemon, one high and one low, faced each other, their eyes filled with a strong fighting spirit. Ivysaur? Agatha raised an eyebrow. I thought you would send out your Haunter. An ace for an ace, a needle point against a spearhead. Since you're holding back your ace, why should I send out my Haunter? Natsui smiled. And don't you underestimate my Ivysaur. It's very strong too. Agatha snorted. I just hope you don't regret it after you lose. Once both Pokemon were ready, with the referee's call to begin, Natsui and Agatha issued their commands simultaneously. Ivysaur, use Razor Leaf. Miss Drevis, use Shadow Ball. From the bud on Ivysaur's back, countless leaves formed and swept towards Miss Drevis, colliding with the Shadow Ball. Although the Shadow Ball was more powerful, it was neutralized by the continuous stream of Razor Leaf. Seeing the first attack miss, Agatha commanded with a powerful voice, Miss Drevis, use Psybeam. Is she trying to confuse Ivysaur first, then attack at her leisure? Natsui's mind raced as he shouted, Ivysaur, unleash Leech Seed. The flower bud trembled, and a seed shot towards Miss Drevis at high speed. At the same time, Miss Drevis' Psybeam also struck Ivysaur. Now, both Pokémon had taken damage, but fortunately, Miss Drevis' attack did not confuse Ivysaur. On the other hand, the Leech Seed quickly sprouted on Miss Drevis' body, wrapping around it, restricting its movement while slowly draining its stamina. Excellent! Natsui continued to shout, Vine Whip Attack. 2 vines shot out from the flower bud and lashed heavily at Miss Drevis. Unable to dodge, Miss Drevis could only take the attack head-on. Seeing this, Agatha's brow furrowed tightly, and she quickly said, Break free from those vines. At her command, Miss Drevis used Shadow Ball again, hitting the vines. With an explosion, although it ended up looking a bit disheveled, it finally broke free. Chapter 107. Evolution in the midst of battle. Swish, swish, swish. Just then, Ivysaur's second Razor Leaf attack shot forth again, striking Miss Drevis. Miss Drevis cried out in pain, its once somewhat cute face suddenly turning a bit ferocious. Agatha shouted, Miss Drevis, use Perish Song. Perish Song? Hearing the name of this move, Natsui immediately tensed up. Although Perish Song was only a normal-type move, it was extremely powerful. Once successfully cast, it would place a mark on Ivysaur. After a few turns, the mark would detonate, and regardless of how much HP was left, both Pokémon would be knocked out, instantly losing their ability to battle. The feeling was equivalent to having a time bomb strapped to you. As soon as the timer hit 0, you would be blown to bits. It could be said that, like Destiny Bond and other similar moves, it was an excellent way to take the enemy down with you when you were at a disadvantage. Ivysaur, stop it quickly! Ivysaur continued to use Vine Whip, lashing at Miss Drevis' body, but it was a step too late. Miss Drevis opened its mouth, and a series of black musical notes mixed with energy waves floated out, echoing throughout the field like a song of death's arrival. The next second, energy markers appeared on the bodies of both Pokémon, and outside the field, even though Natsui was standing far away. Hearing this sound, he couldn't help but feel a palpitation in his heart. It was as if an invisible giant hand was squeezing his heart. No need to be so nervous. Agatha glanced at him and said slowly, This move only affects Pokémon. It's harmless to us humans. I know. Natsui nodded. He wasn't worried about himself, but was breaking out in a cold sweat for Ivysaur. He had some understanding of this move. Although the way to break, it was very simple. Just recalling Ivysaur to its Pokeball to sever the connection would remove the mark for this 1v1 match. Recalling a Pokemon meant voluntarily forfeiting. It seemed the only way now was to defeat this Miss Drevis before the Perish Song took effect. Ivysaur, give it everything you've got. Use Seed Bomb. As the bud on Ivysaur's back trembled again, a barrage of hard seeds shot out, flying in arcs towards Miss Drevis. Miss Drevis flew higher, about to dodge, but it was suddenly entangled in mid-air by 2 vines that shot out and pulled it down. At that moment, the seed bomb slammed into its body, setting off a series of explosions that burst into green sparks. Although Miss Drevis looked like it was about to faint, it still hadn't fallen. This is bad. Seeing that time was running out, Natsui frowned and shouted, Quick! One more push. Perhaps his urgent and worried feelings were transmitted to Ivysaur, creating a sense of empathy. At that moment, Ivysaur's latent potential erupted, and its body suddenly glowed with a white light. It had evolved in the middle of battle. In a brief instant, when the light faded, Ivysaur had evolved into a massive new form with a flower on its back in full bloom. Venusaur. Before he had time to be amazed, Venusaur used Razor Leaf once again, and this time, due to its increased power, the might of the Razor Leaf was greatly enhanced, knocking out Miss Drevis in a single blow. Thud! As Miss Drevis fell, seeing that the mark was about to detonate, Natsui didn't wait for the referee to announce the result and immediately recalled Venusaur into its Pokeball. Outside the field, The referee glanced at Agatha. Seeing Agatha nod, not fussing over such a small detail, he then raised his right hand and announced the outcome of the match. Miss Drevis is unable to battle. The challenger has won the match. Natsui let out a long sigh of relief and sent Venusaur out again. And, just as expected, as soon as Venusaur entered the Pokeball and lost its connection to Miss Drevis, the mark from Parish Song disappeared. Looking at Venusaur now, it had to be said that although it had become stronger, its appearance was no longer cute. It had indeed become much uglier. But no matter what, it was still his Pokemon. Natsui wouldn't dislike it. On the contrary, he was genuinely happy for it. Patting the large Pokemon, which stood a full 2 meters tall, including the flower on its back, Natsui was very pleased. Venusaur, I can't believe you were able to evolve at such a critical moment. That was amazing. Venusaur rubbed its large face against his hand and also let out a couple of happy cries. However, its suddenly increased size made it difficult to adjust to for a moment. It accidentally used too much force and nearly knocked Natsui over. Just then, Agatha walked up to Natsui, took out an asparagus-shaped badge, and placed it in his hand. Earth Badge. Congratulations on obtaining the Earth Badge. But I have to say, although I lost this match, you had a very tough win. What could I do? Natsui rolled his eyes at her and said helplessly, I could have one more easily. Who was it that changed the rules at the last minute and insisted on using a move that takes us both down? Ha ha ha. Agatha laughed loudly. So that's life, isn't it? Things don't always go as you wish. Young man, you are truly impressive. If you participate in the league conference, you might really be able to become a champion. When that time comes, if you still want a fair battle, you are welcome to come find me anytime. Challenge the Elite Four? Natsui nodded. That does sound very appealing. But before that, it'll take it one step at a time and focus on making it to the finals first. Well said. Hearing this, Agatha couldn't help but praise. To be so calm and composed at your age is truly a rare quality. Since there was still a long time before the Pokemon League Conference, after leaving Viridian City, Natsui planned to return to Vermilion City to rest for a few days. However, while passing through Cerulean City, he unexpectedly ran into Misty and the other two again. Covered in dust from their travels, they were just about to enter Cerulean City. Seeing Natsui, they were also very surprised. After greeting them, Natsui looked at Ash and asked, Why are you only back now? How did it go? Did you get the volcano badge from Mr. Blaine? Of course. Ash rubbed his nose, opened his jacket, and showed Natsui his 7th badge. My Charizard unleashed its full power. After a tough battle, it finally defeated Blaine's Magmar. What's there to be proud of? Only getting 7 badges. Misty, at the side, teased him mercilessly, then turned to Natsui, her attitude changing a full 180 degrees. I bet you've already gotten your 8th badge, right, Natsui? That's right. Natsui opened his badge case and showed them his badges as well. I just got back from the Viridian Gym. Next, I need to start preparing for the league conference. But speaking of which, if you're not going to challenge a gym, what are you doing back in Cerulean City? Chapter 108. The Mermaid Princess of the Underwater Ballet Misty said, When I was on Cinnabar Island, I got a call from my sisters. They told me I had to come back to the Cerulean Gym. Also, my Horsia has been acting listless lately for some reason, so I thought I'd come back here anyway and let it live in a bigger pool for a while to see if its spirits improve. As she spoke, Misty's gaze swept back and forth over Natsui. Now that Natsui was wearing a whole new set of gear, he looked even more handsome, which made the girl, who already had a crush on him, feel her heart beat faster, especially when he stood next to Ash and Brock, two people who paid no attention to their appearance. Their contrast made Natsui stand out even more. How to describe this feeling? Misty thought to herself. Maybe it's the difference between a Fearow and a Ho-Oh. Although they are both bird Pokemon and look very similar, you can still tell at a glance that Ho-Oh is in a class of its own. The group chatted casually for a bit longer, since they had run into each other here, and with Misty's enthusiastic invitation, Natsui, having nothing else to do, decided to go with them into Cerulean City. Laughing and talking, The group arrived at the cerulean gym. Looking at the gym where she had grown up, a place that was once so familiar, Misty was overcome with emotion. I miss this place so much. Ever since I started my journey, I realized it's been a long time since I've been back here. Just as they were about to enter the gym, Natsui suddenly noticed a billboard on the side. On the billboard was a huge poster, and on the poster were many water-type Pokemon. But the most eye-catching figure was a beautiful girl wearing a seashell bikini, dressed like a mermaid. Poster. Although the girl only showed half of her delicate profile, making it impossible to see her full face, her beautiful figure was enough to spark one's imagination. Reading the words on it, Natsui said curiously, "A gorgeous and splendid underwater ballet show. It looks like they've launched a new performance." A show? The others also walked closer. When Brock saw the mermaid girl, he was instantly captivated and muttered to himself, "Wow, she's so beautiful. It looks like we're back just in time for a feast for the eyes." Just then, Natsui saw a line of small text at the bottom and couldn't help but read it aloud. "This performance is brought to you by a famous underwater ballet artist, making her triumphant return to Cerulean City." This triumphant ballet artist. Are they talking about you, Misty? Hearing him say that, everyone finally noticed that the girl on the poster was indeed extremely similar to Misty. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly her with her hair let down. "That's impossible." Misty quickly shook her head. "I don't know anything about underwater ballet. It must be a guest performer my sisters invited from somewhere." Through the automatic doors, the group entered the gym lobby. The gym was empty and looked deserted, as if it were a holiday, not open to the public, and no performance was being held. "I'm home," Misty called out happily. The next second, hearing her voice, Daisy, Violet, and Lily all rushed out to greet her. "You're finally back." Lily stepped forward, grabbed both of Misty's hands, and complained, "What took you so long? Didn't we tell you to hurry back?" Before Misty could speak, Violet also asked suspiciously, "Don't tell me you went off to play somewhere again? You nearly missed the big event." "All right, let's not pick on her anymore," Daisy quickly intervened. And from her expression, it seemed she was also greatly relieved that Misty had shown up at this moment. "Although you're a bit late, at least you barely made it." Misty's three sisters, once they started talking, chattered on non-stop, making it impossible for anyone to get a word in. Misty was also completely bewildered. When they finally quieted down, she asked, puzzled, "What are you guys talking about? What did I make it for?" "Oh, right, let's not talk about that for now. Sisters, I brought guests back with me this time." Perhaps because they had been in such a hurry before, it was only now that they noticed Natsui and the others. "Oh, it's you guys. How have you been lately? This girl Misty hasn't caused you any trouble, has she?" Daisy, Violet, and Lily abandoned Misty, first greeting Ash and Brock, then turning their heads towards Natsui. And when they saw Natsui's face clearly, their eyes suddenly lit up like bees seeing a flower, and they all crowded around him. Lily feigned surprise and anger. "I remember you. You were the one who beat us so badly back then." That's right. That's right." "What? Are you traveling with Misty now, too? Don't tell me you've set your sights on our little sister?" Faced with the three women at full blast, Natsui's head started to ache. He shook his head. "I just happened to run into them today. But although we're not traveling together, Misty and I are indeed very good friends." Hearing Natsui say this, Misty was very happy in her heart. But seeing her three sisters swarming around Natsui, she felt a pang of jealousy and immediately rushed over angrily, pushing them away forcefully. All right, Misty pouted and asked, "What was so urgent that you had to call me back in such a hurry?" Reminded by her, the three finally got back to the main topic. "We almost forgot the important stuff." "Hurry up, Misty, there's no time left. We need to practice." "Huh?" Misty looked completely lost. "What practice are you talking about? Isn't it obvious?" Violet pointed to the poster on the wall. "The underwater ballet, of course." What? Misty was shocked. "Are you kidding me? You're really going to make me perform?" "Of course," Lily said, as if it were a matter of course. "We've already decided. You will play the leading role of the mermaid princess in the next underwater ballet." "What?" Misty looked incredulous and shouted, "Why did you make this decision for me without even discussing it? Besides, I'm determined to become a water-type Pokemon master. How can I go and dance ballet? No way. I refuse. Absolutely not." Seeing Misty's firm attitude, Violet was about to say something more, but was stopped by Daisy. "All right, Misty, don't get so worked up. We can't just let our guests stand here. Let's have them go inside and rest for a bit first." Following Daisy, the group went into a lounge and sat down at a long table. As Daisy served them tea, it was only then that Natsui and the others finally learned the whole story from them. Chapter 109. Revising the script. Daisy was in low spirits, and even the expressions of the other two were very downcast. Maybe it's because our recent performances have been too repetitive, so fewer and fewer people are coming to watch. These past few days, the audience seats have been completely empty, without even a single cheer. As they spoke, the mood of the others grew heavy as well. Even Misty hadn't expected such a turn of events at home. At the side, Natsui rubbed his chin. Although it sounded very sympathetic, he had seen the three sisters' performance before, and coupled with his experience working backstage for a while after traveling to Kalos, he only needed to think for a moment to understand where the problem lay. The reason it's become like this is probably because you've misidentified the positioning of your performance. At his words, everyone present turned to look at him, and Daisy and her sisters looked at him with even more surprise. Why do you say that?" Natsui said slowly. "Actually, the last time I came to the Cerulean Gym, before I battled you, I watched your show. How should I put it? While it was also wonderful, the performance was too one-dimensional. At least, after watching the whole thing, when I try to recall anything later, all I remember are a few pairs of long legs on the water." Hearing him say that, Misty rolled her eyes at him, while the three sisters looked at each other in dismay. In truth, they were extremely confident in their show. And more importantly, they also enjoyed showing off their beauty to everyone through water ballet. Now, hearing that someone's impression of them was just their legs was indeed a bit hurtful. Although they didn't want to admit it, the fact that the audience was dwindling pierced through their beautiful dream and forced them to accept this reality. Violet asked, "Then what exactly do you mean by the positioning you mentioned earlier?" The target audience, of course. Natsui organized his thoughts and continued. "Through my observation, I found that the audience here is almost exclusively adult men, and their purpose is very simple, just to appreciate your dancing. While it's very pleasing to the eye, over time, the audience experiences aesthetic fatigue and naturally becomes unwilling to come back." His reasoning was clear, and his words were convincing, making everyone realize that this was definitely not just some glib, empty talk. At the side, Lily's eyes lit up as if she had found some sort of validation, and she said excitedly, "See, this is exactly what I was thinking before." Daisy also nodded and said to Natsui, "That's why we plan to have Misty come back and play the Mermaid Princess to save the Cerulean Gym." "No way." Misty quickly refused. "I can't do something like that." "But..." Daisy looked troubled. "You saw just now, our posters are already up. Everyone heard there would be a new show tomorrow, and the tickets are already sold out." "Tomorrow?" Misty slammed the table and shot to her feet. "You want me to perform on stage tomorrow without even getting my consent? Are you kidding me?" "Calm down. Calm down." Violet reached out and forcefully pushed Misty back down, at the same time tossing a few stapled sheets of paper in front of her. "This is the script we wrote for you. As long as you follow the lines, it'll be very simple, even for a little girl like you with no acting experience." Misty shook her head like a rattle drum. Seeing her still resolute attitude, Daisy pleaded, "Misty, your big sister is begging you." Chapter 110. The melodramatic soap opera of the year. Knowing this would be a long and time-consuming task, Natsui released all of his Pokemon, except for the two silly birds, and let them play in the gym's pool. And when Daisy and the others saw Natsui's Dratini, they all gathered around it with fascination. "Is this a Dratini?" Violet reached out to stroke its head and said in amazement, "This is even rarer than its final form, Dragonite. Where on earth did you catch it?" Brock also said in all our travels, we've only ever seen a mother dragonair and her baby Dratini in the safari zone outside Fuchsia City. They're extremely rare. I can't believe you have one too. You're so lucky. Although Natsui's Dratini's personality had improved a lot under Charmeleon's influence recently, seeing so many people surrounding it, it shyly hid behind Charmeleon. Natsui ignored the chatter around him, only reminding Gardevoir to watch over the mischievous bunch and make sure they didn't get into any serious trouble. He then turned his attention back to the script on the table and began to read it carefully. Since it was a short play, the script was only a dozen or so thin pages. Besides the general story and character designs, the rest consisted of scenes, dialogue, monologues, and narration. Lily said, "This script was written by our sister Violet. What do you think? Are there any shortcomings?" Nodding, Natsui said, "From a story structure perspective alone, it is indeed a bit too simple. It lacks twists and turns and isn't exciting enough. But since you only have a few actors, even with the Pokemon, you're still shorthanded, so it's understandable." Seeing Natsui's serious expression, Misty propped up her cheek and asked curiously, "Natsui, what did you do for a living before you became a trainer?" Natsui shrugged. "I was originally in university, but due to an unavoidable circumstance, I ended up dropping out. After that, I drifted for a bit and ended up in the Kalos region, where I found a job and lived for a while. When I realized I couldn't spend my whole life drifting aimlessly, I finally chose to become a trainer and came here." An unavoidable circumstance? Everyone exchanged glances. Although Natsui didn't elaborate, they all unanimously concluded that something must have happened to his family. Ash asked, "What kind of job was it? What made you feel so bored?" "Actually, the job wasn't boring at all," Natsui smiled. "I was at a film studio, responsible for coordinating the use of sets between different film crews, running errands for them, and generally helping out." "Oh, right. Speaking of which, there was actually a big star who took a liking to me and always wanted me to debut and become a star too." Misty's eyes lit up. "A big star? Who was it?" Natsui asked in return. "Do you know Diantha?" "Diantha. Diantha." Upon hearing this name, Daisy, Violet, Lily, Misty, and Brock all stood up in shock. Only Ash looked bewildered, not understanding why everyone was so surprised. He couldn't help but ask, "Who is this Diantha you're talking about?" After calming down, Daisy explained, "Diantha is not only a famous movie star, but also the champion trainer of the Kalos region. Many of the movies she starred in are still considered classics today." That's right," Violet said with adoration. "She's my idol, especially her movies My Lumiose Holiday, The Elegant Lady, and The Duchess. I've watched them dozens of times." Lily, as if she still couldn't believe her ears, repeatedly confirmed, "The Diantha you're talking about, is she really that famous big star?" "Of course," Natsui said. "Actually, we met by chance. She took very good care of me, and my Gardevoir, when it was still a Ralts, was a gift from her. She was also the one who supported me in becoming a Pokemon trainer." Wow. Daisy and the others were all ecstatic. "If you get the chance, you have to get us her autograph." "No problem. When you get to Kalos, I can introduce you." Although she may seem a bit unapproachable, she's actually very down-to-earth and friendly. They chatted about Diantha for a long while. After they had cooled down, their thoughts finally returned to the script. Natsui said, "Actually, the theme of this script is a bit childish. I think we should add some other elements to make it more exciting." "But," Daisy hesitated, "as you just said, we're really shorthanded." "What's the big deal?" Violet pointed at Natsui, Ash, and Brock. "Why don't we have them help out too? What do you think?" Us?" Lily covered her mouth and chuckled. "We can't help it. You might as well see it through to the end." "Well," Natsui was a bit hesitant, but Ash and Brock looked eager to try. "No problem. Leave it to us." Since they had agreed, Natsui didn't refuse either. Daisy smiled at Natsui. "You have a great image. You could totally play the prince instead of me. By the way, you just mentioned adding other elements. What exactly did you want to add?" Natsui looked at everyone present. "Well, everyone can chime in. After all, many heads are better than one. We can brainstorm." Hearing him say that, it was as if a floodgate had opened. Everyone started talking at once, each expressing their own ideas. Ash said eagerly. I think we should add more Pokemon battles. That would make it more interesting. Ash's idea represented most kids his age. Natsui nodded and, with a few strokes of his pen, decided to include more Pokemon. Brock narrowed his eyes and said nonchalantly, I don't think we should reduce the ballet parts. It would be best to add more screen time for Miss Daisy and the others. Natsui nodded again. Brock's idea represented the vast majority of lustful male compatriots, who were also the biggest supporters of Daisy and her sisters in the past. This had to be respected. He summarized, I think the dialogue could also be more humorous, and even the Pokemon's actions could be more comical. At the side, ever since she heard that Natsui could play the prince, Misty's heart had been pounding like a frantic deer. She said shyly then, could we add some romantic scenes? Like hugging or kissing? Violet, with a teasing look, instantly saw through her intentions and said with a grin, of course, of course. Since our little Misty is asking, it's no problem at all. Misty's face turned beet red. She stole a glance at Natsui and, seeing him writing seriously, seemingly not having noticed her little scheme, she secretly let out a sigh of relief. Finally, after everyone's discussion, it was decided that Natsui would play the male lead, the prince, and the female lead would be Misty, playing the mermaid princess. Brock would play a sailor, a loyal subordinate of the prince, and Ash, in drag, would play the prince's handmaiden. The villains of the story would be a duo consisting of a savage female pirate, played by Lily, and an evil, which played by Violet. As for Daisy, she would play a female merchant. Since her role was the smallest, she would also be in charge of narration and overall coordination. And with that, the creation of the story was finally complete, and it could move into the rehearsal stage. And its name was retitled by Natsui as the Cerulean Gym's annual underwater melodramatic brawl of passionate soap opera, Chapter 111. The spoilers after the scripts were printed and distributed to everyone. The intense rehearsal phase began. At this time, both humans and Pokemon who were participating in the next day's performance gathered by the pool, memorizing lines and familiarizing themselves with their positions and movements. Misty, your swimming form needs to be more graceful. You have to truly imagine yourself as a mermaid. Remember, your body can't be too stiff. Mr. Natsui, your emotions need to be fuller, and try to speak more like a prince. Daisy's voice echoed through the gym via a megaphone. Although she seemed very strict with Natsui and Misty, it couldn't be helped. After all, the two were the male and female leads, and their performance would directly affect the quality and excitement of the play. After the changes, although there were still ballet sequences, the performance was actually more like a stage play. The general plot was that in the calm depths of the sea, the mermaid princess was living a carefree life, but a prince who suddenly fell into the water shattered the peace. After a brief encounter, the two developed feelings for each other, but a jealous which interfered, obstructing this cross-species love. At the same time, a vicious pirate had also plundered the prince's kingdom. Subsequently, with the help of the handmaiden, the sailor, and a cunning merchant, the two, along with kind Pokemon, fought against the sea monster Gyarados released by the witch, eventually defeating it. They also dealt with the pirate and the witch, saving their homeland. Finally, as the curtain slowly fell, the prince and the mermaid princess embraced in love, presenting a perfect ending. After having dinner at the gym, everyone continued to practice until midnight. During these 8 or 9 hours, they went over it again and again, and finally it started to look polished with no more mistakes. That was exhausting. Natsui wiped the sweat from his forehead. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even supporting actors like Ash and Brock were left dizzy by the lines and blocking. All right. As the temporary director, Daisy clapped her hands and finally announced the end. Everyone did a fantastic job, but remember to get some rest, so you'll have the energy to perform tomorrow. With that, she turned to Natsui, Ash, and Brock. Thank you for all your hard work. I've also arranged rooms for you. Please follow me. Following behind her, the three of them entered the inner part of the gym, finally stopping in front of a few doors. Daisy smiled, This is where you'll be staying tonight. I won't disturb you any longer. Sweet dreams." Waving goodbye to Daisy and looking at the door, Natsui also let out a quiet sigh of relief. Great, they're not shared dorms. I finally don't have to listen to Ash's teeth grinding and Brock's snoring. I can get a good rest. After Daisy left, Natsui entered his room. His eyelids grew heavier. After washing up, just as he was about to get into bed, he suddenly heard a soft knock on the door. Forcing himself to stay awake, he opened the door to find it was Misty. "What's wrong?" Natsui looked at the time and asked, "Is there something else? Are you going to sleep?" Misty hesitated for a moment. "I can't seem to fall asleep. Can I come in and sit for a while?" "Of course you can." Natsui immediately stepped aside and invited Misty into the room. Sitting on the bed, the two chatted for a bit. And only then did Natsui learn that Misty was so excited about being back home after a long absence and about the next day's performance that she had insomnia. After a few words of comfort, about 10 minutes later, Misty's mood had calmed down. Seeing Natsui yawning incessantly, she smiled faintly and took the initiative to leave his room. "Thank you, Natsui. I feel much better now." Actually, her insomnia wasn't just because of the performance. After all, she was very resistant to this performance at first, but with Natsui's participation plus the romantic scenes between them, her attitude had changed, and she had become very much looking forward to it. Before leaving, she turned back, her face full of hope. "I really hope everything goes smoothly tomorrow. I hope nothing goes wrong." After a night's rest, everyone's energy was restored, although the performance was scheduled for 11:20. By 10 o'clock, the audience had already begun to enter the gym. "Wow, I haven't seen so many people in so long. It looks like our decision to change things was the right one." Although this time the audience was mostly parents with their children, seeing the long unseen queue at the entrance, Lily was beaming, so happy she couldn't close her mouth. Except for the three sisters, this was the first time doing something like this for everyone else. Seeing the crowd grow larger and larger, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Backstage, Daisy comforted them. "Everyone relax. Just pretend they don't exist. As long as you focus wholeheartedly on the performance, you won't be affected at all." Everyone changed into their costumes, and after some preparation, their final looks were presented to the group. First was Natsui. His age and temperament were a perfect fit. He looked very energetic and handsome, and everyone had been confident that he would play this role well. Next was Misty's mermaid look. Compared to her previous tomboyish appearance, with her hair let down, she looked much more beautiful and mature. Mermaid Princess Misty. Then came the appearances of Brock, Daisy, Violet, and Lily, which were also very good. Finally, they saw Ash's new look. At this moment, Ash was wearing a long wig and heavy makeup. Although a bit unsightly, he did indeed look like a girl. Ashley. Pikachu circled around Ash, looking from left to right, then collapsed on the floor, holding its belly with laughter. "Pika Pika, hey, stop it, Pikachu. Stop laughing." Ash was a bit embarrassed, but having cross-dressed many times during his journey so far, he didn't mind that much. However, while everyone was busy, 3 pairs of malicious eyes were already watching them. From a small crack in the ceiling, a woman's voice whispered, "Did you hear what they said?" "Of course I did," a male voice replied. "A ballet performance? I'd love to see it too." "You idiot, now's not the time for that." Another, somewhat raspy, neutral voice said a degree louder before immediately dropping back down. "So many water-type Pokemon gathered together. This is a rare opportunity. We absolutely cannot miss it. We have to snatch them all." The owners of these voices were, naturally, the Team Rocket trio who relentlessly pursued Ash and his friends. "Snatch? How do we snatch them?" James asked, surprised. "With so many people and such a large audience, if we make a move, won't we be discovered immediately?" "You idiot." Meowth glared at him and sneered. "Since it's a performance, we can just join in openly. When the time comes, we'll snatch the Pokemon right on stage. Even if these people want to stop us, they can't possibly abandon the stage." "Brilliant." James nodded in agreement. "That's a really good idea. It's rare for you to have such a clever thought." Hearing this, Jessie's eyes lit up, and she said with great joy, "So you're saying we could be in a show too? That's wonderful. I've always had a dream of being on stage since I was a little girl. Now I can finally make it come true." Chapter 112. The show begins as the time for the performance drew closer. Daisy, holding the script for the narration, left the backstage area and went to the broadcast room. In the upcoming performance, besides the actor's skills, this narration script was a key element that connected the story and propelled the plot forward. It could be said to be extremely important. She placed the narration script on the table in front of the microphone, then left the broadcast room again to attend to other matters. But just as she had left, the ventilation duct in the broadcast room suddenly opened, and the Team Rocket trio secretly snuck down from above. Jessie walked to the table, picked up the narration script, read it over, and a wicked smile spread across her face. TCH, how could anyone possibly like such a cliched story? Let me help him spice it up a bit. With that, she picked up a pen from the side and scribbled all over the paper, adding a lot of new content. Just as she was about to make more changes, she suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. She had no choice but to put down the paper and pen and hastily scramble back into the ventilation duct. The broadcast room returned to tranquility, as if nothing had happened. And when Daisy opened the door and walked back into the broadcast room, she naturally had no idea that in the few short minutes she was gone, someone had been audacious enough to alter her narration script. Completely unaware, she didn't even glance at the table. She just took a few pairs of earphones from a nearby storage cabinet and left the room again. In the lounge, Daisy, having returned, handed the earphones to everyone. "These are the new waterproof earphones. To prevent you from forgetting your lines out of nervousness, everyone should put one on. If anything goes wrong during the performance, I can also use them to give you timely reminders." Natsui took an earphone and put it in his right ear. It was quite small, and its color was no different from skin. If you didn't look closely, you couldn't even tell he was wearing an earphone. Moreover, the ear clip was tight, so there was no need to worry about it suddenly falling off, even with large movements. "Is everyone ready?" Except for the three sisters, everyone else nodded with a solemn expression. "No need to be so nervous." Daisy made a fist with her right hand and encouraged them. "All right, it's almost time. Let's all wish each other good luck." The time drew nearer, second by second. At this moment, by the poolside, the audience stands, which could hold 1,000 people, were already packed. People were talking in low voices, full of anticipation for the upcoming show. After waiting for a while, when a scheduled time arrived, Daisy's voice suddenly sounded throughout the gym. "Thank you all for waiting. The Cerulean City Sensational Sisters Underwater Ballet, The Mermaid Princess and the Prince, is about to begin." The lights dimmed in an instant, and under the spotlight, the pool slowly rose upwards, finally appearing before the crowd like a giant fish tank. Gasps of amazement came from the crowd, clearly very surprised by this performance stage. At the same time, Daisy, in a calm tone, continued to read the narration. In the quiet and peaceful depths of the sea, the Mermaid Princess and the Pokemon lived a happy life. Following her narration, Misty stood on a high platform, leaped into the water with a graceful pose, swam a few cheerful laps, and then began to play with the Pokemon. Then it was Natsui's turn to appear. During a fight with pirates, he was forced into the water. Fortunately, Misty discovered him in time and, holding him, surfaced from the sea. The two had a brief conversation on a floating barrel, and it was here that they developed feelings for each other. Up to this point, the two inexperienced actors had performed exceptionally well, and the story unfolded smoothly. "You two are doing great. You don't seem like rookies at all." Daisy encouraged the two through the earpiece, then continued to direct. "Brock, get ready. The second male lead is up next." With the background music sometimes soothing, sometimes tense, the plot continued to advance. Ash, Brock, and the others also made their appearances one by one, and everything was proceeding in a positive direction. Occasional applause came from the audience. During a break, Natsui stole a glance. The reception was pretty good. Their nervous hearts also quickly calmed down, and they became more comfortable and confident. The story continued. After the setup and narrative were complete, when the witch released the sea monster Gyarados, the plot had begun to enter its climax. The next part of the story should have been, after Daisy's narration, Natsui and the others working together to fight this giant monster. In the broadcast room, Daisy held the narration script and said with full concentration, "The giant sea monster opened its cavernous mouth, about to swallow the prince. And at this dangerous moment, an even more evil enemy suddenly descended from the sky. Defeat, huh? An even more evil enemy?" The words had just left her mouth when Daisy realized something was wrong. The previous part of the narration script had seemed perfectly normal, but when she got to this part, it was covered in messy, altered notes. Someone changed the script. Her mind raced, but since she was currently reading the narration, she couldn't stop. So, after a brief pause, she braced herself and continued reading. An even more evil enemy suddenly descended from the sky, not only defeating the prince and princess, but also capturing all the Pokémon. What's going on? On the stage, Natsui and the others were also stunned. What is this plot? Why have we never seen this during rehearsal? However, just as Daisy's voice fell, amidst a burst of wild laughter, the gym's ceiling was suddenly smashed open, and an octopus robot descended from the sky, landing heavily on the water's surface. The huge splash of water even sprayed onto the audience in the front rows. This sudden turn of events not only stunned Natsui, but also the Pokémon. Only the clueless audience members, thinking it was a creative part of the show, stood up and applauded. "Ha ha!" Jesse's voice came through a loudspeaker from within the octopus robot. "Heroes always make their entrance last. The lovely and charming villains have arrived. Let us defeat you hypocritical protagonists and purify this sea." Hearing the familiar voice, Natsui and the others were shocked. "Team Rocket, what are you doing here?" Brock shouted. "We're here as the most important villains to stop you, of course." Through the glass cockpit, Jesse could be clearly seen laughing loudly. "How could we possibly miss out on something like this? Go, Meowth, let's capture all these Pokémon." Several of the octopus robot's tentacles, like the openings of a vacuum cleaner, began to madly suck in the seawater. And the immense suction they generated directly pulled smaller Pokémon like Goldeen and Horsea into the machine. "Horsea!" Misty cried out anxiously. She had just started to swim forward when she was caught by the current and was also sucked into the octopus robot. "This is bad." Natsui was alarmed. He turned to look at his own Pokémon. No longer caring about the performance, he urgently signaled with his eyes for Gyarados to destroy that machine. Chapter 113. Just have to improvise. Gyarados roared and lunged at the octopus robot. Naturally, the octopus robot was not to be outdone, using several tentacles to wrap around Gyarados and fight it underwater. Such a realistic fight, violent and bloody, made the audience below watch with fervent excitement. A member of the audience muttered, "Wow, this fight scene is so realistic, it's just like a real battle. Look, a part of the machine's shell has been bitten off. Are they not planning to use it again?" "What's a shell?" Another audience member pointed upwards, saying in disbelief, "For just one scene, they even made a big hole in the gym. Is that really okay?" Compared to Gyarados, the octopus robot was still too fragile, and under the continuous biting, it was soon covered in wounds. The red warning light in the control room flashed brightly, and Meowth forcefully pulled the control lever, his forehead covered in cold sweat. "This Gyarados is so strong. Our machine has reached its limit. We can't go on. Then let's retreat quickly." James was already satisfied with the current result. "Although our appearance was short and we didn't catch Pikachu, we got so many Pokémon, the boss will surely praise us. We're leaving now." Among the trio, it seemed only Jessie was reluctant. "I specially wore a ballet dress and was planning to show off my dance moves to the audience." "You idiot," Meowth said, disappointed. "If you don't want to fail like before, leaving now is the wisest choice." Under Meowth's control, the octopus robot leaped high out of the water, jumped to the ceiling, used its tentacles to grab the opening, and flipped out. Even now, the audience still thought it was a planned part of the plot, not realizing that right under their noses, Team Rocket had just carried out a robbery. "Oh no!" Brock shouted loudly. "They're getting away." Daisy also looked anxious. "Misty was taken away too. What should we do? What should we do?" Violet and Lily looked at each other. Should the performance stop? But if it was interrupted, this performance meant to restore their popularity would surely be a complete failure, and even the gym's past reputation would be severely affected. But even if they wanted to continue, without the leading lady, it was simply impossible. However, compared to all that, Misty's and the Pokemon's safety was clearly more important. Just as Natsui was about to speak and stop the performance to rescue Misty, Ash's voice came through the earpiece. "You all focus on the performance. Leave Misty and the Pokemon to me." After saying that, he took Pikachu and left the pool without looking back. This Natsui hesitated slightly. Although Ash's current strength was decent, given Team Rocket's cunning, leaving things to him was not very reassuring. Just then, Brock's voice came through the earpiece again. "Ash alone is clearly not enough. They'll go help too. So we'll leave the rest of the performance to you all." Truly partners who had traveled together for so long, Brock was also well aware of Ash's careless nature, so he wasn't at all at ease letting Ash face Team Rocket by himself. "Then we'll leave it to you." Daisy let out a long sigh of relief. Splitting up seemed to be the best solution for now. Seeing the two of them leave quickly, Violet asked worriedly, "Will it really be okay?" "We can only choose to believe them." Daisy forced a smile, trying to stay strong. Compared to them, the problem we're facing now is even more severe. The audience was still savoring Team Rocket's exit, which gave Natsui and the others a brief moment to breathe and find a solution. "Sister, what should we do now?" At this point, we can only bite the bullet and continue the show. Daisy made a decisive call. Violet will now replace Misty and temporarily be the leading lady. From now on, everyone listen to my commands and improvise. "Huh? Me?" Violet was stunned. "But I'm playing the witch right now. There's no other choice." Daisy frowned. "We're short-staffed now. The story has been ruined. We can only adapt on the spot." "I understand." Violet and Lily nodded heavily. With years of performance experience, although they were uncertain, they still bravely entered the stage. In the broadcast room, after the initial panic, Daisy's mind raced, already imagining the following plot. She read the narration. The sudden appearance of the villains captured the mermaid princess. Left with no choice, the handmaiden and the sailor went to rescue the princess, while the prince, eager for revenge, had no choice but to seek help from the witch to fight against the pirates who had invaded his home. Teaming up with the witch. The audience was nearly thrown off by the sudden twist, but they were still very much looking forward to the following plot. Through the earpiece, Daisy continuously gave commands, and Natsui and the others, like marionettes, relied on each other's cooperation, supporting one another through the performance. Even Natsui himself didn't know what he was acting in, but the audience, on the contrary, watched with great interest. Finally, with the help of the witch and Gyarados, the prince defeated the pirates and reclaimed his home. Very good. Reaching this point, Daisy's tense heart had relaxed considerably, but she still reminded them, "We're almost at the end of the story. Everyone, don't let your guard down." Just then, Brock's long silent voice came through the earpiece again. "Miss Daisy, Misty, and the Pokemon have all been rescued. They're safe. We're rushing back now. We should be there in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes? That's not enough time." Daisy glanced at the time, then turned to Violet and said, "Don't wait for them. Let's wrap it up quickly." With that, Daisy continued with the broadcast, slowly saying, "Having defeated the pirates, the prince and the witch finally lived happily ever after." On stage, the story began to enter its final phase. As the battle subsided, the home was reclaimed, and life returned to peace. The original ending was supposed to be the prince and princess embracing, but now, when Misty and the others breathlessly rushed back to the gym, just as she stepped backstage, she saw Natsui and Violet already embracing. Due to the plot change, a simple hug was no longer suitable. If it ended like this, it would feel as if something was missing. Seeing this, Daisy had a flash of inspiration and said, "You two kiss." Quiche. Natsui and Violet were both surprised, but from the audience's perspective, the two were looking at each other affectionately. Quiche, quiche. Carried away by the emotion, the audience shouted, also cheering for this wonderful performance. Natsui hesitated, looking down at Violet, only to see her nod gently. There was no other way. Natsui's face slowly moved down, and, as the distance between them closed, Violet also closed her eyes shyly. The pool and the main curtains slowly descended, and in the eyes of everyone, their lips met. No. Seeing this, Misty in the distance shed silent tears. It was what I looked forward to the most. It should have been my romance. Why did it turn out like this? But unlike Misty's heartbreak, the audience stood up and applauded, unwilling to leave for a long time. That was absolutely brilliant. Exactly. I've never seen such a twist before. Especially the ending. I never expected the prince and the witch to end up together. I really want to watch it again. Chapter 114. Mutewo's invitation in the Cerulean Gym's break room. After all the spectators had left, Natsui and the others returned, collapsing into their chairs without a care for their image, each one exhausted in body and mind. "You've all worked hard," Daisy said with a smile, handing out several bottles of water to everyone. "Did you see that?" The audience's reaction to the performance was incredibly enthusiastic. You could say it completely met our expectations, especially that final kiss between Natsui and Violet. It was the crowning touch of the whole play. "Please don't say any more." Big sister Daisy Misty felt like crying, but had no tears. She really wanted to ask, "The person I like kissed my second oldest sister right in front of me. What should I do?" Noticing Misty's strange expression, Daisy also leaned in and patted her head. "Sorry I didn't choose to save you back then. How are you? Are you all right?" Glancing at Natsui, Misty forced a smile and nodded, trying to appear calm. "I'm fine. I'm really fine. You don't have to worry about me, sister, really." Meanwhile, Violet, hearing the talk about the kiss scene, gave Natsui a bright smile. "Hey, you really took advantage of me just now. So, were my lips soft?" Puffed. Instantly, Misty felt a knife plunge into her heart. "Please, just stop talking." Natsui said, "If we're talking about taking advantage, it was mutual. In a way, I lost out too, you know. After all, it was just acting, forced by the situation." Although they were joking about it now, the more they talked about it, the more it showed that neither of them had taken it to heart. "So we just kissed for nothing," Violet said teasingly, smiling. "Looking at you, it's obviously not your first time kissing a girl." Uft, uft. Misty choked on her water, and at the same time, she felt as if a second knife had been stabbed into her heart. After parting ways with Ash and the others again, Natsui returned to Vermilion City. Now that he had obtained 8 badges, he was fully qualified to participate in the Pokemon League Conference. There was still over half a month until registration for the Indigo League, and although he no longer needed to travel everywhere, he couldn't slack off for even a moment. He had to be prepared for the upcoming competitions at all times. Everyone at the Cerise laboratory was happy to see Natsui return, especially Koharu. As soon as she got the news, she rushed over to see him right after school. Wow! Koharu circled around Gardevoir several times, looking at the Pokemon that was now taller than her, and let out a gasp of amazement. "Is this the final form of Ralts? She's so beautiful." She then looked at the badge case, taking out each of the 8 shiny badges to admire them for a while. "Do you like these badges too?" Natsui smiled. "Then maybe you should challenge the gyms in the future as well." Koharu shook her head. "Pokemon battles look exciting, but they're not for me. By the way, I already told my dad, when the Indigo Conference starts, we'll come to watch your matches." The next few days, Natsui's life returned to a peaceful routine. He found some methods online and took some advice from Professor Cerise, designing several training plans based on the characteristics of his Pokemon. Since Zapdos and Articuno were not suitable for appearing in the tournament, Natsui only had them train with Haunter when no one else was around, gradually increasing their strength. Gardevoir, Venusaur, Gyarados, and Jolteon were currently the mainstays of his regular team. Gardevoir and Venusaur had recently evolved, so with Koharu's help as a temporary assistant, they familiarized themselves with their new abilities. At the same time, he had the 4 Pokemon engage in high-intensity battles every day until their stamina was depleted to unlock their full potential. Next were Charmeleon and Wartortle. Since these 2 Pokemon had not yet evolved, while the others were training, Natsui would take them to the seaside and forests around Vermilion City, challenging trainers everywhere or defeating any wild Pokemon he saw to gain experience. As for Dratini, Natsui had no intention of letting it participate in the Indigo Conference. He continued to focus on changing its personality, letting it serve as a mascot and play with Koharu's Yamper. Training, and more training every day. In his spare time, he would chat with a few girls he knew through a messaging app. His days were full and satisfying. Until a few days later, a Dragonite with a satchel slung over its shoulder suddenly flew into Cerise Park and landed in front of Natsui. It looked at Natsui carefully for a few moments, as if confirming something. Then it took an envelope out of its bag and handed it to Natsui. "Oh, is this for me?" Natsui was stunned. Seeing the Dragonite nod, he became even more puzzled. Since coming to this world, all the friends he knew either had his phone number or were his contacts on a messaging app. It was unlikely that anyone would send him a letter via a rare Dragonite without any prior notice. Although he didn't know who the sender was, seeing that the Dragonite had no ill intentions and it didn't seem like a prank, Natsui thought for a moment and took the envelope. Opening it, he found a small handheld device inside. He didn't expect that as soon as he held the device, it would suddenly turn on, as if it had recognized his identity. A virtual image of a woman, like a projection, appeared in his hand. The woman was wearing a hat, her body enveloped in a thick coat, looking like a nun, with only a blurry face visible. The woman first gave a slight bow, then slowly said, "Please forgive my impertinence in writing to you. My master is about to host a party for the strongest trainers, and you, as a special guest, are also on the invitation list. The party will be held at the Pokemon Palace on New Island. I wonder if you would be willing to attend?" At the Dragonite's gesture, Natsui opened the envelope again. It turned out there was also a postcard inside. He took out the postcard and saw that it simply had yes and no written on it. The woman continued, "Please choose your answer, but I must say, this is a once-in-a-lifetime gathering of trainers. We sincerely hope you will attend." This familiar plot, Natsui had already recalled the relevant story. Isn't this the story from the movie Mutuo Strikes Back? After a moment of thought, Natsui took out a pen and checked the yes box. He returned the postcard to the Dragonite and watched it leave, its figure gradually disappearing. Natsui couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Ever since Mutuo read his memories at the Team Rocket base, he had always felt a lingering unease in his heart. He really didn't know if Mutuo had found out about his transmigration, and this time, being designated as a special guest by Mutuo and invited to this gathering, what could its purpose be? However, he was not one to back down. Since it had already happened, he had to go and see for himself. No matter what. Chapter 115. Natsui's reputation that night, the device delivered by the Dragonite suddenly updated with new information. However, this time, it was merely to inform Natsui that he must arrive at Vermilion City's port by the morning of the day after tomorrow. At that time, the exact location of New Island would be revealed again. Inside his dorm at the laboratory, Natsui lay on his bed, feeling somewhat worried about his impending meeting with Mutuo. He carefully recalled the story of Mutuo Strikes Back, but unfortunately, because it had been so long, he could only remember that the whole affair had something to do with cloning. The specific details, however, were mostly forgotten. But the one thing he could be sure of was that after arriving on the island, there would inevitably be a brutal battle. At this thought, he couldn't help but frown. He had no idea what Mutuo wanted with him, whether its intentions were good or hostile. The more he thought about it, the more uncertain he felt. He couldn't help but take the Master Ball out of his backpack, tossing it up and down in his hand. To be honest, although in the games he used to play, he always loved catching powerful and cool-looking Pokemon like Mutuo after beating the main story. But now, being in this real world of flesh and blood, feeling the unique character and emotions of each Pokemon, especially as his collection grew, he had become more cautious in his choice of partners. Unless it was a Pokemon he truly liked, he would absolutely not try to catch it lightly. But no matter what, if he encountered danger on the island and had no other choice, this Master Ball was his final trump card against Mutwo. After a night's rest, the next day dawned, and Natsui left the Cerise laboratory and went to Vermilion Port. The bustling port was already crowded with many trainers. It seemed that, like him, these people had also received Mutwo's invitation. People waited with bored expressions for the information to update, all wanting to attend the so-called gathering of the strongest trainers. But for some reason, the sky, which had just been clear and sunny, suddenly became overcast with dark clouds. In an instant, a strong wind began to blow, followed by a torrential downpour that fell from the sky as if poured from a bucket. Whoosh! The rain came so unexpectedly that in a moment, the entire city of Vermilion was enveloped in the storm. Accompanied by lightning and thunder, the sea surface heaved violently, with waves constantly crashing against the seawall, at one point reaching heights of over 10 meters. Forced by the situation, everyone had to run to the port's passenger terminal to take shelter from the sudden, massive storm. What a downpour! I know, right? It was a sunny day. How did it suddenly start raining? The spacious hall was packed with ferry passengers and trainers. Although they had managed to find cover in time, everyone was more or less soaked. Only Natsui, thanks to a barrier created by Haunter that blocked the rain, was spared from being drenched like a drowned rat. The salty, fishy smell of the rain filled every corner. Restless Pokemon were everywhere, and their trainers could only try to soothe their emotions over and over again. People were discussing the rain animatedly, but only Natsui knew that it was caused by Mutwo's powers, with the purpose of testing their strength. He had just found an empty seat and sat down when he saw Ash, Misty, and Brock burst in from the entrance. The three of them were soaking wet, clearly drenched to the bone by the rain. Over here, over here. Waving to them, Natsui took out some tissues from his backpack and handed them over as they approached. They greeted Natsui, and, as Ash wiped himself off, he didn't forget to turn and boast to Misty and Brock. See? I was right, wasn't I? Natsui is here too. He must have received that postcard as well. Duh, of course he did. Misty pouted. When it comes to strength, Natsui is way stronger than you. If he could get a card, of course Natsui would get one too. All right, you two stop bickering. Natsui interrupted them in time, then asked Ash, since you're here, does that mean you've already gotten 8 badges? Ash nodded. After we parted ways last time, I went to challenge the Viridian Gym. I have to say, that person named Agatha is incredibly strong. I had to challenge her twice before I finally managed to get the Earth badge. Natsui shrugged. Well, she is one of the Elite Four. Even the Pokemon she uses for a gym battle are bound to be extremely powerful. What? Hearing her identity, Ash and the others were shocked. That fierce-looking old woman is a member of the Elite Four? That's right, Natsui said. She's just serving as a temporary gym leader. Once the League finds a suitable replacement, she'll leave. What? Didn't she tell you any of this? Brock shook his head. Of course not. But although she didn't reveal her identity, when we mentioned you to her and she found out that Ash knew you, her attitude immediately became much more enthusiastic, and she gave Ash some special treatment. Special treatment? Natsui was taken aback and asked curiously, what kind of treatment? Misty covered her mouth and giggled. A much stricter battle, of course. It was originally supposed to be a normal 3v3 gym battle, but when Agatha heard us say that Ash was a trainer you acknowledged, she specially sent out her ace Jengar to test Ash's strength. Natsui was speechless. So that was the special treatment. So what was the result? Misty couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. The result, of course, was that Ash lost all 3 matches. It made him lose sleep all night. When he challenged the gym again the next day, Agatha switched to other Pokemon, and that's how he finally got the badge. This Natsui was stunned, never expecting that his name would actually have the opposite effect. Sorry, Ash. I didn't think my reputation would end up hurting you. Natsui sighed, looking at him with sympathy. You've really had it rough. But don't be discouraged. Being taught a lesson by a member of the Elite Four counts as valuable experience. Just as they were chatting happily, the device suddenly updated with the coordinates for New Island. At the same time, a commotion suddenly erupted in a corner of the hall. They turned to look and saw the trainers crowded together, surrounding Officer Jenny and a port administrator. Huh, the ferry service is suspended? Does that mean we can't travel by boat? How could this happen? We finally received an invitation. How can we miss this opportunity? Facing the crowd's discussion, Officer Jenny quickly raised her hand and pressed it down. Maintaining order. Everyone, please be quiet. The person next to me is in charge of the port. Now, I'll let her explain the situation to you all. Chapter 116. Crossing the sea. My name is Miranda, and I'm the manager of Vermilion Port. The blue-haired woman took a step forward. Perhaps from years of managing the docks and seeing many unruly tourists, her expression carried a hint of impatience as she spoke. If you want to understand the state of the ocean, just go and listen to the sound of the waves. Facing everyone's confusion, she crossed her arms, seemingly unwilling to explain further. Even I, who grew up by the sea, have never seen a storm as intense as today's. Is it really that serious? Miranda nodded with a cold expression. In New Island, where you're headed, is the very center of this storm. In weather like this, I will absolutely not open the port and let ships risk the journey. Seeing her firm attitude, a slightly overweight trainer in the crowd said dismissively, "It's fine. My Pokemon is a great swimmer. If the ships can't sail, then he'll just have my Pokemon carry me across this ocean." Although his words were met with agreement from some, the vast majority of people did not share his confidence. No, you can't rashly go out to sea. Officer Jenny quickly interjected to stop them, putting aside how dangerous it is to go out in this weather. If your Pokemon were to be injured, the Pokemon Center here wouldn't be able to treat them right now. Oh, why do you say that? Officer Jenny pointed to a missing person notice posted nearby and sighed. The nurse Joy from here has suddenly disappeared for some reason. We've been looking for her for a week straight, but there's been no news at all. Hearing this, the crowd was surprised, and many began to have second thoughts. Maybe we shouldn't be in such a hurry? Someone muttered. I think we should wait for the storm to pass before heading to New Island. Although many backed down, it didn't change Natsui's or Ash's minds in the slightest. Natsui took out his phone and, based on the coordinates he had just received, looked up the location of New Island. It was originally a deserted island in the middle of the ocean that at some point had been transformed by Mutwo into its territory. But because it was so far away, getting there was an extremely time-consuming and exhausting task. The most conventional method was to first get to the port, take a passing ship into the deep sea, and when the distance to New Island was close enough, jump off and find another way to get ashore. But now, with no boats available, they had to rely entirely on themselves. At that moment, several people, including the chubby trainer, eagerly walked out of the hall. They all summoned their Pokemon. Some rode on Pidgeot or Fiero, risking being struck by lightning to travel by air. Others rode on water-type Pokemon like Dugong to cross the sea. In just a short while, a dozen people had already left. Seeing this, Officer Jenny rushed out after them. But even if she wanted to stop them, it was already too late. Inside the hall, seeing that some had already taken the lead, Natsui, Ash, and their group exchanged glances, then nodded in unison and also ran out. By now, the sky outside had changed color, looking like night. The violent rain made it almost impossible to open one's eyes, and only the occasional flash of lightning brought a brief moment of brightness. When they reached the pier and looked at the raging sea, they were temporarily at a loss. Brock scratched his head and asked, "What do we do? We don't have any Pokemon that can cross the sea." "My Charizard can fly," Ash said with a troubled expression, "but it won't carry us." Just as Natsui was about to send out his Gyarados to carry them, he saw a small wooden boat rowing over from a distance. On the boat were a man and a woman, two crew members dressed as Vikings, their faces completely hidden by masks. The most eye-catching feature of the small wooden boat was its figurehead, which looked like a helmeted girl. "Looks like you're in trouble," the female crew member said, holding or with a hint of a smile in her voice. "How about it? If you're in a special situation, we can give you a ride for free." "Really? Thank you so much." Hearing this, Ash expressed his thanks and immediately leaped onto the boat. After him, Brock and Misty, without suspicion, also boarded. Although the three of them had no clue, Natsui could tell at a glance that these were the members of the Team Rocket trio in disguise. While he didn't know their objective, since it would save Gyarados' stamina, Natsui certainly wouldn't object. But could such a flimsy boat really avoid capsizing in this violent storm? As Jesse and James rowed, the small boat slowly left the port. Amidst the strong winds and huge waves, the boat was like a floating leaf in constant danger of sinking. But under the duo's skillful and clever coordination, despite shaking violently and looking like it was about to fall apart, it continued to press on into the deep. Whoosh! The journey was perilous, but without incident. Just as they thought they would continue like this and arrive safely at New Island, a giant wave swept towards them from the front. In an instant, the wave crashed against the boat's hull. Natsui had just managed to take a deep breath and instinctively grabbed the side of the boat when his vision went black and his entire body was submerged in seawater. Fortunately, a few seconds later, when the wave had passed, everyone was still sitting in the boat, unharmed. But that massive wave had washed away Team Rocket's disguises, allowing Ash and the others to see their true faces. "It's you?" Brock frowned and shouted. "Honestly, why do you follow us everywhere we go?" Jesse and James struggled to their feet and laughed. "To protect the world from devastation. To unite all peoples within our nation." Following their routine, the two were about to recite their lines when they saw another monstrous wave rushing towards them. Just as Jesse let out a cry of alarm, the wave crashed down on them again. This time, under the immense force, the wooden boat instantly disintegrated, and Natsui and the others were scattered by the violent current. He was swept by the water and pulled towards the seabed. Before he could even react, his hand was grabbed by Misty, who at the same time sent out her Starmie to carry them back to the surface. When the wave passed, they saw Ash and Brock pop their heads out of the water with the help of Squirtle. Looking around, the members of Team Rocket were nowhere to be seen. But no one had time to worry about them now. Seizing the moment, Natsui immediately sent out his Gyarados. "Everyone climb on quickly, and remember, no matter if another big wave comes, do not let go this time." Chapter 117. The strongest trainer Gyarados carried them through one giant wave after another, swimming toward New Island with an unstoppable momentum. Natsui rode on its neck, and Misty sat behind him, her hands wrapped tightly around his waist. As for Ash and Brock, they were thrown onto the tail section and could only cling desperately to Gyarados scales to avoid being swallowed by the sea. After traveling for an unknown amount of time, they crested one last wave, and the violent storm suddenly vanished. The sea became completely calm. Looking closely, they realized that they had unknowingly entered the eye of the storm. Behind them, the waves still rolled furiously, but compared to the violent, circular storm surrounding them, it was peaceful and calm here, completely unaffected by the downpour. The feeling of this place reminded Natsui of Dragonite Island. After the ordeal, everyone was somewhat exhausted. They stretched their limbs to soothe their aching bodies. Just then, Misty suddenly pointed forward and exclaimed in delight, "Look over there." Following the direction she pointed, they saw a lone island in the center of the eye, standing tall above the sea. The sky had grown dark by now, and under the moonlight, a gloomy, pointed castle on the island came into view. That was so tough. After all that effort, we finally made it. Brock let out a long sigh of relief. So that should be New Island, right? This is the place. Natsui took out his phone to check the map, gave a soft then patted Gyarados' body, directing it to approach the island. After a few more nautical miles, they arrived at New Island, only to discover a port built inside a cave beneath the castle. When Gyarados swam up to it, A woman holding a lantern was already there waiting for them. Judging by her clothes, it was clearly the woman from the communication device. "Welcome. Please show me your invitations." After Natsui and the others were ashore, the woman spoke slowly. Not only were her movements stiff at this moment, but even as she spoke, her facial expression remained completely unchanged. "Invitations?" Ash was taken aback and quickly pulled a device identical to Natsui's from his pocket. "Are you talking about this?" "That's correct." The woman nodded and looked at the device Natsui presented. "You are indeed the trainers we invited. Please follow me." Ever since coming ashore, Brock had been studying the woman. After a couple of glances, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, it is you. You are the Nurse Joy who disappeared from Vermilion City, aren't you?" "What are you talking about?" The woman shook her head. "I have worked in this castle ever since I was born. I am not the Joy you speak of. To be honest, only someone like Brock could distinguish the subtle differences between them. If it were Natsui, had he not known in advance that this person was Joy, he would never have guessed her identity based solely on her featureless, ageless face. And just as in the story, Joy had been abducted by Mutuo and hypnotized, causing her to completely forget her past. Joy said, "All right, follow me now. Besides you, a few other trainers have already arrived." Under her guidance, they passed through a narrow cavern and entered the castle's interior. Natsui took out his phone and habitually snapped a few pictures. Although Joy saw his actions, she did not stop him. They climbed a flight of stairs and finally arrived before a strangely shaped door. For what he had seen so far, the castle gave Natsui a very odd feeling. Unlike typical castles made of stone and wood, neither the walls nor the path underfoot seemed to be a product of this planet. Instead, they had a strong sense of alien technology. As the great door opened, they entered a spacious hall. Apart from a spiral staircase leading upwards, there were no decorations in the hall, only a long table in the very center. On either side of the table, 3 trainers were resting with their Pokemon. Joy introduced them. "The people sitting over there are the trainers who have already arrived." Misty said in disbelief, "That's strange. So many people set out to sea. How come there are only 3? Those who cannot cross the storm are fated not to arrive here." Hearing this, Ash and the others finally understood that the storm just now had been a test for everyone. Joy stepped to the side and made a welcoming gesture. "Now, please release your Pokemon and have a seat while you wait." The 3 of them followed her request and released all of their Pokemon. Natsui, however, only released Gardevoir, letting it and a hidden haunter protect him. When they approached the table, the 3 trainers sized them up for a moment. One of them, a male trainer in red clothes, said lazily, "What's this, another group of people? I thought it would just be the few of us in the end." "Don't say that. I think the more people, the more interesting it is," said the only girl among the 3 in a friendly tone. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Naisha." "Imkori," said the last one to speak, who was the chubby trainer from the port terminal. "I'm Ash, and these 2 are my traveling companions, Brock and Misty." "I'm Natsui." Finally, only the red-clothed trainer who had spoken first was left. Seeing everyone looking at him, he reluctantly said, "All right, my name is Fergus. Nice to meet you." Natsui took the opportunity to look at their Pokemon. Venusaur, Blastoise, Gyarados, Ninetales, Golduck. None of the Pokemon species were repeated, and they were all very well raised. It looked like their strength must also be formidable. Just as everyone was about to say something more, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed. As they wondered what was happening, Joy's voice was heard. "Everyone, thank you for waiting. The strongest Pokemon trainer is about to appear." Perhaps sensing something, all the Pokemon present began to stir restlessly. At that moment, a pillar of light shone on the staircase, and a figure descended from the air. When it slowly landed on the ground, everyone was shocked to find that it was a Pokemon they had never seen before. In fact, aside from Natsui, all the other trainers present were seeing Mutuo for the first time. What is this?" Amidst the crowd's disbelieving gazes, Joy said, "That's right. This is the strongest Pokemon trainer, and also the strongest Pokemon Mutuo." After a brief moment of darkness, the lights returned to normal, and Mutuo, was staring at them with a calm expression. "This is the strongest trainer you were talking about." Corey shot up from his seat, slamming his palm on the table and shouting, "A Pokemon commanding Pokemon? What kind of joke is that? There's no such absurd thing in the world." Chapter 118. Mutuo's philosophy. Although Mutuo did not speak, a somewhat androgynous voice suddenly entered everyone's minds. "I make my own rules. I don't need you humans to tell me what to do." Brock's brow furrowed. This voice, is it telepathy? As Mutuo's voice faded, it raised its arm and unleashed its psychic powers. The next second, Corey was enveloped in psychic energy, flying into the air with a pained expression. Then, as Mutuo waved its hand again, Corey's body was thrown like a piece of trash into a nearby pool, right before everyone's eyes. They had just met, and over a simple disagreement, Mutuo had made a show of force, completely intimidating everyone present. Looking back at Gardevoir, Natsui whispered, "I still don't know what this guy's purpose is in inviting me. We must be on our guard." Nearby, Ash and the others took out their Pokédexes and aimed them at Mutuo, but no matter who it was or what model of Pokédex they used, none could retrieve any information. Is this really a Pokemon? Or just an alien life form? How dare you attack me? At that moment, Corey struggled to climb out. He glared at Mutuo through gritted teeth and then commanded, "Go Gyarados, use Hyper Beam." Among his 6 Pokemon, just like Natsui, he also had a Gyarados. Upon hearing Corey's command, the Gyarados charged towards Mutuo, simultaneously opening its mouth. Energy gathered into a beam and shot straight at Mutuo, but when the Hyper Beam reached Mutuo, it calmly raised its left hand, forming an energy barrier that not only easily blocked the damage but even reflected the attack, striking its own Gyarados. Struck by its own move, Gyarados was sent flying backward, following in its master's footsteps and crashing into the same pool. What? Corey was greatly alarmed and quickly scrambled back to check on his Gyarados condition. The others, having witnessed Mutuo's terrifying power, didn't dare to make a reckless move. "All right, you're no longer of use." In the tense atmosphere, Mutuo waved its hand again, and Joy's body, like a puppet with its strings cut, suddenly lost consciousness and crumpled to the ground. Seeing this, Brock quickly ran forward a few steps and helped her up. "Are you okay?" Joy slowly opened her eyes, looking around in a daze. The life returned to her expression, and the nun's hat she had been wearing slipped to the side, revealing her iconic red hair. "Where is this? Why am I here?" "To take care of me, of course," Mutuo said. "Because of your profession, you have a deep understanding of Pokemon physiology. So I brought you here from the Pokemon Center. And thanks to your help, my experiments have proceeded very smoothly." "I helped you." Joy rubbed her forehead. But why can't I remember anything?" "The power I possess allows me to freely manipulate the memories and thoughts of you humans," Mutuo continued. "I once tried to live alongside humans, but I was disappointed. Humans are a more inferior species than Pokemon. If this planet continues to be dominated by such weak and excessive creatures, it will sooner or later be destroyed." Fergus snorted coldly. "So your idea is to have Pokemon rule this world?" Unexpectedly, Mutuo shook its head again. "Pokemon are also unfit. Because this planet has always been ruled by you, those Pokemon accustomed to living for humans are not up to the task." Hearing its words, Pikachu leaped forward and defiantly chirped at it. "You say you are with your trainer because you like him?" Mutuo looked at it coldly. How shameless. The very existence of such a thought is a mistake. As it spoke, its eyes glowed with blue light, sending Pikachu flying with a heavy blow. Ash caught Pikachu in his arms, and the two of them were thrown back more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. Only weak Pokemon rely on humans. Faced with Mutuo's menacing aura, the situation was now completely clear. Everyone, including Neisha and the others, understood that there was no strongest Pokemon trainer here. It was all just a gimmick Mutuo had used to lure them. "Enough of your nonsense," Fergus sneered. "A Pokemon is a Pokemon. No matter what rare species you are, I can catch you. Go, my Rhyhorn." Rhyhorn charged forward on all fours toward Mutuo. However, as it got close, it was once again lifted into the air by Mutuo's psychic power and thrown back heavily beside Fergus, smashing the long table in two. This overwhelming power finally made everyone recognize the enormous gap in strength between them and Mutuo. Give up. From a moment of my birth, my power has been greater than any other Pokemon on this planet. But unexpectedly, its words only served to motivate Ash, making him more determined with each setback. How will we know if we don't try? Mutuo said flatly. Do you really want to try? Ash nodded affirmatively. Of course. I'd love to. Mutuo unleashed its psychic powers again, but this time no one was hurt. After about 10 seconds, a section of the floor opened up, and 3 Pokemon rose from below on a lift. These 3 Pokemon were a Charmeleon, a Blastoise, and a Venusaur. But unlike others of their kind, their bodies were covered in strange, striped patterns. Mutuo said, these are all Pokemon I created through cloning. Cloning? While everyone was still in shock, the walls of the hall slowly disappeared, revealing an open-air battlefield behind them. Since you wish to compete with me, let's have a battle. We'll see whose command is superior when using the same Pokemon. Faced with Mutuo's provocation, the trainers present were naturally not going to back down and sent out their own Pokemon. Fergus sent out his Venusaur, Naisha sent out her Blastoise, and then Ash opened a Pokeball and released his Charizard. One after another, both sides left the hall and headed towards the battlefield. No one noticed that Natsui had deliberately slowed his pace and was walking at the very back. When they were all far ahead, he did not continue forward. Instead, he ducked back through the door they had just come through and into the corridor. In the empty corridor, Natsui walked forward briskly. Beside him, Gardevoir remained at his side, guarding him closely. Just then, Haunter popped its head out of his shadow. Seeing his strange behavior, it asked in confusion, "Why are you sneaking away at a time like this? Aren't you curious about their battle?" Chapter 119. Backdooring the base soon, Natsui found a staircase leading to the lower level. He followed the stairs down, passed through a gate, and walked into a research lab filled with pipes and equipment. To his surprise, the members of the Team Rocket trio, who had disappeared in the storm, were here, furtively fiddling with something. "So you guys are okay? I thought you'd sunk into the sea." Hearing Natsui's voice, they quickly turned around, and when they saw it was him, they were greatly startled. What are you doing here?" "The same as you, of course. Just looking around." Unlike their on-guard reaction, Natsui casually walked past them as if nothing was wrong, seemingly unafraid of them attacking. Instead, he started touching and examining the machines, looking very curious. Seeing that Natsui wasn't looking for trouble, the Team Rocket trio couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although they had interacted with Natsui very few times, many stories about him had circulated within Team Rocket, whether it was defeating the Matori Matrix, helping the International Police destroy a secret base, or fending off the combined attack of 4 executives. They all made it clear that the man before them was not like Ash and those other kids, but an extremely tough opponent. Faced with such a person, James and the others knew they were no match and naturally did not want too much contact with Natsui. When Haunter revealed itself in the shadows and made a face at them, and they felt Gardevoir's hostile gaze, Meowth, being cowardly but also wise, hid behind James and Jesse. On a nearby computer screen, a video was playing on a loop. Jesse had accidentally touched it just moments before, causing it to play. Natsui stopped to watch for a moment and realized that this castle was, in fact, the very research institute where Mutuo was created. And after Mutuo had destroyed this place, it had actually returned to this island and rebuilt this castle on the ruins of the institute, making it its own base. It seemed that although it spoke with disdain, it still considered this place its home. At that moment, a strong tremor came from upstairs. It appeared that Ash and the others had begun their battle with Mutuo. "Haunter, Gardevoir, destroy everything in here." Hearing Natsui's command, not only was Haunter surprised, but even the members of the Team Rocket trio, who had been about to sneak away, couldn't help but stop and prick up their ears. "Huh? We're going to destroy this place. Haunter looked around. Didn't we come here to accept the strongest trainer's challenge? Even though that Mute guy is a bit much, this is still someone's home. Is it really okay to wreck it? Natsui, while randomly fiddling with the equipment, explained, this is called being proactive. If we don't dismantle these things now, we'll be the ones in trouble later. Look at all the culture fluid and containered around. If we let this continue, who knows how many poor clones will be created? Hearing this, James suddenly said, the Mutwo you mentioned, is it the strongest Pokemon that was created? Natsui looked at him with some surprise. You know about it too? Hey. Jessie covered her mouth and whispered in James' ear, James, what nonsense are you talking about? Let's just get out of here. Unexpectedly, James paid her no mind. Instead, he looked at Natsui and continued, I once heard some rumors at the base and learned a little about Mutwo. Pokemon that are created with a purpose by people are truly pitiful. I never thought this place was that experimental base. If you could dismantle it, you'd really be doing a good deed. Jameis' words were both unexpected and, in a way, understandable to Natsui. Just like their motto, the members of this Team Rocket trio, each in their own way, were charming and captivating. Although they called themselves villains, they often did righteous things. After speaking, James was about to leave. However, just before walking out of the room, he seemed to remember something and said to Natsui, oh, right. Just now, when those 3 clone Pokemon were leaving on the lift platform, I think I saw a small Pokemon following them. It looked like a little pink cat. I think it was the legendary. Natsui ventured a guess. Mew? James was startled for a moment, then nodded. Yes, it must have been Mew. So Mew has come here too? It must have sensed Mutwo's similar aura and came to see what was going on. Thanks. Natsui waved at them. Thanks for the tip. But you should leave this island quickly. Honestly, this is not a place you should be. Just then, the vibrations from above grew more intense, as if the very ground was shaking. When Natsui looked away from the ceiling and back at James and the others, he found that they had vanished. All right, everyone's gone. Time for us to get to work. Haunter and Gardevoir nodded in unison and began their rampage. With Shadow Ball and Psychic, every single piece of equipment was utterly destroyed. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions and thick smoke filled the entire room. In just a short while, the place had been reduced to a pile of wreckage. But just then, hundreds of strange, black Pokeballs floated out from somewhere and flew up through a connecting passage to the upper level. These black Pokeballs, aside from being a different color than normal ones, had a major change. A red eye on them. Has Mutwo already started its move? Natsui's heart skipped a beat. He guessed the things upstairs must be in chaos. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, those Pokeballs returned through the connecting passage. Judging by the red light glowing from their eyes, it was clear they had already snatched a large number of Pokemon from Ash and the others. However, with the facility completely destroyed, the black Pokeballs were at a loss. They stopped there, seemingly having no idea what to do next. Quick, destroy them and rescue the Pokemon inside. With Natsui's shout, Haunter and Gardevoir quickly aimed at the Pokeballs. Under their attacks, the balls were destroyed one after another, releasing the captured Pokemon inside. Venusaur, Gyarados, Rhyhorn. The Pokemon belonging to Kouri's group were all trapped inside. Even Ash's Charizard and Squirtle, Brock's Ninetales, and Misty's Psyduck had been snatched by these strange Pokeballs. What amazing Pokeballs! Before he could even marvel at them, a boy's shout suddenly came from the connecting passage, and right after, Ash came tumbling out, chasing after one of the black Pokeballs. Chapter 120. Mew and Ash saw Natsui. He was naturally very surprised. He shouted loudly, Natsui, quick, help me catch that Pokeball. My Pikachu is inside. Could it be that even Pikachu, who never enters a Pokeball, was captured by this strange black one? Natsui waved his hand, and Gardevoir, understanding his intent, used Psychic to open the Pokeball, releasing the Pikachu inside. Don't panique. It's not just your Pikachu. I've rescued the other Pokemon too. Thank you so much. Ash hugged Pikachu tightly, then ran over to Charizard and Squirtle. Seeing they were all unharmed, he finally relaxed. Is everyone okay? Natsui asked. What's the situation upstairs? At the mention of this, Ash's expression was a mixture of frustration and disappointment. We lost. We couldn't beat those clone Pokemon at all. But that Mutwo is just too much, using those weird Pokeballs to steal all of our Pokemon. Natsui said, that was its purpose for calling us to this island in the first place. But I've destroyed the equipment here, so its plan is going to fail. Only then did Ash belatedly look around. Seeing the wreckage, he couldn't help but be amazed. No wonder I didn't see you just now. But Natsui, how did you know this equipment was hidden here? Well, for a moment, Natsui didn't know how to explain. He could only change the subject and urge, all right, now's not the time for that. We should hurry up and go help. Taking the Pokemon with them, Natsui and the others left the room and hurried back up the stairs to the first floor hall. When they returned the way they came to the battlefield behind the wall, they saw Misty, Brock, and the others in a standoff with Mutwo. But beside them, there wasn't a single Pokemon left. Womans, I won't go so far as to take your lives. Go back now. Mutwo's tone was flat and sounded very merciful, but its next words were extremely cold. Of course, if you want to return to the mainland safely, that's only if you can cross that storm on your own. Misty and the others gritted their teeth, glaring fiercely at Mutwo. Although its words sounded nice, how could humans possibly cross the raging sea without a boat? And most importantly, as Pokemon trainers, how could they abandon their own Pokemon and leave in such a disgrace? Just as the standoff reached a stalemate, they all heard footsteps from behind. Turning around, they saw Natsui and Ash rushing over, and behind them, all the Pokemon that had just been captured had returned safely. What is the meaning of this? Mutwo frowned. This turn of events was indeed beyond its expectations. Its gaze shifted between Ash and Natsui, quickly locking onto Natsui. Was this your doing? Seeing Natsui nod, Mutwo continued, I had intended to deal with your problem last, but I didn't expect you to cause me so much trouble in such a short time. Natsui said, this is what they call plans can't keep up with changes. No matter how carefully you design something, there will always be one or two elements that escape your control. At that moment, perhaps because Ash's anger at Mutwo's actions had reached its peak, he ran up to Mutwo, clenched his fist, and actually threw a punch at it. Faced with the foolish human, Mutwo naturally wouldn't let Ash succeed. Its eyes glowed blue, and before Ash's fist could land, it enveloped him in psychic power, sending Ash flying into the air. Ash flew for dozens of meters. Just as he was about to crash into a distant stone wall, a pink bubble suddenly appeared behind him, cushioning the impact. Then a soft pink, cat-like Pokemon appeared before everyone. Its appearance stunned everyone present. Brock recognized it immediately, saying in disbelief, is that Mew? Mew? Hearing the name, Mutwo carefully examined the Pokemon and said in a deep voice, So you are Mew? Was I created as a copy of you? Mew seemed oblivious to everyone's surprise, simply twirling a few times in the air, completely ignoring the crowd. At that moment, Natsui took out his Pokédex and pointed it at Mew. Pokédex, beep. Mew, the new species Pokemon. A psychic-type mythical Pokemon. Its intelligence is extremely high. Although it was thought to be extinct, it is still referred to as a mythical Pokemon. Because it can turn invisible at will, it can approach humans without ever being noticed. Its genetic makeup contains the information of all Pokemon, so it is said that it can use every move. Perhaps the appearance of Mew had struck a nerve with Mutwo. It gathered energy in its hand, forming a sphere of light, and launched an attack at Mew. Mew glanced at the energy sphere and dodged it with ease. Seeing its first attack miss, Mutwo fired a dozen more spheres of light, but Mew twisted and turned, and the energy spheres whizzed past it, striking the buildings behind and exploding on impact. Staring intently at Mew, Mutwo said, Mew, the rarest Pokemon in the world. Although I was indeed created from your template, I am the strongest. I am the true original. The only one who will survive is me. With that, it flew into the air, coming face to face with Mew. The two Pokemon stood opposite each other, one radiating a murderous aura, while the other, gentle and weak, gently swished its tail, looking completely harmless. After waiting for a moment and still getting no response, Mutwo decided to act directly. In front of everyone, the two Pokémon chased each other through the air. Their speed was incredible. In the blink of an eye, they had already circled the island several times. "Why don't you fight back?" Seeing Mew only darting around, Mutwo demanded loudly. "Are you constantly avoiding battle because you're afraid of me?" However, Mew remained indifferent, or rather, the two of them were simply not on the same wavelength. Seeing itself repeatedly ignored, Mutwo put its hands together, gathered a large energy ball, and fired it at Mew. Mew was struck by the massive energy ball and sent flying into the sky, disappearing into the clouds where it exploded into a fierce fireball. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. But in the next second, an identical attack came flying back and struck Mutwo. Bang! Mutwo was slammed into the ground, and when the dust settled, it was seen enveloped in a blue energy shield, flying out completely unharmed. Chapter 121. The End of the Battle and a Miracle. Although attacked, Mutwo's body was clean, without even a scratch or speck of dirt. Looking at Mew, its eyes seemed to be filled with a strong will to fight. "Your power is great. You are indeed worthy of my serious attention." Glancing at the others, Mutwo used its power again, and as the platform opened, a dozen more clone Pokémon with striped patterns were brought up. "You humans created us for the purpose of making us stronger. But you never imagined that there would come a day when you would face the backlash, did you? Go, clones! Let these humans and their lackeys feel the rage of having our lives toyed with." Driven by Mutwo, the clone Pokémon all charged forward. Ash and the others didn't want to fight, but they had to defend themselves and could only command their respective Pokémon to meet the attack. A chaotic battle thus began. Natsui also sent out his Pokémon, having them join the fight against the clone Pokémon. But as soon as they engaged, Natsui discovered that the power of these clone Pokémon far surpassed their counterparts. Although fewer in number, even fighting one against two, they were not at a disadvantage at all compared to their painstakingly raised Pokémon. Amidst flames, torrents of water, and flashes of electricity, the roars and cries of Pokémon were mixed together. They fought in a tangled mess, scattered everywhere, and soon the battle spread throughout the entire castle. However, as time went on, everyone's stamina was gradually depleted, yet it was still difficult to determine a winner. And Mutwo seemed to have grown tired of Mew's agile movements and tired of this drawn-out war. "Feel my power." To end the battle quickly, it used all its remaining strength, preparing to take down Mew in one fell swoop. Seeing this, Mew could only respond in the same manner. Two huge energy spheres gathered in front of Mutwo and Mew, and when they had accumulated enough power, they were fired at each other almost simultaneously. But just then, unexpectedly, Ash couldn't bear to see the Pokémon killing each other and actually ran between them, trying to stop the fight. "Stop! Don't fight anymore." However, the energy spheres had already been launched, and it was too late to pull back. In an instant, one blue and one pink, the two massive energy spheres had struck Ash. Boom! A brilliant light flashed, and without even making a sound, Ash, with his eyes wide open, fell to the ground with a thud, turning into a hard stone statue. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. They didn't even have time to react, and could only watch helplessly as Ash was struck down by the moves. "Ash!" Natsui quickly ran over and gently shook Ash. Seeing no response, he hurriedly checked his condition, but felt no pulse or breath. He was petrified. "Foolish." Mutwo looked coldly at Ash and said in a deep voice, "To actually try to stop our battle. How utterly foolish." "Pika! Pika!" Pikachu, seeing Ash motionless, seemed to realize something. Desperate and anxious, it used its electric currents over and over again, shocking Ash's body, as if trying to undo the petrification this way. "BZZT!" Natsui was forced back several steps by the intense electricity. These bolts of lightning, along with Pikachu's sorrowful cries, drew everyone's attention, whether human or Pokemon or Mutwo and its clones. They couldn't help but stop fighting and silently watch the scene. After multiple shocks yielded no results, Pikachu, exhausted, collapsed on Ash's body, shedding tears of grief. And those kind-hearted Pokemon, realizing that someone had lost their precious life to stop this battle, were moved by their emotions and also began to shed tears. However, to everyone's surprise, the Pokemon's tears seemed to be guided by mysterious power. They emitted a star-like fluorescence, floated into the sky, and finally converged at one point, entering Ash's body. At the same time, the violent storm near New Island suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, a white light descended from the sky, shining upon Ash. This miraculous power actually revived Ash, freeing him from his petrification. What? How could this happen? Even though everyone had witnessed many miracles, what was happening before their eyes still left them in awe. Only Natsui seemed to have noticed something. He quickly looked up at the sky and saw a bird-like Pokemon flapping its wings and flying high into the distant sky. Its rainbow-colored wings seemed to be declaring its extraordinariness to the world. Is that? Oh, according to legend, Ho-Oh has the power to bring the dead back to life. It must have appeared in time and helped Ash. However, apart from Natsui, it seemed no one else had noticed Ho-Oh's appearance. But why would Ho-Oh appear here? Could it be, as the rumors say, that it's actually Ash's exclusive photographer, following him at all times? Or, like Mew, was it simply attracted by Mutwo's presence and came here to see? But regardless, Ash's revival was indeed a relief to everyone, and the surrounding Pokemon let out cheers of joy. And more importantly, this miraculous scene, coupled with Ash's selfless act of trying to save the other Pokemon, deeply shook Mutwo's heart. Mutwo floated in place, silent, but its mind was in turmoil. Taking this opportunity, Natsui took a few steps forward and said to it, "Mutwo, no matter the outcome, this battle is meaningless. Whether an original or a clone, even a created life has the right to live freely. Existence is reason. We are all living beings. There is no need to determine who is stronger." After a moment of silence, Mutwo slowly said, "There is some truth in what you say. I finally understand now that, in the face of life, being strong or weak is ultimately just a farce." With that, it turned to look at Mew. Whether born naturally or created through cloning, we are all Pokemon, each with our own lives. We cannot impose our own will on others. Perhaps this matter, this farce, should not be remembered by anyone at all. Mew nodded gently. Seeing its agreement, the two Pokemon used their powers simultaneously. In an instant, soft, blue particles of light began to drift down from the sky. The particles enveloped the entire island. Unlike Misty and the others who were admiring the sight, Natsui looked up at these particles, knowing that this was Mutwo's way of erasing everyone's memories. Just as he was about to have Gardevoir use its psychic power to prevent the blue light from landing on him, he found that the blue light actually bypassed him on its own, showering everyone else. Before he could wonder why, he saw Mutwo slowly descending in front of him. "I still have some things I want to ask you." Mutwo stared intently at Natsui and asked, "I know from your memories that you have foreseen many things. I very much want to know, why is that?" Chapter 122. Lost Memories and Acceptance. To be honest, the speed of Mutwo's change in attitude even surprised Natsui a little. However, it also showed from the side that although its personality was a bit paranoid, it wasn't a malicious Pokemon. It was just temporarily blinded by hatred. And when it witnessed the goodness in the world, its convictions would naturally be shaken. After a moment of thought, Natsui asked back, "What do you want to know?" After a brief silence, Mutwo asked, "I want to know who you are. Why do you know my name? Why are there so many things about the future in your mind? Are you the encyclopedia of 100,000 whys? Why so many questions?" Natsui couldn't help but inwardly complain. However, The fact that Mutwo could ask this clearly showed that it hadn't obtained too many memories from his mind back then. So, next, how should he trick? Oh no, how should he answer questions? His mind raced. Natsui didn't answer it immediately, but instead turned to look at Ash, Misty, and the others around them. At this moment, including all the Pokemon, their expressions were dazed. Under the influence of the particles of light, the memories of this place were slowly dissipating from their minds. Moreover, these light particles, carried by the breeze, were spreading beyond the island, showing a trend of growing stronger. After some thought, Natsui smiled and said, I can answer your questions, but before that, I think we should send Ash and the others back to the mainland first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A fierce wind blew through Vermilion Harbor, and huge waves swept over the lighthouse. The scattered spray crashed heavily onto the pier. The passenger terminal was still overcrowded. Trainers and their Pokemon gathered inside, and the salty smell of the sea and rain, mixed with the complex body odors of various Pokemon, filled the slightly enclosed space with an indescribable, strange scent. When Ash groggily opened his eyes, he was surprised to find himself leaning back on a chair. Rubbing his eyes, he looked to his left and right and saw Natsui, Misty, and Brock sitting beside him. How did I fall asleep? His thoughts were a bit jumbled. He couldn't remember what had happened before it all. He just felt that the scene before him was somewhat familiar, a feeling like yesterday once more, as if he had gone through a cycle, and the things that had happened were being replayed once again. Just then, Misty and Brock yawned and woke up as well. Strange, how do we get here? Facing their confusion, Natsui spoke lazily. Are you all sleep-addled? Weren't we hiding in here to escape the storm? Hearing him say that, although Ash and the others vaguely felt that something was off, they couldn't quite put their finger on what was wrong. But this is Vermilion City, right? Why did we come to this city? Misty tried hard to remember, but it was as if a piece of her memory was missing. She couldn't recall what had happened at all. And Natsui, why are you here too? Natsui smiled. Didn't you all say you would come to Vermilion City to see me after getting all the badges? That's why I came to the harbor to pick you up. What? Did you all forget after taking a nap on the chairs? Was it really like that? Misty was about to ask again when she saw a commotion in the crowd ahead. Many trainers and travelers were crowded together, surrounding Officer Jenny and Miranda. And looking closely, the three trainers, including Corey, who had fought alongside Ash and the others on New Island, were also among them. Facing dozens of pairs of eyes, Officer Jenny said loudly, Sorry, everyone. The ferry service is temporarily suspended due to the storm. Please wait here for a while. The harbor will resume operations as soon as the storm passes. Officer Jenny is right. Another female voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. When the people parted to make way, the person they saw was unexpectedly Nurse Joy from the Pokemon Center. But please don't worry, everyone. Joy showed her professional smile and said to the crowd, No matter how long this storm lasts, our Pokemon Center is ready to provide free food and lodging for everyone at any time. Although Joy had been missing for a long time, neither Officer Jenny nor anyone else seemed surprised by her reappearance. Even when Natsui looked at the wall, the missing person notice that was originally posted there had long since vanished without a trace. Under the power of Mutwo and Mew, not only were the memories of the people on the island erased, but all related information was also altered, as if nothing had ever happened. Mutwo. It seems that just like their names, they truly possess dreamlike, magical powers. And besides them, perhaps only Natsui and his Pokemon in this world still remembered what had happened on New Island. At that moment, Ash suddenly seemed to notice something. He ran to a nearby, floor-to-ceiling window and looked out at the sky. Look, what kind of Pokemon is that? Natsui and the others walked over to the window and looked in the direction Ash was pointing. They could only see between the thick layers of clouds. A strange Pokemon diving into the clouds at an incredible speed. However, because it was too far away, no one could see clearly what it was. Only Natsui recognized its identity at a glance. It was Mutwo, who had just sent them back here. Before leaving, Natsui had also talked a lot with Mutwo. Although he held some things back, he still revealed some of what Mutuo wanted to know. As for why he knew so much, Natsui frankly told Mutuo that he was not from this world. Interestingly, Mutuo accepted the fact of transmigration very quickly. On the other hand, his haunter was extremely incredulous, its mouth hanging open in shock, looking so ridiculous it seemed as if it could fit an entire basketball in its mouth. And it was precisely this honesty that earned Natsui Mutuo's approval. Not only did its hostility completely disappear, but it developed a sense of kinship with Natsui, who was also not originally from this world. After a deep conversation, it actually came to regard him as a friend. Before sending Natsui back, Mutuo even stated in all seriousness that if he ever encountered any difficulties in the future, he could definitely ask for its help. Although gaining Mutuo's friendship was something to be happy about, compared to Mutuo, Mew piqued his interest more. Not only was Mew's design very cute, but more importantly, its power was also immense. It was just a pity that after Mew and Mutuo jointly used their memory erasing power, just as Natsui was about to pull out a Master Ball to catch it, Mew flew off to who knows where and disappeared. Helpless, Natsui could only give up on the opportunity this time. Although missing the chance to catch Mew was indeed a bit regretful for Natsui, it was a matter of give and take. Besides, Natsui believed that somewhere along his future journey, in some corner of the world, he would definitely meet Mew again. Chapter 123. Misty meets Koharu. The heavy rain only lasted for a short while before quickly stopping. Once the sky cleared, Natsui invited Ash and the others to a nearby restaurant for a luxurious lunch as a treat for their stomachs, which had endured the hardships of their journey. The dish is so good. Ash held a fork in his left hand and chopsticks in his right, eating in the most exaggerated manner possible. His mouth was so full of food that he couldn't even speak clearly. I haven't eaten anything this good in so long. But as he said this, his gaze shifted from Pikachu, who was devouring its food like a whirlwind, to Gardevoir, who was chewing slowly and gracefully like a lady. He suddenly remembered something, quickly swallowed the food in his mouth, and proposed, "Oh, speaking of which, Natsui, we've known each other for so long, but we've never battled. How about it? Want to have a match with me in a bit?" Before Natsui could speak, Brock also became interested. "Oh, you two are going to battle? That's bound to be exciting. Will it really be exciting?" Misty shot Ash a look. Both emotionally and rationally, she was already firmly on Natsui's side. "At your level, how could you possibly beat Natsui?" "Hey, Misty, don't say that." Natsui waved his hand to stop Misty and mused, "In Pokemon battles, there's no such thing as a guaranteed victory. It really depends on one's condition during the battle and on-the-spot performance. It's hard to say who will win or lose." Seeing Ash still staring at him with an expectant look, Natsui reluctantly agreed. "As for the match you mentioned, of course, it's no problem. I've always believed in your strength, you know. Besides, a proper battle after a meal is great for digestion." "That's great." Ash's eyes widened with excitement as he urged, "Then let's get going. By the way, is there a battlefield nearby?" Natsui chuckled. "What's the rush? The nearest field? Let me think. It should be the backyard of the Sakuraji laboratory. There's a simple field there that's almost never used, perfect for a battle." After everyone had eaten their fill, Natsui paid the bill and led them through the city to the back of the Sakuraji laboratory. As soon as they arrived, Ash's attention was captured by the pleasant scenery under the glass dome of the huge Sakuraji park next to them. "Wow, what huge greenhouse park. It even has a small river inside. This is the Sakuraji laboratory, where I'm staying temporarily." Natsui pointed to a few nearby spots, introducing them one by one. Then, his tone changed as he said apologetically, "Unfortunately, I'm only staying here for a short time, so it's not really convenient for me to invite you in for a tour. It's okay, we can just look from the outside." Fortunately, Ash and the others didn't mind. They chatted around the park for a while, before quickly refocusing their attention on the battle. The field here was overgrown with weeds from long disuse, but Natsui and Ash didn't choose to clear them. Instead, they decided to use it as a grass field. As he and Ash stood on opposite sides, Natsui said, "I'm not very good at making rules. How about we just have a simple one-on-one, winner-take-all match? What do you think?" Ash naturally had no objections. He nodded and then looked down at his feet. "Go, Pikachu!" "Pika!" Pikachu responded and ran to the center of the field, its tail held high, seeming just as excited as Ash. Natsui stroked his chin. So he sent out Pikachu, his most trusted partner. After a thought, he gave a slight wave, and in the next second, Gardevoir understood and slowly walked to the center of the field. Both of these Pokémon were their respective starter partners, so they held a special meaning for them. Although Gardevoir had evolved to its final stage, as Natsui had said before, there were no truly weak Pokémon in this world, nor was there an absolute peak of strength. Every Pokémon contained a formidable power that couldn't be underestimated. The strong preying on the weak. The weak overcoming the strong. Nothing was certain in this world. Even a Wishiwashi could create a miracle. Just then, perhaps the noise from their side had disturbed someone in the laboratory. With the sound of footsteps, Koharu slowly walked over. When she got closer and saw Natsui, she smiled lightly. "Natsui, did you bring friends over?" Natsui waved at her in greeting and then began to introduce everyone. "These are friends I met on my journey. They're all very reliable partners." Ash, with a bright smile, was the first to speak. "Hi, my name is Ash from Pallet Town, and my goal is to become a Pokemon master." "Pika-Pi." "Idiot, you don't need to introduce your dream," Brock sighed helplessly, then turned to Koharu with a smile. "Hello, my name is Brock. I'm traveling with Ash." Misty also smiled. "My name is Misty. It's nice to meet you." Koharu's personality was actually on the quiet side, and she wasn't very willing to initiate conversations. However, upon hearing that these were all Natsui's friends, she still gave them a friendly nod. "Hello, I'm Koharu Zakuragi." Knowing her personality, Natsui introduced her. Koharu is still in school. Her father is the famous Professor Sakuragi. This laboratory behind us, and Sakuragi Park next to it, were founded by her father. "A famous professor?" Ash said, only half understanding. "Like Professor Oak?" Natsui smiled. "Of course, he can't be as knowledgeable and renowned as Professor Oak. But among other professors, he's still an outstanding figure." Koharu stood beside Natsui, listening quietly. But for some reason, when her eyes met Misty's, both of them seemed to sense something. Subconsciously, they both glanced at Natsui at the same time, and at the same time, they felt the other's gaze. This girl, could she also? Although they had just met, both of them had keenly noticed that the other seemed to hold a special kind of affection for Natsui, just like themselves. Oh no! Both of their hearts tightened. Even in this warm, early summer, they both felt a biting chill, in the space of a breath. Their gazes suddenly changed. It was as if a bolt of lightning shot out from each, clashing in midair, neither willing to back down. And Natsui, the male lead of this emotional drama, naturally didn't notice the subtle change between the two. At this moment, his attention was completely focused on the impending battle. Chapter 124. Final preparations, figures crossed, attacking each other. On the simple field next to Sakuragi Park, two Pokémon, one tall and one short, were currently locked in combat. And from their condition, it wasn't hard to see that this Pokémon battle was clearly reaching its end. Pikachu used Thunderbolt. With Ash's shout, Pikachu's body suddenly erupted with over a dozen dazzling bolts of electricity. These bolts, amidst a piercing BZT sound, spread out in all directions in an irregular pattern. Facing the fierce electric-type move, Gardevoir used Teleport, vanishing and reappearing at the edge of the field. While dodging the attack, its eyes glowed blue, and it immediately launched a psychic attack, striking Pikachu down hard. Thud! Watching Pikachu struggle for a few moments before collapsing from exhaustion, Brock, acting as the referee, raised his right hand. Pikachu is unable to battle. The winner is Gardevoir. Wow, Gardevoir, you're amazing. Once the dust settled, Misty couldn't help but cheer. Koharu also clapped her hands. No matter how intense the sparks between them had been just moments ago, At this moment, they were both happy for Natsui. However, perhaps Misty's cheer was a bit too loud, making Ash's expression unavoidably awkward. Come on, Misty. We've been traveling together for so long. Even if you're not cheering for me, you don't have to be that happy, do you? But Misty didn't listen at all, instead sticking her tongue out at him. Naya, I like cheering for Natsui. What are you going to do about it? On the other side, Natsui walked forward and gently patted Gardevoir's shoulder. From the start of the battle, Pikachu had been in top form. Although it had caused a lot of trouble for Gardevoir with its agile movements in the early stages, the psychic type was inherently strong, and Gardevoir was also in great condition. After a few rounds, Gardevoir ultimately claimed victory. Ignoring Misty, Ash picked up Pikachu and turned to Natsui. Natsui, your Gardevoir is really strong. I lost this match. Although he admitted defeat, there was no sign of discouragement or unwillingness in his expression. In fact, he was well aware that Natsui's skill was much higher than his own. Even before the battle, Ash had been mentally prepared for defeat. Your Pikachu is outstanding too. At least among all the Pikachu I've ever seen, none are stronger than it. Not wanting to dampen Ash's enthusiasm, Natsui praised him back. Besides, I only won this match by a fluke. If we were to battle again next time, perhaps I would be the one to lose. After the exhilarating battle, Natsui took them to the same ice cream shop he had visited with Koharu before. They ordered a few of the signature specials and chatted for a while over delicious sundaes. It wasn't until the sun began to set and the sky turned to dusk that Ash and his friends got up to say goodbye to Natsui. Perhaps because they had parted and met so many times, Misty was already used to it. However, she first glanced at Koharu with a complex expression, sighed, and then waved at Natsui. Well then, Natsui were off. Looking at them, Natsui asked, "What are your plans now?" Ash seemed to have already decided on their itinerary. Tonight, we'll rest at the Pokemon Center. Then, early tomorrow morning, we'll head back to Pallet Town. After that battle, I've realized my own shortcomings. When I get home this time, I'm going to start training my Pokemon. Hearing this, Natsui extended his right hand. Then do your best. There's really not much time left before the Indigo League. From now on, let's both encourage each other. Ash shook Natsui's hand and nodded firmly. No problem. We'll see each other again at the Indigo League. And next time, my Pikachu definitely won't lose. After watching them leave, Natsui and Koharu also returned to the Sakuragi laboratory. Just as he had said, the opening day of the Indigo League was getting closer and closer, and he really needed to step up his training. The training plan had been drawn up long ago. In the days to come, he would mostly be cooped up in Sakuragi Park, training his Pokemon. Unless something major happened, he would not go out. But before that, Natsui organized the photos from his journey so far and recorded them with text. Some things fade with time, gradually disappearing from memory. Only these photos and words would preserve the beautiful moments forever. And when he grew old, flipping through the album and looking back at these little moments from the past would surely be a collection of wonderful memories for him. The Indigo League was so named because it was held at the Indigo Stadium on the Indigo Plateau. As the official Pokemon League tournament and the most watched, largest event in the Kanto region, it was a time of immense public attention each year, capturing the focus of the entire region. Even other events like sports, esports, and arts festivals had to avoid this period to make way for the grand competition. The immense popularity also made it the biggest topic of conversation, whether in schools, companies, on the streets, or among friends after dinner. Even the full-time housewives, when out grocery shopping, would exchange a few words with their neighbors about news related to the league. And through the mouths of swarming reporters, it was broadcast via the internet and television, spreading to other regions and bringing even wider attention and heated discussion. However, compared to other regions, the Indigo League was the only Pokemon League conference that allowed contestants to participate through multiple methods. Besides collecting 8 gym badges, those wishing to compete could also qualify by graduating from a Pokemon technical school or passing the Pokemon League admissions exam. Time flows like a long river, always passing quietly when you're not paying attention. As the day of the competition drew nearer, with only a few days left before the opening ceremony, Natsui finally ended his seclusion. After days of intensive training and adjustment, foregoing sleep and food, he and his Pokémon were fully prepared. Although not brimming with confidence, they'd done their best. No matter what results they achieved in the end, they would have no regrets about their efforts and struggles. After cleaning himself up and washing away the dust of his training, Natsui repacked his bags, went into the laboratory, and formally bid farewell to Professor Sakuragi and the others. He had been in Kanto for so long and had imposed on them for a long time. After the Indigo League was over and his wish was fulfilled, it would be time for him to leave and head to other regions. Chapter 125. Farewell and traveling together inside the laboratory. Natsui handed the 3 gifts he had prepared during his rest to the people in front of him. Professor Sakuragi, Krisa, Run, thank you so much for taking care of me during this time. Please accept these as a small token of my appreciation. Having known each other for a long time, and given their current relationship, Professor Sakuragi and the others didn't need to be overly polite and smilingly accepted Natsui's gifts. Professor Sakuragi said, how time flies. I can't believe that without realizing it, you've been traveling for so long since coming to Kanto, and you're about to challenge the Indigo League. Yes, recalling the past, Natsui was also filled with emotion. Time really does fly. I can still remember the uncertainty and unease I felt when I first visited the laboratory. I also clearly remember that scene and the easygoing, handsome young man from back then. Professor Sakuragi smiled lightly. But speaking of which, the Indigo League is the most important annual event in our Kanto region. Since you made it this far, just go for it. Only by giving it your all will you have no regrets. That's what I was thinking too. Natsui nodded. No matter how strong my opponents are, I will treat every battle with seriousness and caution. After a pause, he continued, Professor, although I may have very little time to come back here in the future, as a special research fellow for the Sakuragi Laboratory, no matter where I go, if I encounter any extraordinary Pokemon incidents, I will definitely report them to you in a timely manner. Hearing these words, Professor Sakuragi was very gratified. That's secondary. The most important thing on a journey is safety. There's no need to force things. But no matter what happens in the future, you are a member of the Sakuragi Laboratory. This place will always be a harbor for you, and you're always welcome to come home. At this point, his tone shifted, and he added, although it's such an important day, I'm very sorry, but because work has been extremely busy lately, Krisa, Run, and I probably won't be able to be there to watch your matches. It's all right. Natsui quickly waved his hands. Your research is a contribution to humanity, Pokemon, and even the world. Work should indeed come first. There's really no need to delay your valuable time because of me. Just then, Koharu walked in from a door. Looking at her attire, she had changed into sportswear and was carrying a fully packed, medium-sized backpack. Compared to her usual student attire, she now looked less quiet and more youthful and energetic. Huh, Natsui said in surprise. You're dressed like this. Are you going somewhere? Professor Sakuragi said, although we can't go to the Indigo Plateau with you, Koharu can accompany you, which I suppose makes up for our regret. Koharu is going too? Natsui was stunned. But what about school? Doesn't she have classes? It's no problem. Koharu covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. My mother has already requested leave for me from the school. Professor Sakuragi also said, it's a good thing for her to get out more. Koharu's personality is too quiet. I was originally afraid she would become a bookworm from all the studying. I never expected that she would have a day where she'd open up on her own and proactively ask to go see your matches in person. So my wife and I discussed it and both agreed it was a good thing. Rather than being cooped up in school all day, it's better to see more of the outside world. Besides, broadening her horizons is also beneficial for her future studies. Oh, looking at Koharu's slightly shy and evasive gaze, Natsui couldn't help but be a little surprised. She requested it herself? If it were the old her, she definitely wouldn't have been very willing to go on a long trip. But it was fortunate that she had such open-minded parents as Professor Sakuragi. Otherwise, how could they possibly be at ease letting their daughter travel with an adult male? Natsui made a solemn promise. Professor, please rest assured. I guarantee I will take good care of Koharu. Looking at the ready-to-go Koharu, Professor Sakuragi couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. A father is always reluctant to see his daughter leave home. Seeing that both were ready just before they left, he pulled Koharu aside and inevitably gave her a few more reminders. Because he didn't deliberately lower his voice, Natsui could vaguely overhear some of the conversation. But it was all trivial matters like remembering to eat on time and not to get too tired. While the father and daughter were talking, Krisa and Rin simultaneously extended their hands to Natsui. The two looked at each other, and then Krisa spoke first. Although I don't know the first thing about Pokemon battles, I still wish you a smooth journey and a victorious start. Rin secretly glanced at Professor Sakuragi, then said in a low voice, You have to get a good result, okay? No matter how busy I am with work, I'll secretly turn on a live stream to cheer for you. Natsui shook hands with both of them. Thanks. You two take care of yourselves as well. Make sure to get enough rest, and don't overwork yourselves. To be honest, having spent so much time here, he had grown attached to the place. For a moment, he was truly reluctant to leave. When Professor Sakuragi and Koharu returned, just as everyone was saying their goodbyes, Yamper suddenly ran out with a bark. Perhaps sensing that Koharu was about to go on a long trip, Yamper circled her feet, completely unwilling to leave. That's right. Professor Sakuragi bent down and stroked Yamper's forehead, smiling at Koharu. Since you're going on a journey, how can you not have a Pokemon by your side? Since it's so reluctant to part with you, why don't you let Yamper go with you? Huh? Take it with me? Koharu frowned in a troubled way, then looked at Natsui. Seeing him nod slightly, she thought for a moment and finally agreed. All right then. At her feet, hearing that it would be taken along, Yamper barked spiritually a few times, its tail wagging rapidly, looking just like a small electric fan. When everything was ready, Professor Sakuragi watched as Koharu slowly walked over to Natsui's side and waved. He'll be counting on you to look after Koharu now. Natsui nodded firmly. Then he and Koharu bowed slightly to Professor Sakuragi and the others. Well then, we're off. After leaving the Sakuragi laboratory, Natsui and Koharu left Vermilion City and headed north, arriving in Saffron City before dark. After resting for a night, they turned west and continued towards Celadon City. This was Koharu's first time leaving home in a travel-like manner. For a child like her who had grown up in a big city, she was full of excitement along the way, finding everything she saw to be new and fascinating. And with another person by his side, especially such a cute and beautiful girl, even Natsui's mood changed. With laughter and conversation, even the road under their feet no longer seemed tedious. This also made Natsui realize that traveling with a companion was indeed much more fun than traveling alone. Chapter 126. Meeting Erica again while enjoying the scenery along the way. Natsui shared his knowledge about the various Pokemon they encountered with Koharu. Although Koharu had little contact with Pokemon before, she was very intelligent. Often, Natsui would only mention something casually, and she would be able to commit it to memory. And thus, she went from being completely ignorant to having a basic understanding. Just like that, the two of them leisurely walked to the outskirts of Celadon City. They had originally planned to bypass the city and continue westward, but unexpectedly, when they reached the fields outside the city, they ran into an acquaintance. She was a beautiful girl around 18 or 19, with long black hair, wearing an elegant furisuit. Just from her back, attire, and quiet, lady-like aura, Natsui had already recognized her. It was the Celadon gym leader Erica. At this moment, Erica was accompanied by an EV, with a basket placed beside her. She was crouching by a patch of flowers, holding scissors and a trowel, seemingly trimming something. As they approached, the EV saw Natsui and Koharu and barked at them warily a few times. Hearing the sound, Erica turned her head. She was also very surprised to see Natsui. Before she could speak, Natsui had already said in astonishment, "Huh? Erica? What a coincidence! What are you doing here?" Erica stood up, her bright eyes fixed on him, her tone as gentle as ever. "I came here to gather some flowers to take back to the gym for cultivation." "Where are you heading? Gathering flowers?" Natsui was first taken aback. Then he remembered that besides being a gym leader and a perfume shop owner, she was also a master of flower arrangement. At this time of year, I'm naturally going to the Indigo Plateau to participate in the Pokemon League Conference. Glancing at the vibrant flower patch in front of her, Natsui smiled. "I thought all the flowers you use in your classes were cultivated by yourselves. I didn't expect you to also gather wildflowers like this." "The Indigo League? Is it that time again already? I thought you would take a ship directly for Vermilion City." Looking down and arranging a bouquet in her hands, Erica then chuckled softly. "Speaking of flowers, although the ones grown in greenhouses are more vibrant and beautiful in color and form, I still prefer these wildflowers that grow strong in nature. And having gone through natural selection, they have a unique fragrance compared to the artificially cultivated ones." With that, Erica turned her gaze to Koharu. "And this lovely girl is—" "Let me introduce you." Natsui took a step back, bringing Koharu forward. "This is Koharu, the daughter of the famous Professor Sakuragi of the Kanto region. She's still in school." "Koharu, this is Erica. Don't let her young age fool you. She's the gym leader of Celadon City." "Hello, I'm Erica." Erica gave a slight curtsy. Seeing this, Koharu hurriedly mimicked her, returning the gesture in a proper manner. "Hello, Miss Erica. My name is Koharu." Seeing the two of them being so formal, Natsui couldn't help but run a hand through his hair. In this day and age, it was indeed a bit strange to see such traditional etiquette. Looking closely, the auras of the two girls were quite similar. And in terms of appearance, while not the type of stunning beauty that captivates at first glance, their features were delicate, and both were very pleasant to look at. While the two girls were greeting each other, Koharu's Yamper also very enthusiastically pestered the EV. Fortunately, the EV wasn't shy. Seeing that its master seemed to be acquainted with these two humans, it relaxed and started playing with Yamper. Glancing at the EV, Natsui asked, "I haven't seen this EV before. Did you just catch it?" Erica nodded. "Ever since I saw your EV, I've also grown to love this type of Pokemon. And this one, I searched for a long time before I finally found it." At that moment, Erica looked up at the sky. "By the way, it's already noon. Would you two like to try my bento?" "Bento. Did you make it yourself?" Hearing the word bento, Natsui's eyes lit up, and he immediately became interested. Such a rare opportunity, of course I have to try it. Ever since he had crossed over to this world, besides catching and battling Pokemon, his biggest hobby was food. Unfortunately, his own cooking skills were lacking. Even after traveling for so long, the meals he made could only be considered passable in taste. Erica took a cloth sheet from the basket and spread it on the grass. Then she took out the bento and snacks and arranged them on top. Although there were many types of food, the quantity of each was small, with only 1 or 2 pieces per type, but their presentation was exquisite. Watching her movements, gentle and orderly, even the arrangement of the food was quite particular, clearly showing her good upbringing. Seeing this, Koharu couldn't help but ask, "Miss Erica, you really seem like a young lady from a prestigious family." Smiling at her, Erica said, "You don't have to call me Mississippi. Since you're Natsui's companion, you could just call me by my name or call me Big Sister." As she spoke, Erica took out a thermos and looked at Natsui. "Would you like some tea?" Seeing Natsui nod, she unscrewed the lid and was about to pour some out, but then she smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry. I really didn't expect to meet you, so I didn't prepare cups for you. It's okay, we brought our own cups. You could just share some with us." Natsui and Koharu took out their water bottles and used the lids to receive some tea. Then, they sat in different corners with Erica, drinking tea and tasting the food she had brought. Natsui first took a sip of the tea. The tea was warm. As soon as he swallowed, he found it delicious. And after the tea entered his stomach, a lingering fragrance remained in his mouth. However, He didn't know much about tea, only that it was probably a type of green tea, but he couldn't say much more than that. Putting down his cup, Natsui tried a piece of the snack. Unexpectedly, it was soft and chewy, perfectly hitting his taste buds. This is delicious. Where did you buy it? Natsui couldn't help but swallow in one go, mumbling, next time I pass through Celadon, he'll definitely buy some more. Hearing Natsui's praise, although Koharu was a bit shy, she still picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. Wow, it's really delicious. Erica covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes curving like crescent moons. I'm afraid you won't be able to buy it. I made all of this myself. You made it yourself? Koharu said in surprise. It's so exquisitely made, I also thought it was bought from somewhere. I can't believe. Erica, you're amazing. Koharu praised her for a bit, then couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Erika's cooking is so good, and you're so beautiful and virtuous. If you get married in the future, I think your husband will be very happy. Chapter 127. Gifting a leaf stone, the three of them chatted casually for a bit. Seeing that Koharu seemed to be quite fond of EV, their conversation shifted from various topics to Erika's EV. Natsui asked, based on your gym's type, I assume its evolution path is Leafeon, right? Erika nodded, naturally. But for it to evolve, it needs a leaf stone. However, a few days ago, our gym held a feedback event for trainers as required by the league, and we've temporarily run out of leaf stones. So, for this EV to evolve, we'll have to wait a while. A leaf stone? What a coincidence. Natsui rummaged through his backpack and found the evolution stone he had obtained from the 4 EV brothers in Stone Town. Without any hesitation, he handed it directly to Erica. Here, you can have this leaf stone. Looking at the leaf stone, Erica was very surprised. How do you have something like this? Natsui shrugged. It's just a spoil of war from my journey. I don't need it anyway, so it's better for your EV to use it. Oh my, thank you so much. Erica didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the leaf stone. It's just that EV's strength is a bit lacking right now. I'd still like to wait for it to gain some more experience and find a suitable opportunity before using this leaf stone on it. Natsui waved his hand nonchalantly. Hey, since I've already given it to you, you can decide when to evolve it. With that, he glanced at the time and saw that they had been resting for over an hour without realizing it. Now that most of their stamina was restored, it was time to leave. All right, it's getting late, and we still have to reach Viridian City before dark. So, thank you for your hospitality. And see you next time. He and Koharu stood up to leave. Seeing this, Erica also quickly stood up. I'm so sorry, Erica said a bit apologetically. With the constant matters of the gym and the perfume shop, I can't get away to cheer for you in person. But I will be watching all of your matches on TV. It's all right. Don't worry about it. In fact, having traveled alone for this period, although he had made some friends, perhaps due to his personality, it wouldn't affect his mindset at all even if no one was there to cheer him on. In other words, everyone had their own life, and he had no right to ask others to change for him. Erica placed her hands on her chest and bowed to see them off. Then, I wish you the best of luck in battle and hope you achieve a great result. Natsui and Koharu smiled and, mimicking her, also gave a bow. When the two had walked some distance, Koharu looked back and saw Erica still standing in the same spot, watching their backs. She quickly turned her head back. Miss Erica is still watching? Although she could no longer see her expression, Koharu could still seem to feel her gentle gaze. It seems Natsui has met a lot of interesting people during his long journey. Leaving the field, they continued forward and arrived at Sunnytown. Heading further west would lead them directly to the outskirts of Viridian City, and once they entered Viridian City, it meant that the Indigo Plateau was truly not far away. But before that, a wide river blocked their path. The area was sparsely populated, with no boats in the river and no bridges over it. To cross, they had to rely on the power of Pokemon. Summoning his Gyarados, Natsui helped a very cautious Koharu onto the Pokemon, and they crossed the river safely and steadily. On the opposite bank was an endless, dense forest, the famous Viridian Forest of the Kanto region. At this time, the sun was already setting in the west. Natsui hadn't originally planned to enter the forest in the dark, but he also didn't want to camp out in the wild. Thus, he could only quicken his pace to reach Viridian City as early as possible. And just like before, the forest was teeming with bug-type Pokemon. The occasional Caterpie and Weedle popping their heads out made Koharu's heart pound with fear. Why are there bugs everywhere in this forest? Frightened, Koharu unconsciously quickened her steps and grabbed the corner of Natsui's shirt. In fact, it wasn't just her. A fear of bugs was a common affliction for most girls. Even Misty couldn't stand bug-type Pokemon at all. Natsui was just about to say something to reassure her when a voice suddenly came from a distance. "Hey you, over there. You look very familiar." Hearing the voice, Natsui turned his head and saw a boy dressed as a samurai leaning against a large, sturdy tree, looking at them coldly. "Ah, it's you." The unique attire also allowed Natsui to recognize him at a glance. He just didn't expect that after such a long time, he would meet the samurai boy again here. The samurai boy put on a cool act. "I didn't think you'd step into this forest again. How about it? Want to have another match with me?" Natsui sized up the samurai boy again. Although his appearance hadn't changed after so long, his expression had a new touch of composure, showing that he had indeed gone through some training. But speaking of which, Natsui still admired his perseverance. To be able to stay here for so long, without leaving, was truly impressive. Was he planning to make this his home forever? Seeing Natsui remain silent, the samurai boy thought Natsui was looking down on him and couldn't help but say, "Humph, you told me last time to teach a lesson to you trainers from Pallet Town. I have to say, those people were really strong. I lost badly to every single one of them. But the me of today has made great progress compared to before. Not only have my old Pokemon evolved, but I've also caught many new partners." "Oh, is that so?" Natsui smiled. "But you're not the only one who's gotten stronger. After all this time, I've grown as well." Beside them, Koharu was completely bewildered by what she heard. "You trainers from Pallet Town?" A question mark appeared over her head. She didn't understand why. Out of the blue, Natsui had suddenly become a trainer from Pallet Town. Seeing her confusion, Natsui whispered a few words in Koharu's ear, telling her about the prank he had pulled. Koharu giggled. "Natsui, you're so mean." On the other side, looking at Koharu's beautiful face and hearing her cheerful laughter, the samurai boy somehow blushed. Perhaps sensing Natsui's strange gaze, he decisively sent out his Pokemon to ease the awkwardness. "Come out, Butterfree." Since the opponent had sent out a Pokemon, it seemed a battle was unavoidable today. Seeing this, Natsui looked up at the sky, sighed, and then took out his own Pokeball. "I can't believe this. All right, I'm counting on you. Go Charizard." A flash of blue light, and as the Pokeball opened, a dragon-like Pokemon with wings on its back appeared on the field. Chapter 128. An unexpected complication. As soon as Charizard appeared, its presence alone was enough to win a few points against Butterfree. It landed beside Natsui, let out a spark from its mouth, and stared intently at its opponent. In fact, during that final period of training, among Natsui's Pokemon, apart from Dratini and Haunter, who had yet to evolve, all the others had already reached their final forms. Seeing the two Pokemon ready for battle, Koharu looked around and asked worriedly, "Natsui, is it really okay to battle with Charizard? In such a dense forest, want to start a huge fire?" Natsui nodded lightly. "There is indeed that possibility, but don't worry, you'll be careful." Just as they were ready and about to start the match, a dozen shurikens suddenly flew out from the shadows in a continuous line, heading straight for Natsui. Fortunately, the shurikens weren't too fast. After noticing the disturbance, Natsui quickly dodged to the side, nimbly moving his body out of the way. Swish, swish, swish. The shurikens flew past him and stuck diagonally into the patch of grass where he had just been standing. "Who's there?" Natsui shouted towards the dense forest, and in the next second, a glamorous woman in a purple ninja uniform emerged from behind a large tree. "Huh, what's she doing here?" This person was, of course, the sister of the Fuchsia Gym leader Koga, Aya. And the moment he saw her, Natsui immediately remembered something. Oh crap, not bad moves, Aya said, sizing up Natsui with a sneer. If I had known you were this skilled, I should have aimed for your head just now. Faced with Aya's sarcasm, Natsui gave an awkward smile. Miss Aya, what a coincidence. What are you doing here? Training? The reason he was able to dodge those shurikens was that after traveling for so long, not only had his Pokemon's strength continuously evolved, but his own physical fitness had also been tempered. He quickly glanced at his feet. Seeing that the shurikens were not sharpened, he knew that even if he hadn't dodged, although he would have been hit, it would have at most left some bruises without any life-threatening danger. Even Haunter in his shadow and Gardevoir by his side, perhaps having seen Aya in advance and recognizing her, had not intervened, which showed they hadn't sensed any malicious intent. Training? Seeing Natsui playing dumb, Aya's blood boiled, and her anger flared up. Oof. If I were training, would I come this far? Stop playing dumb with me. After wasting so much of my time, I've finally caught you, the guy who deceived me. Caught? Deceived? Hearing these two words, Koharu looked over, her mind already conjuring up a heart-wrenching drama of a tragic love affair. This scene was just like from the romance novels passed around among her classmates. Natsui's eyebrows shot up. Hey, Miss Aya, don't just say things like that. Your words could easily cause a misunderstanding. Beside them, Koharu felt as if a cat was scratching at her heart, desperately wanting to ask, Miss Aya, what exactly did he deceive you about? But facing a stranger she had just met, she was too embarrassed to speak up. Fortunately, Aya's next words directly revealed the reason. Misunderstanding? Aya said irritably, You promised to have a match with me back then. How could you forget it all in the blink of an eye? I waited for you at the gym for so long, only to finally learn from my brother that you had returned to the Kanto mainland. Natsui broke into a cold sweat. Although he had indeed promised Aya back then that he would go back to the Fuchsia gym for a match after he was done with his business, it was just an excuse to get rid of her entanglement and get to the Seafoam Islands as quickly as possible. He hadn't taken it to heart at the time, thinking that the matter would eventually blow over with time. He had even completely forgotten about it after leaving the gym. He just didn't expect Aya to be so persistent about her loss at the gym. Now that she had chased him all the way here, meeting again was inevitably awkward. Natsui scratched his head, sorry. I forgot about it. Cut the crap. Aya waved her hand impatiently. Let's settle both the new and old scores at once. Let's have a match right here. I will definitely make up for my regret from the gym here. Hey. On the other side, the long-forgotten samurai boy looked at Aya and said with displeasure, Miss over there, although I don't know what beef you have with him, I was here first. If it's going to be a battle, I should be first. That's not happening. Aya shot him a look. I went through a lot of trouble to intercept him on his path. Naturally, I should be the one to battle him first. You little brat, you should leave now. If you're still an eyesore here, be careful, or he'll take care of you too. What did you say? The samurai boy was furious upon hearing this, and drew his katana, pointing it at Aya. Now, before Natsui could say anything, the two of them were at each other's throats. The two of them argued for a few more sentences, but in the end, they realized the decision was in Natsui's hands, and both turned to look at him at the same time. I asked, well, who are you going to battle first? This. Natsui hesitated. He didn't expect that, in the end, the problem would be thrown back at him. He looked from side to side. Seeing their aggressive stances, it was clear that they would not give up until they got what they wanted. Pushed to his limit, he gritted his teeth and said decisively, if that's the case, then you two can come at me together. What? Aya was greatly surprised. You want to fight both of us at the same time? Seeing Natsui nod, the samurai boy also felt that Natsui was being too arrogant. To dare to fight both of us at the same time, he's really looking down on us. Indeed, it's rare that we agree on something. Aya first gave the samurai boy a cool glance, then turned to stare at Natsui. Oomph, you dare to make such a boast? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? But whatever, this is indeed a solution. I just hope you don't regret it after you lose. Come out, Venomoth. With that, she took out a Pokeball. With a gentle toss, a moth-like Pokemon appeared on the field. Pokédex, beep. Venomoth, the poison moth Pokemon. a bug and poison type, the evolved form of Venonat. The scales covering its wings seem to contain different toxins depending on their color. It is nocturnal, so it only becomes active at night, and it loves to prey on the small insects that are attracted to streetlights. Sizing up the two Pokemon, Natsui stroked his chin. A butterfly and a moth? An interesting combination. After a thought, he then sent out his second Pokemon. Go, Blastoise! A flash of blue light, and Blastoise landed on the ground with a boom. Despite the cushioning of the weeds, its massive body still made the ground tremble slightly. Chapter 129, Double Battle and Jigglypuff Charizard. Use Flamethrower. Blastoise use Water Gun. Natsui focused on two things at once. Following his command, a stream of fire and a jet of water shot out from the mouths of the two Pokemon. On the other side, Aya and the samurai also gave their command simultaneously. The samurai shouted, Butterfree, use Stun Spore. Aya yelled, Venomoth, use Stun Spore. As soon as the words left their mouths, they realized they had made their Pokemon use the same move. They glanced at each other. Aya's lips moved slightly, and she quickly looked away. It was actually no surprise. After all, they didn't know each other before and hadn't communicated in advance, so there was naturally no coordination to speak of. Moreover, both Butterfree and Venomoth were very skilled at using moves like Poison, Stun Spore, or Sleep Powder. In a battle now, there was indeed a high chance of their moves overlapping. A mist of Stun Spore filled the air, but was quickly dispersed by the flames and the column of water. Butterfree and Venomoth flapped their wings and flew high, hastily dodging the attacks. Seeing the Pokemon stabilize, Aya commanded again, Venomoth, use Psybeam. A beam of strange light struck Blastoise, not only causing damage, but also luckily triggering a state of confusion. Blastoise stood in place, disoriented. However, before Aya could rejoice, Butterfree's subsequent confusion attack also hit Blastoise. Although it also caused some damage, it snapped it out of its confusion. This time, Aya really couldn't take it anymore. Hey, she shouted at the samurai. Do you even know how to coordinate? Can you stop getting in the way? The samurai glanced at her, knew he had made a mistake, and guiltily kept his mouth shut. Shaking her head, Aya gathered herself and said to him, Listen up. From now on, we each focus on our own target. We can't make the same mistake again. After a brief period of adjustment, the two of them each began to deal with the Pokemon in front of them. But by this point, the situation was already under the control of Charizard and Blastoise. After all, compared to them, Natsui didn't have to worry about his own thoughts being influenced by others. Even Koharu, the only one who could potentially distract him, stood behind him sensibly when she saw him concentrating on the battle, not making any sound for fear of disturbing Natsui's focus. The battle continued. As flames and water jets flew about, although Butterfree and Venomoth were agile, they also took a lot of damage. The combination of fire and water even created a steam effect at one point. Butterfree, flying in the air, was careless for a moment. First, it was burned by Flamethrower, and before it could react, it was hit by a column of water. Instantly, a large amount of steam was generated on its body, and amidst a hissing sound, it took triple damage. It couldn't withstand the damage. Its vision went black, and it lost consciousness, falling straight to the ground. After taking one down, Natsui nodded in approval. If he wasn't mistaken, the samurai's Butterfree should have evolved from his previous Caterpie. However, although it had evolved, perhaps because it had been training in isolation in Viridian Forest, it didn't know any advanced moves. In comparison, the more experienced Aya and her Pokemon were relatively harder to deal with. Now, with only one opponent left on the field, Natsui more calmly had Charizard and Blastoise turn their attention to dealing with Venomoth together. Facing a righteous 2-on-1, Venomoth was naturally no match. Soon, it was knocked to the ground by Charizard's Dragon Rage, also losing its ability to battle. Seeing this, Natsui let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had a lot of experience commanding Pokemon to gang up on enemies, so this double battle was really just an easy fight for him. On one hand, There was a clear gap in strength, and on the other, Aya and the samurai had held each other back, wasting many opportunities. Seeing themselves defeated like this, the two of them were naturally unwilling to give up. They threw out their Pokeballs again, sending out their second Pokemon. Hey, you're not planning to keep this up with a will strategy, are you? Natsui couldn't help but mutter. But before Aya and the others could speak, perhaps hearing the commotion, the bushes nearby rustled, and a round, pink figure emerged. This Pokemon had round, big eyes and a chubby face, making it look very cute. And from its appearance, it was not difficult to see that this was clearly a Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff? Natsui's eyelids twitched subconsciously. His gaze then moved down, and he immediately saw the microphone that this Jigglypuff was holding in its hand. Oh no, it really is that pink demon. There were thousands upon thousands of Jigglypuff in the world, but only this one, holding a microphone, was terrifying. But how did it get here? Jigglypuff looked around. Seeing so many people watching it, it seemed to think that with so many people, this was a suitable place for a concert. It slowly raised the microphone. Seeing this, Natsui hurriedly shouted, "Oh no, we can't let it sing." Aya and the samurai were seeing this Jigglypuff for the first time and were completely clueless. Although they heard what Natsui said, they still had a look of confusion on their faces. Wow, is that a wild Jigglypuff? It's so cute, especially Aya, who was mesmerized by Jigglypuff's cute appearance. She paid it no mind and even wanted to take out a Pokeball to catch it. Jigglypuff seemed indifferent to everyone's reaction, completely focused on showing off its singing voice. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff puff. A gentle voice rang out, spreading from the microphone and clearly reaching everyone's ears. And as it began to sing, everyone present, including the Pokemon, felt their eyelids begin to droop against their will, and their consciousness gradually faded. Jigglypuff, puff, Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff sang a few lines, which it thought sounded extremely beautiful. But after waiting for a long time, it heard no applause or cheers. When it came back to its senses and saw that both humans and Pokemon had all fallen into a drowsy sleep, it couldn't help but puff out its cheeks in anger. Jiggly! It angrily jumped onto Aya's chest, simultaneously pulling a marker pen from the bottom of its microphone, and without hesitation, began to scribble all over everyone's faces. When Natsui woke up again, it was already the next morning. The cool, crisp air on his exposed skin gave him goosebumps. He looked around and saw Pokemon lying scattered everywhere. As for that Jigglypuff, it was long gone. Looking around at everyone, he saw black marker lines drawn all over their faces. Seeing this, Natsui gave a wry smile. Even without looking in a mirror, he knew that his own face had surely been ravaged by that Jigglypuff, just like theirs. Chapter 130. The Indigo League. Natsui reached out and gently shook Koharu awake. Hey, Koharu. It's morning. Wake up. Huh? Is it morning already? Koharu rubbed her sleepy eyes. Strange. How did I fall asleep here? I clearly remember. I was watching you battle them yesterday. When she was fully awake, the next thing she saw was Natsui's face, covered in doodles. Natsui, why on earth did you draw on your face like that? You're a grown-up. Are you still that childish? Childish, my foot. Natsui took out a mirror and placed it in her hand. Take a look. It's not just me, you have it too. Huh? When Koharu saw her own face clearly, she let out a surprised cry, then quickly took out wet wipes from her backpack and wiped the marks off her face. What happened? Natsui helplessly told her the story of the Jigglypuff. Then he woke up his Pokemon one by one, and finally, his gaze rested on Aya and the samurai. At this moment, the two were sound asleep. Fearing he would be pestered by them again, Natsui decided to just leave them be. He recalled his Pokemon into their Pokeballs, then called Koharu, and they quietly left. Not long after they left, Aya also slowly woke up. She sat up, her expression dazed for a moment before she suddenly remembered yesterday's events. Her eyes scanned the area, but she didn't see Natsui. Instead, her gaze inadvertently fell on her Venomoth, and she saw that both it and the samurai's face were covered in ridiculous doodles. She was stunned for a moment. Then, as if remembering something, she quickly took a mirror from behind her and looked at her own face. Her originally somewhat glamorous face was now also randomly doodled on. There were 2 heavy black circles around her eyes and a large black nose, just like a Pancham. Could Natsui have done this? He usually looks so serious. I never thought he had this side to him. And what kind of weird fetish is drawing on people's faces? A cool breeze blew past. Aya was quite angry. Before she could erupt, she suddenly felt a chill on her chest. She looked down and saw that her collar was, at some point, in a complete mess. Could it be that, besides drawing on her face, he had also done something unspeakable to her while she was asleep? Although at the end of her memory, Aya had heard Jigglypuff's song, deep down, she was unwilling to believe that a Jigglypuff could possess such strong power. That despicable guy. How dare he take advantage of me? Aya gritted her teeth, but she was also well aware that, based on the strength Natsui had shown yesterday, she was not his match right now. It seems I must find a place to train in seclusion for a while. Straightening her clothes, Aya seethed with resentment. Natsui, just you wait. You bastard. Sooner or later, he'll get you back with interest. I will never let you off. Achoo. Natsui and Koharu continued westward. Unexpectedly, just after leaving Viridian Forest, he suddenly sneezed. Koharu looked over with concern. What's wrong? Did you catch a cold from sleeping on the ground? Natsui rubbed his nose and shook his head. I'm in great shape. How could I catch a cold? Someone must be thinking of me. So narcissistic. Out of the blue. Who would be thinking of you? Koharu covered her mouth and chuckled, not taking it seriously. The 2 of them passed through Viridian City and finally arrived at the Indigo Plateau before noon. Although it was called a plateau, its altitude wasn't actually that high. It was only because of the surrounding basins that it stood out. The climate here was pleasant and very suitable for living. However, because its geographical location was too remote, the entire plateau had only one small town situated on it. Passing through the outskirts, they entered the small town. Before coming here, Natsui had searched for information about it online, although the permanent population was not large. Because the town was very small and lacked tall buildings, the pace of life was very slow. Coupled with the beautiful scenery and fresh air, it was very suitable for older people to spend their retirement years here. However, at this moment as he walked along, he found that this small town was already packed with tourists who had flocked from all directions. Wow, there are so many people, Koharu exclaimed, and then, fearing she would be separated by the crowd, she quickly followed closely behind Natsui. In the middle of the town, Natsui could already feel the change in atmosphere. Whether it was from the banners and advertisements everywhere or from people conversations, he could feel how much everyone was looking forward to the upcoming opening of the Pokemon League Conference. And only at this time of year would these crowds of people bring a brief but vibrant vitality to this place. The 2 of them walked through the streets. Without even needing a map, they learned from the enthusiastic crowd and entered the athletes' village prepared for the competitors. Although it was called a village, it was actually just a few large buildings and over 100 two-story houses built by a lake. At a glance, the environment here was beautiful, and the facilities, including restaurants, fitness centers, a cinema, a Pokemon Center, and so on, were all very complete, fully capable of meeting all the normal needs of the trainers. Arriving at the reception area, just as they entered the lobby, a female staff member saw Natsui and proactively walked over. Welcome. Are you a trainer participating in the league conference? Seeing Natsui nod, the staff member smiled. Then, could you please show me your credentials? Natsui took out his Pokédex and then his badge case, handing her the 8 badges inside. After checking the information and verifying the authenticity of the badges, the staff member entered Natsui's details into the computer. Welcome, Mr. Natsui. As a participant in this year's Indigo League, this is the rulebook, which includes details about the battles and related matters. Please keep it safe. After returning everything, along with a thin booklet to Natsui, the staff member added, the opening ceremony of the conference is the day after tomorrow. But there will be a torch run tomorrow. If you have time, you can sign up to participate. Seeing that Natsui didn't have a clear intention, the staff member continued, "All right, now let me verify your information. You have only one companion, correct?" Glancing at Koharu, Natsui nodded. "That's right, just the two of us." The staff member typed on the computer for a bit, then handed him 2 keys. Because they were a small group, they were assigned a 2-story house as their dormitory. The two of them entered the dormitory area and, following the building number, quickly found their house. It had to be said, the treatment for the participants was excellent. Not only were all meals free, but they also got a detached house as a dormitory. And standing in front of the door, looking into the distance, one could just faintly see the main venue of the conference, the highly anticipated Indigo Stadium. Chapter 131. Competitors from all sides opening the door. The two of them stepped into the luxurious, independent dormitory. The dormitory was very spacious and bright, and it had been tidied up so cleanly that there wasn't even a speck of dust. There were 6 or 7 rooms upstairs and downstairs, more than enough for a dozen people to live in at the same time. However, Natsui only had Koharu with him, so occupying such a large house felt extremely empty. They each chose a room they liked. Although Koharu felt a bit shy about a man and a woman living under the same roof, she didn't say anything. Instead, after putting down her backpack, she walked around the various rooms, curious about everything. "All right, stop looking around." Seeing her like this, Natsui reached out a hand to stop her. "We're going to be staying here for several days. When we have time, we can walk around together and enjoy the scenery here." Then, he rubbed his empty stomach with a wry smile. "It's already this late, and I'm so hungry now. We should hurry to the restaurant and find something to eat." Hearing this, Koharu couldn't help but nod. Since starting her journey, she also hadn't had a proper meal in days. Now, the thought of delicious food made her mouth water. But before leaving, she took out her phone and sent a text to Professor Sakuragi and her mother to let them know she was safe. Not far from the dormitory was the restaurant. However, because they happened to arrive right at lunchtime, the restaurant was already crowded with many competitors when they entered. The voices of people and Pokemon mingled, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Looking around, there were over a dozen serving windows, and under the glass counters were many long tables piled high with all sorts of sumptuous dishes. Not only did they look tempting, but their aroma was enough to make one's mouth water. Natsui filled his plate with a mountain of food, and he and Koharu found a quiet spot by a window in a corner to sit down. And by chance, as his gaze swept across the room, he unexpectedly saw a few familiar faces. The most eye-catching among them was Gary, who was surrounded by several beautiful women. At this moment, Gary was sitting on a dining chair with his legs crossed, holding a cup of coffee, seemingly enjoying it immensely. However, from his wandering gaze, it was clear that he was also secretly assessing the strength of every trainer. Their eyes met. Gary lightly raised his coffee cup, and at the same time, the corner of his mouth curved into a charming, roguish smile often seen on domineering CEOs in idol dramas. Natsui gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. He wasn't very close with Gary, so even if they met here, there was no need to go up and talk. His gaze continued to move, and he then saw Corey, Fergus, and Naisha, whom he had met on New Island. The 3 of them were scattered among the crowd, but their memories had also been erased by Mutuo. So not only did they not know each other, but they also wouldn't remember Natsui. Bringing his attention back, Natsui and Koharu chatted while they ate. It wasn't until he was completely full that he put down his knife and fork, leaned back in his chair, and lazily stretched. Just then, a man's voice suddenly came from behind Natsui. "I was just wondering if I would run into you here. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, I'd actually find you." Natsui turned his head to look. Green hair, a slightly stocky build, it was AJ. Looking at him, Natsui remarked, "So you're participating in the league conference too?" AJ smiled confidently, "Of course. After you defeated me last time, I racked up another 100 consecutive wins, and then I started traveling around and also obtained 8 badges. 100 consecutive wins. That's really impressive." Natsui nodded. "After so long, I'm sure your Sandshrew must have evolved." and become much stronger, right? Naturally, AJ took out a pokeball and tossed it in his hand, then glanced at the Gardevoir beside Natsui. Just like this Pokemon of yours, hasn't it also evolved into this form? Oof. I really hope we meet in the tournament. That way, I can defeat you fair and square. As a former opponent, Natsui also highly recognized his strength. That will surely be an exciting battle. I'm also looking forward to facing you again. AJ waved his hand and turned to leave. After a few steps, he turned back and revealed a piece of information. Oh, right. Let me give you a heads up. There are a few top contenders in this conference. The most noteworthy among them are Professor Oak's grandson and a top student from the Pokemon School. At this point, AJ paused, hesitated for a moment, and then added, speaking of which, there's also a competitor named Tomo, supposedly from Jungo Town. Although I haven't seen him in action, he's been bragging all day about how strong he is. It might be an exaggeration, but anyway, if you run into any of these people in a battle, you'd better be careful. Okay, Natsui understood. Thanks for the information. I'll keep an eye out. The next day, the Pokemon League held a torch relay event. Over a dozen competitors took part in the relay, passing the torch every few hundred meters until it reached the Indigo Stadium. Natsui didn't participate but stood in the crowd, soaking in the atmosphere. And during the event, he also saw Ash, Misty, and Brock. They were dressed in sportswear and were also participating in the torch relay. During the relay, their every move was broadcast live, which was a way for them to showcase their style to millions of viewers in advance. But wherever they were, Team Rocket was sure to follow. Sure enough, James, Jesse, and Meowth actually tried to snatch the torch, causing a commotion. Fortunately, it was a close call without any real danger, and the torch was finally delivered safely into the hands of the Pokemon League Conference President, Mr. Goodshow. From his appearance, President Goodshow was a short, hairy little old man. Judging from his attire, even on such an occasion, he wore a baseball cap backwards and was dressed very casually, clearly not the type of rigid old man who liked rules. And in fact, Mr. Goodshow was known for his witty and humorous personality. He was the chairman of the league's executive committee in charge of the Sacred Flame and also served as the general director of the Pokemon League Conference, holding a very high reputation in the industry. It was only then that Natsui learned from the crowd that the flame in the torch was actually lit by the flame of Moltres. Moltres, huh? He stroked his chin. He had already caught 2 of the 3 legendary birds, with only Moltres remaining. Once he collected all 3, he could ride one, then ride the other, and take turns having fun. Chapter 132. The opening ceremony in the evening, Natsui packed some food and invited Ash and his friends over to his little house for a small get-together. However, perhaps because the tournament was approaching and Ash was nervous, or because it was only the second time Koharu had met the others and she was a bit reserved, the gathering was unavoidably dull. Fortunately, Haunter and Yamper were constantly livening up the atmosphere, so at least there wasn't a complete lull. And during their conversation, Natsui could clearly sense Ash's anxiety about the upcoming matches. Ash, who had no appetite, could only look at Natsui's calm and composed demeanor with envy. Sigh, I really wish I could be like him. Late at night, Ash returned to his own dormitory. But lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Through the window, he looked up at the star-filled sky. He decided to put on some clothes and, without waking Pikachu, walked out of the room alone. Compared to the daytime clamor, the athletes' village was now deserted, with not a single person on the streets. Only the lights in the various dormitories were still on, with faint sounds of laughter coming from within. Still not asleep this late? As Ash was walking aimlessly, he suddenly heard Natsui's voice. He looked up at the roof and saw Natsui and his Gardevoir sitting there, seemingly enjoying the moonlight. The silvery moonlight shone on them, hazy and mysterious. Ash nodded. Yeah, I can't really sleep. You're not asleep either, are you? As he spoke, he also noticed that Natsui was holding a phone. The screen was lit up, showing a message conversation. He didn't know who Natsui was chatting with. Natsui turned off his phone, stood up, and, with Gardevoir's psychic power, slowly floated down to the ground. Of course, it's my first time experiencing such an important day, too. My heart is pounding. How could I possibly sleep? It's just that I don't show it as obviously as you do. Hearing him say that, Ash also sighed. Yeah, my mind is completely filled with Pokemon battles right now. I wish I could just have a match with someone right away. Come on, you're not nervous. You're just overflowing with energy and have nowhere to vent it. After a moment of silence, Natsui suddenly suggested, "Want to go check out tomorrow's venue first?" Ash was taken aback for a moment before realizing that the venue Natsui was talking about was the Indigo Stadium. Huh? He asked doubtfully. Now, can we get in? Who knows? Natsui shrugged. We have nothing to do anyway, so let's just go take a look. Maybe seeing the venue in advance can help relieve some of the tension. That's true. Ash was the type of person who acted on impulse. Since the decision was made, the two of them set off on foot towards the Indigo Stadium. The Indigo Stadium was located not far from the athletes' village. After a walk of about 10 minutes, they arrived. As a large, open-air stadium, its gates were not locked shut. The two of them entered the stadium's interior through a passageway without any obstruction. Perhaps limited by the city's development, the Indigo Stadium was slightly inferior to the venues in other regions. But its capacity to hold 50,000 people at once and the supergiant screen in the center made the passion here second to none. Natsui and Ash stood side by side in the spectator stands, looking down at the field below. Ash murmured, "So this is where we'll be battling?" Natsui couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "That's right. Are you ready? Starting tomorrow, this place will be filled with spectators, and all our efforts and sweat will be on full display before them." Ash clenched his fists, his body trembling. His nervousness subsided slightly, and he became exceptionally excited. "I understand," he said with a determined expression. "From now on, I will use my own methods to fight to the very end." Remembering his track record, Natsui sighed softly. "Go for it, kid. If you win, you'll gain honor and fame. But if you lose, we can only leave in disgrace. The audience is very forgetful. No one remembers the losers. Only the strong will earn respect and praise." As he spoke, Natsui's gaze swept across the stadium, and by chance he actually saw President Goodshow. At this moment, the short man had also appeared in the stadium for some unknown reason and was standing on a high platform in the distance, silently watching Natsui and Ash. Mr. Goodshow had originally intended to leave quietly, but seeing that he had been discovered, had a change of heart and slowly walked over. He said half-jokingly, "This is rare. At this hour, almost all the competitors are resting in the village. Only you two are willing to come here and scout the scene." President Goodshow, "Hello," Natsui greeted politely, then smiled. "Actually, we also wanted to rest up and prepare for the battles, but we were just too nervous, so we thought we'd come here first to get a feel for the atmosphere." "Young men, mister." Goodshow nodded in satisfaction. "It's the thought that counts. Remember, sometimes a serious attitude can decide everything. It will also decide how far you can go on this path." At 8 in the morning, with the continuous sound of firecrackers, a giant pokeball suddenly burst open, and dozens of Pidgey flew out, circling above the entire Indigo Stadium. The spectator stands were bustling with people, already filled with an audience that had come from all directions. People cheered and applauded, their voices clearly audible even from several kilometers away. Hundreds of cameras, covering every angle, broadcasted the grand event to all corners of the world. After the initial excitement subsided a bit, the voice of a male announcer was delivered to everyone's ears through the speakers. "All right, the highly anticipated opening ceremony of the Pokemon League has finally begun today. The outstanding Pokemon trainers and their Pokemon will be fighting here continuously for the next few days. And for the winners, what they gain is not only honor, but also a trial they must overcome before they can become Pokemon Masters." In the middle of the field, several beautiful young women holding signs entered first, and behind them were the participating trainers in large groups. Including Natsui and Ash, everyone was in the procession. When the audience saw the competitors, They erupted in a deafening roar of cheers. With the stage set, the announcer changed his tone. And now, the trainers are beginning to enter the field. He read from a prepared script, full of passion. Every one of them is an expert who has obtained 8 or more badges. The strength of each and every one of them cannot be underestimated. Who will be the final winner? When they reached the center of the field, the competitors stood facing the podium. Just then, the final female torchbearer ran in, ascended the long flight of stairs, and lit the main cauldron on the ceremonial stand. And after President Goodshow took the stage and gave a witty and brief opening speech, the Indigo League officially began. Chapter 133. The water field after the opening ceremony was the opponent selection phase. Natsui and Ash left the stadium and met up with Koharu, Misty, and the others, heading to the nearby selection hall. Inside the hall, there were 5 workstations where several smiling, youthful, and beautiful staff members were attending to the trainers who came in from time to time. This phase was arguably very important. For trainers who were slightly weaker, if they were lucky, they could even battle progressively weaker opponents all the way through, thus advancing easily. Seeing Natsui's group, one of the staff members said, "Good morning. Could you please show me your trainer registration?" However, before Natsui could act, a figure flashed past him. Brock, in a single bound, had already rushed to the staff member's side. "Ah, beautiful lady, your sweet smile has already been registered in my heart. May I ask when you get off work? Would you like to have lunch together?" There he goes again. Misty face-bombed and pushed Brock away in utter speechlessness. Koharu, seeing this, couldn't help but chuckle. It was the first time she had seen someone who looked so mature act so recklessly. When she recalled Brock's former status as a gym leader, the contrast was truly eye-opening. When he was a gym leader, could he have been harassing the female trainers who came to challenge him like this? Handing the Pokédex to the staff member, she performed some operations on the computer and quickly found Natsui's and Ash's information. Ash asked impatiently, "Excuse me, who exactly is my opponent?" "Ash, don't be in such a hurry." Brock broke free from Misty's grasp and leaned against the workstation like the wind. "Before the match, you have to decide on the battlefield first, and only then can you choose an opponent to battle." After speaking, he turned back to the staff member and said with a feigned air of coolness, "How about it? Am I right?" "Why, yes, that's right." Faced with such an intense Brock, the staff member subconsciously took a step back. In the preliminary rounds, there are 4 types of battlefields: rock, grass, water, and ice. Only after winning battles on these 4 fields can you move on to the main stadium for the matches, starting from the 5th round. Natsui took out the small booklet that was handed out when they entered the athletes' village, flipped through a few pages, and said to Ash, "Actually, all this is written in this guide. If you had just skimmed through it, you would know a lot." "Well, about that," Ash scratched his head in embarrassment. "I've never opened this booklet. I have no idea where I tossed it." At that moment, the staff member pointed to a button on the table and said to them, "Now, will the 2 competitors please press this switch? Wherever the screen finally stops will be your battlefield for the first round." Ash, being the impatient type, was the first to press the button. On the electronic screen above them, images of the 4 fields appeared. After the light circle spun a dozen times, it finally stopped on the water field. The staff member entered the data into the computer, and the screen's image changed, directly displaying his opponent, a man with long, dark green hair whose dress and manner seemed slightly frivolous. Looking at him, Ash murmured, "Is this person my first opponent?" The staff member smiled. "Congratulations on being selected for the water field and being scheduled for the 3rd match. The start time is 2 o'clock sharp. Please don't be late." Next was Natsui. Natsui took a light breath and also pressed the button. Beep, beep, beep. The light circle spun a dozen times and slowly stopped on a field full of green grass. At the same time, a blue-haired man wearing sunglasses appeared on the screen. Natsui had never seen this person before, but beside him, Ash and the others let out a surprised ah. Natsui turned back and asked, "What's wrong? Do you know him?" Misty nodded. "That person's name is Damien. He's a guy with a bad personality, very unlikable. We met him when we first started our journey, and Ash's Charizard used to be his Pokemon. So it's him. Natsui had a moment of realization. Although he remembered the incident, he couldn't recall the man's face at all. Does he have any strong Pokemon? Well, Misty looked at Ash and Brock. Seeing that they were also shaking their heads, she turned back apologetically. We didn't have much contact with him, so we didn't notice what Pokemon he had, and we don't know how strong he is. It's fine. Natsui didn't mind at all. Having information is naturally a good thing, but even without it, facing an unknown battle is more challenging and interesting. After entering the data, the staff member said to Natsui, "Congratulations, trainer, on drawing the grass field. Let's see. You're scheduled for the second match. This match will be held at 11 in the morning. Please be sure not to be late either." Okay, thank you. After the selection, there was a 2-hour preparation period, after which the first match would begin simultaneously on all 4 fields. The losers would be eliminated directly, while the winning trainers would proceed to the second match the day after tomorrow. Fortunately, Natsui's and Ash's match times did not overlap. Otherwise, Misty and the others would have had a truly difficult time deciding who to go and cheer for. Outside the selection hall was a commercial pedestrian street. Both sides of the street were lined with souvenir shops, luxury stores, and dessert shops. The 2 girls were dazzled, wishing they could go into every single shop. And on the street, many reporters were interviewing trainers scattered about. Besides the TV stations from the Kanto region, there were even a few overseas reporters. Glancing around, Natsui even saw Jesse, James, and Meowth disguised as reporters, mingling in the crowd, trying to find out which trainers had rare Pokemon. They also saw Natsui, but averted their eyes, not daring to approach or cause trouble, not bothering each other. That's for the best. Natsui couldn't be bothered with them. He had just taken a few steps forward when a group of people suddenly blocked his path. "Big bro Natsui." Natsui looked closely and saw that it was the bikers he had met on the Grand Sea Bridge in Fuchsia City. "Huh, what are you guys doing here?" Masa and Misa, with big smiles, came closer and said, "We made a special trip here just to cheer for you, big bro." As they spoke, they even showed Natsui the banners, flags, and megaphone they had in their hands, a whole pile of cheering supplies. Natsui was genuinely touched. Although he hadn't wanted to have too much contact with them before, for them to come all this way on such an important day, sparing no effort to cheer him on that kind of dedication was something not just anyone could do. Nodding firmly, Natsui said gratefully, "Thank you all so much. After my match is over, you'll treat everyone to a meal. What are you saying, big bro?" Misa smiled. "We're your little bros. Isn't it our duty to come and cheer for you?" Chapter 134. Interview and entrance. It was only then that Misa noticed Ash and the others. "Ah, I remember you," she said with realization. "Aren't you that group of kids from back then? So you know Big Bro too?" "That's right, it's us. Thank you for escorting us across the bridge back then." Brock nodded. At this point, he asked with some confusion, "But why do you call him Big Bro?" Glancing at them and remembering her promise to Natsui, Misa didn't tell them what had really happened, even though these were his friends. She spread her hands, looked at them sideways, and said half-jokingly, "Of course, it was after he defeated us. His incredible strength completely won us over, so we willingly submitted to Boss Natsui and started calling him Big Bro. Is that so?" Ash and the others, being simple-hearted, didn't suspect a thing and thought that was the real reason. Misa turned back to Natsui, clasping her hands together. "Well then, Big Bro, please do your best. I believe you won't lose, no matter who your opponent is." Masa also chimed in, "That's right. That's right. We will always be your most loyal followers. Please show them your magnificent skills. You guys." Natsui's face darkened as he listened. "Do you really think I'm invincible? You're praising me way too much. Anyone who can make it to this conference is strong. You can't underestimate any of them." Misa and the others just chuckled, although Natsui said that they had already witnessed him defeat several Team Rocket executives and had even seen his Zapdos and Articuno. Naturally, they had absolute confidence in him. In the distance, perhaps seeing the large group of people and thinking something was happening, a peculiar news team made their way over. The one holding the microphone was a stylishly dressed young woman with a great figure and beautiful features. Her unique hairstyle seemed vaguely familiar to Natsui. And the reason this news team was described as peculiar was, of course, because of its other two members. A goat-like Pokemon was carrying various pieces of equipment, acting as the cameraman, while another small, lizard-like Pokemon seemed to be the female reporter's assistant. Coming closer, the female reporter smiled. "Hello, we are reporters from Lumio's Press. May we ask you a few questions?" Before Natsui and the others could speak, Brock's eyes lit up at the sight of the beautiful reporter, and he leaped forward. Beautiful lady, please interview me. No matter how many questions you have, I will answer them all perfectly." Fearing that the reporter would broadcast such an embarrassing scene, Misty quickly gave Brock a chop, knocking him out, and dragged him behind the group. Sorry, that's just how he is. Please don't mind him." Misty turned back with an awkward smile then, as if remembering something, she couldn't help but ask, "But Lumio's Press? Why haven't I heard of it? Is it a TV station from some city?" The female reporter explained, "Lumios is a major city in the Kalos region. It's thousands of miles away, so of course you wouldn't have heard of it. But while our press isn't a TV station, we are very influential in our local area." The Kalos region? Koharu, Misty, and Ash were all surprised and simultaneously turned to look at Natsui. "Isn't that the same place you're from?" Seeing Natsui nod, the female reporter's eyes lit up with interest. "Oh, are you a competitor from Kalos?" "You could say that," Natsui said meaningfully. "That's where I became a trainer and started chasing my dream. A trainer from the Kalos region, crossing the Great Sea to challenge the League on this unfamiliar land?" With her excellent professional instincts, the female reporter had already keenly identified a hot topic. She believed that when this news was broadcast in Kalos, it would definitely attract widespread attention. "Let me introduce myself." Thinking this, she extended her hand to Natsui. "My name is Alexa, a special correspondent for Lumio's Press. If it's possible, I'd like to do an exclusive interview with you." Alexa? It really is her. He remembered her identity, not only a journalist, but also, it seemed, the older sister of Viola, the Santalin City Gym leader. "Interview me?" Natsui thought about it seriously, but still shook his head in refusal. "Sorry, I think I'll pass for now. I haven't achieved anything yet, and I don't want to make any grand statements or jinx myself before a match. If you want an interview, you should wait until I've passed the preliminary rounds." Alexa was taken aback by his words and couldn't help but look at Natsui with newfound respect. They say you should get famous while you're young. She had never thought someone would refuse such a great opportunity to be in the spotlight. "All right then, I wish you success in the preliminary rounds. We can talk about the exclusive interview then." Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, the second match on the grass field is about to begin. In an auxiliary field of the Indigo Stadium, the announcer's passionate voice echoed through the speakers to the audience's ears. "Thanks to the two competitors from the first match for giving us a very exciting battle. Next, let's welcome the two competitors for the second match on the grass field." Although it was only the preliminary rounds, with 4 matches happening simultaneously, the enthusiastic audience still filled the small stadium. When they saw a trainer emerge from each of the competitor tunnels on opposite sides, they erupted in cheers and applause. And among them, a series of unusually loud cheers was particularly eye-catching. The bewildered audience looked over and saw, in one section of the stands, a dozen men and women dressed as bikers, holding banners and colorful flags, waving them frantically and shouting. Their energetic display made people chuckle, and at the same time, it made them curious about who they were cheering for. On the field, feeling the deafening noise around him, Natsui walked through the tunnel and, alone, stepped onto the high platform of the trainer's command area, looking across at his opponent on the other side. Their eyes met, but no sparks flew. They just silently observed each other before turning their attention to their surroundings. The announcer began the introductions, first from the red corner. "Let's welcome competitor Damien." Damien waved to the crowd and was met with cheers from the audience, with only the small group of bikers sending boos his way. Once the cheers died down, the announcer spoke again, and next, from the green corner, competitor Natsui. Natsui also waved, and this time, besides the friendly applause from the audience, the bikers' shouts were the most vigorous. "Boss, go for it. Show that kid over there what you're made of." Their voices were extremely conspicuous in the stadium, and even the cameras gave them several close-ups. Hearing the voices, Natsui immediately spotted their location. He couldn't help but give a wry smile and nodded in acknowledgement, then shifted his gaze to the side of them. There, Koharu, Misty, Ash, and Brock sat in a row, also watching him nervously. Chapter 135, An Easy Sweep on the Big Screen. The information for Natsui and Damien was now displayed. Below their portraits were 3 icons representing the number of remaining Pokémon. The rule for the match was a 3v3 battle. Whoever's Pokémon were all defeated would lose the qualification to advance to the next round. A referee stood in the center of the field. Seeing that both sides were ready, he raised the 2 small flags in his hands and shouted, "Both sides, send out your Pokémon at the same time." Natsui cleared his mind of distractions and took the already chosen Pokémon from his waist. On the other side, Damien smiled confidently and also held a Pokeball in his hand. As both sides opened their Pokeballs simultaneously, 2 flashes of blue light shot out. A monkey-like Pokémon with a pig snout, a spherical, furry body, and stout limbs appeared on the field, along with Gardevoir. So was a Primeape. As a fighting-type Pokémon, Primeape was at a complete disadvantage against Gardevoir, a psychic and fairy type. And as soon as Gardevoir appeared, the ordinary people in the audience, who were unfamiliar with Pokémon from other regions, let out gasps of admiration at its graceful form. Countless cameras simultaneously focused on it. Even Damien on the opposite side, with his limited knowledge and experience, had never seen such a Pokémon. Hey, what kind of Pokémon is that?" Faced with the unknown, Damien frowned and quickly asked, but he received no answer from Natsui. And in front of so many spectators, he was too embarrassed to pull out his Pokédex to scan it. Feeling that this was tricky, Damien could only guess its type from Gardevoir's appearance. But after looking at it for a few moments, he could already feel a sense of danger from its blood-red eyes. With the sound of a bell, the match officially began. "Gardevoir, use Psychic. Primeape, charge in and take it down." The 2 trainers gave their commands at the same time. Just as Primeape was about to leap towards Gardevoir, it was hit by an invisible psychic force, as if struck by an invisible truck, and was slammed hard on the ground. Due to the type matchup, this one hit dealt double damage. Seeing this, Damien's guess was confirmed in his mind, and his expression changed drastically. Damn it, so it really is a psychic Pokémon. What a bad start. After Gardevoir's move hit, it gave Primeape no chance to resist and continued to use its psychic powers to suppress it. The continuous psychic attacks made Primeape howl in pain. Damien watched anxiously and urged, "Primeape, hurry up and fight back." In its pain, Primeape flailed its hands around and unintentionally touched a fist-sized rock. Seeing this, Damien's eyes lit up as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. "Quick, use Fling." With a shout, Primeape threw the rock at Gardevoir. To block the rock, Gardevoir did indeed stop its psychic attack. Taking this opportunity, Primeape struggled to its feet and leaped towards Gardevoir. But before it could get close, the very rock it had just thrown bounced back at an incredible speed, flying right back towards Primeape's face. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Primeape tilted its head slightly, and the rock didn't hit it squarely between the eyes, but grazed its cheek and flew past its ear. Primeape, seeing that the distance was now close enough, Damien shouted, "Quick, use Seismic Toss." Primeape stretched out its hands, just about to grab Gardevoir and leap into the air with it, when the figure before it flashed, and Gardevoir teleported to the other side. In the next second, Psychic struck again, knocking Primeape to the ground. Damn it! Knowing the type disadvantage, Damien was already thinking of switching his Pokémon. He gritted his teeth, took out a Pokeball, and was just about to raise his hand when Natsui anticipated his intention. Gardevoir, stop him. The Pokeball in Damien's hand shot out a red beam of light, about to recall Primeape into it. But Primeape's body was caught by psychic power and lifted high into the air. Although Natsui's words had just been spoken, due to its telepathic link with its trainer, Gardevoir had already reacted in advance. The red light flew under Primeape, missing its body completely. Damn it! Damien cursed under his breath and aimed the Pokeball at Primeape again. But as the red light shot out once more, he saw Primeape's body slam down hard, hitting the ground with a thud. This time, Primeape couldn't take it and was directly knocked out. And Damien finally didn't have to worry about his Pokeball not being able to aim at his own Pokemon. The stadium erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause, especially from the bikers and Koharis group, who were roaring with all their might. For the audience, although they liked to see evenly matched, exciting battles, they still gave considerable respect to the winner of such a one-sided sweep. And after this battle, although he had not yet officially advanced, Natsui's good looks, along with Gardevoir's beautiful form and strength, had already attracted many casual fans. On the command platform, losing the first round made Damien's face flush red. He was not a good-tempered person and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Before the match, he had been full of confidence and had even boasted to his friends that he would definitely make it to the top 4, maybe even compete for the championship. But he never expected to meet such a strong opponent in the very first round of the preliminaries. And for Natsui, this was indeed a very easy battle. The entire fight was almost completely one-sided. From beginning to end, Primeape didn't cause Gardevoir a single bit of trouble. At that moment, the announcer's voice rang out in the stadium. "Oh my, competitor Damien's first Pokemon is down. But it's okay, let's wait and see what Pokemon he will send out to turn the tide of battle." Without much time to think, Damien gritted his teeth and sent out his second Pokemon. "Go, Marowak!" A ground-type Pokemon this time? Natsui took out a Pokeball, recalled Gardevoir, then slid his finger across his belt and sent out his second Pokemon as well. "It's your turn now, Venusaur." His strategy was to, while trying not to lose a single match, let each of his Pokemon have a chance to perform on stage. After all, competing under the watch of tens of thousands of spectators, the Pokemon were naturally just as nervous as he was. By doing this, he could not only let his Pokemon experience the atmosphere here and get rid of their discomfort and nervousness, but also allow them to gradually adapt to high-intensity battles as a warm-up for future qualifying matches. Seeing that both Pokemon were ready, the announcer's voice echoed again. "All right, the second round is about to begin. Now, let's see whether competitor Damien can make a comeback, or if competitor Natsui can continue to maintain his advantage." Chapter 136. Advancing smoothly, Marowak is down. Can it possibly get back up and make a desperate counterattack? In the center of the field, after a barrage of grass-type moves, a battered Marowak collapsed onto the grass. It had just tried to get up when it was hit by a sweeping razor leaf, losing its ability to battle. Oh, what a shame. Competitor Damien has lost again. On the other hand, competitor Natsui, with a huge advantage, has reached match point. Overall, this battle was also very brief, and through the announcer's loud voice, the audience could clearly see that Damien was now pushed to the brink. If he didn't bring out a more powerful Pokemon, he would definitely be easily defeated 3-0. Recalling Marowak to its Pokeball, Damien gritted his teeth and took out his final Pokemon. I had intended to keep this Pokemon as my final trump card, hidden until the semi-finals or even the finals. It seems I have to reveal it early now. Hearing his words, Natsui became slightly more cautious. Under his expectant gaze, a flash of blue light occurred, and Damien's final Pokemon was finally revealed. With fiery red fur and a large bushy tail, it was a Flareon. Natsui was silent for a moment. "I see. So this Flareon is your strongest Pokemon? Good that you understand." Perhaps sensing the slightly disappointed tone in Natsui's voice, Damien snorted coldly. "Don't you underestimate it. I know you're friends with those people who took my Charmander. Let me tell you the truth, it was precisely because I got this Flareon that I chose to abandon that Charmander. In terms of strength, it won't lose to you. Since it was his opponent's ace, Natsui also became fully focused. He recalled Venusaur and in its place sent out his third Pokemon Blastoise. To ensure a smooth advancement, he would treat every battle seriously, trying to use type advantages to increase his chances of winning. When the referee announced the start of the match, the Flareon was very active, leaping up and down, clearly full of spirit. And during the battle, its performance was indeed stronger than the previous two Pokemon. But after all, fire and water don't mix. Even though it struggled for a long time, in the end, its flames were extinguished by a series of water-type moves, and it followed in the footsteps of the others, collapsing as well. What was that? That was really simple. In the spectator stands, Ash couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief seeing Natsui win the match so easily. It seems this conference isn't as difficult as I thought. Misty shot him a look. Do you really think it's easy? The reason he won so easily is that Natsui's skill is clearly much stronger, while Damien's is weaker, which created that illusion. Misty's right. Brock nodded in agreement. Ash, you can't afford to underestimate your opponents. In the command area, Damien stood there in a daze, wondering if he was hallucinating. I didn't even win a single round, but I'm so strong, I could have definitely gotten a much better ranking. He pinched his thigh in disbelief, and the sharp pain made him clearly realize that he had indeed lost completely and utterly. The referee then raised his right hand high and announced the result of the match. All of the red corner's Pokemon have been defeated. This match goes to the green corner. The announcer also said, "Congratulations to competitor Natsui for advancing with a huge advantage. Now let's give him the warmest round of applause." Amidst the cheers of the audience, Natsui waved to the crowd, then recalled his Pokemon and calmly walked towards the competitor's tunnel. In an ice cream shop outside the stadium, Natsui, Koharu, Ash's group, and the dozen or so bikers were all sitting together, joyfully enjoying a relaxing time. The group was spread across several tables, and Natsui had ordered drinks for everyone as a thank you for coming to cheer him on. Masa laughed heartily at his sister, nearly spraying ice shavings onto her face. That Damien guy was a total pushover, getting swept 3-0 just like that. I feel like even if I went up against him, I probably could have won that match. His voice was a bit hoarse, a clear sign of how hard he had been cheering for Natsui. Unexpectedly, his words stirred up trouble. Outside the door, Damien and a few of his friends also happened to arrive at the same ice cream shop. He had lost the match and was fuming inside, planning to get a cold drink with his friends to cool off, when he directly overheard Mass's comment. "Who's talking nonsense over there?" He flew into a rage upon hearing the words and rushed over to Masa in a few steps. But when he got a clear look and saw Masa in Misa's biker attire, he couldn't help but take a step back. Well, if it isn't the boss loser? Masa glared at him. What? Not happy about it? Want to start a fight? Cautiously glancing at Masa's leather jacket and pompadour, Damien then glanced over at Natsui's group. Seeing that it was mostly just kids and women, his courage surged back up. Relying on the fact that he had a few friends with him, he thought for a moment and decided not to let it go, especially not wanting to lose face in front of them. "I only lost to you because of luck. If it were a 6v6 battle, I definitely wouldn't have lost." With that, Damien said aggressively, "Are you bad-mouthing me because you want to get your teeth knocked out?" But as soon as the words left his mouth with a sudden scrape of chairs, the group of bikers at the nearby tables all stood up at once, glaring at him with vicious eyes. Not only did the bikers have the advantage in numbers, but their intimidating aura was also terrifying. Damien was shocked. He had just entered the shop and hadn't gotten a good look at the environment. He had thought it was just the two delinquents, Masa and Misa, but he never expected there to be so many others in the booths nearby. It wasn't really his fault. The decor here included many tall, semi-wooden bookshelves that blocked the patrons' lines of sight from each other. Seeing the biker's menacing posture, one of Damien's friends whispered, "Hey, Damien, this doesn't look good. We should get out of here, quick." Damien swallowed hard, knowing he had spoken too soon and had been too impulsive. I I just remembered I didn't lock my bike outside. You guys just wait." After saying that, he and his friends scurried out of the place. For Natsui and his group, this was just a small interlude that no one paid much mind to. They continued to enjoy their desserts until it was about time. Then Natsui turned his head back to Ash. "Well then, it's your turn next. Although your opponent is very famous, I'm confident you can win." Beside them, Koharu thought for a moment and kindly reminded him, "I remember, that person named Mandy is also a magician, I think. I've seen him on the news more than once. You'd better be careful." Chapter 137. Watching the match, I don't care if he's a magician or not, Ash said, taking a large bite of his cold treat. "I'm going to beat him and break through to the next round." At that moment, the TV hanging on the wall was still broadcasting matches from the other fields. The announcer's voice suddenly grew louder. The group looked at the TV and saw that on the ice field, Gary had also easily defeated his opponent 3-0, and as a top contender for the championship. The Gary on screen was being interviewed by several TV stations after the match. "Gary from Palatown has achieved a truly memorable victory," a female reporter in a pink professional suit first said to the audience, recapping the recent battle, before holding the microphone up to Gary. "Competitor Gary, what are your thoughts right now? The first match is very important, and I'm very happy to have one." Gary crossed his arms, looking triumphant. "Of course, this battle went completely as I expected. I'm relieved to have successfully advanced to the next round." Hearing his words, Ash subconsciously clenched his fists. Natsui has already advanced, and now even Gary has advanced? This means I have to win even more. At noon, perhaps spurred on by this, Misty and Brock accompanied Ash to the Pokemon Center to think about strategy and, while they were at it, switch out the Pokemon for the battle. Meanwhile, Natsui, Koharu, and the bikers arrived early at the water field and chose good seats. Items like cola, popcorn, and cheering sticks were, of course, essential. Natsui and Koharu sat down in the stands, and while waiting idly, they had already eaten half a bucket of popcorn before the match even began. Suddenly, he felt his phone vibrate. He took it out and saw that there were several new messages in his messaging app that he hadn't noticed before. He first looked at the latest one, which was from Sabrina. Just a while ago, while Natsui was battling Damien, Sabrina was also in the middle of a gym battle. By the time she successfully defended her gym, Natsui's match was already over. She had no choice but to watch the replay, which was why her congratulatory message was sent so late. The few messages before that were from friends he had met on his journey, such as Erica, Mr. Sylph, and Looker. And among them, the earliest message had been sent the moment he had defeated Damien's third Pokemon, even before the referee had announced the result. Judging by the cute profile picture, it was from the young girl far away in the Kalos region. Considering the time difference, it must be late at night over there, right? For a girl who usually sleeps and wakes up early to stay up late to watch a match, that's really something. Natsui quickly replied to the message. Beside him, Koharu took a quick glance, but unfortunately, Natsui typed so fast that she couldn't see anything. Time passed bit by bit. After a long wait, just before the match, the audience finally welcomed the entrance of Ash and Mandy. However, compared to Mandy's overflowing confidence, Ash's steps were a bit stiff as he entered the field. It was hard to tell if it was due to excitement or excessive nervousness. Unlike the grassy terrain of the grass field, the water field consisted of a large circular swimming pool with numerous small platforms inside. When the match began, just as in the anime, Mandy was the first to send out Exeggutor, while Ash used his underdeveloped Krabby. Of these two Pokemon, one had the water-type advantage of the water field, while the other, being part grass-type, could resist half of the damage from water-type attacks. It could be said that both sides made good use of the field. Koharu looked around and remarked, "Wow, there seem to be more spectators at this match than the last one. There are a lot more people, about a third more, I'd say." Natsui nodded. The number of people sitting here was indeed much greater than during his own match. And the reason it was receiving so much attention was naturally all thanks to Mandy. In reality, during the preliminary stages, for unknown trainers like Natsui and Ash, apart from their own friends and family. No one had high expectations for them. On the other hand, competitors like Mandy and Gary, who already had a following, would naturally be in the public eye. However, as the match progressed, the audience began to realize that things weren't going as they expected. Although Executor initially caused a lot of trouble for Krabby with its psychic powers, and Ash was even on the verge of switching his Pokemon, Krabby eventually seized an opportunity, got in close from the water, and ended the battle with a combo of moves. Ash wasn't the only one surprised. Seeing this, the audience broke into discussion. They really hadn't expected the famous Mandy to lose the first round to a little kid. Even more, after defeating Executor, Krabby evolved into Kingler. For Mandy, being defeated by a child was already humiliating enough, and this sudden evolution made him even more embarrassed. Thinking that Ash's win was just a fluke, he stubbornly sent out Seadra. But the result was still a victory for Ash. This time, not only could Mandy no longer keep his composure, but even the audience became interested and began to support Ash, sending cheers and applause his way. This kid is amazing, isn't he? I remember he's also from Palatown, right? That top contender, Gary, seems to be from the same place. In the third battle, Ash didn't switch out Kingler but pressed his advantage, defeating Mandy's Golbat and winning the match. He's won the match. The announcer's voice was also filled with disbelief. Competitor, Ash has won. I can't believe it. He didn't switch his Pokemon, but won the entire match with just his Kingler alone. And just as the announcer said, defeating 3 opponents with 1 Pokemon was a real eye-opener for the audience. After the referee announced the result, Mandy fell to his knees, his face turning deathly pale. It was safe to believe that after losing to a child, he would never be as confident as he was before the match. Natsui, Koharu, and the bikers all banged their cheering sticks together. The sound echoed in a continuous rhythm, and Ash's victory meant that both he and Natsui had stood out from the 256 competitors and successfully advanced to the next round of the competition. And the day after tomorrow, the remaining 128 competitors would be halved once again. These brutal rules forced the competitors to give it their all to fight for the precious spots. After leaving the stadium, Natsui's group met up with Ash's trio and had dinner together. After the meal, they didn't go to watch any other matches. After all, due to the large number of participants, the schedule for the Indigo League was packed to the brim. Although the matches were held simultaneously on 4 different fields, each field still needed to host 32 battles to fully decide the contestants for the next round. And with so many battles, it was simply impossible for them to watch them all with their limited energy. Chapter 138. Otoshi. The first day of battles lasted until around 10 p.m., and the second day's matches were the same. It wasn't until the evening that 128 competitors had finally been eliminated one by one. The once lively athletes' village, including the accompanying staff, saw many disappointed people leave, and it suddenly became somewhat empty. But people's joys and sorrows are not shared. On the morning of the third day, the remaining competitors once again gathered at the selection hall, full of anticipation. Natsui and Ash walked to the same workstation as before and saw the same smiling staff member. Perhaps because they had interacted once and knew each other, they spoke more casually. The staff member even sincerely congratulated them on advancing. You two are really amazing. So many famous competitors were eliminated, yet you were able to pass the first round with ease. It was nothing. Ash adjusted his hat and said boastfully, "We're very strong, so we'll definitely keep beating our opponents and advancing to the next round. I think at the very least, we have to make it to the top 16. That's very ambitious. Well then, please continue to do your best." The staff member first chuckled lightly, then glanced at the slightly impatient competitors queuing behind them, and quickly got back to business. "All right, after the first round, your fields and opponents need to be changed again. Let's proceed with the draw. But between you two, who wants to go first?" "Me, of course." True to his nature, this time it was again Ash who drew first. When he slammed down the button and the light circle stopped, he found that he had been assigned to the rock field, and his opponent was a stranger he had never met. Seeing that he wouldn't be facing Natsui or Gary prematurely, Ash breathed a sigh of relief. Although he wasn't afraid of a challenge, he didn't want to encounter his friends so early in the tournament. Next, it was Natsui's turn. Natsui took a step forward and gently pressed the button. As the light circle slowly decelerated, it finally stopped on the water field. At the same time, the screen also displayed his next opponent. It was a man dressed as a ronin, with a long sword hanging from his waist. Judging by his attire, he looked less like a trainer and more like a swordsman who wielded the swift wind. Seeing that it was this person, Misty couldn't help but let out a soft huh. Natsui looked back at her. What's wrong? This person. Misty looked at his portrait and frowned. Isn't this that unlucky fool we met before coming to the Indigo Plateau? How is it that they know everyone? Complaining inwardly, Natsui couldn't help but ask unlucky guy, who is he? Misty thought hard, but she couldn't remember his name at all. Stammering, I remember his name is Otoshi. Brock took over the conversation. When he first arrived at the Indigo Plateau, he was trapped by Team Rocket with a fruit trap, and they stole all his badges. When we got there, he challenged Ash to a battle, betting Ash's badges. But the result, of course, was that he was defeated by Pikachu and was even looked down upon by his own Pokemon. In the end, it took a lot of effort for us to help him get his badges back. He got his badges stolen by Team Rocket. No wonder Misty called him a fool. Since the schedule was set, Natsui and Ash waved goodbye to the staff member and left the hall. Unfortunately, however, since their matches were scheduled for the same time, it meant they couldn't be there in person to cheer each other on. At the fork in the road, on the path leading to their respective arenas, Natsui extended his right hand to Ash. Do your best. I hope we both beat our opponents and continue to advance. To be honest, I'd really like to face you in the finals. I will, Ash nodded. Both you and Gary are targets I have to defeat. After speaking, Ash was about to turn and leave with Misty and Brock. But looking at his back, Natsui thought for a moment and suddenly called out to him again. Hey, Ash. Ash turned back, puzzled. What is it? Natsui pondered for a moment before slowly saying, if you want to get better results, I think you should have a good talk with your Charizard when you have the time. If a situation like the one at the Cinnabar gym, where it wouldn't listen to you, happens again, I'm afraid your Indigo League journey will end right there. Ash scratched his cheek in embarrassment. I've talked to it many times before, but it just won't listen to me. But seeing Natsui's serious expression, his long-standing admiration for him made Ash decide to follow his advice. All right, after this match is over, he'll try to talk to Charizard again. After parting with Ash's trio, Natsui and Koharu went to the waiting room for the water field. The organizers of the Indigo League, the Pokemon League, had prepared a separate waiting room for each competitor about to battle, where trainers could adjust their state of mind and plan their tactics. No one would disturb them here. Natsui put a damp towel on his face, leaned back on the sofa, and closed his eyes to rest, mentally calculating which Pokemon to use in the upcoming match. And taking advantage of the time before the match began, Koharu took out her phone and quickly browsed through the footage of Otoshi's last round battle. This person, after watching a few battles, Koharu shared her feelings. He doesn't seem to be very strong. In his last round, he only managed to defeat his opponent with difficulty, right down to his last Pokemon. Is that so? Natsui lay there lazily without moving an inch and said casually, maybe his opponent was too strong, or maybe he was just out of form. By the way, which Pokemon did he use? Let me see. Koharu took out a notepad from the side and read. It was Pidgeot, Nidoking, and Marowak. And just now at the hall, I heard Brock and the others say that Otoshi's Marowak seems to be his most trusted partner, his ace Pokemon. But I don't know if he will send them out again this time. Another Marowak? Its appearance rate in this Indigo League is really quite high. Competitor Natsui, please proceed to the arena for preparation after hearing this broadcast. At that moment, the broadcast announcing the competitor's entrance had already sounded. Natsui removed the towel, patted his cheeks with his hands, and psyched himself up. Who knows if those Pokemon will appear? But even if he does send them out, I will give it my all. With that, Natsui stood up, ready to go. But before leaving the room, he turned back and smiled at Koharu. All right, don't think too much about it. You should hurry to the spectator stands. Misa and the others have already saved a spot for you. Now, just watch my performance. Chapter 139. Aqua Tail. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second round advancement match of the Indigo League on the water field. After a period of quiet, the rather sharp voice of an announcer, full of passion, suddenly rang out across the water field. First up from the red corner is the sunny and handsome competitor Natsui. He won his previous match with a huge advantage. Will he be able to carry this momentum forward in this match? With a wave of applause, Natsui walked out from the competitor's tunnel, waving to the audience. And in the spectators' stands, the bikers' life or death waving of flags and cheering also made the people around them turn to look. In fact, after the previous day's match, they all knew there was such a group of crazy fans at the venue, and they also knew that the target of their cheers was the handsome young man before them. However, the huge difference in image between the two, especially with this group repeatedly shouting "Big Bro," also left a lot to the imagination. Some people even cooked up many wild stories, such as biker gang boss turns over a new leaf to become a trainer, and son of a Yakuza boss participates in the Pokemon League conference. Once the applause died down a bit, the announcer changed his tone and continued the introduction. Next up from the green corner is competitor Damien. He fought hard to achieve victory in his last match, facing such a strong opponent. We'll see if he has adjusted his condition for today. Amidst the friendly applause from the audience and the boos from the bikers, Damien walked to the trainer's command area, facing Natsui from across the field. Seeing that both were ready, the referee announced, "Now, will both competitors please bring out their Pokemon for battle at the same time?" Natsui reached for a Pokeball at his waist, letting it expand in his hand, and then sent out his Pokemon. "Come out, Gyarados!" On the other side, Damien also sent out his first Pokemon. "Go, Poliwhirl!" As the evolved form of Poliwag. Poliwhirl was also a bipedal Pokemon with a spherical body. Its blue skin looked sticky and smooth, and its two hands looked as if they were wearing white gloves. On its white belly was a black, counterclockwise spiral pattern, which was particularly eye-catching. The announcer chuckled. It seems both trainers have coincidentally chosen water-type Pokemon for this battle. There's no type advantage between them. To win, we'll have to see who is stronger. But as soon as Gyarados appeared, its blood-red eyes and terrifying aura were enough to scare Poliwhirl back several steps. Seeing this, the announcer said in surprise, "Oh, it seems competitor Natsui's Gyarados has quite the presence. Its Intimidate ability has directly made Poliwhirl timid. Poliwhirl, pull yourself together. The battle hasn't even started. How can you give up like this?" Damien cheered loudly, but the effect was limited. Left with no choice, the impatient trainer could only have Poliwhirl attack first. "Poliwhirl, use hypnosis." Poliwhirl forced itself to calm down, and circles of light waves emanated from its eyes, sweeping towards Gyarados. Natsui calmly commanded, "Gyarados, into the water." Just a second before the hypnosis was about to hit, Gyarados' massive body leaped from the platform and plunged into the water. The light waves hit the water's surface and were rendered completely useless. "Don't think you're safe just by hiding underwater." Seeing that his target was gone, Damien shouted, "Poliwhirl, let's get in the water too." Poliwhirl leaped up, just about to jump into the water, when the surface below it suddenly exploded. Gyarados burst out from underwater and, in mid-air, slammed its head into it. "Good," Natsui nodded. "Gyarados, just like that. Bite down on it tightly." Although Poliwhirl had a slippery body, the difference in size between the two allowed Gyarados to turn its head and, with its massive mouth, clamp down on Poliwhirl's round body in one bite. And as its teeth squeezed harder, Poliwhirl's face contorted in pain. Despite its constant struggling, it couldn't break free. "Poliwhirl, quick! Use hypnosis again!" Damien shouted anxiously. Hearing the command, Poliwhirl's eyes began to glow, trying to escape Gyarados' bloody maw with hypnosis. But Gyarados shook its head, its teeth sinking deeper. causing unbearable pain that prevented it from ever casting a move that required concentration. Left with no other option, Damien had to change his command. Poliwhirl, use water gun. Poliwhirl spat out a large stream of water into Gyarados' mouth, although it only dealt half damage due to the same typing. Because the inside of the mouth was more sensitive, it still caused Gyarados pain, making it instinctively loosen its teeth. Escaping the dragon's mouth, Poliwhirl was free again. But before Damien could be happy, he heard Natsui shout, "Gyarados, use Twister." Gyarados' body began to stir up the water. As it churned relentlessly, the water's surface eventually formed a waterspout, sucking Poliwhirl into it. Whoosh! The Twister grew larger and larger until it covered nearly half the field, and the strong winds it generated even blew against some of the spectators' faces. "Wow!" the announcer exclaimed. "What an incredible storm. It seems competitor Natsui's Gyarados is really strong." Inside the Twister, Poliwhirl was spun until it was dizzy. While taking damage, once the wind subsided, its body had been lifted high into the sky. Now's the chance. Natsui's eyes lit up, seizing the fleeting opportunity. "Gyarados, quick, use Aqua Tail." Gyarados' tail was enveloped in a swirl of water. It then suddenly lifted it and swung it hard at the unavoidable Poliwhirl. Smack! The sound was crisp and echoed throughout the entire arena. And Poliwhirl, like a spinning ball, flew straight out of the field. The force of the blow was so great that Poliwhirl hit the wall with a thud before finally sliding slowly down to the ground. The referee walked over, and seeing that Poliwhirl had already fainted, he immediately raised the colored flag in his left hand. Poliwhirl is out of bounds and unable to battle. The audience cheered wildly. Both the domineering Gyarados and a massive Twister stimulated their senses. Compared to the small-scale skirmishes, this was the kind of battle they loved to watch. Damien sighed in dejection, his eyelids twitching constantly. Although he had only lost his first Pokémon, the huge gap in strength, both logically and emotionally, was telling him that his journey in this league conference might just stop at this round. But having come this far, he couldn't give up, no matter what. After a thought, he recalled Poliwhirl and sent out his second Pokémon. Chapter 140, Prize Money and Mindset. Damien's second Pokémon was a Parasect. Facing it, Natsui also switched his Pokémon, sending out his Charizard. However, the battle against Charizard was a bitter experience for the Parasect. At one point, it was nearly burned into a roasted bug, so much so that when Damien recalled the unconscious Parasect into its Pokeball, its body was still emitting a bit of black smoke, giving off the smell of burnt, cooked meat. Finally, with no other options, Damien had to once again send out his most trusted partner, the very Marowak that had brought him his final victory in the previous round battle. Natsui thought for a moment, then also recalled Charizard and let Haunter take the stage to get a feel for the tournament atmosphere. When the match began, just as Damien was about to have Marowak give it its all for one last struggle, he found that this battle was somewhat subverting his understanding of things. The opposing trainer didn't even need to give any commands. This incredibly strong Haunter had already completely gained the upper hand. However, Haunter didn't seem to be in a hurry to end the battle. Instead, with a playful mindset, it toyed with Marowak, tangling with it bit by bit, running it in circles until Marowak's stamina was completely depleted before ending the battle with a grin. And what drove Damien the most insane, and what he was most helpless about, was that throughout the entire process, Marowak hadn't managed to land a single hit on Haunter. Finally, the referee raised the colored flag in his left hand and announced the result of the match. All of the green corner's Pokémon have been defeated. The winner is the competitor from the red corner. When the result was announced, the announcer shouted, "Wow, an impressive match." Including these 3 duels, competitor Natsui has sent out a total of 6 different Pokémon to battle. And every single one has achieved victory with a huge advantage. His strength and momentum are in no way inferior to any of the top contenders for the championship. He has become a true dark horse. The audience gave Natsui a warm round of applause, and by winning this match. His base of supporters was also rapidly growing. After the match, back at the same ice cream shop, Natsui, Koharu, Misa, and Masa sat at a table, watching the live broadcast of other matches on TV while waiting for the result of Ash's match. However, unlike Natsui's 3-0 victory, Ash's battle was exceptionally difficult. Both he and his opponent were down to their last Pokemon. At the critical moment, it was thanks to his Squirtle defeating the opponent's Nidorino that he finally secured the win. That was a close one, Koharu said after watching, unable to help but worry about Ash's condition. It's only the second round, and it was already so tough. Will the matches ahead become even more strenuous? It shouldn't be a big problem, Natsui explained. Although this match was very risky, and he almost lost, if you look, not only did Charizard not appear, but even Pikachu didn't enter the battle. He's probably hiding his strength. Does he still need to hide at this stage? Masa put his hands behind his head and lamented, if he keeps hiding it, isn't he afraid he'll hide it all the way until next year? If it were me, I'd definitely go all out, play it safe, and aim for a stable advancement. At that moment, Natsui suddenly noticed a biker in the corner, looking through his wallet and sighing silently. Seeing this, he suddenly remembered that these people, unlike him and Ash, couldn't stay in the athlete's village with free meals. They had to pay for all their own food, clothing, and lodging. Their daily living expenses were a huge cost. Misa, while I'm grateful you all came to cheer for me, is it okay with your jobs? And I remember, weren't some of you still in school? Since the thought is what counts, maybe you should head back. Cheering for me on TV is just the same. Following Natsui's gaze, Misa instantly understood his intention. Don't worry, big bro. You don't need to worry about us. Misa waved her hand nonchalantly. Actually, even if we didn't know you, we dregs of society can't sit still anyway. Every year at this time, whether it means skipping work or skipping class, we'd definitely come here to watch the matches and join in the fun. Masa also said, that's right, and especially brought a lot of tents. Camping out in the wild with a dozen or so people like this is very interesting. Hearing them say that, Koharu couldn't help but look down at the tips of her shoes. Isn't that too crazy? In fact, a good girl like her would never, under any circumstances, be like them, willing to skip class just to come here and watch the matches. If it weren't for her mother getting her leave from school and her own strong desire to accompany Natsui to the competition. According to her life so far, she had always stayed far away from such out-of-line things. However, since the topic of money had come up, Masa suddenly said, by the way, boss, did you know? I heard this year's prize money has increased compared to last year. If you win the championship, the reward is over 3 million. Koharu said in surprise, there's prize money? Of course there is. Even for third place, it seems you can get over 800,000. Masa get. The Pokemon League is loaded. They're not a stingy organization. Besides, why do these trainers go through so much trouble to participate in the Pokemon League? Besides fame, what is it for? Isn't it for this prize money? Prize money, huh? Natsui nodded. If he could really win that prize money, then for a long time to come, he wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. Although the tournament schedule was shortened due to the reduced number of competitors, the second round of matches still took a day and a half to complete. However, compared to the first round, the timing was indeed much more relaxed. Each competitor had a long preparation gap, and they no longer had to fight with exhausted bodies into the night. And besides the daytime matches, on the several streets next to the Indigo Stadium, every night, there were not only stalls selling merchandise, but also various activities and performances. Just like tonight, huge lantern floats decorated as Pokemon, playing dynamic music, passed in an orderly fashion through the streets, adding a thick festive atmosphere to the conference. After dinner, Natsui and Koharu walked along the street, tasting snacks while enjoying the scenery along the way. And when passing by a doll stall, Natsui even bought a cute stuffed toy and gave it to Koharu. It was just that because he now had some fame, from time to time, spectators who recognized him would come up and greet him enthusiastically. Besides asking for autographs, the most common request was to take a photo with him as a souvenir. After dealing with a dozen or so groups of people intermittently, Koharu couldn't help but chuckle when she saw Natsui sigh helplessly. Natsui, you're a celebrity now. What celebrity? More like just a name. Natsui shook his head with a wry smile. Although he had become famous, it hadn't brought about any change in his mindset. He was still the same person he had always been and would not become arrogant or proud because of it. Chapter 141. The top-class prodigy. When morning came, Natsui's group once again arrived at the selection hall. Compared to the second round, the number of people was now halved again, with only 64 competitors remaining. Although the selection hall had become even more empty after the elimination of the first 2 rounds, those who remained were almost all high-level, elite trainers. Starting from the 3rd round, the opponents would become much tougher to deal with. The staff member who had previously attended to them was unfortunately busy with other people at the moment. Natsui and his group didn't disturb her, instead moving to another empty workstation. After 2 rounds of competition, they were already very familiar with the selection process. After greeting the staff member and pressing the button, the results were quickly generated. Ash was assigned to the ice field. His opponent was a trainer named Sho. Judging from his previous performance, Sho's strength was considerable. It probably wouldn't be so easy for Ash to defeat him. As for Natsui's draw, after the rock field was first displayed, the portrait of a beautiful girl immediately followed, appearing on the screen. Is this? Looking at her, Misty was first taken aback. Then she quickly turned to Ash and teased, Natsui, do you remember I said before that Ash once praised a girl for being cute during our journey? It's this person. I remember her name. I think it's Giselle, right? Ash's face turned red in an instant. Damn it. Why can't this memory just be erased from their minds? Giselle, huh? Natsui stroked his chin. So, the top student from a school who was hailed as a top contender for the championship along with Gary. That must be her. Judging from the photo, she was indeed quite cute. No wonder Ash had a crush on her. And her outstanding aura clearly indicated that she was the type of young lady who came from a prestigious family. In Brock's words, in another 8 years, she would surely grow into a stunningly beautiful woman. Seeing Ash's embarrassed look, Natsui also joked, haha, so you've been hiding it all this time, Ash. You like this type of girl, huh? Faced with such a dark history, Ash's face turned even redder, and he shook his head like a rattle drum. Don't talk nonsense. Just then, perhaps hearing someone mention her name, a cute girl in the distance suddenly turned her head and looked in their direction. When she saw Ash's group, she was first taken aback, as if remembering something. Then, accompanied by a few boys dressed as students, she slowly walked over. It really is you, the girl said with her arms crossed, uncertainly. I remember you're called Ash, Brock, and Misty, right? This person was, of course, Giselle. No one had expected that, just as they were talking about her, she would appear right in front of them. The feeling of being caught talking about someone behind their back was really quite awkward. That's right, it's us, Misty coughed lightly. To ease the atmosphere, she tried to make small talk. You made it to the 3rd round, too? Huh, strange, why don't I see Joe? Didn't he participate in the competition? The Joe Misty mentioned was the boy who was being specially trained by his classmates that Ash and the others had met when they stumbled into the Pokemon school. That guy Joe was eliminated in the 1st round. Giselle shook her head in disappointment. Although he also entered the league conference through the school, his skill is still too low. At this point, Giselle asked again, I just heard someone say my name. What? Did something happen? Before Misty could answer, Giselle had already seen her photo on the big screen. Oh, her gaze then fell upon Natsui. So, you're my next opponent, is that it? That's right, Natsui nodded. I'll have to ask Miss Giselle to go easy on me. Giselle lifted her head, her expression a bit arrogant. The arena is a battlefield. How could a campus star like me possibly hold back in a battle? But don't you worry. A grown-up like you, I don't think you'll be easily beaten to tears. Natsui was speechless. He was just being polite, but he didn't expect this Miss Giselle to be so confident. Her tone made it sound as if his defeat was a foregone conclusion. How dare someone badmouth Natsui right in front of her? Despite having lost to Giselle in the past, The quick-tempered Misty was immediately ready to argue with her. But before she could open her mouth, Natsui stopped her. And when they left the selection hall, Misty was still fuming. Seeing this, Natsui shook his head and smiled at her. Why bother arguing with her? With people like this, isn't it better to just beat them in a match? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third round of the Indigo League on the rock field. The two sides in this battle are incredible. First up from the red corner is the top-class prodigy from a prestigious family at the Pokemon Research School, Giselle. Within the school, she is a star-level competitor whose skills not only crush her peers, but even her teachers are no match for her. She is extremely formidable. And from the green corner is competitor Natsui, who has advanced with ease and a huge advantage in every battle. After the first two rounds, we can see that his skills are also outstanding. But in this match, there will only be one winner, who will advance smoothly. Next, let's wait and see. When Natsui and Giselle made their entrance, a wave of cheers erupted from the stadium. However, it was clear that Giselle's popularity was greater. Even with the bikers cheering, the momentum of her audience clearly suppressed Natsui's supporters. And it wasn't hard to tell from the sound that her supporters were almost all male. Looking at it from another perspective, if Natsui himself weren't competing, he would also be cheering for such a cute girl. The rock field, besides the hard ground, was composed of dozens of giant boulders and hundreds of smaller rocks, appearing as a stretch of earthy yellow from a distance. When the referee signaled for both sides to show their Pokemon at the same time, Natsui thought for a moment and sent out Blastoise. On the other side, Giselle sent out an Onix. The announcer commented, "Oh." To take advantage of the terrain, competitor Giselle has sent out the rock and ground-type Onix. And competitor Natsui seems to have anticipated this move, directly sending out the water-type Blastoise. In terms of typing, it seems competitor Giselle is at a complete disadvantage. Even without the announcer's mention, Giselle naturally knew that the current type matchup was unfavorable for her. But despite this, she showed no signs of panic. In fact, back when Ash and his friends had entered the Pokemon school and battled her, she had used a golem to easily defeat Misty's Starmie, despite being at a type disadvantage. Therefore, in terms of reverse attribute battles, she could be considered an expert on par with Ash. Chapter 142. Battle on the rock field when the referee announced the start of the match. Natsui and Giselle gave their commands almost simultaneously. Blastoise, use water gun. Unix, the Undergrund. The two cannons on Blastoise's back both shot out streams of water towards Onix. But by the time the two thick jets of water arrived, Onix had already burrowed into the ground. The water guns hit a huge rock, splashing everywhere and creating a large puddle, but they didn't even manage to touch Onix's tail. A slight tremor came from underground. Even standing on the command platform, Natsui could still faintly feel Onix digging and advancing rapidly beneath the rocks through these vibrations. But the noisy sounds from the spectator stands made it impossible for him to pinpoint Onix's exact location. Blastoise, get on top of that biggest rock. Blastoise glanced over and quickly found the largest rock on the field. Despite its heavy body, with a few leaps, it still managed to stand on top of the rock. Looking around, the view was wide and open. This way, even if Onix attacked from underground, the height would give Blastoise enough time to react. Seeing this, Giselle shook her head slightly. She had originally wanted to launch a sneak attack on Blastoise, but now she had to give up that idea. Not a bad response. She first praised, but then her tone changed, and she smiled. But by doing this, you've put yourself in a tight spot. Onix, use Rock Tomb. Sharp, pointed stone spikes suddenly grew from the ground, breaking through the soil and rocks, and approached Blastoise. These stone spikes were extremely fast, difficult to dodge even on flat ground, let alone for Blastoise, who was currently standing on this isolated large rock. However, Natsui was clearly prepared for this. He had even developed a countermeasure in his previous practices and battles. Blastoise, use Withdraw. Blastoise quickly retracted its limbs and head into its shell. As the rock tomb approached, the large rock under its feet shattered. With a bang, it was sent flying into the air, but thanks to the protection of its hard shell, it only suffered minor shock damage. Giselle frowned slightly, but was helpless. If it had been any other Pokemon, Onix's attack would have definitely caused considerable damage. In contrast, Natsui felt a sense of relief. Although he had used the withdraw move over and over again until it was almost worn out, it was really effective against physical moves like Rock Tomb. And unlike the previous situation, although Onix was still hidden underground and had not yet shown itself, its recent action had revealed its position. It's time for our counterattack. When Blastoise had flown high enough, Natsui pointed a finger and shouted at the same time, "Target that position, rapid spin." Blastoise's body began to spin rapidly, like a heavy pinwheel, and it crashed down on the patch of ground where Onix was hiding. Although Onix had already started to move, rapid spin was clearly faster than digging underground. Boom! The heavy crash shook the earth, and the Onix below was left dizzy and dazed. It had no choice but to emerge from the ground. Good chance. While Onix was stunned, Natsui continued to command, "Blastoise, use Water Gun." The two cannons on Blastoise's back began to continuously gather energy. Just as Onix recovered from its dizziness and was coming to its senses, the powerful Water Gun attack was unleashed, hitting it squarely. Roar! Against the ground and rock-type Onix, this Water Gun dealt 4 times the damage. It was super effective. Seeing that Onix's stamina was now critically low, Giselle hurriedly shouted, "Onix, get out of the way, quick!" But after the first Water Gun, the ground, composed of dirt and gravel, had been soaked with a large amount of water. When Onix's heavy body passed over it, the ground softened, and it became like a quagmire, restricting its movements. What? Not only the audience, but even Giselle had not expected such a situation to occur. Seeing Giselle lose her composure and look at a loss, Natsui chuckled lightly. I imagine these kinds of unexpected situations are something you can't learn in school, right? Hearing this, Giselle clenched her fists but did not retort. In fact, the fields at the school were almost always unchanging, and every one of them fought according to the knowledge taught by their teachers, in a step-by-step manner. Such a situation had indeed never occurred. Seeing that Onix was still unable to break free, Natsui gave the final command. "All right, it's time to end this battle. Blastoise, finish it." Blastoise aimed its cannons at Onix, and another Water Gun knocked it to the ground. This time, it completely knocked Onix out. Wow, what a shame. The announcer's slightly regretful voice echoed throughout the stadium. Although Onix looks tough and has excellent physical defense, against a special move that it's weak to, its proud defense is completely useless. The audience cheered wildly. Unlike the dejected supporters of Giselle, Natsui's supporters were in high spirits now that he had won the match. The announcer then comforted them with a few words. But don't be discouraged, everyone. I believe that if it weren't for the type disadvantage, this battle would have been even more exciting. Alright, now let's see what Pokemon competitor Giselle will send out next to deal with this situation. In the middle of the field, listening to the voices around her, Giselle sighed helplessly. She really hadn't expected her Onix to be defeated so easily. In fact, back at school, she was very good at using ground-type Pokemon. When battling her classmates, even if she was at a type disadvantage, she would win with ease. However, the harsh reality of the arena had finally given this hothouse flower a taste of bitter fruit. And it was only at this moment that she finally realized that the handsome trainer before her was very different from her classmates, her teachers, and even the opponents she had defeated in the first 2 rounds. Although she was briefly flustered, perhaps due to years of accumulated confidence, Giselle quickly adjusted her mindset. I was indeed too careless in that last battle to even think of defeating such a powerful opponent while at a type disadvantage. She recalled Onix and then, unhurriedly, took out her second Pokeball. But in the second battle, with this guy participating, I definitely won't lose. Chapter 143. Skyrocketing viewership hearing her say that, Natsui was genuinely curious about what kind of Pokemon she would send out. Over on her side, Giselle clearly didn't want to waste any time either. Without another word, she opened her Pokeball. A flash of blue light, and a Pokemon resembling a circus clown doll appeared on the field. The audience erupted in gasps of surprise, and looking at its comical appearance, Natsui also recognized it at a glance. It was a Mr. Mime. Even in the Kanto region, Mr. Mime was a rare Pokemon. He hadn't expected Giselle to have one. And what was different from the usual was that this Mr. Mime's body was glowing with a green light. It was clearly a different colored Pokemon, what people often called a shiny Pokemon. Wow, this is incredible, the announcer exclaimed. Mr. Mime is already rare, but in all my years, this is the first time I've ever seen a shiny Mr. Mime. As a humanoid Pokemon, Mr. Mime had large hands, with a suction cup on each of its 10 fingers. Its behavior was like a pantomime performance, and many scholars even believe that its large palms had developed for the purpose of performing pantomime. And besides battling, Mr. Mime was also a great helper with household chores, which was why it was also very popular and loved by housewives. It was just unknown whether the shiny Pokemon was caught by Giselle herself through good luck, or if the family behind her had specially captured it for her. But regardless, with the appearance of this shiny Pokemon, coupled with Giselle's popularity, this match already had more than enough hype. It was foreseeable that, even though it was just a preliminary match, the number of viewers would surely skyrocket. Outside the field, seeing how amazed everyone was, Koharu turned her head and asked Brock, who was beside her, "Is Mr. Mime a very strong Pokemon?" Brock nodded, his bronze-colored face full of seriousness. Whether it's strong or not depends on the trainer using it. But Mr. Mime's typing is Psychic and Fairy. Both of these types are very mysterious. And compared to other Pokemon, they are indeed tougher to deal with. At this point, he suddenly smiled. Actually, before we arrived at the Indigo Plateau, we also encountered a Mr. Mime. Although we didn't catch it, it voluntarily stayed at Ash's house. Aunt Delia even gave the name Mimey. Koharu was taken aback. Aunt Delia? That's Ash's mom, Brock said, clasping his hands and placing them by his cheek, his whole person seeming to radiate a pink glow. Aunt Delia is a very gentle and virtuous person, you know, and she's also very beautiful. After seeing it a few times, Koharu had already gotten used to Brock's infatuations. When he returned from this state, Koharu continued to ask, "So, are shiny Pokemon stronger than their normal forms in terms of abilities?" Well, Brock looked thoughtful and hesitated for a moment. In terms of moves and skills, there's actually no difference between the two. As for their other various abilities, since I've never encountered one, I'm not too sure either. Is that so? Koharu hugged the cute stuffed doll Natsui had bought for her last night tighter, her eyes full of worry as she looked at him. Seeing this, Brock couldn't help but laugh. "Actually, you don't need to worry too much," Brock comforted her. "We all know Natsui's strength very well. Even if this Pokemon is shiny or extremely rare, so what? I don't think it can necessarily beat Natsui." On the field, Natsui had already recalled his Blastoise. After a moment of thought, he decided to send out Gardevoir directly. Since the opponent was Psychic and Fairy, then let's have a battle that's evenly matched in terms of typing. Oh, the announcer said in pleasant surprise. A showdown between two Psychic-type Pokemon? This will definitely be very exciting to watch. I wonder who will win the final victory. Next, let's wait and see. Meanwhile, at the rear of the Indigo Stadium, listening to the deafening cheers around him, the president of the Pokemon League Conference, Mr. Goodshow, strolled into the venue's control center. Inside the control center, many staff members were busy at work. A bearded person in charge, wearing black-framed glasses, saw him and hurriedly stood up. "President Goodshow, what brings you here?" Mr. Goodshow waved his hand with a chuckle, signaling him to sit down quickly. "John, how many times have I told you? You don't need to be so formal with me. I'm just taking a stroll." With that, he looked around and saw that the giant screen in the center was broadcasting the battle between Natsui and Giselle on the rock field. The matches from the other three fields had been squeezed into a few small screens on the side. How are the viewership ratings today? Unlike Mr. Goodshow's overall view, as the director of the Indigo League's live broadcast, John was naturally extremely concerned about the ratings. The other matches are all doing okay, but the viewership for this battle on the rock field is constantly climbing. Just a moment ago, the real-time viewership has already broken the 20 mark. Oh, that's a number that's usually only reached during the main tournament. Mr. Goodshow raised his eyebrows in surprise and then began to watch the match seriously. On the screen, Gardevoir and the shiny Mr. Mime were constantly engaged in a psychic battle. Although the two Pokemon were fighting back and forth because their types were the same, they weren't actually dealing any double damage to each other. It just seemed to be a stalemate, but from Mr. Goodshow's sharp perspective, it was clear that Gardevoir was slowly gaining the advantage. Looking at one of the trainers, wasn't he one of the young men he had seen at the venue that night? So it's him. Mr. Goodshow nodded in approval. I heard that since the start of the competition, this competitor hasn't lost a single battle. It seems that from now on, we'll have to list him as a key person of interest. I'm already on it, John said excitedly. In this battle, whether it's the popular trainer, the rare Pokemon, or the outstanding looks of both competitors, it has all made the viewership explode. Not only has it reached the highest point since the start of the competition, but even in all previous tournaments, no preliminary match has ever received so much attention. And most importantly, this is still just the preliminaries. I can't even imagine, after the match is over, the winner will inevitably gain a huge amount of popularity. And when it comes to the main tournament, the semifinals, or the finals, what kind of viewership will we get? Is that so? Mr. Goodshow was clearly very surprised by this. It seems that for both the competitors and the league, this is indeed good news. Chapter 144. Advice in a behind-the-scenes plot, first a Psybeam, followed by a draining kiss, and finished off with a magical leaf. Wow, what a beautiful combo. Mr. Mime is down, faced with Gardevoir's torrential attack. It was completely powerless to resist. The announcer spoke at a rapid pace, delivering the battle's outcome with crystal clarity to the ears of the live audience. Just now, after a fierce battle of over a dozen rounds, it was clear that Gardevoir was the more skilled of the two, ultimately winning the match. Looking at the defeated Mr. Mime before it, Gardevoir was only slightly out of breath, with just a few scratches on its body. Outside the field, while the people were amazed, they couldn't help but applaud and cheer for the exciting battle. But when this sound reached Giselle's ears, it made her face turn pale, and even her fingers trembled slightly. Oh no, she really hadn't expected that even her most trusted and powerful Pokemon, Mr. Mime, would also lose. From a moment she caught her first Pokemon to her time at the Pokemon Research School, her journey had been smooth sailing. When had she ever been pushed into such a desperate situation? For a moment, her mind was in chaos. It wasn't until the referee reminded her that she snapped back to her senses and recalled the fainted Mr. Mime into its Pokeball. What should I do now? Giselle bit her lip, hesitated for a long time, and finally sent out her third Pokemon. As the Pokeball opened, a Scyther appeared before Natsui. Seeing that it wasn't a particularly rare Pokemon, not only were the audience members disappointed, but even the announcer's tone couldn't hide his letdown. Ah, so it's a Scyther, but that's fine too. Although it's not as dazzling as the shiny Mr. Mime. I'm sure that for competitor Giselle to choose to send it out at this time, she must have strong confidence in its abilities. On the other side, after sizing up the Scyther for a few moments, Natsui, following his previously decided strategy, also recalled Gardevoir and sent out Jolteon in its place. As soon as the two Pokemon engaged in battle, Natsui immediately noticed that although this Scyther's strength was also quite good, it was still much inferior compared to the Mr. Mime from before. Does that mean she has no more trump cards to play? Sparks flew, and blades danced wildly. As the match progressed, facing the part-flying type Scyther, the power of Jolteon's electric-type moves was on full display. After taking a few hits, and with Scyther's stamina running low, it meant the outcome of this battle was already a foregone conclusion. Although Giselle still wanted to command Scyther to make a final effort, unfortunately, The gap in strength and the type disadvantage led to its swift defeat. After twitching a few times, the electrocuted Scyther collapsed, unconscious. And after the referee announced the final result, the announcer, while sighing, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Heavens! Another 3-0 victory. Even against a top contender like Giselle, competitor Natsui still performed outstandingly and won the battle once again. This is truly incredible. I really don't know who else can stop his winning streak. I actually lost. In the middle of the field, as a prestigious young lady who had always been proud and arrogant. Perhaps it was due to the grievance in her heart that her eyes reddened and tears began to well up. Before the match, she had boasted that she wouldn't make Natsui cry. She never expected that after the match. She would be the one beaten to tears. In truth, when it came to theoretical Pokemon knowledge, the students from these schools were naturally a cut above the average person. But after all, they hadn't challenged one gym after another. When they truly arrived at the tournament arena, they would find that the things they had learned were simply not enough to adapt to such high-intensity battles. Seeing her like this, as they were just strangers who had met by chance, Natsui didn't know whether he should comfort her or not. After a thought, he chose his words carefully. Miss Giselle, I can understand how you feel, but if you want to become stronger, just staying in school and being a pampered top student is far from enough. Seeing Giselle look up at him, Natsui continued, get out and see more of the world. Only by broadening your horizons, encountering more creative ways of thinking, and constantly battling against strong opponents will you be pushed to keep improving and become even stronger than you are today. Thank you for your advice. Giselle took a deep breath and nodded. I have no complaints about losing today's match, but I won't give up so easily. Just as you said, I will go on a journey, and after I've grown, I will definitely come back to get my revenge on you. No problem. They'll accept your challenge anytime. Natsui didn't pay much mind to her harsh words. In fact, Giselle wasn't the first person to want to seek revenge on him, including AJ and Aya. It was because of these people chasing after him that he was also pushed to constantly improve under pressure. Ignoring her further, Natsui waved to the surrounding audience and cameras, recalled Jolteon, and turned to walk towards the competitor's tunnel. After defeating Giselle, he had successfully advanced to the top 32. For him, every step was making history, which was indeed a joyous occasion. The audience was still cheering. Meanwhile, in the control center of the Indigo Stadium, John, as the broadcast director, was keeping a close eye on the viewership ratings. Although the match's viewership had declined after the recent peak, a large number of casual fans, both on TV and online, had remained to watch the match in its entirety. Seeing Natsui achieve another victory with a huge advantage, he thought for a moment and had already made a decision. Hey, he turned to a staff member at the side and ordered, starting today, raise this competitor's priority. Try to arrange for him to face some popular opponents and schedule his matches for prime time as much as possible. Also, promote him heavily and put more cameras on his field. Understand? Huh. The staff member was taken aback. But the selection of both the field and the opponent is decided by them through the computer. Unless we manipulate it from behind the scenes, we won't get the results we want. Idiot. Of course I know that crap. John glared at him with dissatisfaction. What are you standing around for? Then hurry up and make the adjustments. Do I have to say it a second time? Hearing this, the staff member hurriedly operated the computer to make the adjustments. Behind them, President Goodshow had been standing there all along, but uncharacteristically did not object. After all, the Pokemon League was a vast organization where everyone had different roles, but their unified goal was to perfectly host a grand celebration. Besides, he wasn't a rigid person and was well aware that, no matter when or where, such behind-the-scenes manipulation would never disappear. With an outstanding competitor like Natsui, whether it was for the excitement of the matches or the viewership ratings, it was a good thing with more pros than cons. Therefore, he was happy to see such a behind-the-scenes plot. And for the development of the Pokemon League, why should he intervene and stop it? Chapter 145, An Unexpected Impact After Meeting Up with Koharu and the Others. The group went to the ice field to watch Ash's match together. As the tournament progressed and the number of matches dwindled, the attendance in the stadiums continued to rise. Since the third round began, every field grass, rock, water, and ice had been almost completely full. They finally found a few empty seats, and just as Natsui's group sat down, Ash's battle began. Unexpectedly, however, Ash lost the first round right at the start. His Squirtle, perhaps not in top form or affected by the cold air of the ice field, was rendered helpless by his opponent's Pokémon. Fortunately, Ash adjusted quickly, using his Kingler to defeat 2 Pokémon in a row before finally sending out Pikachu to take down the opponent's Arcanine, securing the victory. Watching the whole battle, Ash's skills were clearly superior, and his performance was much more stable than in the previous round. When Ash left the stadium and saw Natsui, they exchanged a smile, both having successfully advanced. It seemed everything was understood without a word. To treat himself, Natsui skipped the athletes' village cafeteria in the afternoon and instead found a high-end restaurant for a big meal. After lunch, as they returned to the dormitory area, they saw from a distance a large crowd of people milling around outside Natsui's building. Before they could figure out what was happening, the crowd spotted Natsui and swarmed him like sharks smelling blood. Natsui, I'm a reporter from Saffron City TV. I have a few questions for you. I'm from Celadon TV. Natsui, could you share your feelings on defeating one of the top contenders for the championship? Natsui, I'm from Vermilion TV. Natsui, the chaotic crowd pushed Ash and the others aside, leaving them completely bewildered. Looking at the ignored Ash beside him, Brock was utterly confused. What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many people wanting to interview Natsui? Because they had been watching the match live, they were the last to find out about the rating spike from the Rockfield battle. They had no idea that Natsui's popularity had already surpassed that of all the other competitors. These reporters, relying on their extensive experience, had all rushed here, hoping to be the first to interview him and get an exclusive story. Excuse me, everyone. The flashing cameras were nearly blinding him. Facing the microphones shoved in his face, Natsui, though equally confused about why these reporters had suddenly appeared, politely declined. Please go back. I won't be accepting any interviews at this time. The reporter from Saffron City TV was clearly stunned by this response. Why would you want to refuse? Natsui replied, until I achieve a higher rank. I don't want to make any comments about myself or any other opponents. I ask for your understanding. He was well aware of the principle that the higher you are praised, the harder you fall. Besides, he wasn't one to crave vanity or fame. Otherwise, he wouldn't have worn a mask to hide his face when he fought off the giant Tentacruel. This as professionals in the news industry, these reporters had seen all sorts of people and wouldn't be dismissed by a few words. Just as they were about to press on and force Natsui into an interview, a dozen fierce-looking bikers strode over from his side. The bikers approached and, without a word, began pushing all the reporters away. Move it, move it. Didn't you hear our boss say he doesn't need an interview? Stop bothering his rest. The reporters might have been pushy with ordinary people or celebrities, but faced with this biker gang, they could only grumble a few complaints before reluctantly leaving. Opening the door, Natsui went back into his dorm, calling Misa and Masa inside as well. It was from them that he finally learned the whole story. I didn't expect to get this much attention. This is really unexpected to Natsui. It had just been a very ordinary battle. Aside from his opponent, Giselle, being slightly more popular and a bit stronger, it was no different from his previous matches. In fact, if he had known the ratings would be so high, he would have deliberately lost 2 rounds just to avoid attracting so much attention. After all, being exposed so early would surely make other competitors see him as their biggest rival and start studying his lineup and strength. Outside the dorm, the bikers stood guard, preventing anyone from getting close. They were thrilled about Natsui's fame. The greater his reputation became, the more it proved that their decision to follow him as their boss was a wise one. Inside, while they were talking, one of the bikers ran in from outside. Boss, there's another reporter who says she wants to see you. Before Natsui could speak, Masa slammed the table and shouted, "What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you that no reporters are allowed near here, and that you should turn them all away?" But the biker hesitated. This reporter said she already has an appointment with the boss. She's here to keep it. Huh? Masa froze and quickly turned to look at Natsui. An appointment? Natsui frowned as well. He couldn't remember making an appointment with anyone, but after a moment's thought, he realized it must be Alexa. After all, she was the only reporter he had ever dealt with. But the fact that even Alexa had shown up again proved that the impact of his match had indeed been far-reaching. On second thought, Natsui knew he had to tell these reporters something. Otherwise, they would keep hounding him, and the bikers couldn't guard him forever. "Let her in." The biker took his leave, and a short while later, Alexa walked in. This time, she only brought her helioptile. Her gago was left outside due to its large size. My, Alexa said dramatically upon seeing Natsui. "It's not easy to get a moment with you now. You even have people standing guard outside." "You're joking, Miss Alexa," Natsui said with a shake of his head. "These are my friends. They just helped me get rid of those annoying people." "Oh," Alexa said with a wry smile. "The annoying people you're referring to must be my colleagues, right? I just wonder if I'm included in that group. How could that be possible?" Natsui quickly shook his head. "A beautiful reporter like you? I couldn't be happier to welcome you. How could I possibly be annoyed?" Hearing this, the smile on Alexa's face widened. She hadn't expected to be flirted with by the young man in front of her. Meanwhile, Koharu and Misty, who were standing nearby, pursed their lips expressionlessly as they heard Natsui praise another woman right in front of them. Sweet talk. Truli amans natura. Chapter 146. An exclusive interview with Natsui after the initial greetings. Only Natsui and Alexa remained in the living room. Ash and his friends had returned to their own dorm. Koharu had voluntarily gone upstairs to give them privacy, and Masa, and the others stood guard outside to prevent any other reporters from disturbing them. Natsui sat properly on the sofa as Alexa adjusted her equipment and set up a spotlight. The exclusive interview then began. "Mr. Natsui, could you please start with a brief self-introduction?" Seeing Natsui nod, Alexa held a recording pen out to him. "My name is Natsui. I'm 20 years old, and am from Vanderville Town in the Kalos region. I've just finished my training journey in the Kanto region and am currently challenging the Indigo League." Alexa took out a notebook and, referencing her notes, asked a few more questions. Natsui answered each one. Her questions weren't difficult or invasive, which showed that she had done her homework before coming. Alexa then asked, "Since the beginning of the competition, you seem to have won all your matches quite easily. Is there some kind of secret to your success?" Natsui shook his head. "How could there be a secret to something like this? It's just a matter of taking every match seriously and using type advantages effectively. Plus, I haven't faced any truly strong opponents yet, which is why it's been so smooth." "Then could you tell us what motivated you to become a Pokemon trainer?" After thinking for a moment, Natsui said, "There are many reasons. For instance, ever since I was a child, I've loved the Pokemon I've loved Pokemon. But ultimately, the reason I became a trainer is that I have one person to sincerely thank." "Oh." Alexa's curiosity was piqued. "And who might that be? A parent? A friend? Or a lover?" "None of the above," Natsui said with a smile. "It's our Kalos region champion, Ms. Diantha." "Her?" Hearing that name, Alexa showed immense interest. "Why do you thank her?" "She was the one who encouraged me to follow this path. She even gave me my very first Pokemon. I also received some training from her, including how to care for Pokemon and how to battle. Without the knowledge she imparted, I don't think I could have made it this far." Alexa's eyes sparkled. This was a major scoop. She never expected Natsui to know Diantha, let alone have such a deep connection with her. As a superstar who was always in the spotlight, Diantha's every move was closely watched. If this story were published, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. She had even thought of a headline: "The man favored by Diantha, crossing the ocean to challenge the Indigo League for her recognition." With that in mind, she excitedly asked a few more related questions. Finally, when the interview was over, she reached out and pulled Natsui to his feet. Quick, quick, just one last thing left. Let's take a picture. Do we have to take a picture? Of course, Alexis said, taking out her camera and pushing Natsui in front of Whitewall. Since this is an exclusive interview, besides the video and article, your photo is crucial. You have a great look, and I'm sure many girls will love it when the pictures are released. That sort of thing doesn't matter to me, Natsui said, waving his hand dismissively. Then, changing the subject, he asked, I was just wondering, where will this report be broadcast? It will be sent back to Kalos to be reported there, of course, Alexis said with a smile. But in addition to the online video, our publisher's newspapers and magazines will also feature the story. Adjusting the focus, Alexa first took a few solo shots of Natsui. After nodding in satisfaction, she had him bring out his Pokemon. Because the living room was small, Natsui didn't release his larger Pokemon like Gyarados, Blastoise, or Charizard. Instead, he posed for a few group photos with Gardevoir, Haunter, and Jolteon under Alexa's direction. It had to be said that Alexa was truly a multi-talented reporter. Her photography skills were excellent, and although they were just a few simple poses, she still managed to make Natsui look incredibly handsome. The next morning, Natsui, Ash, and the others arrived at the drawing venue for the fourth time. This time, they returned to the very first counter where they had registered. Welcome back. The smiling staff member congratulated them once again for advancing. Natsui exchanged a few pleasantries with her before Ash eagerly stepped up to draw his opponent. As this was the final match of the preliminary rounds, everyone had already guessed which field they would be on. The only remaining variable was who their opponent would be. Sure enough, Ash was assigned to the grass field, and his opponent was a trainer named Karakoko from Maiden's Peak. When Brock saw Karuko's photo, he was instantly captivated by her beauty. He swooned for a moment before turning to Natsui and the others like a connoisseur of treasures. Did you know? Maiden's Peak is an incredible place. It didn't originally have that name, but since ancient times, the town has been known for producing beautiful women. Over time, that's how it got its name. Is that so? Misty shot him a sideways glance. I don't get it. You're a gym leader, yet you seem to know more about this kind of gossip than you do about Pokemon. After Ash got his result, it was Natsui's turn. Natsui pressed the button. As the lights stopped, the ice field appeared on the screen, and, at the same time, Gary's face was displayed before them. It was Gary. Everyone was stunned. Although they knew that battles between acquaintances were inevitable, the reality of it happening was still a shock. What they didn't know was that Natsui's opponent had already been designated by John the director, so no matter when he pressed the button, the outcome would have been the same. The sound of many footsteps filled the hall, and a boy's voice came from behind them. Looks like I finally got a decent opponent. The group turned to see that the newcomer was none other than Gary. Beside him were a dozen cute girls dressed in matching cheerleader outfits and holding pom-poms. They were clearly his supporters. Compared to his cheer squad, Natsui's group of tattooed, oddly dressed bikers looked completely outclassed. Looking at Natsui, Gary smiled confidently. I still remember when we first met in the wild outside Saffron City. You challenged me to a battle. It seems that even though I turned you down back then, this fight was unavoidable. Now, I just wonder between the two of us, who is stronger? Chapter 147, Gary's Taunts and Karakoko. After delivering his taunts, Gary left triumphantly with his cheerleaders. At this point, he still hadn't matured. He was the same arrogant rich kid as always. Even though they were both trainers who had advanced to the fourth round, Gary didn't really think much of Natsui. In fact, he was deeply dissatisfied with the amount of popularity Natsui had gained after the previous round's match. So what if he beat a weak little girl? If it were me, I could have ended the battle even more cleanly. Besides, in terms of background, he was Professor Oak's grandson, and in terms of hype, he was the top contender in the tournament. Why should Natsui be the one getting all the attention? He'll teach you a good lesson in a bit, and show everyone who's truly superior. Watching Gary's retreating back, Koharu was the only one in the group seeing him for the first time. Witnessing his disdainful and provocative attitude toward Natsui, her first impression of him was, to say the least, terrible. After the drawing session concluded, the final round of the preliminaries began. Ash's match was scheduled for 11 a.m., while Natsui's was set for 3 p.m. Although 3 p.m. wasn't exactly prime time, it couldn't be helped. With only 32 trainers left, the number of matches had been reduced to 16, with each field hosting only 4 battles, making it impossible to schedule them any later. After leaving the venue, they found a place to rest for a while. When the time was right, Ash headed to the trainer's lounge, while Natsui and the others went to the spectator stands of the grass field. The place was still packed, but fortunately, the biker gang had saved them seats in advance. What they didn't expect was that just as they sat down, they spotted some familiar faces nearby. An elderly man with short, silver-gray hair wearing a white lab coat and a beautiful woman were sitting in the adjacent seats. Huh, Professor Oak and Aunt Delia? What you two doing here? Though his eyes were squinted, Brock's sharp gaze was the first to spot them. Professor Oak was just as surprised to see Brock and Misty. Well, if it isn't you two. Delia smiled warmly. Hello. Thank you both so much for taking care of Ash all this time. You must have had your hands full. It's no problem at all, we're comrades, Brock said. Then he added, surprised, but I remember when Ash called you yesterday, you were in Pallet Town. Why did you make a special trip to come and cheer him on today? Professor Oak replied, while watching the matches on TV at home is comfortable, you can only truly feel the atmosphere by being here in person. At that moment, Professor Oak's gaze moved past Brock and landed on Natsui. Although he was getting older and his memory was fading, the professor remembered the young man he had met once before, thanks to the recent tournament matches. Your name is Natsui, isn't it? I've been watching your matches too. It's very impressive to have defeated so many opponents. Natsui gave a friendly greeting, his eyes then shifting back and forth between Professor Oak and Delia. This was the first time he had met Ash's mother, and he couldn't for the life of him figure out why an ordinary housewife would be spending so much time with a renowned Pokemon professor. They seemed to have no common interests. So why didn't Professor Oak refuse her company? And since she was here to watch the match, why hadn't she told Ash beforehand? Was she afraid of putting pressure on him? Shaking his head, Natsui pushed these strange thoughts from his mind and introduced Koharu, who was beside him. This is Koharu. She's Professor Sakuragi's daughter. Oh, Professor Oak was quite surprised and took a closer look at Koharu. I remember when you were just a month old. I attended your celebration and even held you. I can't believe how much you've grown. Koharu nodded politely. Her mother had never told her about this, and she, of course, had no memory of it. Professor Oak continued to ramble on, and seeming to be caught up in the moment, he even divulged some secrets from Professor Sakuragi's school days. But what might have been amusing anecdotes for a scientist, Koharu found utterly uninteresting. Just then, Ash's match began, and the group quickly turned their attention to the field. Ash entered as the green contender, while his opponent, Karakoko from Maiden's Peak, entered as the red. However, unlike Ash's simple walk to the trainer's box, Keiruko's entrance was quite the spectacle. A red carpet was rolled out from the contestants' tunnel, and then a girl in an elegant red kimono walked out slowly as attendants scattered cherry blossom petals around her. Her appearance was both dignified and elegant, instantly capturing the gazes of most of the men in the stadium, including Brock. At the same time, in a section of the stands, a group of young men and women played taiko drums and performed rhythmic chants, loudly shouting, "Victory for Lady Karakoko! Victory for Lady Karakoko!" Even amidst the roar of the stadium, their voices cut through the noise. In contrast, Ash's side was completely overshadowed. Watching the display, Misty murmured, "Wow, what an entrance. Looks like she's another popular trainer. What do you think? Should we cheer for Ash now?" "Forget it," Brock said, shaking his head. "Don't waste your breath. The sound of just a few of us, let alone comparing to them, would probably be swallowed by the surrounding crowd before it even left the stands." On the field, the referee announced the start of the match. Ash sent out Bulbasaur first, while Karakoko sent out Beedrill. In terms of typing, Beedrill's bug poison had an advantage over Bulbasaur's grass poison. However, Right from the start, Ash showcased his skills as a master of reverse-type battles. He first used Leech Seed to restrain the flying Beedrill, then finished the battle with a tackle. What was strange, however, was that even though her first Pokémon was defeated, Kaoruko's supporters weren't disheartened at all. Instead, they cheered joyfully, constantly shouting, "There's still another one." Despite the confusion, the match continued. Karakoko silently recalled her Beedrill and sent out Scyther. It was clear that this Scyther was very strong. After using Double Team, its two illusory clones were somehow able to move around the field along with the original. With this incredible ability, Scyther pushed Bulbasaur to the brink. In the end, however, Bulbasaur managed to use its Vine Whip to strike all the clones at once. Chapter 148. A battle style worth studying. With 2 consecutive victories, Bulbasaur's momentum was unstoppable. It seemed the scales of the battle were tipping in Ash's favor. But judging by the confident expressions still on the faces of Kaoruko's supporters, it was clear she had one last ace up her sleeve. Sure enough, despite the 2 losses, Karakoko showed no signs of panic. After recalling her Scyther, she calmly took out her third Pokeball. Everyone in the stadium, including the announcer, the audience, and even Brock and Misty, assumed that the final Pokemon Karakoko would send out would be a cool-looking, powerful ace. But no one expected that when the Pokeball opened, what appeared before them was a Bellsprout. Whoa! The crowd in the stands erupted, their disbelieving gasps echoing throughout the entire stadium. In everyone's mind, Bellsprout was generally considered a weak Pokemon due to its thin, fragile-looking body. They could never associate it with the word powerful. They were utterly shocked that, after 3 rounds of intense competition, someone would still be using a Bellsprout in battle. Ash, in particular, felt a surge of contempt upon seeing the Bellsprout, believing his victory and advancement were now guaranteed. However, once the match began, the seemingly weak Bellsprout taught everyone a lesson with its outstanding performance. Facing Bulbasaur's tackle, it skillfully used its opponent's momentum to execute a perfect shoulder throw, sending Bulbasaur flying a great distance. Although the move didn't cause any substantial damage, it was a real eye-opener for everyone. "Oh ho!" the announcer said in astonishment. "How amazing! Not only is this Bellsprout surprisingly strong, but it also seems to know some techniques for using softness to overcome hardness." On the field, Bulbasaur was left dizzy from the throw. After shaking it off, it got up and, refusing to believe what had just happened, charged forward once more. This time, Bellsprout grabbed Bulbasaur's front leg, spun it around a dozen times like a pinwheel, and once again hurled it into the distance. "This is incredible." Amidst the announcer's praises, the audience began to look at the Bellsprout with newfound respect. Kaoruko's supporters, in particular, were ecstatic, as if they had expected this outcome all along. Even Karakoko herself couldn't maintain her previously dignified composure and burst into unrestrained laughter. As for Natsui, he had no memory of Karakoko or her Bellsprout from his past. He figured that even if it was a tricky opponent that gave Ash a lot of trouble, it would ultimately still be defeated by him. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Seizing the moment while Bulbasaur was down, Bellsprout rushed forward and began tossing around like a rag doll before finally throwing it out of bounds. With a loud thud, Bulbasaur crashed heavily into the steps at Ash's feet. When the referee announced the result, Ash, finding it hard to accept, immediately sent out his most trusted partner Pikachu. But even Pikachu's appearance failed to bring Ash victory. When the 4th round began, Pikachu used Thundershock, covering half the field in electricity, but Bellsprout managed to dodge the currents with incredible footwork. It even rooted its feet into the soil, allowing it to withstand a direct hit from Pikachu's Thunderbolt without taking any damage. At this point, Ash was out of options. Seeing that his long-range attacks were failing, he had no choice but to send Pikachu in for close-quarters combat. But under Kaoruko's training, this Bellsprout possessed exceptional martial arts skills. After just a few exchanges, it knocked Pikachu out with a swift heel kick. Seeing this outcome, Misty was visibly shocked. No way. Even Pikachu lost? It's not that surprising, Natsui said, shaking his head. As a grass type, Bellsprout naturally resists electric-type attacks by half. Besides, Pikachu's performance is very inconsistent. Its potential is high, but its floor is also very low. It's not unusual for it to lose to a weaker opponent. Fortunately, despite the sudden turn of events, Ash didn't panic. At this critical moment, he forced himself to calm down and sent out his final Pokemon. When the Pokeball opened, a Mook appeared in the center of the field. Seeing yet another unconventional Pokemon, the audience's jaws dropped once again. What they didn't realize was that this equally unexpected Mook would have a surprisingly effective matchup against Bellsprout. The strength that Karakoko was so proud of in her Bellsprout seemed completely useless against Mook. Whether it punched or kicked, its attacks had no effect on Mook's body. Mook's soft, gooey body absorbed all the impact like a sponge. After dozens more attacks, Bellsprout was sweating, still unable to make a dent in the terrifying, foul-smelling creature before it. What? Karakoko frowned deeply. It seemed that in all her time training Bellsprout, she had never encountered a situation like this. Finally, perhaps annoyed by what felt like mere tickling, Mook, under Ash's command, used Body Slam. It loomed over Bellsprout, enveloped it, and squeezed it into submission, ending the battle. That was a close one. Watching this, Natsui couldn't help but feel nervous for Ash. In the final battle, it wasn't that Mook was stronger than Bellsprout, but that its body was simply too perfect a counter to Bellsprout's fighting style. If Ash hadn't had a rare flash of insight and traded for Mook beforehand, he might not have won this match. However, he stroked his chin. Keiruko's training method was certainly something worth learning from. If it were applied to other fighting-type Pokemon, wouldn't the results be even more powerful? It seemed he would definitely need to save the video of this battle as study material for later research. When Ash returned from the field, he was overjoyed by his victory. Seeing his mother and Professor Oak after so long only made his smile wider. As a reward, Delia suggested borrowing the restaurant's kitchen to personally cook Ash a grand lunch, so he could have a taste of home. However, since Natsui wasn't very familiar with Delia or Professor Oak, and since he had a match of his own coming up, he didn't want to intrude on their heartwarming moment. He politely declined their insistent invitation and left with Koharu. After all, he was about to battle Gary. Staying with Professor Oak right now would inevitably feel a little awkward. With some time to spare before his match, Natsui and Koharu went to a gift shop on the pedestrian street to browse. Since Koharu rarely got to go out, especially to such a bustling place, she definitely wanted to buy some gifts for her parents and younger brother. Previously, after seeing Natsui's match against Giselle on TV, Koharu's brother, Soda, had specifically asked her to get more than a dozen autographs from Natsui. His popularity at school had skyrocketed when his classmates heard that Soda not only knew Natsui, but that his sister was traveling with him. Every day during break time, students from his class and others would crowd around him, listening tirelessly to the story of Maiden's Peak, which he had already told countless times. These autographs were the social debt he owed after all his bragging. Koharu had been a bit embarrassed when she told Natsui about it, but to her surprise, Natsui had generously agreed. He's your brother, after all, and this is Soda's moment to shine. Of course I have to help him out. Those words, spoken by Natsui the previous night, had imprinted themselves on her heart. Even now, whenever she recalled them, a warm feeling spread through her. In the midst of the crowded street, Natsui wore a baseball cap and large sunglasses. None of the passing tourists would have connected him with a recently popular tournament competitor. In fact, after Alexa's interview was over, Natsui had the biker gang spread the word that he had already done an exclusive interview and would not be accepting any others from media. When the other reporters heard this, they lost interest, seeing that they had missed out on the initial scoop and stopped pestering him. But this was only a temporary reprieve. If Natsui continued to achieve better results, it was inevitable that he would be targeted by them again, in front of a glass display case. Koharu looked up and asked with a smile, Natsui, what do you think of this Squirtle plushie? Would it be a good gift for Soda? Natsui glanced at it and shook his head. Soda is a cool little kid. I don't think he'd like a cute plushie like this. Why don't you check out that Charizard next to it? Just as he was speaking, his phone suddenly rang. When Natsui looked at the screen, he saw it was a call from Looker. Stepping to the side, Natsui had just answered the call when Looker's cheerful voice came through the phone. I saw it on TV. You made it to the top 32. That's amazing. But I know what you're really capable of, so your goal must be the championship, right? Isn't that obvious? If I didn't have that dream, why would I bother entering a tournament like this? Natsui took a step back as the crowd pushed against him. Noticing he was now some distance from Koharu, he quickly said, "All right, this isn't a good place to talk. If you call for something specific, get to the point." Looker didn't speak immediately. Instead, he listened for a moment before asking in surprise, "Is it that noisy where you are? Don't tell me you're out shopping with a girl in some crowded place?" Natsui glanced around. His guess is so accurate. Could Looker be watching me from somewhere nearby? Since you know, then make it quick. You. On the other end of the line, Looker shook his head with a wry smile. Not only are you on good terms with Sabrina and Erica, but now you even have a girl with you while competing. Im so envious. With that, he changed his tone and finally got to the main point. All right, I won't waste your time. I'm actually calling to tell you that after our pursuit during this period, we've captured most of the Team Rocket members in the Kanto region. There are only a few stragglers left causing trouble here and there, but we're in hot pursuit and believe we can mostly clean them up in a little while. Can they really be cleaned up? Given Giovanni's meticulous nature and Team Rocket's deep-rooted foundation, there were surely many secrets yet to be uncovered. Unless they were voluntarily exposed, it would be impossible to find any traces for now. Even in the Sun Moon arc of the anime, Giovanni was still perfectly fine, with enough free time to dispatch the Team Rocket trio to expand operations in other regions. However, Natsui didn't say anything to dampen Looker's spirits. After all, whether it was stealing other people's Pokemon or their other criminal activities, Team Rocket was an evil organization that had to be stopped, no matter how long it took. Let me guess, since you're calling me at this time, it's obviously not just to share this good news, right? See, this is why I love talking to smart people like you. Looker said flatteringly, then continued, "Of course, that's not the only reason. The fact is, after the assassination attempt, all of Team Rocket's executives fled to the Johto region. I wanted to ask if you're planning to head to Johto to challenge their league after the Indigo Conference is over." Natsui wasn't surprised that Team Rocket had fled to Johto. Their strength there was also formidable. Even if their facilities and bases in Kanto were devastated, Team Rocket could still make a comeback there. That's right, and go to the Johto region. Why? You want me to continue helping you fight Team Rocket there? Hearing this, Looker laughed. Of course. To wipe out Team Rocket, we'll need to borrow your strength. Hey, you don't even milk a mill tank on a farm this much. Natsui joked. And even if you international police have to milk a cow, don't just pick on me. Don't say that. Looker chuckled sheepishly. You're my most trusted friend, and I believe in your luck. I'm sure you'll help us destroy a few more Team Rocket bases. Considering he was already being hunted by Team Rocket and would have to deal with this problem sooner or later, Natsui readily agreed. All right, Fine. But let me be clear, the Indigo League will still take a few more days, and after that, I plan to take a trip to the Orange Islands. I probably won't be able to get to the Johto region for a little while. No problem, Looker said happily. Our cleanup operations here will also take some time to complete, and mobilizing personnel to Johto will also take a while. So, let's get in touch in Johto after you finish your business. For now, I won't disturb your leisure time. And finally, I wish you success in winning the championship. Chapter 150. I thought he was on the second layer in the afternoon, inside the trainer's lounge for the ice field. Koharu sat leisurely in a chair, swinging her fair legs from time to time. Her reddish-brown ponytail swayed back and forth, adding a touch of playful charm to her usually calm and composed demeanor. On the table in front of her lay her phone, its screen displaying videos of Gary's recent tournament matches. On the screen, two Pokemon were battling each other, with the announcer's passionate commentary playing from the video, Koharu occasionally jotted something down on a piece of paper, only looking up to glance at the phone once in a while. Only when the phone became hot to the touch did she pick up the paper and walk over to Natsui. I have to say, compared to you, this guy Gary really has a lot of Pokemon, Koharu remarked, then handed the paper to Natsui. Look, in his last 3 matches, he's used a different set of Pokemon each time. There's no pattern at all. I have no idea what he'll send out in a bit. At that moment, Natsui was squatting on the floor, grooming Jolteon's fur. Hearing her words, he briefly glanced at the contents of the paper and shook his head with a smile. At school, Koharu was a model student, and with a professor for a father, she had developed a habit of summarizing and organizing information. However, her knowledge of Pokemon was still quite limited. Beyond the basics, she couldn't yet discern deeper aspects like abilities, weaknesses, and so on. If you can't guess, then don't bother trying, Natsui said nonchalantly. No matter what he sends out, I just have to defeat them all. Besides, numbers don't decide everything. Having too many Pokemon means you don't have enough time to care for and bond with them, nor the energy to train them effectively. Koharu thought about it and realized he had a point. That's true. So, are you confident you can beat him? Maybe. Natsui shrugged. But who can ever guarantee victory? That said, I don't know a thing or two about Gary. Don't be fooled by his arrogant attitude. On the battlefield, he's actually very calm and has a decent strategic mind. He's especially good with ground and power-type Pokemon. He's definitely not someone to be underestimated. Just then, the announcer's voice came over the loudspeaker. Trainer Natsui, your match is about to begin. Please proceed to the contestant tunnel immediately to prepare for entry. Trainer Natsui, your match is about to... Glancing at the time, Natsui stood up, recalled Jolteon into its Pokeball, and left Koharu with nothing but a view of his departing back. All right, it's my turn to go on. Now, please cheer for me. Koharu smiled sweetly, her hands clasped in front of her chest. Watching him walk further and further away, she nodded firmly. Does that even need to be said? Of course he'll cheer for you. Welcome, everyone, to the final match on the ice field today. This is also the very last match of the 4th round. When this battle concludes, the winner will join the victors from the other fields to become one of the top 16 and advance to the next stage of the main tournament. The announcer's loud voice echoed through the stadium, and the long-waiting audience responded with thunderous applause. First, let's welcome the trainer from the red corner, Natsui. As one of the most popular competitors in this tournament, he just eliminated a top contender in the last round and has reached this point with a perfect winning streak, without losing a single Pokemon in any of his battles. Natsui walked out of the tunnel at a steady pace, smiling and waving to the crowd around him. His handsome face, magnified by the big screen, was clearly visible to every spectator. The crowd erupted in a massive cheer. Given Natsui's looks and skill, his popularity among the remaining competitors was virtually unmatched. The bikers were shouting their hearts out. But by now, Natsui's fanbase had grown dozens of times over. Their voices were completely drowned out by the enormous wave of sound. Next, let's welcome the trainer from the green corner, Gary. His impressive variety of Pokemon has left a deep impression, and as one of the top contenders for the championship, he has defeated many strong opponents on his way here. His skills are also extremely outstanding. Gary emerged from the tunnel with one hand in his pocket, his face still wearing that cool expression. However, what bothered him was that even without looking at the stands, he could clearly feel that the applause for him was nowhere near as enthusiastic as it was for Natsui. After this match is over, you'll all see who's better. On the other side, Natsui walked up to the trainer's platform, glanced at Gary, and then looked down to survey the field. The ice field was rectangular, apparently a converted swimming pool covered with a thick layer of solid ice. Dozens of ice blocks of various sizes were piled up on both sides. Even from the elevated platform, he could feel a chilly draft. Seeing that both trainers were ready, the referee announced, both sides, please send out your Pokemon at the same time. Hearing the referee's call, Gary took out his chosen Pokeball, his gaze toward Natsui filled with utter confidence. He had prepared extensively for this battle. Through his research, he knew that Natsui loved to use type matchups to gain an advantage. Since Natsui had no Ice-type Pokemon, Gary boldly guessed that Natsui would likely send out a Water or Fire-type Pokemon to counter a potential Ice-type from him, thus preventing Gary from capitalizing on the field advantage. Therefore, after much thought, he had chosen a Pokemon that was not weak to either of those types to handle this situation. "Come on out, my Pokemon." As Gary released his Pokemon, the announcer's surprised voice followed. "Oh, Gary has sent out a Fearow. I can't believe a flying and normal-type Pokemon is making an appearance on the ice field. This is truly unexpected." At the same time, Gary's eyes were locked on the hand Natsui was using to hold his Pokeball. However, when Natsui opened his Pokeball and a flash of blue light faded, the spiky fur and slender body of the Pokemon that appeared made Gary's expression change drastically. "What? It's a Jolteon? Why would it be Jolteon? Electric types have no advantage over ice types. This is bad." While Fearow wasn't weak to fire or water as a flying-type Pokemon, it was weak to electric. Damn it. My prediction was wrong after all. At this thought, Gary couldn't help but clench his fist. He had thought Natsui was on the second layer of strategy while he was on the third, but he never imagined that Natsui had predicted his prediction. He just couldn't understand what Natsui was thinking, sending out an electric-type Pokemon as his lead on an ice field. Chapter 151. These Master-type matchups, the supporters for both sides continued to cheer for their respective trainers. By a strange coincidence, the biker gang and Gary's beautiful cheerleaders ended up sitting in adjacent sections, forming two squads with completely different styles. Unfortunately for the bikers, faced with a group of lovely and well-figured young women, many of them wore lecherous expressions, their eyes glued to the cheerleaders, having already lost all their previous intimidating aura. On the field, Natsui was actually very surprised to see Fearow as well. As the old Pokemon world saying goes, a humbled Ho-Oh is no match for a Fearow. As a medium-sized bird Pokemon, setting aside the jokes about its resemblance to Ho-Oh, Fearow had a long, slender neck, rough and messy feathers. And its most iconic features were its red crest and long, sharp pink beak. It was said that their temperament was very irritable and quick to anger, and their wide wings allowed them to carry heavy loads and fly for an entire day without feeling too tired. Originally, Natsui hadn't put much thought into this battle. He had simply assumed that as the match progressed, the ice surface would crack and break, revealing the pool water underneath. Once water was in play, the utility of an electric-type Pokemon would increase significantly. But who would have thought that Gary would send out a flying-type Pokemon that was weak to electric? I really don't know what he was thinking. He must be too young. When the referee signaled the start of the match, Natsui gave a decisive command. "Jolteon, use Thundershock." A thick bolt of electricity shot out from Jolteon towards Fearow, but with a slight flap of its wings, Fearow soared into the air, dodging the attack. On the other side, Gary knew he was at a type disadvantage, but his pride wouldn't let him switch his Pokemon so easily right at the beginning of the battle. Doing so would inevitably make him look timid and open him up to ridicule. However, at that moment, Thundershock was still being fired continuously, and Fearow was still flying around, frantically dodging the attacks. Seeing this, Gary quickly cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and decided to fight back, attempting to struggle through. After all, there were countless examples of the weak defeating the strong and winning against type disadvantages. Fearow used Aerial Ace. Fearow began to circle in the sky, swooping quickly over Jolteon's head. Its sharp eyes were locked onto Jolteon, searching for a can't-miss opportunity. "Jolteon, get into that cluster of ice blocks over there." Hearing Natsui's command, Jolteon leaped several times and dove between dozens of ice blocks. Using these as cover would effectively obstruct Fearow's line of sight and reduce the number of angles from which it could be attacked, making it easier to dodge. However, the wide-open view from high in the sky still allowed Fearow to lock onto its target after circling a few times. The next second as it dived, Fiero's wings began to glow faintly, and it rushed towards Jolteon at an incredible speed. Just as it reached Jolteon, it suddenly accelerated again, delivering the attack while instantly changing direction to fly back into the sky. Aerial Ace. Activated. Bang! Ice shards flew everywhere. The shockwave and slash from Aerial Ace shattered the ice blocks around Jolteon. Although Jolteon tried to dodge, Aerial Ace was too fast, and it was still sent flying. However, despite its impressive appearance, the move only dealt half damage to Jolteon due to typing. As Jolteon landed steadily and saw Fiero about to return to the sky, Natsui immediately shouted, "Don't let it get away. Use Thunderbolt." Jolteon's body erupted in a fierce light, and at the same time, dozens of massive electrical currents spread out randomly towards the sky. Fiero swerved left and right, trying to evade, but although it dodged a few bolts, it was ultimately caught off guard and struck squarely. Sparks crackled loudly. This time, the effect was super effective, dealing double damage. Fiero cried out in pain, its feathers seemingly scorched. Seeing this, Gary no longer hesitated. Casting aside his pride, he quickly took out a Pokeball and recalled Fiero. TCH, so? It still wasn't enough. After thinking for a long time, he sent out his second Pokemon. As the blue light faded, a Nidoking appeared on the field. "Wow, it's a Nidoking," the announcer exclaimed. Although ground is immune to electric and deals double damage to it, is choosing this Pokemon on an ice field really a good choice? Hearing the announcer's words, Gary remained expressionless. This Nidoking, along with his Arcanine and Blastoise, was one of his aces. It had battled alongside him for a long time, winning him many victories, and was a very trustworthy partner. Sending out Nidoking was a move of necessity. After all, from his previous observations and the current exchange, it was clear that Natsui's Pokemon were very strong. His other Pokemon, whether they were Grass-type, Dragon-type, or even an Ice-type with a field advantage, were much weaker than Nidoking. Even if he sent them out, they might not be able to defeat this Jolteon. However, now that he had sent out Nidoking, Natsui would surely switch his Pokemon. He had no idea what Natsui would use to battle him next. On the trainer's platform, Natsui glanced down at Jolteon's feet. There, after the recent Thunderbolt, the immense electrical current and heat had caused fine cracks to appear in the thick ice under Jolteon. Although it hadn't yet affected other parts of the field, the ice surface was no longer as solid as before. Although both trainers sent out their Pokemon at the same time at the start, the type advantage allowed Natsui to gain the upper hand when it came to switching Pokemon. As they say, an early lead leads to a lead at every step. Therefore, he would naturally extend this advantage and would not foolishly use an electric type to fight a ground-type Nidoking. Shifting his gaze, Natsui looked at the Nidoking before him. The most prominent features of this large, purple, bipedal Pokemon were its thick tail, powerful forelimbs, and the sharp, poisonous horn on its head. And based on his knowledge of Gary, he knew that this was one of his strongest Pokemon, so he didn't dare to be careless. Recalling Jolteon, Natsui also opened his second Pokeball. "Come on out, Gyarados!" With a tremendous roar, the imposing Gyarados landed heavily on the ice surface. Its blood-red eyes stared intently at the enemy before it, and its open mouth revealed sharp fangs. Seeing it, Gary instinctively gritted his teeth. TCH, water against ground. Another type advantage? How boring. Can't this guy fight me head-on without relying on type matchups? Chapter 152. The trap hidden on the ice field as the battle resumed. Natsui and Gary shouted their commands simultaneously. "Gyarados, use Aqua Tail. Nidoking double kick." Hearing the orders, both Pokemon quickly closed the distance. However, compared to the snake-like slithering of Gyarados, the smooth ice surface was not ideal for Nidoking's footing. Once they were within range, Gyarados' massive tail began to swirl with water, while Nidoking leaped into the air to execute its double kick. The next second, the two Pokemon clashed. Nidoking's first foot had just struck Gyarados, But before its second foot could make a move, a loud whooshing sound filled the air. It turned its head just in time to see a thick tail sweeping towards its face. Smack! Nidoking was hit squarely and sent crashing heavily onto its side. However, before it could get up, Gyarados had already slithered to its side. It opened its massive jaws and lunged down to bite Nidoking. Nidoking, get up, now! At Gary's shout, Nidoking scrambled up from the ice, aimed the horn on its forehead at Gyarados' gaping mouth, and thrust forward viciously. The attack stabbed directly into the inside of Gyarados' mouth. In pain, Gyarados roared towards the sky, becoming even more furious and enraged. In an instant, it lost all reason, its massive body and head beginning to smash down wildly onto the Nidoking beneath it. Bang! 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 Ice shards flew and the ice surface cracked. Nidoking was struck several times, seeing stars. Just as it struggled to rise, it was slammed headfirst back into the ice. This is a disaster. Influenced by Gyarados' sheer ferocity, the announcer couldn't help but put himself in Gary's shoes, shouting frantically. Gyarados has entered a rage and is using Thrash. Can a Nidoking beneath it withstand such brutal force? Gary clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on his Pokémon. Fortunately, after losing its senses, Gyarados' rage wasn't directed solely at Nidoking. In its blood-red eyes, everything in its surroundings was a target for destruction. Sure enough, after smashing Nidoking a few times, Gyarados turned its fury on the nearby ice blocks. Under its assault, the huge blocks of ice instantly shattered into pieces. The ice dust that filled the air created a mist-like veil, making Gyarados appear and disappear within it. Outside the field, the audience held their breath, seemingly witnessing for the first time just how ferocious and savage a monster Gyarados truly was. Only then did Nidoking get a chance to breathe. Dragging its battered body, it escaped from an ice crater, moving out of Gyarados' attack range. Breathing a small sigh of relief, Gary didn't have time to check on Nidoking's condition. Seeing that Gyarados was still in a rampage, he didn't want to miss this rare opportunity. Nidoking used Poison Jab. Nidoking's horn glowed with a purple, toxic light. Despite its injuries, it began to run, charging towards Gyarados and finally stabbing it hard in the chest and abdomen. Gyarados roared again. Although its enraged state prevented it from dodging in time, the attack caused it to turn its attention back to Nidoking. Seeing this, and wanting to avoid a repeat of the previous thrashing, Gary had no choice but to have Nidoking temporarily retreat to a safe distance. To his further disappointment, the Poison Jab had failed to trigger the poison effect. TCH, is even Lady Luck not on my side today? From a distance, Natsui calmly watched the situation unfold. He had no intention of using the Pokeball to help Gyarados snap out of its confusion. Instead, he waited until it had regained its senses on its own before speaking again. Gyarados, are you clear-headed now? Then use Aqua Tail one more time. Following Natsui's will, Gyarados' tail was once again enveloped in water. However, as Gyarados charged forward, just as Nidoking was about to dodge, its foot slipped, and it unluckily took a fall. This unexpected development caught Gary completely off guard. But despite this golden opportunity, Gyarados' Aqua Tail still failed to connect. Just as it reached Nidoking, before it could make a move, a loud crack echoed across the field. The ice beneath their feet had suddenly given way. Underneath the ice was the deep, cold pool water. The two Pokémon had no time to react and plunged into the water below. Splash! Gary's face paled. This is bad. It wasn't just him. Everyone, including the announcer, the audience, and anyone else watching the match, was completely stunned by this turn of events. Only Natsui seemed to have foreseen it. Or rather, it was through his deliberate planning that the battle between the two Pokémon had remained concentrated in that specific area. After Jolteon's earlier Thunderbolt and Gyarados Thrash, that section of ice had become incredibly fragile. When the two heavy Pokémon gathered in one spot, Their combined weight caused the ice to shatter completely. As a water-type Pokemon, Gyarados was naturally in its element back in the water. But Nidoking, a ground-type, couldn't swim at all. It struggled frantically for a few moments before sinking to the bottom, bubbles rising to the surface. Glug, glug, glug. Nidoking, Gary shouted at the pool and took out its Pokeball, trying to recall it, but Nidoking was nowhere to be seen in the clear water. Damn it. This, facing an empty field, even the experienced announcer seemed to be at a loss for words, unsure of how to fill the silence. The audience stared at the water surface. Although they couldn't see what was happening below, the violent ripples on the surface made it clear that Nidoking was being relentlessly attacked by Gyarados underwater. Their curiosity piqued. They waited for another 10+ seconds before the water gradually calmed down. A few breaths later, Gyarados' mighty body suddenly burst out of the water, letting out a deafening roar at the surrounding audience. Seeing this, the spectators finally understood that the battle had been decided beneath the waves. On the other side, seeing no sign of Nidoking surfacing, Gary's heart sank to the bottom. Natsui also knew that, given Nidoking's weight and inability to swim, it was impossible for it to get ashore on its own. Therefore, he made a gesture to Gyarados. Gyarados nodded in understanding and dove back into the water. A few seconds later, as the water rippled once more, Gyarados emerged, carrying the unconscious Nidoking on its tail and delivering it to the edge of the ice. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Seeing this, without even waiting for the referee to raise his flag, the announcer boomed. It's over. Absolutely incredible. The heavyweight battle between Nidoking and Gyarados on the ice field has been decided by an unexpected turn of events underwater. Chapter 153. Defeating Gary. Recalling his Nidoking, Gary couldn't help but grip the Pokeball tightly in his hand. Including the previously injured Fiero, he had now lost 2 rounds in a row. Therefore, the last Pokemon he sent out had to be capable of turning the tide. But among his many Pokemon, only a handful met that criteria. Should I send out Blastoise? Or should it be Arcanine? Blastoise was his very first Pokemon and his most trusted partner, while Arcanine was also incredibly powerful and had helped him defeat many enemies. The difficult choice now, however, was that both Blastoise and Arcanine were at a disadvantage against Natsui, remaining Jolteon and Gyarados. Before the match, he had thought about many possibilities and expected a tough battle, but he had never imagined he would end up in this situation. He glanced at the handsome, calm-looking man across the field. Just then, a slight breeze blew past, rustling a lock of Natsui's bangs, making him seem all the more profound and inscrutable. So, is he really this strong? Am I really so weak in front of him? He was now backed into a corner. If he lost again, he would fall into a bottomless abyss. Thinking back now, all the big talk he had made earlier seemed so childish and ridiculous. As he was lost in thought, a unified, high-pitched cheer from the female voices in the stands reached his ears. He turned to look and saw his cheer squad, those youthful and beautiful young women, cheering him on with all their might. Unfortunately, they were too far away for him to make out what they were saying, but from their excited expressions, it was clear they were telling him not to give up. Everyone, Gary was touched. He then looked to the side and saw the old man in the white lab coat sitting next to them. Grandpa came too? Feeling Professor Oak's gaze, a warmth instantly filled Gary's heart. So you finally decided to leave your lab and come watch my match? Gary muttered under his breath, but despite his complaining tone, the sudden smile that bloomed on his face showed that his grandfather's presence had given him immense courage. Finally, his gaze fell upon Ash. Since you've already made it to the next round, there's no way I can fall here. His confidence restored, Gary cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and turned back to face Natsui. That's right, I still have so many people supporting me. How could I possibly give up now? With that thought, he put away the Pokeball and decisively sent out his third Pokemon. Go, my final choice. As the blue light faded, the Pokemon that appeared on the field was an Electabuzz. Oh, the announcer shouted. After careful consideration, Trainer Gary has finally made his last choice and sent out Electabuzz. I have to say, since they are both electric types, Electabuzz can counter Gyarados while ensuring it won't be at a disadvantage against Jolteon. What a great choice! An electric-type Pokemon? On the other side, Natsui recalled his Gyarados and then slowly ran his finger across his remaining Pokeballs. After a moment of thought, he ultimately decided to send out Jolteon again. In that case, let's have a battle between Pokemon of the same type. Jolteon, I'm counting on you. Leaping out of the blue light, Jolteon gave a light cry and eagerly rushed in front of Electabuzz, facing off against it. When the referee announced the start of the battle, the two Pokemon didn't even bother to size each other up, but immediately took the battle to a critical point. In an instant, the piercing crackle of electricity and intense flashes of light filled the stadium. Spectators sitting closer had to squint their eyes to avoid being hurt by the bright light. Ice blocks exploded one after another. Cracks spread across the ice surface. When two thunderbolts were unleashed at the same time, the immense energy caused a large section of the ice field to collapse in an instant. A huge pillar of water, thrown up by the explosion, rose from the pool, flew into the air, and then fell back down as a torrential rain over the shattered remnants of the field. The once thick layer of ice was now broken into countless pieces, floating on the surface of the pool. By the time the audience recovered from the fast-paced battle, Jolteon and Electabuzz were standing on two separate ice floes, looking at each other, both panting heavily. However, despite the intensity of the battle, Gary sensed that something wasn't quite right. Although electric-type Pokemon only dealt half damage to each other, why was it that after taking so many attacks, Electabuzz was covered in scorch marks, while Natsui's Jolteon looked so unscathed? After a moment of confusion, he suddenly remembered something. TCH, so this Jolteon's ability is Volt Absorb. No wonder electric-type moves have no effect on it. Having figured it out, Gary quickly ordered Electabuzz to switch to attacks of other types. Quick Attack, Swift, Low Kick, Light Screen. He had Electabuzz use almost every move it knew, but without its electric-type attacks, Electabuzz was like a tiger without its fangs. Although its claws were still sharp, being unable to use its deadliest weapon caused it to gradually lose the upper hand. On the other hand, Jolteon could attack without restraint. Relying on its agile footwork and incredible speed, it continuously moved between the various ice floes, looking for any and every opportunity. Finally, as a large block of ice floated by, briefly obstructing Electabuzz's line of sight, Jolteon seized the opportunity and ended the battle with a single-pin missile. Wow! The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers for the visually stunning battle. Seeing Electabuzz fall, Gary instinctively took a step back, his mind in a daze. On the battlefield, even the strongest conviction cannot change the outcome when faced with an absolute gap in strength, no matter how unwilling one is to accept it. The momentum he had just managed to rebuild collapsed once again like a bursting dam. With two Pokemon defeated, Gary stood there, stunned. He only sent out Fiero again after being prompted by the referee. This time, it seemed everyone could see Gary's fate. In the stands, some of his cheerleaders, unable to accept the reality, had already begun to shed tears. Even some of Natsui's supporters gave Gary a round of friendly applause. On the field, although he knew Gary was powerless to struggle, Natsui still cautiously sent out his third Pokemon. The next second, Charizard soared into the sky, its eyes fixed on the prey before it. The two flying-type Pokemon chased and battled in the air, but the difference in strength was too great. The injured Fiero was taken out by one of Charizard's flamethrowers and fell into the water below. Seeing this, the referee raised his flag. Fiero is unable to battle. All three of Trainer Gary's Pokemon have been defeated. The final winner on the ice field is Trainer Natsui. Hearing the result, the crowd cheered wildly, but Gary knew that this applause was for the victor and had nothing to do with him. He gave Natsui a complex look, then silently recalled his Fiero and left the stadium, dejected and without a word. Chapter 154. The top 16 trainers amidst the roaring applause of the stadium. Natsui walked out of the arena through the contestant tunnel. At the exit, Koharu, Misty, and the others had been waiting for a long time. When he appeared, they all gathered around, applauding and congratulating him. Further away, the biker gang was holding back several reporters and fans, preventing them from getting close and disturbing them. That was a fantastic battle, Brock praised. Congratulations on the win, and congratulations on advancing. Now, both you and Ash are in the top 16. A brilliant smile appeared on Natsui's face as well. He was, of course, the happiest one about advancing to the 5th round. But speaking of Ash, Natsui turned and scanned the area. He saw Professor Oak and Delia standing nearby. But after looking around, he couldn't find Ash anywhere. Where's Ash? Misty covered her mouth and giggled. That Ash. After he saw Gary leave with a sigh, he followed him with a complicated look on his face. I think he's probably comforting him right now. As expected of his first rival and good friend, Ash still can't help but care about Gary. However, hearing Gary's name mentioned, Natsui turned to Professor Oak and said somewhat apologetically, I'm sorry. Professor, I hope Gary isn't too upset about being defeated by me. Unexpectedly, Professor Oak just smiled and waved his hand. It's all right. In a competition, there will always be losers. Besides, I believe this defeat is actually good medicine for Gary. Good medicine? Koharu gave him a confused look. His own grandson was just defeated. Why doesn't he seem worried at all? Yes, Professor Oak said earnestly. That boy, Gary, has always been arrogant. He's so used to things going his way that he looks down on all his opponents. I think this loss will help him understand that there's always someone better out there. It will be a great help for his future growth. Natsui nodded. They say no one knows a son better than his father, and Professor Oak certainly had a clear understanding of his grandson. And as expected of a highly respected scholar, his way of thinking was clearly more rational, not showing any favoritism towards Gary just because of their blood ties. In fact, future events would unfold just as Professor Oak had predicted. After his defeats in the Indigo and Silver conferences, Gary's personality did indeed change drastically. Not only did he learn to respect others and be humble and polite, but he also found his true dream. It could be said that these two defeats were what allowed Gary to truly understand himself, thus completely changing the course of his life. After all the preliminary rounds were over, the next stage was the main tournament, where the 16 trainers who had emerged victorious would compete for the championship. But before that, due to the increased difficulty of the battles, there would be a 2-day break for the competitors to rest and adjust, so they could present their best selves to the public. Taking this opportunity, with the help of Misty and Brock, Natsui used the time to conduct special training for his Pokémon, striving for steady progress and even better results. As for Ash, during the break, he happened to meet another trainer named Richie while he was out one day, and the Team Rocket trio, who had been relentlessly pursuing Ash from the very beginning, launched another attack to steal his Pikachu. However, after some coordination and communication, Ash and Richie easily repelled them, and even became friends in the process. When Ash brought Richie back and introduced him to everyone, Natsui looked at the boy, who was about the same age as Ash and even dressed similarly, and fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Could it be that some things are fated to happen, truly unavoidable in the grand scheme of things? My name is Richie. It's nice to meet you all. Brock and the others gave a warm welcome to this boy who also had a Pikachu. After some conversation, it became clear that although he looked very similar to Ash, their personalities were quite different. Not only was Richie more polite, but he was also calmer. After hearing Ash's account of their adventure together, it was clear that Richie didn't panic in the face of trouble and knew how to use his head to solve problems. As they were talking, Koharu studied Richie for a moment, then leaned close to Natsui and whispered, "Why does this person give me the feeling that he's like..." Natsui finished her sentence. Like an upgraded version of Ash, right? Seeing Koharu nod, Natsui glanced around. Seeing that no one else was paying attention to them, he turned to her and said, "Just watch. This person will be Ash's greatest rival in this tournament. If he's not careful, Ash's Indigo League journey might just end here." "Eh? Really?" Koharu looked at Richie again with surprise. Although she didn't understand why Natsui was so certain, her trust in him was such that she didn't even question where he got his information. When the short break ended, a refreshed Natsui, along with the other 15 competitors, arrived at the drawing venue. This time, the 5 registration desks in the hall had been removed and replaced by a large pool of water. The pool wasn't deep, and through the clear water, 16 Magikarp could be seen swimming around inside. A staff member approached and explained to everyone, "Welcome, trainers. From the 5th round onward, our matches will be held in the main Indigo Stadium. The advancement rules have also changed. You will be divided into 2 groups, A and B. The 8 trainers in each group will compete until one winner emerges. The final championship match will be held between the winners of the 2 groups." With that, she pointed to the pool at her side. "This simple pool you see here is what will decide your groupings. Each Magikarp inside is marked with a number. Each of you will use a fishing rod, and you will be grouped for your matches based on the number you fish up." While listening to the staff member's explanation, Natsui's eyes swept over the faces of the remaining trainers. Besides himself, Ash, and Richie, the only other people he recognized among those who had made it to the top 16 were AJ and Corey, whom he had met on New Island. The rest were all unfamiliar faces. Just then, AJ also saw Natsui and came over to greet him. "Did you know? After defeating 2 of the top contenders in a row, everyone is now betting on you. You've become the biggest competitor for all of us. Is that so?" Natsui had indeed heard rumors to that effect. In truth, looking at the entire Indigo Conference, it wasn't that Natsui was overwhelmingly powerful, but rather that the competitors who had entered were not exceptionally strong. Chapter 155. Fishing and Publication. AJ looked around at the other competitors in the venue, then said to Natsui, "Since we've both made it this far, as the man who once defeated me, I actually hope we don't meet too early in the next rounds." "Oh." Natsui raised an eyebrow. "Why is that?" AJ laughed heartily. "I made a point to watch your matches. You've become much stronger than when we first met, and it seems like you're still holding back. I tried to put myself in your opponent's shoes and wondered if I could really win against such a powerful foe. But the more I thought about it, the more it fired me up. That's why I hope we can settle things on the stage of the final match." "I see." Natsui nodded. "Then it looks like we both have to do our best. We can't let ourselves get eliminated halfway through." At that moment, the trainers in the hall began to take their fishing rods one by one, choosing a spot and casting their hooks into the pool. Not wanting to delay, Natsui took the fishing rod Koharu handed him and, mimicking the others, cast his hook into the water as well. A school of dopey Magikarp was swimming aimlessly in the pool, looking rather listless. According to the staff, the fishing rods provided by the Pokemon League were tied with a special lure designed to quickly attract Magikarp. However, Natsui had never fished before in his life, so his movements were inevitably clumsy. Luckily, there was an idle water Pokemon expert right there with him. Under Misty's guidance, Natsui quickly got the hang of it and learned some of the key points. But surprisingly, several Magikarp swam right past Natsui's hook, completely indifferent to the food in front of them. After a long wait, still not a single Magikarp had taken a bait. In contrast, the other trainers were having frequent success and were quickly assigned to their groups. Ash, in particular, had a stroke of incredible luck. The moment he cast his hook into the water, a Magikarp bit it. He laughed joyfully as he held the Magikarp, but when the staff member announced the number, his smile instantly froze on his face. The staff member pointed to the large screen and said softly, "Trainer Ash, your number is A3, and your next opponent is the other A3, Trainer Richie." "What?" Hearing this, Ash and Richie looked at each other in shock, their hearts sinking at the same time. "We just became friends who admire each other, and now we have to fight for a spot to advance." The two stood in silence, the atmosphere becoming extremely heavy. Nearby, Natsui shook his head. What a cruel twist of fate. But right now, he was in no mood to worry about others. As more and more Magikarp were caught, almost all the other trainers had their matchups set, while his own hook remained empty. This is so strange, Koharu said, crouching next to Natsui with her chin in her hands, looking at the pool. The bait is fine, your arm is steady, and the rod isn't shaking much. So why won't these Magikarp bite your hook? Who knows? Natsui shrugged. Everyone else has already been matched up. Right now, I'm tempted to just jump into the water and catch one with my bare hands. Misty laughed, then leaned over to look for a moment, seeming to have discovered something. I think it's because you have the scent of your Gyarados on you. Don't be fooled by how dopey Magikarp look. Even though Gyarados is their evolved form, they're still terrified of its intimidating presence. Oh, is that so? Natsui first raised his eyebrows in surprise at Misty's plausible analysis, then scratched his head. Then what should I do? Am I really going to be the last one left after everyone else is done? Hearing this, Haunter emerged halfway from Natsui's shadow, shot him a helpless look, and then extended a finger, wiggling it slightly. An invisible force passed into the water. A Magikarp, as if being dragged by a pair of ruthless hands, was forced to open its mouth and was yanked onto the hook. After doing this, Haunter silently slipped back into the shadows, completely unnoticed by anyone. Wow, it took the bait. Even Natsui didn't notice the strange occurrence at his feet. Seeing the Magikarp on the line, he quickly pulled with all his might, fishing it out of the pool. A staff member looked at the tag on the Magikarp and, after entering the number into the computer, smiled and said, "Trainer Natsui, your number is A4, and your next opponent is the other A4. Trainer Yoshiki." Yashiki? Natsui turned to look at the big screen, where the face of a young man with curly green hair appeared. Natsui found his face completely unfamiliar, and the name didn't ring any bells either. But since he had made it to the top 16, he was surely no pushover. By now, all the groupings had been decided. After returning to the fishing rod, Natsui took another look at the tournament bracket. Among his acquaintances, AJ and Corey were both assigned to Group B, so it seemed he wouldn't face them before the finals. The real difficulty was that both he and Ash had been placed in Group A. If Ash won his battle against Richie, according to the bracket, his next opponent would be Natsui. Having to fight friends back-to-back was undoubtedly a huge mental strain for Ash. After the drawing was over, he didn't even say goodbye to Richie and left alone, looking heavily preoccupied. As his traveling companions, Misty and Brock exchanged a glance with Natsui, then chased after Ash with worried expressions. Natsui shook his head at this, then turned to Koharu. Well, now that the results are out, let's get going too. According to the schedule, as the third and fourth matches of Group A, Natsui's and Ash's battles were set for tomorrow afternoon. This gave him ample time to research his opponent, Yashiki, and see if he could find any weaknesses. After lunch, Natsui and Koharu returned to their dorm. Inside the room, his Dratini was playing with Jolteon and Koharis Yamper. Seeing Natsui return, Dratini flew over to him and chirped happily. After a long period of guidance, Dratini's personality issues had been mostly corrected, although it was still a bit shy around strangers. Once the Indigo Conference was over, he could definitely take it on his travels and battles. But before he could even take a sip of water, Natsui received a message from the girl back in Kalos. It was from their chat that he learned that Alexa's interview had finally been published in Kalos the day before. Kalos' trainer crosses the ocean to challenge the Indigo League. Once this news was released, it immediately caused a small stir. However, because the people there had limited interest in Indigo Conference, it didn't create a huge wave, only circulating for a short time within relevant circles or among those who were paying close attention. But it was this news, along with the clear and handsome photograph, that brought immense joy to the girl who had been following his journey. Chapter 156. Ash and Richie Wednesday, a clear and sunny day. Bright sunlight poured down from the sky, illuminating the entire Indigo Stadium. Amidst waves of cheers, the morning's duels had already decided the first two winners from Group A. After the lunch break, the audience's focus shifted once again to the two matches scheduled for the afternoon. At this moment, the main stadium, capable of holding 50,000 people, was packed to the rafters, the roar of the crowd deafening. Compared to the smaller preliminary venues, the scale here was much grander, and the number of spectators had increased dramatically. With countless figures moving all around, it felt as if no matter where you looked, you were surrounded by a lively, bustling scene. Streamers, horns, balloons, and cheer sticks were everywhere, filling the air with a festive atmosphere. People drank soda, ate popcorn, and immersed themselves in the biggest tournament of the year. Ash's match was scheduled for 1 p.m. As a support group, Natsui, Kohoro, Misty, Brock, Delia, and Professor Oak had all taken their seats in the stands early, waiting for the match to begin. The announcer's passionate voice filled the air, first warming up the crowd by introducing the track records of the two competitors. Then, amidst a huge cheer, Richie was the first to walk into the stadium. However, when the announcer introduced Ash, a long pause followed his announcement. But Ash was nowhere to be seen. The announcer first looked surprised, then called out for him several more times. But after waiting and waiting, Ash still hadn't appeared. Now, it wasn't just the audience. Even the Pokemon League, the event organizer, hadn't expected such a situation. Staff members rushed to the lounge to look for him, but there was no sign of Ash. "What's going on?" People looked at each other, and one spectator asked in confusion, "Where did that trainer named Ash go?" "Who knows?" said another. "He hasn't shown up for so long. Could he have forfeited?" Although people were discussing it animatedly, according to the tournament rules, Ash's eligibility could not be revoked until the official start time. Therefore, no matter how much the audience complained or how dissatisfied they were with Ash, they could only wait patiently. In the stands, seeing the commotion around them, Delia also wore a worried expression. "That boy, Ash, he didn't oversleep like he usually does, did he?" "That's impossible." Misty shook her head. "He had breakfast with us this morning." But after that, he seemed to get a phone call and then rushed out with Pikachu. "He went out and hasn't come back yet?" Professor Oak frowned upon hearing this. Could he have run into some kind of danger? Seeing Misty and Brock about to get up to search for Ash, Natsui shook his head at them. "Let's just wait a little longer. I think he must have gotten held up by something, but I believe that no matter what, Ash will make it back in time at the last minute." In reality, there was no need to guess Ash's whereabouts. He had surely been caught up in trouble with Team Rocket. However, Natsui had no intention of interfering. Everyone has a different path to growth, and this was precisely the kind of setback Ash needed to experience. Only by overcoming these trials would he become stronger and more mature. But as time ticked by, the audience grew more and more impatient, and the anxiety of Misty, Brock, and the others also intensified. Just as the referee approached Richie, intending to declare him the winner by default, Richie stopped him. He pleaded with the referee to delay the start of the match further. Seeing his sincere expression, the referee, after consulting with the league officials, agreed to his request. After all, based on the principles of maximizing profit and excitement, neither the Pokemon League nor the audience wanted a competitor to advance so easily and without any spectacle due to their opponent's tardiness. Finally, the referee agreed to delay the match for another 10 minutes. After an agonizing wait, just as the new deadline was approaching, Ash finally arrived late. "Wait a minute." Hearing Ash's voice, everyone in the stadium simultaneously looked up towards the distant sky. A Pidgeotto could be seen pulling a Meowth-shaped hot air balloon, flying rapidly towards the stadium from outside. Tied underneath the balloon was a damaged bicycle, and Ash, holding onto a rope with one hand, was standing on the bike with Pikachu, a look of anxiety on his face. When the balloon landed steadily, Ash leaped down onto the field. This stylish entrance piqued the audience's interest slightly, and their dissatisfaction with Ash seemed to diminish a little. "He's finally here." Misty and the others breathed a sigh of relief. However, Natsui noticed that, just as in the anime, Ash's Pidgeotto was panting from exhaustion after rushing with the hot air balloon. It seemed it would be unable to participate in the upcoming battle. And for Ash, this was clearly bad news. Due to the delay, there was no extra time for Ash to rest. Once the two competitors were ready, the referee immediately announced the start of the match. On the field, Richie and Ash opened their Pokeballs at the same time. As the blue light faded, Richie sent out a Butterfree, while Ash sent out his Squirtle. According to the tournament rules, starting from the 5th round, although the battles were still 3v3, the field used by the competitors had changed to a standard dirt field. Such a field, while seemingly unremarkable and lacking the surprises of the preliminary stages, was better for showcasing a trainer's on-the-spot abilities and the fairness of the competition. At that moment, under the command of their trainers, the two Pokémon had already begun to clash. As they continuously exchanged moves, both sides took damage, and for a while, neither could gain an advantage. Natsui stroked his chin, looking back and forth between Ash and Richie. It seemed that even though the two had become friends, neither had any intention of holding back. Thinking about it, it was understandable. Given Ash's emotional intelligence, the more he valued someone, the more it would ignite his fighting spirit and potential. The battle on the field continued. The two Pokémon continued to grapple and pull. But compared to the intense battles of the preliminary rounds, this fight was too underwhelming and completely lacked intensity. The audience frequently shook their heads, very dissatisfied with the performance. Occasional boos could be heard, but they didn't affect the focused Ash and Richie in the slightest. After some back and forth, finally, under Richie's command, his Butterfree used Sleep Powder. Caught off guard, Squirtle got a face full of it. Squirtle swayed left and right, and after holding on for just a few seconds, it fell straight to the ground, fast asleep. Chapter 157. Ash is eliminated outside the field. No matter how much Ash called out, Squirtle showed no signs of waking up. Seeing this, the referee decisively raised his flag, announcing the result of the first bout. Recalling Squirtle, Ash hurriedly tried to think of a counter-strategy. However, before he could even decide which Pokémon send out, Pikachu had already charged forward on all fours, launching an attack on Butterfree. Faced with Pikachu's quick attack, Butterfree had no time to dodge and was hit squarely. Seeing it try to fly into the air, Pikachu grabbed one of its legs and immediately used Thunderbolt, zapping the Butterfree to a crisp. Although Pikachu had acted on its own, it was thanks to it that the score was now even. However, its condition was extremely worrying. It seemed to have exhausted a great deal of stamina before even arriving at the stadium. Now, it was covered in sweat, and its movements had become sluggish, as if it had reached its limit. Seeing it in this state, even Koharu in the stands, who didn't know much about battling, could tell something was wrong. Is Ash's Pikachu okay? Why does it look so exhausted? Natsui nodded. Remember what I said before? Just watch. In this battle, dwindling stamina and a disobedient Pokemon are the biggest challenges Ash will face. After the score became 1-1, Richie didn't hesitate and immediately sent out a Charmander. Charmander continuously spat flames, forcing Pikachu to keep moving to dodge, which completely drained the last of its stamina. Finally, with a single tackle, Charmander knocked Pikachu out of bounds. When the spectators realized that after waiting for so long, all they got was such a boring battle, even more of them began to boo in dissatisfaction. What is this? Is this really a match between top 16 trainers? Exactly. This childish battle is worse than a street circus performance. They should make these two watch the last round's battle on the ice field. Gyarados' imposing figure and the massive pillar of water from the two colliding thunderbolts are still fresh in my mind. As his traveling companions, Misty and Brock sat up straight, embarrassed by the surrounding comments. Even if they wanted to argue, they had no ground to stand on. After all, Pikachu's condition was indeed terrible. Ash wasn't skilled at creating grand spectacles, and a standard field for the 5th round was too plain to allow for any surprises or unexpected turns. However, these criticisms were too far away to reach Ash's ears. Seeing Pikachu defeated, Ash had no other choice but to send out Charizard. But when Charizard entered the field and saw that its opponent was its own pre-evolved form, it couldn't muster even a shred of interest. Facing the lazily standing Charizard, Richie's Charmander attacked first. But when its ember grazed past Charizard, the provocation seemed to only enrage it. Charizard opened its mouth and spewed a massive fireball, forcing the small Charmander to flee all over the field. Helpless, Richie had to recall his Charmander and instead sent out his final Pokemon, a Pikachu with a tuft of hair on its head. But just as Richie sent out Pikachu, Charizard, as if disdainful of fighting such a small Pokemon, lay down on the ground and began to feign sleep. No matter how much Ash pleaded or begged, Charizard remained motionless. The crowd was in an uproar. This was an extremely rare situation in the history of the Indigo Conference. Seeing that Charizard had completely lost its will to fight, the referee waited a while. After confirming that Ash was unable to command his Charizard, he raised his flag and announced the result of the match. Charizard has forfeited the will to battle. Trainer Richie is the winner. Ash took a dejected step back. Though his heart was filled with unwillingness, he composed himself, put on a smile, and walked onto the field to shake Richie's hand. However, compared to his sportsmanship, the audience was clearly not satisfied. Even several seconds later, the crowd, including the announcer, still hadn't recovered from the shock. What has happened? Not only was the performance from both trainers lackluster, but the match also ended so abruptly. One could only imagine that the online public opinion would be extremely unfavorable for Ash right now. Fortunately, Ash never used electronic devices, which meant the impact of this incident on him would be close to zero. However, Natsui was actually quite disappointed with this outcome. He had already reminded Ash before to communicate more with his Charizard, but it seemed nothing had changed. Around Natsui and the others, some spectators were already leaving the stadium, grumbling curses. Seeing this, they didn't dare to linger either. They quickly got up and went to the contestant exit to wait for Ash. A few minutes later, Ash, holding Pikachu, walked out of the tunnel with a look of disappointment. He scanned the area and, seeing so many people who cared about him, shook his head with a wry smile. "Sorry, everyone. I'll let you down." Seeing him like this, Delia, Professor Oak, Misty, and Brock all came forward to comfort him with words of encouragement. After their guidance, Ash's mood visibly improved. He rubbed his nose and finally turned his head to Natsui. "Natsui, I lost. It's all up to you now." Natsui patted his shoulder. "It's okay. Young man, don't be too discouraged and don't feel down. You need to know, you still have a long road ahead of you. This won't be the only time you fail. Sooner or later, you'll get used to it." Ash, is he really trying to comfort me? No matter how I hear it, it sounds more like some kind of curse. Due to the delay of Ash's match, the start time for Natsui's match was also pushed back significantly. By the time his battle began, the sky was already nearing dusk, but the audience was still filled with immense enthusiasm. As a popular competitor with both looks and skill, the cheers for him were overwhelming, a world of difference compared to the atmosphere during Ash's battle just before. Natsui and Yashiki stood on opposite sides of the field. When the referee signaled the start of the match, the first Pokemon Natsui sent out was his Venusaur, while Yashiki sent out a Persian. In terms of typing, neither Pokemon had an advantage over the other, but this didn't affect Venusaur's performance in the slightest. Once the battle began, Natsui showed Yashiki exactly why he had eliminated so many top contenders and become the most popular trainer. Facing the Persian, which relied mainly on close-range combat, Venusaur gave it no openings whatsoever. It used Razor Leaf for long-range attacks, Vine Whip for restraint, followed up with Sleep Powder and Growth, and finally, with a fully charged Solar Beam, it not only brought a brief moment of brightness to the darkening stadium, but also completely depleted Persian stamina. Chapter 158. Advancing to the top 8, Yashiki recalled his unconscious Persian and sent out a Dodrio, hoping to gain a type advantage over Venusaur. However, Natsui, a master of this strategy, would naturally not let him have his way. He switched out for Jolteon to counter the Dodrio. In terms of skill, Yashiki was probably on par with Gary, perhaps even a bit stronger. But at this moment, he was finally experiencing the same sense of powerlessness that Gary had faced against Natsui, with his types being constantly suppressed. The man before him was relentless in this regard. As long as he won the first bout, he would never allow himself to be at a disadvantage in type matchups for the rest of the match. Yashiki found this incredibly difficult to deal with. And in fact, when the second round began, things unfolded just as he had feared. Dodrio was slowly pushed into a disadvantage. As a flightless bird that spent its life running on land, Dodrio's wings had long since atrophied. Although it was a flying-type Pokemon and knew some flying-type moves, it couldn't actually fly. However, its legs were thick and powerful. While slightly slower than Jolteon, its endurance was extremely high, which allowed it to keep up in the chase without immediately falling behind. But this couldn't change the inevitable. As the intensity of the battle increased, and after being repeatedly hit by electric-type moves, Dodrio's stamina began to wane, and its steps became weak and unsteady. On the other side, even though Jolteon had the advantage, Natsui remained cautious and didn't let it get too close to Dodrio. After all, Dodrio's three heads could all attack independently, which gave it a huge advantage in close-quarters combat. Jolteon used Thunderbolt, in the end, covered in wounds and in a precarious state. Dodrio finally fell to Jolteon's Thunderbolt after a battle of attrition. Outside the field, the audience waved their cheer sticks and shouted with excitement. Compared to Ash's recent match, Natsui's two bouts, while also lacking in grand spectacles, were still quite exciting for the spectators. This was especially true for those who were already fans of Natsui. Seeing their chosen competitor win so easily put them in a great mood. Ladies and gentlemen, even the announcer's commentary seemed to be completely biased in Natsui's favor. Trainer Natsui once again has a 2-0 lead, securing the match point. Will this be another clean and decisive victory, just like his previous ones? Let's wait and see. On the field, Yashiki, having worked so hard to get into the top 16, was naturally unwilling to be eliminated so easily. He recalled his Dodrio and sent out his final Pokemon. Go! Golem! As the blue light faded, Golem's heavy body landed on the ground with a dull thud. Seeing this, Natsui decisively recalled Jolteon and sent out Blastoise. However, compared to the Dodrio just before, this ground and rock-type Golem was in an even worse position, facing a 4x weakness to water-type moves. Its chances of a comeback were incredibly slim, but facing Blastoise's water gun and hydro pump attacks, Golem still displayed a tenacious fighting spirit. Relying on its tough hide, it rolled like a boulder towards Blastoise, making one last struggle. It wrapped its arms around Blastoise, then leaped high into the air. Upon reaching a certain height, it suddenly flipped its body over and smashed down towards the ground. He's using it, the announcer shouted. Faced with a type disadvantage, Golem is using Seismic Toss. It was with this powerful move that it blazed a trail to the top 16. Now, facing trainer Natsui's Blastoise, can it make a comeback and turn the tide of the battle? The two Pokemon continued to plummet from midair. On the way down, Blastoise tried to struggle, but Golem's strength was immense and it couldn't break free. Seeing this, Natsui showed no signs of panic. If it were another Pokemon, he might have been worried about it getting injured, but his Blastoise had its own unique defensive measures. Blastoise, use Withdraw. Hearing Natsui's command, Blastoise quickly retracted its body into its thick shell. Crash! With a loud bang, the shell slammed heavily onto the ground, instantly creating a huge crater in the flat field. The resulting dust cloud floated up, shrouding a large area. Golem stood panting outside the smoke, and like its trainer Yashiki, stared hopefully at the Blastoise in the crater. However, to their disappointment, as the dust settled, the shell twitched, and the next second, Blastoise extended its limbs and poked its head out again. It shook its head, Although it had been rattled by the impact, it appeared to be largely unharmed. What? This was completely beyond Yashiki's expectations. He gritted his teeth, a sense of powerlessness welling up inside him. That was his final trump card, and it had been neutralized so easily. Oh my. The announcer's tone had a hint of gloating. Protected by withdraw, the damage from Golem's seismic toss was completely negated. So, what will he do now to break this deadlock? However, what no one expected was that Yashiki, pushed into a corner, chose another path at this moment. He spread his hands and said helplessly, "I surrender." What? The referee seemed to not believe his ears and asked subconsciously, "I said, I surrender." Yashiki raised his right hand and sighed in defeat. There's no need to fight anymore. I've lost this match. Yashiki could see the situation clearly. Even if he got lucky and defeated this Blastoise, his opponent still had two other Pokemon. Golem was in no condition to win, since defeat was inevitable. Why should he let his Pokemon suffer needlessly? Trainer Yashiki has surrendered, the announcer exclaimed. Although it lacks the never-say-die spirit of sportsmanship, one must admit, this is indeed a wise choice. So, let's congratulate Trainer Natsui on successfully advancing to the next round. The crowd erupted in a massive cheer, the sound of their cheer sticks and other items creating a deafening rhythm. From the stands, Ash stared intently at Natsui, clenching his fists. It was the first Pokemon League for both of them, but their performances were completely different. In terms of the strength he had shown, this man was already far ahead of him. He, on the other hand, had struggled all the way here, only to have his final result be a spot in the top 16. Watching Natsui make his stylish exit under the watchful eyes of thousands, and seeing even Misty and Kohara cheering for him wholeheartedly, he couldn't help but feel envious, even if he didn't say it out loud. Defeating one strong opponent after another alongside your Pokemon. That must be the greatest joy in life, right? Chapter 159. A new record after a day of rest. Natsui returned to the Indigo Stadium for the top 8 quarterfinal match. It was from this round onward that the battles adopted a full 6v6 format. And according to the advancement path from the group draw, his opponent this time was none other than Richie, the trainer who had eliminated Ash. In this battle, Richie once again sent out the 3 Pokemon he had used against Ash: Pikachu, Charmander, and Butterfree, while adding a Wartortle, Oddish, and Primeape to complete his final lineup. To counter Richie's team, Natsui correspondingly sent out Gardevoir, Charizard, Blastoise, Venusaur, Gyarados, and Jolteon to battle. Looking at the types of Pokemon used, it was hard not to notice that Richie's team was almost identical to Ash's initial lineup. Combined with their similar age, appearance, and the mutual admiration between them, it was difficult not to wonder if Richie was secretly Ash's father's illegitimate son. Of course, that was just a joke. After Ash's match ended the other day, Delia and Professor Oak had left the Indigo Plateau and returned to Pallet Town. Although Ash had been eliminated, he didn't leave with his mother. Instead, he stayed behind, wanted to see just how far Natsui could go and what results he could achieve. At this moment, he was sitting in the stands, carefully observing Natsui's every move as if trying to learn something from this battle. However, to his surprise, once the match began, he had expected Richie to put up a tough fight. But against Natsui's fully evolved Pokemon, Richie's team was completely overwhelmed and rendered helpless. None of Richie's Pokemon posed any real trouble for Natsui. Instead, Natsui seized every opportunity to defeat them one after another. It was a complete domination on all fronts. In the end, Natsui easily achieved victory with a score of 6-0. Rubbing his eyes, Ash still couldn't believe it even after the match was over. The same Richie who had eliminated him was so powerless in front of Natsui. The 6 bouts, when added together, took less than 30 minutes. The suffocating pace and a massive gap in strength left Ash speechless, and he couldn't help but feel sorry for Richie. That was too brutal a defeat. But if I were the one battling Natsui, would the result have been the same? Thinking of this, his own elimination suddenly didn't seem to sting as much. After the entire battle, from Natsui's perspective, if he were to compare Richie to the other trainers he had faced, Richie's strength was not particularly outstanding. Not only was he not on Ash's level, but he was also slightly weaker than Gary and AJ. At best, his skill was about the same as Giselle's. He figured that the reason Richie had made it to the top 8 was likely due to a bit of luck and, more importantly, facing weaker opponents. Just as Natsui was about to leave through the contestant tunnel, the announcer's voice echoed through the microphones. First, let's congratulate trainer Natsui on successfully advancing to the semifinals. And by defeating his opponent with a score of 6-0, he has also set a new record at the Indigo Conference. Hearing this, even Natsui himself was very curious. He quickly stopped in his tracks and listened intently. A set of data first appeared on the big screen, and then the announcer continued. Since the founding of the Indigo Conference, no one has ever made it all the way from the preliminary rounds to the semifinals with a perfect winning streak. Today, with his powerful skills, trainer Natsui has easily achieved this, which means a new record has been born. The spectators in the stands, filled with admiration, rose to their feet and applauded, congratulating Natsui. After the applause died down, the announcer added, "And I have every reason to believe that in his upcoming battles, trainer Natsui will continue to make history and raise the bar for this record even higher." It was unclear if this was an instruction from the league to deliberately hype Natsui up. From the announcer's words, it seemed he was on the verge of becoming a Natsui fanboy, but it was hardly surprising. With Natsui's current popularity, almost anything involving him could become a hot topic. On the field, Natsui just shook his head, turned, and left the stadium. Although he was somewhat pleased about setting such a record, it didn't really mean much, nor did it bring him any tangible benefits. After all, limited by the overall skill level of the region, the caliber of trainers at the Indigo Conference was indeed a bit low compared to future conferences like the Melissa of the Valley, Virtus, or Lumiose conferences. Therefore, even a perfect streak wasn't something to be overly proud of. Meeting up with Koharu and the others, Natsui returned to his dorm and, as usual, had a big meal to celebrate. The athletes' village was now quite deserted, with only a handful of competitors remaining. Walking down the streets of the residential area, you could go a long time without seeing a single person. In fact, after his elimination, Ash's dorm had been reclaimed by the conference. Left with no other choice, he, along with Misty and Brock, had moved into Natsui's private building. This policy wasn't because the Pokemon League was being pragmatic and trying to save on accommodation costs, but rather a protective measure to prevent disgruntled, eliminated trainers from harassing the remaining competitors. To outsiders, however, such an action inevitably felt a bit callous. Another day passed. A well-rested Natsui, in the semifinals, eliminated a female trainer named Melissa. This battle, compared to his previous ones, finally gave Natsui a bit of challenge. In particular, Melissa's Rhydon and Venomoth were incredibly valiant, performing at 120 of their strength. But fortunately, in the first 4 bouts, Natsui's Pokemon lived up to expectations and narrowly defeated their opponents. Faced with Melissa's 2 formidable Pokemon, Natsui decisively sent out Haunter for the 5th round. It scored a 2-for-1, defeating both of them consecutively and leaving no chance for a comeback. Once again, with a score of 6-0, he became the first to advance to the finals. After watching the entire match, the audience was absolutely ecstatic. Not only were the 6 bouts intense, but being able to witness the continuation of a record-breaking streak was naturally a very exciting event. And having reached this stage, even Natsui couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. From receiving his first Pokemon to this moment, after a long journey, he was now just 1 step away from the Indigo Conference Championship. Fortunately, he managed to calm himself down in time and quietly waited for the other finalist from Group B. However, in a surprising turn of events in the Group B matches, AJ was defeated in the top 8 and did not make it to the semifinals as he had hoped. It seemed his wish was destined to go unfulfilled. But another trainer, Corey, defeated AJ's opponent in the semifinals and successfully advanced. And Natsui's final opponent would be this very man, the one he had met on New Island, but whose memory had been erased by Mutual. Chapter 160. Arriving to cheer him on once the two finalists were decided, the Pokemon League announced a 3-day break, scheduling the final match for Wednesday at 10 a.m. During this period, the Pokemon League staff also took promotional photos of Natsui and Corey, plastering posters of their upcoming battle on the streets of every major city. At the same time, a promotional video was edited and broadcast continuously on television, the internet, and the big screens in commercial districts, ensuring that most of the audience in the Kanto region would receive the news in their daily lives. As a result, the public's excitement grew, and everyday conversations revolved around the upcoming final. Someone even started a poll online, and with the support of over 6 million participants, Natsui completely dominated Corey with 93 of the votes. On various programs, hosts, experts, and even judges from related competitions all favored Natsui, believing that even if he couldn't win 6-0 in the final, he still had a very high chance of taking home the championship trophy of this year's Indigo League Conference. The joyful atmosphere grew thicker. While the outside world held high expectations for Natsui, he himself became more cautious in the face of such public opinion, not daring to slack off in the slightest. To get into the best possible condition, he specially rented an indoor battle facility in the city to conduct intensive training. For this, Misty, Brock, and even Ash and their Pokemon all volunteered to help. Inside the facility, Natsui's Pokemon were scattered in various corners of the battlefield. Gyarados and Blastoise were engaged in a battle between Water-type Pokemon under Misty's guidance. It had to be said that having grown up in a Water-type gym, Misty truly had a unique talent for training water Pokemon. She was even able to point out details that Natsui hadn't noticed before. Meanwhile, his Charizard was having a stare down with Ash's Charizard. Neither Pokemon was willing to back down, looking ready to start a fight at any moment. As for the rest of his Pokemon, they were all gathered around Brock, each undergoing their respective training routines. Natsui would occasionally look here, then look there. He was very satisfied with the current situation. He had done everything he could. With all preparations complete, all that was left was to wait for the match to begin. Just then, Masa walked in from outside. "Boss, another big group of reporters is here. They want to interview you. What should we do? Should we chase them all away like before?" Natsui was about to refuse, but on second thought, he shook his head. "Forget it. They'll just do an interview this time. After all, I've come this far. Refusing them again would seem too ungrateful." Hearing this, Masa went outside to make arrangements. Under her command, the bikers cleared an area outside the training facility and gathered all the reporters together. When Natsui appeared, the reporters' eyes lit up and they swarmed forward, surrounding him tightly. If it weren't for the intimidating bikers standing guard beside him, they might have shoved their microphones in his face again like before. "Trainer Natsui, could you please comment on Trainer Corey?" "Trainer Natsui, I'd like to ask, are you confident you'll win the match?" "Trainer Natsui, is it true that before you became a coach, you were involved in the criminal world? Is that cool girl from the biker gang your lover?" "Trainer Natsui." These uncrowned kings, holding their microphones, asked a wide variety of questions, covering everything from his opponent, family background, dreams, and career to personal gossip. These questions seemed simple, but were full of traps. If he answered even slightly incorrectly, they would be embellished and published everywhere that very night, not even waiting until the next day. Natsui answered cautiously, not aiming to be brilliant, but simply to avoid making any mistakes or giving them anything to use against him. It could be said that at this moment, riding the wave of the Indigo Conference, Natsui was the man with the highest profile in the Kanto region. A single interview session, just dealing with them, was even more exhausting than fighting an intense battle. Time flew by in an instant. On the last day before the final, to Natsui's surprise, several more unexpected guests arrived at the Indigo Plateau at the same time, specifically to cheer him on. Among them, the ones who warmed his heart the most were Professor Sakuragi and his wife, Yoshino. And traveling with the couple, besides Koharu's brother Soda, were even the assistants Kikuna and Rinji, who had also come along for the ride. Their arrival surprised not only Natsui, but Koharu as well. They had kept it a complete secret, and Koharu hadn't received even a hint beforehand. So much so that when she opened the door and saw them, she was stunned for a moment and subconsciously rubbed her eyes, thinking she was hallucinating. "Mom, Dad, what are you guys doing here?" Glancing at Natsui, Professor Sakuragi laughed heartily. At such an important moment, as family, no matter how busy we are with work, we have to make time to come and cheer on our family. Hearing this, Natsui's heart felt warm, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say to thank them. Rinji then patted Natsui's shoulder and said excitedly, "I've been secretly following your matches. I never thought you were this amazing, making it all the way to the finals so easily." Just as he had settled them into the dorm, before he could even take a sip of tea, the doorbell rang again. Puzzled, Natsui opened the door. To his surprise, standing outside was a cool and beautiful girl with long black hair. "Sabrina? What are you doing here too?" The visitor was none other than Sabrina, and she hadn't contacted Natsui beforehand either. She had found her way here on her own. This was truly a surprise within a surprise. She looked the same as the last time they met, just as beautiful. Quickly inviting her into the building, Natsui said with a brilliant smile, "Hey, why didn't you tell me you were coming? If I had known, I would have asked you to come a few days earlier to help me train my Pokemon." Shooting Natsui a look, Sabrina said helplessly, "Do you think I'm that free? The Saffron Gym gets challengers every day. How could I leave so easily?" Natsui raised an eyebrow. "That busy? Does that mean you have to rush back?" "It's fine," Sabrina said softly. "My father is temporarily acting as the gym leader and managing things for me, so I could finally take a break for a while." Natsui didn't catch the hidden meaning in her words. As they spoke, they had already walked into the living room, and upon seeing so many people, Sabrina couldn't help but pause. Seeing this, Natsui quickly introduced them to each other. Among them, Ash's group had of course met Sabrina before. Although they greeted her, they couldn't hide their surprise. Although it was Ash who had helped Sabrina resolve her inner conflicts, their relationship was merely that of acquaintances. Seeing how familiar and cheerful Natsui was with Sabrina now, they couldn't help but be shocked. With so many people suddenly crowding into the dorm, the building immediately felt a bit cramped. Fortunately, it was a two-story building, so there were enough rooms for everyone. In the end, Professor Sakuragi and Soda shared a room. His wife and Koharu shared another. Brock and Ash shared one. Natsui had his own, Sabrina had her own, and Misty had her own, perfectly filling up all 6 bedrooms upstairs and downstairs. That evening, Natsui asked Brock and Misty to go out and buy some fresh meat and vegetables, and they had a big barbecue outside the dorm. Because there were so many people, and with Brock's cooking skills, everyone ate to their heart's content amidst laughter and conversation. When Brock saw Sabrina laughing and talking with Natsui, he felt extremely envious. After the meal, he even secretly found Natsui and asked him for tips on how to get along with girls. "What? You want me to teach you how to pick up girls?" "Sure. Keep your voice down." Seeing Natsui's surprised look, Brock nodded, a bit embarrassed. "You even managed to become friends with an ice queen like Sabrina. How on earth did you do it? Can you teach me a few tricks?" "I don't really have anything to teach you. There's no special trick to becoming friends with a girl. You just have to be sincere." Natsui waved his hand, but seeing Brock's disappointed face, he thought for a moment and said, "All right, it's actually not that hard. As long as you can achieve 2 words, you can be as popular with girls as I am." Brock's eyes widened, instantly shining with a strong light. "Oh, what 2 words?" Natsui smiled confidently. "Of course, it's being handsome." Gag. Nearby, Ash, who had been listening for a while, couldn't help but let out a dry heave. Why is everyone so obsessed with girls? I really don't get it. How could something so troublesome be better than Pokemon? Chapter 161. The final match bang bang. Bang bang. On the day of the finals, a continuous barrage of fireworks exploded high above the Indigo Stadium. The entire stadium was enveloped in a lingering scent of gunpowder, intensely stimulating the senses of the spectators and causing them to cheer even more wildly. Completely immersed in the final battle of this grand event, dozens of mascot performers emerged in a line from both sides, circling the field and waving to the crowd. The more observant members of the audience immediately recognized that the mascots were the very Pokémon that the two finalists had used in their previous matches. Experiencing such an atmosphere for the first time, Professor Sakuragi and his wife sat in the stands, looked around, and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. So this is what the Indigo Conference is like. This atmosphere is really incredible. Because it was so noisy, Koharu, despite sitting right next to them, had to cup her hand around her mouth and shout, just as loudly, "This is just the beginning. Once the battle starts, you'll see just how passionate these fans really are." At that moment, thousands of balloons were released, rising higher and higher until they blotted out the sun, and then, in the blink of an eye, they disappeared over the horizon. The crowd gasped in awe. However, unlike the people around her, Sabrina sat upright with her arms crossed, like a proper lady, seeming somewhat out of place. After all, for someone like her who preferred quiet, such a frenetic atmosphere was bound to be uncomfortable. Then again, if Koharu hadn't already adapted to this kind of clamor step by step during the preliminary rounds, she probably would have been just like Sabrina. On the field, President Goodshow first held a brief opening ceremony, and then the announcer's passionate voice echoed across the stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, the highly anticipated final of the Indigo Conference is about to begin. After several rounds of fierce competition, two of the strongest trainers have emerged. Today, they will decide who among them is the most outstanding trainer of this tournament. A round of friendly applause filled the stadium. After it subsided, the announcer continued, "Today, besides myself, we have also invited a heavyweight trainer to join me in commentating on the match. I'm confident his unique insights will provide us with a more professional perspective. Now, let's welcome our special guest, an Elite Four member of the Kanto and Johto regions, Mr. Lance." The audience was stunned for a moment, then erupted in a massive cheer. They never expected the elusive Lance to be here. As an extremely popular champion and Elite Four member, Lance had a huge following due to his cool image and his passionate, righteous personality. His presence here was a truly unexpected delight for the audience, and having him as a witness made this year's Indigo Conference feel even more extraordinary. Lance greeted the audience. "Hello everyone, I'm Lance. It's an honor to be here at the Indigo Stadium to commentate on this pivotal battle." The announcer smiled. "Mr. Lance, I'd like to ask, despite your busy schedule, have you had a chance to follow the matches of the Indigo Conference?" Naturally, Lance chuckled. "While I haven't watched every single match, I have followed a few of the key battles. I must say, as a senior trainer, I'm truly gratified to see so many excellent trainers active on this stage." The announcer then asked, "Then could you please give us a brief assessment of the two finalists?" "Of course," Lance said after a moment of thought. "Trainer Corey is very skilled. From the preliminaries until now, his Pokémon have performed outstandingly. Although he's lost a few rounds, it's clear that he is an extremely excellent Pokémon trainer." The announcer nodded in agreement and pressed on. "And what about Trainer Natsui? What is your assessment of him?" Lance said something astonishing. "Actually, this isn't the first time I've met Trainer Natsui, so I know a little about him. I can say that his strength is formidable, and his performance so far has been completely within my expectations. If I had the chance, I'd like to have a proper battle with him myself." Oh, it wasn't just the announcer whose expression changed. The audience also began to murmur among themselves. They knew, of course, that after winning a league conference, a trainer could officially challenge the Elite Four. If they succeeded in defeating all four members, they would enter the Hall of Fame, not only gaining supreme glory, but also having their name immortalized for future generations to admire. The announcer was utterly amazed and mumbled, "I never expected Mr. Lance to have such a high opinion of trainer Natsui." Just then, someone emerged from the contestant tunnel on the right. Prompted by the director, the announcer changed his tune. "All right, everyone, please look to your right. Our competitors are now entering the field." The first to emerge and walk slowly towards the center is the trainer from the green corner, Corey. As Corey walked out, the audience gave him a considerable round of applause, and Corey smiled and waved back. Everything seemed perfectly normal until Natsui emerged from the other tunnel, and the atmosphere instantly changed. Let's welcome the trainer from the red corner, Natsui. As the announcer drew out his name, applause and cheers, far more enthusiastic than before, erupted throughout the Indigo Stadium. Without needing any further introduction, the moment Natsui appeared, the atmosphere in the arena reached its peak. Corey saw all of this and could only sigh helplessly. He truly didn't understand why. As two trainers who had both made it to the finals, the gap in their popularity was so immense. Natsui slowly walked to the trainer's platform and glanced at the commentary box. He had heard every word Lance had just said. "I never thought he would come here too. And I clearly remember wearing a mask when we fought alongside them. How could he possibly recognize me? Is it because of his status as an investigator? Does that mean I have no secrets, even when I hide my identity? Or was it that unreliable looker who took it upon himself to reveal my true identity to them?" Before he could think any further, the referee gave his signal. Natsui quickly focused his attention back on the field and, at the same time as Corey, took out a pokeball. He was already quite familiar with Corey's strength, having seen it on New Island and studied it through video data over the past few days. As the blue light faded, two Pokemon with flapping wings appeared on the field. "Oh," the announcer chuckled. "The first Pokemon from both trainers are flying types. What a coincidence." Chapter 162. The intimidation by glaring style. The crowd looked towards the field and saw that Corey had sent out a Pidgeot, while Natsui had sent out his Charizard. One of these Pokemon was normal flying, while the other was fire flying. Seeing that there was no type disadvantage, Corey breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was determined to win this year's Indigo Conference Championship, he was well aware of how tough Natsui was. Being at a type disadvantage in the first blind matchup would undoubtedly make his path to victory more difficult. At the same time, Natsui's gaze lingered on the Pidgeot for a moment. Compared to Pidgeotto, the evolved Pidgeot was much larger, with a wider wingspan and a more magnificent crest of feathers on its head. Its chest muscles were very well developed, and it could intimidate enemies just by spreading its wings. A light flap could stir up a huge gust of wind, and when it flapped with all its might, the resulting gale could bend even large trees. Just as both sides were getting ready, something interesting happened on the field. Although the match hadn't officially started, Natsui's Charizard, looking at the powerful bird before it, snorted a puff of hot air from its nostrils. Its face twisted into an extremely menacing expression, and it began to glare intently at Pidgeot with its wide, intimidating eyes. This was an enhanced version of Leer that it had taught itself after days of intense stare-downs with Ash's Charizard. However, unlike a normal Leer, its expression was more terrifying, and its eyes burned with a greater fury, making the effect exceptionally potent. It gave off an aura of wanting to devour its enemy whole. As luck would have it, this moment was captured by the cameras and displayed on the stadium's big screen. Seeing Charizard's expression, the audience found it comical and erupted in laughter. "Oh," the announcer said, amused. "It seems trainer Natsui's Charizard is quite fired up. It already looks eager to start the battle." However, unlike the relaxed humans, Pidgeot, the other main character in this scene, broke out in a cold sweat the moment it was subjected to that glare. Is this Charizard an idiot? With such a terrifying look, is it planning to roast me with its flames? Pidgeot felt a wave of apprehension. A little scared, it instinctively averted its gaze from Charizard's. When the clock struck 10 a.m., the final match began. But right as the battle started, people noticed that this Charizard was extremely aggressive. Without even waiting for Natsui's command, it began spewing flames and charged eagerly toward Pidgeot. Seeing this, Corey quickly ordered Pidgeot to dodge and counterattack. Pidgeot, use Quick Attack. Flapping its wings, Pidgeot suddenly accelerated. While dodging the flames, it circled around a Charizard's side and launched its assault. However, just as it was about to get close, Charizard suddenly turned its head and revealed a terrifying grin. Charizard, use Slash. With Natsui's command, Charizard raised one of its powerful claws high and then swung it down fiercely at the Pidgeot that was now just inches away. Although the momentum of Quick Attack was unstoppable, allowing Pidgeot to crash into Charizard. It was also unable to dodge in time and was struck by Charizard's attack. Both Pokémon took varying degrees of damage, but in an instant, they separated again. Seeing this, the announcer couldn't help but ask Lance, Mr. Lance, who do you think will be the first to win this round? Lance smiled faintly and gave a non-committal reply. It's hard to say. Both of these Pokémon are excellent. Whoever wins this bout will depend on which one is in better condition. What Slime Man? The announcer complained internally. He had originally hoped to bait Lance into saying something biased or unfair to stir up more discussion about the match. But seeing that Lance's answer was completely airtight, he had no choice but to turn his attention back to the field. After the initial exchange, the two Pokémon flew around the field, battling as they went. They would dive, then soar, then roll, then spin, chasing and clashing with each other. Because they were moving so fast and were airborne the entire time, the audience had to keep their eyes glued to the screen to ensure they didn't miss a single exciting moment. As Corey's lead Pokémon, this Pidgeot was naturally strong and wouldn't be defeated so easily. It frequently used Wing Attack, Feather Dance, and Hurricane, which certainly caused some trouble for Charizard. In response, Charizard, not to be outdone, fought back with Flamethrower, Dragon Rage, and Air Slash. For a time, the two Pokémon were evenly matched, trading blows back and forth. But in the end, it was Natsui who seized an opportunity. As the two Pokémon crossed paths once more, he saw his chance and suddenly gave the command. Charizard now, use Fire Fawn. Caught completely off guard, Pidgeot was bitten by a set of flame-engulfed fangs. It cried out in pain and, unable to take any more damage, fell from the sky, completely losing its ability to battle. The audience erupted in cheers. Corey knew how difficult Natsui was to deal with, so he was already mentally prepared. Thus, despite losing the first round, he was not too disheartened. Just as Pidgeot was about to hit the ground, he recalled it smoothly and simultaneously took out his second Pokeball. Go, Rhyhorn. The next second, a Pokémon clad in sturdy armor, looking somewhat like a rhinoceros and a triceratops, appeared on the field. Oh, shifting the battle to the ground? Looking at this Rhyhorn, Natsui nodded slightly. As a ground and rock-type Pokémon, fire-type moves would have their power halved against it, so without much thought, he also recalled his Charizard. After deliberating between his Pokémon for a moment, Natsui finally chose one that was perfectly suited for this battle. Charizard, you did well. It's up to you now. Go, Gyarados! The moment Gyarados appeared, its overwhelming aura filled the space. After letting out a heavenward roar, its blood-red eyes locked onto the Rhyhorn before it. Feeling its opponent's presence, Rhyhorn began to paw the ground restlessly, growing agitated. Seeing this, the fans of Gyarados in the crowd let out an even bigger cheer. Corey, witnessing this, cursed inwardly and had to quickly speak to calm his Pokémon's nerves to prevent it from losing its composure. The announcer said humorously, both of trainer Natsui's Pokémon have had such sharp gazes upon entering the field. It looks like he's pioneered a new style. Lance glanced at the announcer and played along perfectly, oh? And what style would that be? The announcer laughed. Does that even need to be said? Of course. It's the intimidation by glaring style. Chapter 163. A terrifying opponent if one were to ask which of Natsui's Pokémon was the most popular. Neither the beautiful and elegant Gardevoir nor the mischievous Haunter that scored a 2-for-1 in the battle against Melissa could compare to the majestic and imposing Gyarados. The spectacles it created and the strength it displayed had left a deep impression on the audience. In fact, in the official Indigo Conference My Favorite Pokemon poll, Gyarados was in a class of its own, leading the second-place Gardevoir by over 100,000 votes. As the pre-evolved form of Rhydon, although Rhyhorn had poor cognitive abilities, its strength was immense. It was said that its bones were 1,000 times harder than a human's, allowing it to shatter skyscrapers with a simple tackle. Interestingly, due to its short and thick limbs, it was very difficult for Rhyhorn to turn when running, forcing it to charge straight ahead. Furthermore, its small brain capacity meant it could only remember one thing at a time, which is why it was often seen running wildly until its stamina was completely depleted. When facing Rhyhorn, Gyarados not only had an absolute advantage due to its typing, but most importantly, its own strength was also immense, meaning it wouldn't be at a disadvantage even in a contest of pure power. Rhyhorn, on the other hand, with its rock and ground typing, had a 4 times weakness to water, putting it in a truly precarious situation. Corey was, of course, well aware of all this. Therefore, when the battle resumed, he made a decisive move, opting to strike first to gain the upper hand. Rhyhorn, use takedown. Hearing the command, Rhyhorn moved its 4 limbs, its heavy body charging towards Gyarados like a tank with unstoppable momentum. Thump, thump, thump. The entire field seemed to tremble violently from Rhyhorn's charge. However, Gyarados was far too slow on land. Natsui decided not to waste its energy on a futile dodge, and instead prepared to meet the attack head-on. Gyarados, stop it! Gyarados opened its mouth, gathered energy, and fired a powerful hydro pump at the charging Rhyhorn. Bang! The hydro pump was a direct hit to the face, but unexpectedly, Rhyhorn ignored the attack, pushing through the powerful jet of water to close the distance with Gyarados. The next second, with immense force, it tilted its head up and slammed its sharp horn viciously into Gyarados' body. Roar! Gyarados let out a painful cry and stumbled backward. Fortunately, just as it was about to fall, it used its tail to brace against the ground and stabilize itself. Seeing this, Natsui couldn't help but frown slightly. Although Rhyhorn's attack would also cause it to take recoil damage, the damage inflicted seemed to be even heavier than he had anticipated. However, after a moment's thought, he understood the key. I see. So your Rhyhorn's ability is reckless. Seeing that Natsui had figured out his secret after just a brief exchange, Corey was inwardly terrified but openly admitted it. That's amazing. You saw through Rhyhorn's secret in an instant. You're right. Its ability is indeed reckless. The audience naturally couldn't hear the conversation between the two trainers, but in the commentary box, Lance had also identified the ability at the same time. Seeing the announcer's confusion, Lance's voice was broadcast through the microphones to everyone's ears. The ability Reckless means that when a Pokemon uses recoil moves like Takedown, Flare Blitz, or Brave Bird, the power of those moves is increased, allowing them to cause greater damage. I see. So that's why Gyarados couldn't handle the damage and almost fell, the announcer said, enlightened. He then asked, so, can Rhyhorn use this ability to turn the tables? Lance shook his head. I'm afraid not. The type disadvantage between the two Pokemon is simply irreversible. Besides, now that Trainer Natsui knows this, he certainly won't let this Rhyhorn use such a move again. The announcer nodded repeatedly at Lance's analysis, and the ensuing battle unfolded, just as Lance had predicted. Natsui completely shut down Rhyhorn's movements, giving it no opportunities whatsoever. Under Natsui's direction, Gyarados stayed coiled around Rhyhorn at all times, preventing it from building up speed. Without being able to run, it naturally couldn't use that move again. Corey was at a loss. No matter what he commanded, the immobilized Rhyhorn just couldn't shake off Gyarados. Rhyhorn uses Earthquake, and Gyarados and the entire field begin to shake violently. It looks like the attack was quite effective, But Gyarados immediately returns the favor with an Aqua Tail. Oh my goodness. That 4 times super effective damage is off the charts. It looks like it nearly knocked Rhyhorn out in one hit. With the announcer's rapid-fire commentary, Rhyhorn's condition deteriorated rapidly. After taking several water-type attacks, it was in a critical state. Corey took out his Pokeball, wanting to recall Rhyhorn to preserve its strength, but his intention was anticipated by Natsui. Trying to escape? It's not that easy. Gyarados, find it. Gyarados' snake-like body wrapped around Rhyhorn. The red beam of light from Corey's Pokeball hit Gyarados, but with it in the way, the recall had no effect. It's time to end this. Natsui shouted. Crunch! Gyarados opened its massive jaws and bit down on Rhyhorn's lower abdomen, the softest and most vulnerable part of its armored body. Rhyhorn struggled desperately, but as Gyarados' fangs sank deeper, its strength waned until it finally collapsed to the ground, completely powerless. 2-0. As the referee raised the red flag, the announcer shouted, "It's that familiar feeling, that same suffocating pace." Trainer Natsui has defeated 2 Pokemon in a row. Could it be that this final match will be another clean sweep, just like his previous battles? Terrifying approval ratings naturally brought with them terrifying cheers of support. A tsunami of cheers echoed through the stadium. Although he knew these people were his supporters, being on the field and hearing the deafening noise, Natsui actually felt a sense of suffocation. It was the intense resonance created by his heart pounding wildly in extreme excitement, combined with the cheers. In an instant, he broke out in goosebumps. And compared to him, Corey's situation was even worse. He looked around at the crowd and was so frightened by the scene that his face turned pale. He felt like he was on the verge of tears. The Pokemon League final is supposed to be an exhilarating battle against an evenly matched opponent, isn't it? I went through so much to finally make it here. So why did I have to run into such a terrifying opponent? Chapter 164. Unstoppable momentum. Shaking his head, Corey quickly dispelled the absurd thought. Damn it, this isn't a desperate situation yet. How can I be so discouraged? He recalled his Rhyhorn and took out his third Pokeball. Go! Venusaur, as his starter Pokemon. His decision to send out Venusaur at this moment was a clear attempt to use his strongest partner to halt his disadvantage and, at the very least, win back one round. On the other side, although Gyarados' flying type was super effective against Venusaur's grass type, its own water type was also weak to grass. Sticking to his consistent battle style, Natsui recalled Gyarados. He was about to send out another Pokemon to press his advantage to the end, but before he could act, he suddenly noticed the shadow at his feet stir gently. Haunter emerged halfway and said to Natsui,